Butler Yin Li and assistant L, looking inside the capsule, silently waited for the cabin to open and the young master to awaken. The assistant rested her palms on the glass and with curiosity, which was clearly visible in her large eyes, asked the master if he had woken up. The butler, immediately after seeing the master's open eyes, pressed the button to unlock the capsule and it opened with the usual beep sound. A loud splash was heard as the capsule fluid was pumped out, and all that remained was to wait for it to be unlocked. Dizz was heard by those standing next to the capsule and watched its complete opening. The capsule was unlocked, and Yinli monitored the master's vital signs using sensors glued to his body. The master is trying to understand what is happening now and what day it is today. Looking straight into the butler's eyes, he asks how long he was in the capsule. El rolls up a cart of medicine, and the butler informs the master that the supply of the sixth effect medicine is completely exhausted. But he does not seem to listen to him. El injects the master with the serum he needs after waking up from the virtual world and asks him to relax. The butler, unable to bear the weight, asks the young master if he really saw the future. Immediately taking on a serious look, the master replies that he only saw an episode from the future. The master says that the virtual game era, which his parents helped invent, will become popular and completely change the world. He also talks about some kind of market collapse, which will become a real disaster for the country, and money will lose its former significance. The master also remembers that the only currency for the whole world will be gold coins from the era. The master is simply furious that in this episode he never saw who got rid of his parents. On the other hand, Mom and Dad gave the young master a sign, which gave him great hope. The master gets up from the capsule onto the cold floor and begins to understand what kind of sign he saw. Clenching his fists resolutely, he tells El and the butler that he will have to infiltrate the era game and find out the whole truth there. The master finds information about the official release of the game Era and thinks about how to turn his money into game coins before it starts. The young master, looking out the window, turned to Yin Li and asked to know how much money they had in their account. Hearing in response about a fortune of more than 1 billion, the master smiles maliciously and understands that this should definitely be enough. The butler standing with a tray nearby informed Chu Tianju that another 30 billion from the Zhao Association would soon arrive. And then it dawned on the young master. Zhao Association. How could he forget about her? He began to remember what the relationship was between the Zhao and Shichu associations, and to speculate whether the former was somehow involved in the departure of his parents. While the butler poured hot tea for the master, the latter reasoned that the parents were very important to the Shichu association in which they worked. The master, taking a mug of hot drink, realized one thing. Without his parents, the Shichu association is absolutely useless. While he was drinking his tea, a plan was ripening in his head, and he even managed to hide a couple of trump cards up his sleeve for further action. The master finished drinking tea and asked the butler if his gaming cabin was ready for immersion in the game. El put the remaining test tubes with serum in a safe, reliably protected from strangers, and it seems was up to something. The butler led the master into the bedroom, where there is an elite cabin equipped with power and deep sleep modes necessary for a full game. Yin Li handed the master something that allows players to stay online for several weeks at a time, and maybe more. The young master sits comfortably in the cabin and starts setting up identification information to confirm his identity. The first step in identifying a person is the confirmation of his fingerprints. The next stage is completed by confirmation by the retina of the master's eye, and at the end of admission to the game, his DNA is fully confirmed. The young gentleman begins to immerse himself in the virtual world through nanoglasses in the capsule. There is a powerful transition into another dimension, which he has never experienced before. His body seems to be weightless and flying in an unknown direction towards a bright light. The dive is over and the young master is trying to see through the veil of smoke where he ended up. The smoke clears, and the master notices that he is standing on the roof of a tall building. His eyes fill with tears and his throat goes dry. Everything looks so realistic here. It turns out that he found himself in the world of a game that his parents once worked on. Suddenly, a voice from the system was heard above the master, asking him to choose a name for his character. The master answers without hesitation that his character's name will be Chu Tiange. While in the capsule, the master completes naming in the game for its official release, and selects a class to enter. The monitor presents a guide consisting of 2 parts, training and sharing. The young master, without a moment's doubt, clicks on the exchange icon and the download begins. For some time, the download takes place on the monitor, and the young gentleman waits for the exchange to start. The screen displays the possible exchange of money for gold coins in Era, equal to 1-to-1. The master immediately notices that the game is very convenient, and you can immediately exchange up to $1 billion. He immediately focuses on exchanging the billion, but is noticeably worried about it. The thought flashes through his mind that this is equivalent to buying 1,000 sports cars and much more. The master thinks that for someone $1 billion is just pocket money, but when another 30 billion appear, He swallows nervously because every billion is equal to a million, and this means that he will have to make the exchange at least 3,000 times. There was a lot of tension in the room, and the cabin seemed to be trying to crush it from the number of exchange counts. After much thought, the young master finally clicks on the screen and makes the long-awaited exchange. Congratulations appear on the monitor on the successful exchange and his initiation into bronze players. Some information is displayed on the screen and the master reads it thoughtfully. He is not satisfied with what he sees, and he rejects everything, again going into exchange mode. The master quickly, without hesitation, presses the exchange button that appears again. The screen displays information about his account, equal to $3 million. Chu Tiange makes several more exchanges in a row, quickly pressing the button on the screen in a row. While in the gaming booth all this time, the master receives the title of Silver, Gold, and Platinum Player, having completed an exchange of $1 billion. The young master finally decided to take a break and rest, because the exchange had exhausted and tortured him considerably. He himself is no longer happy about this and does not see any pleasure in it, rather only torment. But nothing can break the spirit of the master, and he continues the exchange with even greater passion. 2 hours later, the mansion is plunged into darkness and gloom, illuminated only by the full moon. The incredible happened. The young gentleman exchanged more than $1 billion and became the first tycoon of the era. Chu Tiange was completely exhausted, but still did not intend to stop there. The master thought about Yinli with a cup of hot tea and decided to leave the cabin for a while. The butler and assistant L entered the bedroom carrying a hot drink on her tray. The butler informed the already tense master that $30 billion had come from the Zhao Association. The master collapsed exhausted on the floor because he had just completed the billionth exchange, and then another 30 fell from above. The butler, gathering his courage, tells the young master that there is something else. Yin Li's news was that a certain Liu family from Gonggyam City wants to take 10 billion for themselves for investment. The master, in bewilderment, asks if it is the same Liu family we are talking about now. He had known for a long time that they had become one of the most influential families in the city, plus there was some kind of agreement between their families. The butler decided to intervene in the master's thoughts and advised him not to give them the money. Chu Tiange immediately remembered the heap of work and ran headlong back to the gaming booth. But very soon a new era of humanity will come, because there were only a few days left before the official release of the game. The master, not having time to reach the cabin, listens to the latest news and freezes in place. That same certain agreement between his family and the Liu family was publicly terminated. Chu Tiange began to think that after his parents left, they had already had minor disagreements. The master knew about Zhao's insidious association, but he never expected this from the Liu family he knew. Chu Tiange closed his eyes and began to think about what kind of threat this insidious family actually poses. Still according to plan, over the next 2 days there is a continuous exchange of currency in the game. Unexpectedly, the young master receives a new exclusive title, Kryptonist. Detailed instructions for the Krypton player light up on the monitor. Even without reading everything to the end, the master continues to make the exchange at his frantic rhythm. The master receives one title after another, and at the same time increases the skill of friendliness with game NPCs, which are ordinary bots. Chu Tiange is not going to stop there and spends the next 6 days like this. A pile of gold coins already appears on the screen of the tired young master. The game tells the GM that he has maxed out the friendliness skill of the game's NPCs. The young master exhaustedly throws himself on his back and realizes that the job is done. The monitor displays a countdown to the official release of the game and a chat on the forum with its discussion. Sitting at the computer, Elle's assistant tried to understand why the master had not returned yet and decided to read a little about the game. A game guard appeared on the monitor with information about the history of the names of the 7 kingdoms. The plus displays information about 4 profession subcategories, which can later be changed. The girl notices the opened cabin and immediately rushes to the young master. Fatigue is visible on his face, and traces of sleepless nights are visible, which are the consequences of the exchange. Elle literally drags the master to rest and strongly advises him to wait for the official release. Finally, on November 11th, 2020, the long-awaited official release of the famous game took place. The master, with new strength, quickly jumps into the cockpit to enter the game. Chu Tiange, now as a player, enters Era along with many other characters. Era welcomed the player into its universe and automatically chose a view for him, which could be changed at will. The young master is not interested in the appearance of the character. He only cares about the exchange. Suddenly, an error sign appears in front of him with information about closing the exchange mode. The master looks ahead in bewilderment and does not understand what is happening. A powerful explosion occurs at the main control station of Era. Scientists are running around the main control of the game in a panic and trying to find out how they lost control so quickly. A dispute breaks out between them about the destruction of the control center. The master recalls previously seen episodes under the influence of the 6th sense drug. Pulling himself together, Chu Tiange promises himself to get to the bottom of the truth at any cost. On the screen that appears, the young master selects the awakening skill. Through a column of blue radiation, he appears at the very epicenter of the game, attracting considerable attention. At that moment, a fiery upgrade of the skill to the usual low-grade exposure occurs. This skill does not suit the master, and he makes a different choice on the control panel. A response comes from the system with the usual middle-class skill, Madness. The master also does not like this choice and makes another update reset. Standing at the panel, the master receives another skill, an unusual low-grade Critical, and again not that. Successful resets continue to replace each other with cooler skills. The young master thinks about the 400,000 spent and the maximum obtained with this unusual middle-class skill. Chu Tiange can't believe it and rushes towards the screen furiously. A powerful burst of green radiation occurs and the master receives a new transformation with a roar. The master's body is maximally tense, and a successful reset of the awakening of the rare high-class skill, Divine Light, appears. The master, looking at his hands, wonders what effect is behind this transformation. Gathering all his power and strength, he counters the screen and resets the skill. Characters standing on the lower platform notice a bright pearlescent glow. A large number of players turned their attention to endlessly repeating resets. Suddenly, a column of golden radiation rose right under the clouds, visible even beyond the city limits. Chu Tiange felt a wild power in his body after upgrading to the legendary high-class skill, Heaven Reflecting. Finally, the young master was satisfied with a truly successful reset. He is given a choice of one of 4 subcategory professions on the screen, but he could also rely on a random choice. The master, without thinking for a long time, chooses a random profession for his character. A strong stream of light was directed at the young master, selecting a subcategory. Chu Tiange replaces his existing armor and acquires the ancient power of a sorcerer. The master is not satisfied with such a random choice and resets the profession. The next reset transforms Chu Tiange into a powerful magician and passes again. Arrows appear behind the young master's shoulders, and a crossbow is in his hands, his choice of archer. Further transformation gives the master the armor of a warrior with a shining sword. The master exhales loudly and, folding his arms on his chest, realizes that all this is not what he needs. Sharp glowing wings and super armor are the choice of the ancient clan, and the hidden profession of ancient dragon emperor is unlocked. The master feels a surge of strength and energy in this super armor and confirms his new choice. He is the only one with the chosen skill and profession, and must now choose a country to appear in. After thinking a little, the young master voices the country for his character, Tang. Chu Tiange stands on the teleportation platform and presses download. The master finds himself in another country, where some players have already been. He inspects the buildings and equipment in Yumi Village, the place where he was transported. One of the players joked to the master that he stood in line for a long time to connect and missed everything. Chu Tiange, without saying a word, remembered that he still had a top-level gaming booth. The player who contacted the master was going to the outskirts of the village to increase his level. The young master hears the voice of the system, which notifies him of an exclusive crypto gift. On the screen that appears, Chu Tiange checks his inventory. He clicks on the selected icon with a notification hanging there. An exclusive suit of immortal growth appears in front of the master, the armor of the ancient dragon emperor. The game system offers to immediately improve the young gentleman's equipment, and he happily agrees. A bright flash of light overtook the virtual villagers at the most unexpected moment for them. The players looked at what was happening in bewilderment and even thought that an explosion had occurred somewhere. They didn't even believe that this person was there and began to run faster in the hope that the NPC would appear. The young master descended down the tunnel of light, donning his armor along the way. The young gentleman's epic landing on the lands of Yumi Village was completed, and he guessed that he would attract quite a lot of attention to his person. Chu Tiange finally appeared fully armed in front of the other players. The local characters began to argue with each other about the arrival of a new recruit in expensive armor. They began to accuse the newcomer of cheating, and the master decided to keep a low profile in order to avoid further problems. Before he could do anything, Chu Tiange felt someone grab his leg with all their might. A moment later, the whole company standing nearby hangs on the master and swears blood relationship with him. The young master immediately understands the corrupt nature of the arrogant players. He is infuriated by the current situation and explodes right at that very second. With the speed of lightning, leaving a trail of fire behind him, he breaks out of the embrace of the insolent crowd. At this moment, the virtual residents guess about the exchange. They immediately contact the system to complete the exchange. Realizing that the exchange mode is blocked, the players become furious. Escaping from the indignant crowd, the master enjoys his superiority while there is an active discussion of his person on the game forum. 2 players on the outskirts of the village were completing the first level, the Wolf Zone. One of the players entered into a fight with the wolves, inflicting decisive blows on them. The second player was a pink-haired girl, surprised by such strength of her partner. Deciding to help him, she quickly gains momentum and throws her crystals at the wolves, who quickly fly back. With this action, the girl player angered the pack even more and the wolves rebelled against them. Before they could run far, the players were thrown aside by a sharp blow. They looked at each other in bewilderment as to what had happened. The young master resolutely attacked the wolf pack with his sharp spear. Not only lightning bolts, but also wolves flew from Chu Tiange's weapon. The partners, seeing what was happening, were a little dumbfounded. The young gentleman on the screen that appeared added these players as his friends. At this moment, the system notified Chu Tiange about a new achievement. The master could not believe his eyes when reading what he saw on the screen. Looking at his new friends on the monitor, he tried to find out which of them was so rich. He tried to contact them through the monitor and saw a prompt. Without taking his eyes off, he tried to learn as much as possible about the player's achievements and effects. The screen displays information about the friendliness of the bots in Yumi's beginner village. The master thinks that it would be nice to check everything he has read. Taking the spear more firmly in his hands, Chu Tiange makes a powerful dash towards the village. The master enters the wolf zone to complete the first level and passes it with ease. He fights legendary in the Black Bear region with the following opponents. On the third level, giant bloodthirsty crocodiles await him. With strength similar to the gods, he easily passes this test. A player with an earring in his ear, who is a reporter, invites him to find out something with him. Gaining acceleration, he quickly runs along with his camera ball, which removes everything. The reporter says something on camera ball in the area of the lions. He gets as close as possible to the angry lions, but they behave suspiciously calmly. All this time, the player was broadcasting via camera ball to other characters. The reporter and his camera ball moved as fast as they could towards some strange sounds. He stood motionless and looked at the fallen demonic tigers. The reporter realized that someone had reached the 5th level before him, but how was this possible? Other players watching the broadcast could no longer contain their surprise. The reporters decided to climb higher to the main action. He saw someone with a sharp spear flying straight towards the Tiger King. The young master, holding the tip of the spear firmly in front of him, looked like one of the gods. He fought bravely against the Tiger King, despite the latter's enormous strength. Chu Tiange thought that he could use his secret technique. The master resolutely attacked the top-ranked ferocious demonic lion. One of the characters watching the broadcast rushed to worship Chu Tianju. The player conducting the broadcast decided to get closer to the scene. The master fired fiery tips from his spear towards the tiger. Chu Tiange flew through the monster, creating a huge hole in it. An explosion occurred above the battlefield, and equipment and coins flew into the air as a reward for winning the battle. The players watching the broadcast heatedly discussed the battle. The young master stopped to rest a bit and recover from the battle. The reporter was spying on the standing Chu Tiange from behind the rock. The master noticed the camera ball and looked straight into his video recorder. The characters, seeing Chu Tiange's face so close on the screen, were delighted. The reporter panicked that the master might notice him and the camera ball. The young master displayed a mini-screen with inventory collection on his palm. All awards lying on the ground quickly fell into the master's possession. Chu Tiange pushed off the ground and set off on his way like a fiery bullet. There were gold coins left on the ground that the master had not collected. The reporter immediately rushed to pick up all the remaining gold coins from the ground. An unknown player with arrows on his shoulders walked to the lands of the Yumi village with a specific mission. Squinting a little, the character thought about the place he ended up in. He looked at the village and its local inhabitants, the characters. On the streets of Yumi village, rumors had already spread about the exploits of the great player Chu Tiange. The recruit on a mission stopped at the main gate and thought about something. The master continued to attack the formidable opponents he met along the way. Looking at another victory, Chu Tiange immediately thought about his further plan of action. The master, leaving a trail of fire behind him, quickly rushed to the village. The recruit noticed a master who had just arrived in the village. Chu Tiange opened the monitor with game privileges and instructions. The young master clicked on the case he liked with equipment and privileges. Chu Tiange's armor changed into a regular long kimono suit. The master was greeted by the waiting recruit with a greeting. The recruit introduced himself to the master as Hyun Woo and offered some kind of deal. The master continued to walk without interest, which angered his interlocutor. The rookie caught up with Chu Tiange and continued his story. Suddenly, both players stood silently next to each other. The master, looking at the player, realized that he was aware of his exchange. The recruit continued his story, smiling sarcastically. The recruit was infuriated by the master's refusal to provide any assistance. The master continued to walk, greatly angering his opponent. Hyun Woo decided to play trump cards and gave even more detailed information, starting to shout. Someone's loud steps and stomping were heard very close to them. The gathering of bots moved quickly in the direction of the master. They literally pounced on the young master with admiration and questioning. One elderly geisha invited the master to look at her for assignments. The other bot screamed at him that he would do anything for him. Not without the elder, who also tried to say something. All the NPCs tried to somehow win the master over to their side. The newcomer was outraged by the impudence of the unrestrained bots. Near the mountains, in the twilight, stood the modest mansion of the head of the village, Yumi. Everyone moved on, and a certain NPC offered the master a task about poultry. Another tried to give the wooden pole practice task. The master rejected all tasks from the arrogant bots present. Sometime later, the young master thought that it would still be nice to take on a couple of tasks. On the screen that appears, Chu Tiange selects a hidden task. Bots surrounded the master, choosing one hidden task after another. The master carefully read the proposal of one of the nearby bots. This NPC decided to ask the master how he managed to take on several hidden tasks at once. Other bots were outraged by the insolent behavior of the interested NPC. The master realized with annoyance that he would have to consider a couple more tasks. Other players were outraged by this attitude of all the bots towards the master. The crowd of players still could not calm down and tried to start a riot. The enraged recruit moved towards the village head's mansion. The master walked inside, surrounded by overly caring bots. The players did not understand why the tasks were offered to the master. Everyone was interested in one question: why the bots behaved so politely towards Chu Tianju. The recruit began loudly shouting ridiculous threats against the master. More and more new characters appeared behind the newcomer. They ran straight down the recruit's back to meet the master. The players shouted all sorts of nonsense with suggestions at Chu Tianju. Trampled by the crowd, the recruit remained motionless on the ground. The master looked at everyone who came with surprise and confusion. He didn't want to endure this farce and chaos for another second. Chu Tiange broke away from the maddened crowd in one quick burst. On the second level, where the black bears were, there was a battle going on. Injured players were lying on the ground and asking for help from the newbie healer player. One of them decided to make her an obscene and rude proposal. Newbie was very angry and didn't even think about saving them. One question was read in her eyes. How could she save herself from the attackers? Noticing the approaching bears, Newbie quickly began to run. A small bright flash appeared near the black bear's territory. The small flash suddenly turned into a bright pillar of fire. The healer heard a sharp crash and saw the smoke dissipating and was going to see what was there. Newbie looked straight ahead in surprise and fear. When the smoke cleared, she began to understand what or who was behind it. The young master turned around, feeling that someone was watching him. The long-haired newbie stood right in front of the master with her modest equipment. Chu Tiange immediately added her as a friend after scanning. Newbie was a little confused and was about to say something. The healer tried to politely refuse the master's offer. The young master had his own plans for her, which he was not going to voice yet. The healer accepted the offer of friendship from the master on the screen. Chu Tiange and Newbie ran together towards their next adventure. There are still a few enemies left in Black Bear territory. Chu Tiange, surrounded by his fiery lightning, prepared his spear for battle. With one powerful blow, he rebelled against all opponents at once. Newbie was a little shocked and embarrassed by the master's strength. The master ran forward and asked Newbie to keep up with him. The healer still tried with all her might to catch up with Master Chu. Newbie noticeably speeds up and runs as quickly as possible to his partner. She realizes that she is unable to catch up with the master and calls him to wait for her. Chu Tiange tells her to stay put until she has dealt with all the enemies ahead. The master again attacks enemies with a paralyzing lightning strike. The last enemies here were defeated by the powerful Chu Tiange, and Newbie immediately rushes towards his partner. A little confused, she still tries to find out why he needs her. Chu Tiange again did not go into details and only mentioned some task. Suddenly, a giant ancient rattlesnake appears in front of the master and Newbie. The healer looks her straight in the eyes and steels herself for the upcoming attack. Newbie was determined to take part in the battle this time at all costs. Without having time to do anything, she only saw Chu Tiange, who was furiously aiming straight at the mouth of the poisonous snake. The master delivers a powerful, decisive blow with his spear with all his might. Chu Tiange hits several parts of the rattlesnake at once. Newbie warns the master about a retaliatory attack from a formidable opponent. The ancient snake releases poisonous crystals from its mouth towards the Chu player. The young master creates a force field to protect himself before retaliating. But the defense fails and poisonous crystals are pierced into his hand. Newbie notices the rapidly spreading poison around the master's body. The healer realized that now was the time to use her power. Before she can get closer to the master, she notices that something is happening to him. The master, who is unconscious, automatically starts the auto-regeneration mode. Newbie realizes that even with all her strength, she is useless to him. The reporter enthusiastically continues his broadcast. The virtual residents listened attentively to the reporter speaking live. The reporter gets closer to the closed area where the boss of the 6th level is located. Hiding behind a tree with a camera ball, the player tries to see at least something. He opens the level navigation map and tries to figure out what's wrong. The players are simply furious with such a boring broadcast and believe that they were deceived. A slightly confused reporter is trying to somehow correct the current situation. The broadcaster, along with his camera ball, ran to the next level of the game. He deftly climbs up a high cliff to the lair of the cave boss and freezes right on the cliff. The reporter gets even more excited and tries to distract the watching characters with other bosses. The young master, looking embarrassed at Newbie's outfit, suggested that she change her equipment. He brought up the system screen so that the healer could make a new choice herself. Newbie, having looked at the available arsenal, makes a choice in favor of a good suit that she likes. The transformation of the healer's equipment began gradually, going from the bottom up. The new suit began to cover all the noticeable circles of her partner, attracting unnecessary attention. The master, in anxious anticipation, watches for Newbie's final transformation. The healer appeared before the master in new equipment and noticed approval in his eyes. The young master invites his partner to continue further tests. Newbie tries to tell the master that it's time for her to quit the game. The master, full of determination and passion, does not understand this choice of the healer. The girl asks the master if he uses gaming capsules to enter. The partner explains that she uses a regular gaming helmet and has been in the game for a very long time. The master understands that she needs rest and agrees with her decision. Chu Tianj gets the healer a teleport scroll for fast travel. Newbie thanks the young master and launches a scroll to teleport back to the real world. Teleportation begins to move the partner, creating a force field around her that instantly disappears. Newbie completely moved home, and the young master was left completely alone with his thoughts. Chu Tiange, without moving, began to make some assumptions about his newly made partner. The young master quickly realized that he was being distracted from the main goal and tried to get rid of unnecessary thoughts. Chu Tiange, clutching his spear tightly, went towards the active volcano. The master was approaching a volcano with rivers of raging lava and angry monsters looking at him. In a small town in Japan, there was a girl's dormitory number 5. Her roommate entered the room of the master's partner, who had just left the game. Newbie cheerfully took off her helmet and greeted her friend as she entered. The healer clearly wanted to share with her neighbor something interesting that had recently happened to her in the game. The neighbor, noticing the gaming helmet in Newbie's hands and another one nearby, was very indignant. The friend no longer wanted the gaming helmet that Newbie had asked her to buy earlier. The brand new gaming helmet was still sealed in a box on the table. Newbie was very upset because she had already spent a fortune on him. The healer thought with annoyance that she could neither exchange nor return the helmet. A friend, smiling sarcastically, told Newbie that she had found a solution with a certain guy named Lee. Newbie, with undisguised anger, remembered this arrogant rich man Lee and did not understand what her friend saw in him. She immediately put her helmet back on, not paying attention to her chatty neighbor. The friend tried, as it seemed to her, to reason with Newbie, starting to scream. The neighbor clearly didn't like this correct behavior of the girl, but she didn't have time to say another word. The healer in her new equipment found herself on one of the busy streets of the Yumi village. Some characters who saw the healer saw her as yesterday's player from their team. The players examined Newbie's new and obviously expensive equipment with bewilderment and curiosity. The young master triumphantly finished exploring the volcano area and began to look for the Demon King. Chu Tiange slowly walked forward, carefully looking around. The ground under the master cracked with a roar and found itself at the mercy of the element of fire. A powerful explosion from the ground suddenly threw Master Chu high into the sky. The young master watched as a huge fiery hand burst out from under the ground, among a pile of flying stones. Chu Tianj inflicts a swift rift on the earth dragon with his spear. The master stood on a volcanic slab in the middle of the lava and fought off the fireballs flying right at him. Suddenly, the slab Chu Tiange was standing on began to rise with him from the powerful flow of rising lava. A powerful demon with glowing eyes, similar to a stone man, but distinguished by its gigantic size and incredible strength, rose from the lava. Chu Tiange, being very dexterous, had an advantage over the enemy and decided to attack first. Not only did the young master lack any sense of fear, on the contrary, he was completely focused on the battle. The master flew towards his opponent with unprecedented self-confidence. Having approached his opponent as much as possible, Chu Tiange tightened his grip on his spear and thrust it into the earth dragon with lightning. The master even liked that the fight did not end for so long, and that he really had a worthy opponent. The Stone King of the Earth, with his mouth open, screamed loudly from the blows dealt to him. The main demon of the village, Yu Mi, was defeated by the master, who received a reward for this. Chu Tiange notices some strange bluish glow behind him. Turning around, the young master notices a teleportation platform and heads straight towards it. He stands on the platform and studies information on possible movement. The master ponders what place this teleport can take him to. Chu Tiange slowly walks off the platform, thinking about what to do next. He calls up the game system to review his friends list and notices his partner is online. The young master quickly clicks on the call icon for a video call with Newbie. On the virtual monitor, Chu Tiange sees an alarmed partner and angry characters running after her. The master takes out his teleport scroll from his existing inventory and is about to move. A force field of instant disappearance is created around the master for the next move. Enraged characters surrounded the shocked healer at the very edge of a steep cliff. One of the players has already prepared a sharp dagger for a bloodthirsty reprisal against the girl. The other characters shouted out alternative ways to obtain her equipment. Frightened to death, Newbie tried to somehow come to an agreement with the players, but she didn't succeed. The distraught player with a sharp dagger rushed straight at the healer. The characters standing on the cliff suddenly heard a loud whistle. All the characters stopped and turned their gaze to the master who appeared from the lightning column. Chu Tiange teleported to his frightened partner in time. The characters didn't even have time to come to their senses when Chu Tiange blocked Newbie with himself. The players turned in horror to see who this brave savior was. Standing in front of them was none other than the richest gambler, Chu Tiange. The master worriedly asked his partner if everything was okay with her. The healer, who decided to take revenge on the offenders, tells the master what they were going to do to her. The characters, in bewilderment, begin to realize that the master and newbie are somehow connected and begin to worry about their lives. The frightened players began to run as fast as they could away from the master and the girl. Chu Tiange did not intend to leave the characters unpunished and suddenly appeared right in front of them. One player quickly reminds the young master of the penalties for killing them. Another player dares to suggest that the master will not touch them. A character with a blade pointing at the healer speaks of the ability to attack her whenever he pleases. The player brazenly demonstrates his courage to the master by coming very close to him. The player's face changes at that very second, and something happens that he never expected. Shocked players look at their friend, struck by the master without signs of life. They watch the departure of a friend's virtual soul and are going to take revenge for him. The master, having hit 2 more players in one fell swoop, was heading towards the last one. The remaining player frantically scans the master coming towards him and does not understand why he does not have a red punishment mark. Chu Tiange jumps on the offender, as if hinting that he can do anything. The master and the healer set off, and Chu Tiange on the way remembered the words of the NPC that he had established special rules for him. A recruit on a mission blocked the way for his partners, loudly calling out the young gentleman's name. A new arrival was approaching the stopped newbie and the master. The young master tried to find out why he wouldn't leave him alone and was constantly pursuing him. The new recruit, with a smile on his face, began to talk about his famous guild and the need for the master to join them. Towards the end of his speech, he again started shouting, thereby trying to attract the attention of his interlocutor. Chu Tiange was not afraid of the recruit's threats and stood firm in his decision. The newcomer, threatening, began to approach closer and closer to the master. Knitting his eyebrows angrily, the recruit began to tell the young master what would happen if he refused. Chu Tiange was confident in his strength and was firm in his decision not to accept any offers from the annoying player. The current situation made the recruit very angry, thereby making his partners laugh. The newcomer was furious at such self-confident behavior of the master, but did not give up yet. Chu Tiange and the healer continued to make fun of their interlocutor. The recruit decided to change the tactics of the conversation and got to the point, throwing around various threats. The partner's interlocutor continued to threaten Master Chu, and present, as he himself believed, quite weighty arguments. The recruit's words echoed through the trees, somewhere far into the sky. The newcomer asked the master whether, after everything he had heard, he would dare to leave the confines of the newcomer's village. Chu Tiange, in response, asked him what would happen to him in this case. The rookie just laughed in the master's face, saying that he knew nothing at all about this game and its rules. He continued his story, actively gesturing as he did so, saying that his powerful guild was capable of attracting a bunch of people from outside. The young gentleman listened to the interlocutor's entire story without much interest and asked how they were going to do this. The recruit, taking a decisive position, thought that he had already told enough. The newcomer added to the master what would happen to him if he refused. The interlocutor continued his story about the master's further restrictions outside the settlement in case of refusal. The recruit told the master that joining their guild would also be beneficial for him. The young master, after thinking a little, came closer to his interlocutor and informed him of his consent only if the era system was closed. The newcomer, smiling contentedly, says that for them it's as easy as shelling pears to pull this off. He looks intently at the master, waiting for an answer to his proposal. Chu Tiange breaks into a smile and asks the recruit something. The recruit becomes furious at what he hears and starts screaming. The young master takes his spear in his hand with fiery lightning scattering around. Chu Tiange points the tip of his spear directly at the recruit, who clearly did not expect this. The master takes a step forward with a spear in his hand, not noticing his partner, who is worried about what is happening. At one point, the recruit's virtual soul quickly flew through the blue tunnel of movement for further rebirth. The recruit moved through the tunnel to the revival field, where there were other resurrected players. Having been revived, the recruit became very angry and promised himself to take revenge on the master for what had been done to him. The other revived characters heard the cries of promise with the vengeance of the newcomer. The characters approached the recruit with a request to join him in carrying out a joint vengeance. The Chu mansion reflected the territory of the great building with its large windows, but not without the help of the sun's rays. Chu Tiange took a shower and, throwing a towel over his head, went down the stairs to the office, vigorously drying his wet hair. He went to the laptop and decided to read the latest news, having seen the first invitation to the Land of Songs for a certain event. Then news appears about the recruitment of military personnel into a faction unknown to him. Next on the screen is information about an invitation to another guild. And then a video appears on the monitor from the battle of that most powerful recruit guild against the Tiger King. The young gentleman leans closer to the laptop with interest to select the desired video. With a smooth movement of his hand, he presses the download button for further viewing. All the guild players gathered on the cliff, led apparently by their leader, standing behind the army. The faction leader with a gun on his shoulder congratulated his guild on another victory. In front of the faction stood a menacing green-eyed demonic tiger, clearly preparing to attack. Walking slowly, the angry enemy moved straight towards the guild players. The faction leader readied his gun for battle and gave command to his large army. The guild commander loudly announced the start of the attack and, with an indicative gesture, sent the army into battle. The demonic tiger, which had a huge scar instead of a second eye, roared menacingly at them. The enraged Tiger King charged into battle, quickly knocking down any standing players in his path. The participants in the battle used arrows, bows, and powerful magical skills to attack the opponent. The Tiger King, standing on his hind legs, furiously accepted all the numerous blows from his opponents that hit him. Suddenly, the entire guild heard the loud roar of the beast, similar to a plea for mercy, and froze in anticipation. Era's warning system began to rain down coins, armor, and other equipment as rewards for the heroic victory. The guild leader spoke to everyone about the strength and power of their invincible team. He loudly shouted that the player Chu Tiange was unfairly the winner of this difficult level. The leader was telling the listening guild about his intentions towards the boastful player Chu Tiange. He raised his index finger menacingly and gave Master Chu one day to think about their proposal. The leader looked directly at the young master through the laptop screen and invited him to join them before it was too late. Chu Tiange was extremely indignant that the guild was using his already famous name for their own nefarious purposes. With folded arms, the master walked away from the laptop and went over the further plan of action in his head. Chu Tiange firmly decided to teach the stupid faction a lesson for such an impudent act. The young master quickly walked to his gaming booth and began to change his clothes. Some characters from Yumi Village watched the broadcast of the master's battle with the Black Bears. One of the characters began to say that Master Chu himself does not provide much of anything. Another player said he heard about him being rejected by one of the powerful factions. Players after each other talked about Chu Tiange and even said that it was all about his huge fortune. There were also characters who admired the master, looking at him with loving eyes on the broadcast screen. The master walked with Newbie among the forest and told her in detail about his past victories and the rewards for them. Chu Tiange decided to explain to his partner why he took all those numerous tasks. The young master informs the girl of his intentions to leave Yumi's newcomer village as soon as possible. He reminds the healer that it will not be safe for her to be here after he leaves. They stopped and the master continued to tell Newbie about his future plans. Newbie listened with confusion to the powerful player Chu about his unfinished quest. The healer was very surprised to learn that this quest was an egg collection, and imagined herself chasing chickens. The master realized that Newbie had taken him too literally and clarified what exactly would need to be done in this quest. The partner listens to the master with admiration and understands that she likes this much more than the chase in the chicken coop. The partners open the system screens, and the young master offers to give Newbie a couple of quests to complete in order to quickly raise the level and thereby increase his strength. The girl is desperate to understand why Chu Tiange is so generous with her and directly asks him about it. The master, it seems, is taken by surprise by such a question, and he himself thinks about it. After thinking a little, Chu Tiange informs Newbie that someday she will definitely know the answers to all her questions. The girl does not understand anything when the master hands her the scroll and he explains that only one can move, and she must do it first. A certain character stood near the rocks and was looking for something in the game's navigation map for a long time. Blowing the player off his feet, the electric flash rushed past him like a powerful whirlwind. The character sat on the ground and came to his senses, looking at the distant flash. The player squinted to get a better look amid the bright light. The character finally realized who had rushed past him and loudly called out his name. The young master pressed his feet into the ground with all his strength to stop abruptly. The character, quite out of breath, tells Master Chu that he has very important news. Old Omar, that was the name of the character, after catching his breath a little, warns the young master about the enemies waiting for him in the valley. Chu Tiange frowns and asks him what exactly he's talking about. The master checks with the player whether he understood everything correctly and that he is the one who is waiting for him in an organized ambush. Old Omar confirms his words and strongly recommends that the master choose a different path. In the seemingly calm Kulu Valley between the rocks, some rustling is heard. There are armed players on the cliff, and hidden stand quite quietly for the successful execution of the plan. The new recruit tests the readiness of his new team by instructing everyone to remain completely silent. The newcomer approached the reporter and threatened him to say something on air especially for him. He also asked the reporter to find him some information about the player Chu Tiange. The translator quickly found in the search engine all the available material on the master and turned to his interlocutor. The reporter asked what exactly the recruit wanted to know about Chu Tiange. The newcomer asked the interlocutor to display the master's achievements on the screen. The monitor in front of the recruit began loading information from trusted informants. A chat appeared on the screen with characters who wrote there about what was happening with the master in real time. The rookie, among what he read, noticed that one of the players gave a hint to Chu Tianju and was furious about it. After thinking a little, he selected the call button for the leader of their faction on the screen. The recruit urgently reported to the leader that everything was going according to plan. They were awaiting the master's arrival in the valley. The leader praises the subordinate for having a well-organized takeover plan and encourages everyone to execute it flawlessly. The recruit informs the reporter that his conversation with the guild leader has ended. Pointing to the camera ball, the capture chief commands the reporter to begin broadcasting. The reporter, frantically setting up the camera ball, turns it on and starts the live broadcast. Virtual residents gather for the broadcast with a reporter. One of the characters notices behind the reporter a large number of unknown, but armed from head to toe players. Some of the players assume that they will now be shown a fight with one of the main bosses. The reporter reveals his cards to the camera, talking about the plan to capture the rich man. The characters are perplexed and discuss which rich man they are going to capture in the valley now. The reporter, against the backdrop of a standing army, begins to talk about the upcoming significant battle. Viewers see the player's silhouette on the screen and recognize him as Master Chu Tiange. Those watching the broadcast see the young master entering the valley and think that he is unaware of anything. The van arrived on the grounds of Li's luxurious residence in the city of Ganjiam. From the outside, the van, which was inconspicuous, actually kept something secrets in secrets. A certain gray-haired man was sitting with a device on his head that looked like a gaming helmet. Apparently, the man had found out all the necessary information and was about to get out of the van. The doors of the van opened with a creak, and a man in a formal suit stepped out. The man and the woman accompanying him were going to the meeting and knew that the Liu family was getting information about Era faster than prices in stores were rising. The gray-haired man in the suit turned out to be none other than the leader of that very faction, Zhang Zhe. The Liu family, consisting of their head and daughter, surrounded by guards, went out to negotiate with Zhang Zhe. The faction leader greeted the rich family and apologized for the inconvenience caused to them. Zhang Zhe brought a laptop with him to show the Liu family something really worthwhile. The head of the family doubted the words the leader said to him and asked what he had. The leader of the faction, breaking into a smile, informs the family about the upcoming grandiose show called Capture of the Rich Man. The young master stood between the rocks in full combat readiness at the entrance to the valley, holding his spear tightly. Chu Tiange was suddenly disturbed by an incoming video call, and on the screen that appeared, one of the characters informed him of the upcoming ambush. The master entered into a dialogue with the player, saying that he knew about the insidious plan of the players waiting for him. Chu Tiange continued his conversation, talking about the ambush as an opportunity to prove himself, not noticing that he was already being followed. The characters in the ambush were preparing their weapons of war and secret techniques for the coming battle. Chu Tiange walked past the players standing on the cliff slopes, causing a violent reaction from his opponents. The players raised their weapons with loud statements addressed to the master. The recruit immediately called all armed invaders to silence and order. The newcomer, standing high on the cliff, loudly called out the master's name. The recruit, folding his arms across his chest, asked Chu Tiange if he expected such a meeting with him. The master calmly listened to the newcomer's speech, and with an undisguised laugh, told him that he had known about everything a long time ago. The newcomer, standing among his charges, did not expect such an answer, and immediately literally boiled. He loudly shouted to the master that if he did not join their guild, the battle would turn against him. Having calmed down a little, the recruit cheerfully told Chu Tianju that he could still change his mind and join them. The characters watching the broadcast listened to the recruit's threats against the rich man Chu. One of the players especially admired the confident speech of the head of the invaders. The characters discussed the guild among themselves, and even thought about joining them after the battle. Zhang Zhe held an open laptop with the broadcast of Era running. The head of the Liu family listened carefully to the conversation between the rivals in Hulu Valley. The gray-haired man told the Liu family with complete confidence that the plan to capture the rich man would be successfully implemented. The eyes of the head of the Liu family flashed with interest and as if something else. The recruit, being full of determination, asked the young master if he dreamed of getting away with it. The newcomer was delighted with his plan of capture, although he believed that it was not particularly necessary. One of the characters watching the live broadcast noticed that among the players who were about to attack, there was not a single player with the warrior profession. Almost all the players watching the broadcast rooted for the guild and raised their hands up in admiration. The rookie joked to the master that even if he had wings, he still wouldn't be able to get away from them. The master found this idea very interesting and quite feasible. Chu Tianj made a powerful jerk and flew up, shouting to his opponents that he didn't need wings to fly. The partner, who was the leader of the army, loudly shouted to his subordinates to immediately catch Chu Tiange even in the sky. The archers inserted arrows into their crossbows, and on command began shooting at the master, while the magicians and sorcerers loaded their magic staves at Chu Tianja. Everything that flew into the sky, equipment and privileges of the attackers, exploded with a powerful bright flash. Chu Tiange, with his usual agility, dodged everything in a zigzag and even managed to fight back. Having finished with the reprisal in the sky, the master flew straight at the recruit, pointing the tip of his spear at his arrogant, self-confident face. The master moved as close as possible to the recruit, preparing to attack, and shouted about the splitting fury of the Earth Dragon. A powerful explosion with a fiery flash blinded the entire guild located on the cliff. The young master, leaving behind him a huge hole in the rock, moved away. The reporter was still trying to recover from the powerful attack and did not notice how the richest player Chu was approaching him. Clearing his throat, the reporter saw a master standing menacingly in front of him with a spear in his hand. The reporter looked at Chu Tiange cowardly in disbelief. The master ordered the reporter not to be distracted and to continue broadcasting live. The young master reaches the next guild players with a lightning-fast jump. Chu Tiange single-handedly rebelled against his enemies and dispatched them to the next world, one after another, with powerful blows from his spear. The players who watched the live broadcast noted Master Chu's agility and strength. Players defeated in battle continuously appear on the rebirth field one after another. The recruit quickly calls up the system screen with a live broadcast and orders the guild's further actions. On the battlefield, illuminated by the explosions of the master, the still surviving characters instantly rush into hiding. The recruit, watching what is happening, shouts to them that he will double the compensation for the revival. Several players, having heard about the additional payment for rebirth, decide that this is an excellent and, most importantly, easy opportunity to make money. Having lost their minds, the characters, thinking only about money, run to attack the master. Chu Tiange immediately uses his signature move, Earth Dragon Fury Split. The recruit sees a powerful explosion occur on live television, spreading far across the valley. The newcomer begins to think that the master is gaining the upper hand over his people and is noticeably worried. Suddenly, hundreds of fireballs and arrows fly at the master from all sides. Characters who continue to attack suddenly see a giant blinding splash. The new recruit finally feels relief and victorious pride for his guild, looking at the sight of a powerful explosion. Chu Tiange does not intend to give up and is ready to fight his enemies with renewed vigor. One of the players in the village does not understand the master's decision to fight alone against an entire army of armed people. Another notes that Chu Tiange's strength is definitely enviable. The master, keeping his trump cards up his sleeves all this time, opens the system screen to select additional skills. While the master views the information on the screen, the guild players direct all their rage and power towards him. Another explosion occurs and the master's face begins to be clearly visible in the dissipating smoke. The guild members, not believing their eyes, try to quickly see something through the smoke. The master still manages to click on the selected skills before the attack and begins to update. The young gentleman with fiery eyes undergoes changes in his first skill. 100% damage reflection in 10 seconds. All incoming blows to the master are mirrored on the remaining players of the faction. Chu Tiange begins to transform according to the second selected skill. The master, standing in the green glow, receives accelerated auto-regeneration for 10 seconds. The eyes of the young master, burning with fire, show all his rage and strength, dragon power. A master who has acquired a super high ability summons the power of a golden fire-breathing dragon. The guild watches as fireballs shoot far into the sky. The fireballs turn towards the guild and fly straight towards them. Guild leader Zhang Zhe and the Liu family moved into the mansion to more comfortably watch the decisive battle. A TV hanging on the wall showed a live broadcast of the battle in Hulu Valley. Everyone gathered in the mansion room watched the guild's obviously failed plan. The head of the Liu family asked the gray-haired man what all this meant. Zhang Zhe, without looking at the screen, calmly drank his coffee and answered the owner of the mansion that everything was going according to plan. On the TV screen, the moment of the master's first victorious attack over the guild was just happening. The head of the Liu family informed Zhang Zhe, whose face had changed dramatically, about their failure. The gray-haired man told his interlocutor that the departure of the guild commander was not the end of everything. The head of the Liu family stared intently at the screen while listening to Zhang Zhe speak. Zhang Zhe was completely confident in his magnificent plan and said that his plan was about to come true. He explained to the head of the Liu family some of the details of his plan, concerning not only the territory of the valley, but also the village as a whole. Zhang Zhe also explained that the master could still join their faction, because there was a lot of money at stake. The TV screen broadcasts the master's next victorious attack on the guild. The head of the Liu family, remaining completely calm, is already confident in the victory of the player Chu Tiange over the guild. Zhang Zhe broke out in a cold sweat, but he continued to say that all was not lost and we needed to be patient. The master's final attack, Dragon Power, is broadcast on TV. The white-haired man began to realize the disastrous battle for his guild. The daughter of the head of the Liu family, Liu Fei, thought with a grin that this was more like capturing Zhang Zhe rather than the rich man Chu Tiange. Having finished watching the broadcast, the owner of the mansion calmly addressed the uninvited guest. The head of the Liu family offered to leave Zhang Zhe voluntarily, and reported that an issue concerning his faction was being considered. Finally despairing, Zhang Zhe accepted defeat and realized that this was the end, and of course there would be no further consideration. The young master, standing on a cliff surrounded by the bodies of his rivals, held his spear tightly. The master walked with the reporter following him and looked at all the lying reward for the victorious battle. Chu Tiange asked the reporter to turn off the camera ball, thereby ending the live broadcast. The reporter did not immediately understand what the master wanted, but remembering his victory, he quickly responded to the request. Chu Tiange quickly turned on the mode of collecting the reward lying on the ground. Looking at all the property he had earned, he thought that he had hit a good jackpot. While the master was collecting all his loot, he noted that even without completing other missions, he could easily get rich in this way. Chu Tiange grinned and thought that if such a battle was repeated again, he would not have to fight any bosses. The master was stopped by the sharp sound of the system alerting him that his storage was already full. Turning to the reporter, Chu Tiange invited him to take the remaining reward. The reporter was delighted with the master's proposal. He realized that none of the vanquished were here, and he could calmly take everything he took away. The reporter quickly rushed to collect the reward, replenishing his supplies. The master abruptly disappeared from the valley, and the reporter only had time to shout out words of gratitude after him. The translator thought that if he gets a chance, he will definitely follow the master in the future. While the reporter was collecting armor, coins, and other loot, it dawned on him that if he returned alive, the guild would know who took their things. The translator opened a system window and quickly looked through some information. He understood what he had to do, but could not muster the courage to carry out his plans. Gathering all his will into a fist, the reporter jumped straight down from the tall cliff. Lying on a cold stone slab, he waited to enter the travel tunnel to the rebirth field. The reporter's virtual soul began to rise up towards the tunnel, and he even managed to see what an insignificant reward he was leaving for himself. Master Chu Tiang arrived at the gate of Yumi village, forming a trail of fire around him. At the gate to the village, there were hefty players, apparently guarding the entrance from outsiders. The characters recognized the visitor as the rich man Chu Tiange, who was walking decisively towards the village gate. Surprisingly, no one dared to engage Chu Tiange, allowing him to pass forward. The young master only thought how good it was that no one knew how long it took to recharge his skills for subsequent attacks. Before he could enter the village, the master was surrounded by the very NPCs from whom he accepted hidden tasks. The elderly geisha informed the master that he could leave the task if he considered it too difficult. The elder explained that Chu Tiange would be able to leave any task without receiving a fine for it. The overly intrusive NPCs still did not leave the master and invited him to go to the house of the village head, Yumi, for tea. The retreating bots and the master were followed by an embittered recruit, promising to take revenge for everything on Chu Tianju. In the house of the village head, the bots took turns congratulating the master on successfully completed quests. In addition to congratulations, the monitor also displayed information about the benefits available to him. The master, surrounded by NPCs, looked through all the completed quests and subclasses unlocked for this. Chu Tiange continued to study the windows popping up one after another on the monitor. The current level of the master was raised all the way to 10, which even the master himself did not expect. The young master searched the monitor for information about this level increase and reward. From what he read, Chu Tiange learned that some bots, in addition to grades, gave him additional rewards, thereby significantly increasing his experience. The master, looking through his awards and achievements, came across something very interesting. Chu Tiange learned that he could use teleportation to leave the village and then go to any city in the era. The master, mentally asking himself, thought about what city he would like to go to. The young master clicks on the Tang country icon to get information about it. A map of the country is displayed on the monitor, consisting of 7 kingdoms and its further expansion. The master began to think about what to do best, because he knows nothing about these kingdoms. Chu Tiange decided to leave the game for a while, and cheerfully getting up from the cabin, headed towards the sofa. Along the way, the master recalled the events of immersion in the virtual world even before the official release of the game. He remembered that he had seen a fragment from the future, which talked about the great popularity of Era. Not knowing the answers to all his questions, the young master plopped down on the sofa and began to wait for the butler and assistant to return. He knew that the butler and assistant could not leave the game early, and decided to check the news on the internet. Popular news appeared on the laptop screen, and they were all, of course, about Era. The young master was reading comments under news posts, and noticed that some people were trying to boycott the game. He thought that if a bunch of people played Era and a bunch more disapproved of it, then eventually the game would really take over the world. The young master's thoughts were interrupted by the butler and assistant entering the room. They all stood at the display with a map of the Tang country, and the butler advised the master to choose any kingdom. The master thought that it really didn't matter which district he chose, because he could create his own clan. Chu Tianj was the first to study the information on the kingdom of Chang on the map. The next place was Luoyang County, where there are high-level monsters. The master remembered another district, which is the best place to depart. Suddenly, Zhou County came into Chu Tiange's mind, causing the master to think about all the counties at once. Chu Tiange was perplexed and tried to figure out which district to go to and what to choose. Assistant L asked the master if he knew the capital of the country, Tang. The master explains to the girl that the capitals of the countries in the game are hidden, and you need to look for them yourself. The butler asked the young master what he ultimately chose. After thinking a little, the master tells the butler to choose the district with the greatest advantage at the beginning of the game. The young master also said that he would try to use as much of the early game as possible. The butler interrupted the master's speech with a message about some important news. Yinli tells Chu Tianju about Zhao Xu's invitation to his party tomorrow. The master immediately recalls the dark affairs between the Zhao and Shichu associations. The butler unexpectedly invites the young master to accept the invitation and go to the party. Yinli explains to the master that perhaps this has something to do with his parents leaving, and he will be able to learn something interesting. The master, heading towards the cabin, told the butler that he accepted Zhao Xu's invitation to the banquet and would be on time. Chu Tiange plunged through the game capsule into the village of Yumi straight to the bots. As he was leaving, the master looked back and shouted to the NPC that he was leaving the village. The young master calls up the system screen to change the current location. A suddenly appeared blue glow rises upward in a column, taking the master with it. Chu Tiange suddenly grabs the teleporter and throws him up several times as he moves. Virtual residents walk the streets of the city, some on foot and some on horseback, in search of tasks. The master moved to the very center of the street, causing suspicious glances from passers-by. The game board displayed the master's congratulations on the fact that he was the first player to leave the village of the new settlement, plus a reward for this of 10,000 points. Information about the master was heard by the characters fighting on the 3rd level. While fighting the crocodiles, they did not understand how the player Chu Tiange was able to reach level 10 so quickly and leave the beginner village. The character from the 5th level also thought about the speed of completion of the levels by the master. Some characters speculated that it was people from Korea who had infiltrated their game servers. The young gentleman examined with interest the place in which he found himself, in particular its virtual settlers. The master, walking forward along the street, was greeted by the game system. Chu Tiange looked at the bots standing nearby and did not understand why they were not going to approach him. The master thought that he would not like it here if he was treated the same as in Yumi village. The young master heard someone running behind him trying to catch up with him. One of the NPCs, having caught up with the master, greeted him and expressed his joy at his arrival. The master decided that the bots were not so unfriendly. It was just their way of standing out. A young geisha, standing on the balcony of the entertainment district, invited the master to visit their establishment. The young master was slightly embarrassed by the geisha's invitation and immediately, politely declined, quickly walking forward. Chu Tiange climbed onto the roof of an abandoned building and looked around the city, half of which he had not even explored yet. The master approached a tall, colorful building, quickly realizing that this was the location of a clan of magicians. Chu Tiange stopped to take in the majesty of the task, deciding that he would now be able to open the profession subcategory of a magician. The master walked up a huge staircase leading to the statues representing the clan of magicians. The elder magicians sitting at the table were discussing whether the master belonged to their clan. The black elder said that he also expected to see a magician in the arriving player from the new village. The white elder replied that there was nothing to complain about, because they ultimately lost the battle to Chu Tianju. The master was getting closer and closer to the conversation and heard that they were talking about him. Chu Tiange noted with a smile on his face that he never expected his story to spread so far. The elders noticed the master approaching them and recognized him as the same player Chu Tiange. The young master bowed and politely greeted the elder mages. Chu Tiange informed them of his intention to register their subcategory. The elders, in complete bewilderment, just silently looked at each other. The black elder stood up and, approaching the master, said that he definitely had good taste. The elder noticed the master's thoughtful face and explained that magicians deal the greatest damage in battles, and for this reason he has good taste. The master just silently listened to the elders, who endlessly talked about his excellent choice. Chu Tiange decided to keep silent about his cunning decision to make all classes their own categories. The elder displayed the book Basic Knowledge of a Magician on the screen for the master to study. The young gentleman added to his wish that he wanted to change his qualifications. The elder told him that he must complete the Change of Qualifications quest and provide them with a letter of recommendation. He also explained to the master that he could not give him the quest on his own, since he was not a born magician, and in this case, only a letter of recommendation would help him. The white elder standing behind jumped up like mad and started shouting something. It turns out that he saw an endless number of letters of recommendation from the master, and did not understand where he got them all from. The young master, without saying anything, only remembered that he received all these letters simply by replenishing his balance. The master took out a bunch of letters of recommendation and began to list them to the elders. Chu Tiange read one of the letters about the battle mage and the invisible man, and decided that they were useless to him. The master began to quickly go through his letters of recommendation. Chu Tiange came across a letter from the lightning mage and thought that their attacks are the most destructive at long distances. Imagining the lightning mage, he thought that this would help fill the lack of attacks at these distances. The master handed over the last letter of recommendation to one of the elder magicians. A congratulation appeared on the master's monitor on his entry into the Mages Guild as a lightning mage. The master did not fully understand. Was this really the choice of subcategory? The young master hurried to visit the Healer's Guild next. The healer elder greeted Chu Tiange by placing his hand on his shoulder. The elder learned the purpose of the master's visit and said that he definitely had good taste. The young master, smiling slightly, thought that somewhere he had already heard this. The elder continued to tell the master about healers as the best of the best among the 4 subcategories. He also told the master about abilities such as the use of poison and the ability to heal. The elder asked the master that since he had chosen their subcategory, he knew how everything worked here. The young master pretended that he knew nothing about the initiation procedure and needed an explanation. Chu Tiange informed the healer elder that he also wanted to register a subcategory. The elder asked Master Chu about his decision with a grin. The elder had just begun to tell the master how powerful healers were when he interrupted him. The master quickly handed over a letter of recommendation to the surprised elder. The master's letter spoke of the power of a healer equal to carrying a first aid kit. The following congratulations on the registration of the healer class appeared on the master's monitor. The master looked straight at the huge stone statue marking the territory of the warrior clan. The elder of the warriors told Chu Tianju about the indestructible strength of the warriors, and then all actions were repeated similarly to the previous guilds. On the green part of the territory, there were scarecrows with arrows hitting them. The master arrived at the clan of shooters and listened to another fable about the 4th guild. The black elder of the magicians said that among the many subcategories, the master decided to choose them. The magicians, talking among themselves about the choice of the master, came to the conclusion that he considered them the best. The white elder of the mages offered to tell all the guilds about his new position. The black elder prepared to leave, saying that it was necessary to send out invitations to the rest of the guilds. The white magician only shouted after the black one about not disclosing the reason for the invitation, even if it would be a surprise to everyone. The elder healer received an invitation from a clan of magicians to their monastery. The invitation reached the elder warrior, and he decided that this was an excellent opportunity to talk about his new student. The archer elder, having read the invitation, grinned contentedly, imagining the expression on the faces of the rest of the clans when he told them their main news. The master, with a satisfied face, having received all 4 subcategories, was going to make a complete upgrade. With a bright flame in the very center of the building stood a tall forge. The young master approached the building, stood on the elevator platform, and began to climb up. Having risen to the entrance to the forge, the master went straight inside. Chu Tiange entered the forge and saw blacksmiths working hard there. The master decided that being at the 10th level, he must immediately replace the existing armor with a new one. One of the blacksmiths, without taking off his uniform, asked the master what brought him here. Without waiting for the master's answer, the blacksmith said that he needed new armor due to his arrival in the city, catching Chu Tiange by surprise. The blacksmith also commented on his current armor as a complete failure for his current location. For some reason, the young master thought that the blacksmith did not quite understand what he needed. The blacksmith called the young master behind him to show him the armor he had. Together they entered a large room with many different types of armor. The master quickly looked around and realized that here was armor for all 4 subclasses. The blacksmith told the young master that they did not have a suitable suit for his strength and power, but he could offer him the armor of a warrior. The blacksmith stopped at one of the suits and began to describe its characteristics. With burning eyes, the blacksmith hoped that the master would agree to this armor right now. The master only grinned slightly, saying that the armor, to put it mildly, was rather weak for him. The blacksmith decided to pull out his trump cards and show off armor that had not even been tested yet. The blacksmith walked forward with a quick step and called Chu Tianjia behind him. The blacksmith opened the protective chamber of the suit and invited the master to examine this magnificent armor. The equipment was purple level 10 armor, the King of Warriors set. The master replayed in his head the blacksmith's words about purple armor of the 10th level. Chu Tiange annoyedly informed the forge that the performance of this armor was too low for him. The blacksmith no longer knew what to offer the master, because on the 2nd floor of the forge it was the best suit. He thought that they did not have armor of a higher rank and the master was simply mocking him. Then the blacksmith asked the young master to show him armor that was worthy, in his opinion. The master easily gave an example of his armor, the characteristics of which were much higher than their purple ones. Chu Tiange emphasized that his level 1 equipment had the same characteristics as theirs at level 10. The blacksmith looked in surprise at the divine armor made especially for the ancient emperor class. The master asked the blacksmith if they had anything cooler than his armor, to which he heard the answer, no. Suddenly several blacksmiths crowded around the master. We tell him about other armor. The young master only calmly informed them that he did not need new equipment, which aroused the indignation of the blacksmith. The blacksmith, starting to shout, began to ask Chu Tiange why he had visited their forge at all. The master, after waiting a short pause, initiated the blacksmith into his plan for a complete upgrade. The blacksmith, in bewilderment, asked the master several times whether he understood the meaning of his words correctly. After thinking a little, he quickly calculated in his mind how much it would cost. The blacksmith asked the master if he was ready to shell out a fortune, because it would be incredibly expensive. He saw the master's carefree face and decided that he was making fun of him. The master did not give up and asked the blacksmith what he needed for a complete upgrade. The blacksmith replied to Chu Tianju that he needed blue rank armor for this. The master, with a smile on his face, only laughed loudly at the blacksmith's words. The blacksmith gestured to all the available armor in the room and noted how many materials were required for this. He informed the master that for a full upgrade you need to have 90 sets of blue rank. The blacksmith began to mentally calculate how many blue rank materials would be needed to improve the young master's suit. Quickly counting all the missing material, he reported this to Chu Tianju. The blacksmith did not see an urgent need to transform the existing equipment. He told the master that with this armor he would be able to reach level 30 and then improve it himself. The master was not going to retreat and said that he had the blue armor he needed for the transformation. The blacksmith, still not believing in the master's worth, inquired about the amount of armor available. The master, quickly looking at the screen, happily announced the presence of more than 1,000 materials. The blacksmith asked several times where he got so much blue armor. The young master told him about the destruction of several bosses and players, and requested a full upgrade. The blacksmith wondered if he could make such a cool upgrade. He tried to explain to Chu Tianju that it's not even a matter of the material itself, but the cost of such a transformation. The master, looking away from his monitor, immediately clarified the cost of this work. Without waiting for an answer, Chu Tiange dropped a considerable pile of gold coins in front of the blacksmith. Observing the blacksmith's reaction, the master asked whether this would be enough. Without waiting for an answer, Chu Tiange quickly clicked on the coin icon a few more times. The blacksmith, speechless, looked at the mountains of gold coins in front of him. The young master continued to dump more and more gold coins. The interlocutors stood around a huge pile of gold, and Chu Tiange was sure that this should definitely be enough. Meanwhile, work on various equipment and armor was in full swing at the forge. From the replacement forge shop, blue liquid poured down the recesses in the floor. The liquid completely filled the main workshop on the second floor of the forge. The master and the blacksmith watched the noisy launch of the main workshop of the building for the upcoming transformation. The cabin of the main workshop slowly opened, and some armor began to be visible inside. In the illumination of blue lightning, super powerful updated armor appeared. The master looked at the upgrade with delight, only adding that it was worth the money. The blacksmith was not yet fully aware of the current situation, and did not understand whether to rejoice or not. The updated armor began to slowly disappear from the main workshop cabin. The armor gradually moved on its own towards the young master, who was frozen in surprise. Chu Tiange stood menacingly in a completely upgraded and improved super powerful armor. The master was very pleased with how he looked in the new equipment. As he left, Chu Tiange thanked the blacksmith, who opened his mouth for a job well done. Master was determined to attend Zhao's event today to meet him face to face. Zhao Shu held a conference with reporters in the city, talking about associations and much more. The young master promised himself to avenge his parents and put the arrogant Zhao in his place. The butler informed the master about the arrival of the car for the trip to the banquet, and the assistant carried a suit prepared in advance for him. Elle happily announced that she had prepared a special costume for the master for this occasion. Chu Tiange gave up his pretentious outfit and called the butler to follow him. The master and the butler go to the car, and the assistant remains in charge of the Chu mansion. Having almost reached the car door, the butler stops the master to say something else. Yin Li asked Chu Tiange if he was going to reveal his game name, thereby giving himself away. The butler wants to know if he needs to prepare a specific answer in this case. The young master, getting into the car, tells Yin Li that he will sort everything out himself. In a new car, the autopilot mode automatically turns on for a comfortable trip. Chu Tiange sits in the car seat and presses the start button. The chair turns into a mini capsule with a gaming helmet and control panel. The assistant, after waiting for the car to leave the mansion, takes out a mobile phone from her pocket. Elle quickly taps on the keyboard, typing a message with the text left, and presses send. Already in the game, the master thought about the butler's words about the game name. He walked with the thought that he did not want to attract unnecessary attention to himself. Chu Tiange knew that unlike other players, he had certain privileges in Era. The young master opened the monitor and read that he could use the disguise mode to hide his true identity. Chu Tiange knows that the regime has limitations and calls his first personality simply Yi. The process of transforming the appearance of the young master begins to create a new personality. Upon completion of the transformation, the master appears in a new hidden appearance. A tramp sitting in the alley watches the scene in surprise. Chu Tiange, throwing him a couple of gold pieces, asks him to keep this little secret strictly between them. The tramp suddenly jumps up from his seat towards the master, hitting his bowl of gold coins. The young master turns towards the noise and sees a tramp running towards him. Chu Tiange shouts and asks him what is going on here. The tramp, putting his stick forward, pronounces the words, "Heaven King, Earth Tiger." The young master assumes that he has stumbled upon some kind of hidden quest. Grinning, he remembers how someone told him that handsome men are always lucky on hidden quests. While a disgruntled tramp stands behind the master, he reflects on the words he spoke. Turning to the tramp, Chu Tiange answers as if with a question, "Weather, tower, river, demon." The tramp immediately changes his face and shouts to the master that he has finally found him and they will all be saved. He lists all the actions of the master from the beginning of his appearance in the alley to the spoken secret words, and tells him that he fits the desired description. The tramp calmly comes closer to the master and calls him the hero of this country. He, placing his hands on the shoulders of the surprised Chu Tiange, informs him that the revival of the Song country is now in his hands. The master, slightly embarrassed, asks the tramp what reward awaits him for this hidden quest. The tramp replies that he will be fully rewarded, but no one will come to his aid. He continues his story, going into some detail about the revival of the country. The young master, unable to understand the role of the tramp in all this, asked him about it. The tramp gives the master a talisman with a flower and tells in detail what needs to be done. Chu Tiange still didn't understand because low-level characters couldn't fulfill these requirements. The master doubts the right choice, but still reaches for the flower talisman. Taking the talisman tightly in his hands, Chu Tiange once again said to himself what he had to do. The young gentleman was left alone in the alley, thinking that the system was too clever with the mystery of the quest. Chu Tiange went ahead, thinking that this was just another unimportant task. The master transforms back into his usual form and plans to continue quests related to his new subclasses. Half an hour later, a player is flying across the sky, aiming for that same alley. The player arriving at his destination does not understand why no one met him with instructions. The player with the iron mask on his face decides to say the secret code first. The character, still standing in the alley, says loudly, "Weather, tower, river, demon." After waiting a little, the player becomes furious that even this did not work and no one showed up anyway. Virtual residents walking around the city heard a voice screaming from an alley, "Weather, tower, river, demon!" After a couple of minutes of waiting, the player's repeated words from the alley echo over and over again throughout the city. The training of a lightning magician and the training of healers are displayed on the young master's screen. Sword training and king beast training appear next, while the master is already preparing to strike the first blow against the monsters. Chu Tiange remembers that in order to gain new skills, he must complete all these training quests. The master destroys an entire army of monsters with one blow of his spear. He is even outraged that there are such weak opponents outside this city. The young master thought that the game developers could make them stronger. Chu Tiange was about to move on when he heard the butler's voice. The master was still wearing the gaming helmet and asked whether they had arrived or not yet. The young master and the butler walked through the parking lot and looked at the Zhao estate, indulging in past memories. Chu Tiange noted that the event is planned to be quite solemn and pathetic. The butler suggested that this whole banquet was definitely somehow connected with the game. The master, looking at this whole, as he himself said, circus, guessed that Zhao Shu knew much more about the game than others. Chu Tiange, straightening the collar of his jacket, really hoped for a good evening. As he approached the gate at the main entrance, the master also remembered how Zhao dealt with the Sichu Association. Bringing the monologue in his head to its logical conclusion, Chu Tiange made a conclusion for himself about Zhao Corporation. Some short guy met the young master at the entrance to the event and asked if he was the same young head of Sichu. The guy gestured to the luxurious estate and said that Zhao Shu was already inside. Breaking into a wide smile, he was clearly about to say something else. In an arrogant voice, he informed the master that commoners like him were strictly prohibited from entering. The master, with a cool tone, asked the short guy who he was. The guy with feigned importance in his voice began to tell him that his father was an employee at Zhao's company. To such a loud statement, the master only replied that he was just another hound dog and his place was just outside. Before the guy could answer, the young master gave him a resounding slap in the face. The guy yelled at Chu Tiange, causing those around him to become interested in what was happening. Zhao Shu himself walked towards the unfolding mini-drama with a greeting. Holding a cigar in his hands, the owner of the estate asked what happened between them now. The young master struck up a conversation about the butler he knew well, the old days and their associations. At the end of the conversation, Chu Tiange walked inside the gate and, turning around, asked to teach his subordinate some manners. Zhao Shu, without allowing the guy to explain himself, slapped him with another resounding slap in the face. The owner of the estate was angry with his subordinate because he could not hold his tongue and disgraced him. The people inside, noticing the master, were discussing their Sichu Corporation among themselves. They continued to discuss the company's affairs and Chu Tiage's family as if they were not paying attention to him. One of the interviewees said that he had heard that Liu Fei herself from the Liu family would be present at the banquet. The banquet guests were interested to see the master's reaction to Liu Fei, who broke off the previously planned wedding with him. One of the guests was still worried about the topic of their conversation, because after all, Chu Tiange was also from a very influential family. The butler wanted to intervene in the conversation, but the master only asked not to pay attention to any gossip. The butler, looking at the master, decided to clarify whether he was going to ignore such talk about himself. Chu Tiange, smiling, knew for sure that he would not ignore anything, but more on that later. The young master threateningly announced that when Era reaches a new level, they will all repay them in full. Chu Tiange ordered the butler to find out the game names of all the banquet guests discussing him. Among those present, the arrival of the last, but no less important guest of the banquet, Liu Fei, was announced. The master, hearing this name, carefully turned towards the gates of the mansion. Liu Fei pathetically entered the estate along with its owner Zhao Shu. For a second it seemed that the master felt uneasy, and the guests tried to consider his reaction to the girl's arrival. Without showing it or even turning around, Chu Tiange remembered that this was just another vile woman. Liu Fei immediately recognized in the crowd, standing with his back to her, an old acquaintance of Chu. Zhao Shu, leaving the other guests, went straight to the young master. The owner of the estate scattered hypocritical apologies about the not-so-best hospitality, as he was very busy with other important matters. While the master calmly drank his hot tea, Zhao asked if he had already heard of Era. Chu Tiange reminded Zhao, who did not know this, that his parents were once directly involved in the development of the game. The owner of the estate took a drag on his cigar and proceeded to the main issue of the evening. Zhao Shu asked the departing master if he played Era and heard the answer. Sometimes. The arrogant Zhao Shu was interested in the master's answer about the sometimes ambiguous. The owner of the estate decided to clarify the game name from the young master, and he answered with a short I. Zhao Shu just thought that according to his data, there is no strong player with that name in the game. The owner of the estate smugly tells the young master after him that the game has unlimited possibilities, and he should definitely try them out. An announcement was made above the estate about the beginning of the banquet, and some important news, which the host of the banquet would now announce. Liu Fei begins to realize that the invitation to the party was not for a good time. Chu Tiange thought that the banquet guests at the estate were quite knowledgeable and something special was being prepared. The owner of the estate took his place in front of the seated guests and began with the main theme of the event. Zhao Shu said into the microphone that the reason for this banquet was the release of the famous Era. The owner of the estate also spoke about it as a game that is quickly gaining popularity in players. He, of course, did not miss the opportunity to touch upon the enormous financial capabilities of Era. The guests listened very carefully to Zhao's speech, and, applauding him, fully supported him. One of the guests shouted endless praise at the owner of the estate. Other guests were already ready to join the ranks of Zhao Shu and learn from him. Zhao Shu, with an intriguing look, announced that he had an initial plan of action, and therefore gathered them all here today. Liu Fei admired the host of the banquet and mentally compared young Master Chu and Zhao Shu. Chu Tiange, without taking his eyes off, listened attentively to the speech of his old friend. Zhao also talked about how the game has an incredible impact on the entire financial market of their country. He also added to the guests listening to him that they needed to unite to implement some amazing plan. Zhao Shu, taking a proud stance, said that we need to invest in the game together to conquer the whole country. He explained that by conquering one country, they would control millions of players. At the end of the story of his insidious plan, the host of the banquet added that in the end, each of them would have an uncountable amount of money. The guests, fired up by such a delightful idea, began to shout out their agreement one by one. A minute later, almost all the invited persons began to loudly approve of such an elegant plan. Zhao listened from the stage to numerous approvals from the guests for his plan and was very happy about it. The host of the banquet did not take his eyes off the main guest of his party. He was sure that everything was going according to plan, and the young master would also agree to participate in this. Zhao Shu was about to continue his loud speech, but suddenly the master interrupted him. The young master abruptly stood up from his seat, which attracted the attention of those around him. He got ready to leave and said goodbye that he had a lot to do, and regretted that he would not be able to participate in this event. Chu Tiange, along with his butler Yin Li, silently walked away. Zhao, of course, did not like this behavior of the master and tried to somehow stop him, but it was all in vain. The host of the banquet was seriously angry, and said that this was all for commercial purposes. Zhao Shu added that the master should not remember past grievances between their associations and think about the main goal of the evening. The master only replayed in his head the idea that in the end the whole point of the plan was to lure out money. For some reason, Chu Tiange was confident that Zhao would easily, having accepted money from him, rally with others to expel him. The guests, one after another, went over to Zhao's side and told the master about his stupid decision. Chu Tianju, looking at all of them, found it funny to remember how they once relied heavily on his Shichu Corporation. The master also remembered that he was worried about the former employees of the Shichu Association, but quickly realized that it was in vain. Amid the ridicule of the guests, Chu Tiange and the butler walked away from the event. The young master suddenly stopped when he heard a familiar voice. Liu Fei herself moved directly towards the master, shouting at him that he was unable to appreciate the luck that had now befallen him. She was determined to convince the master, and shouted to him that if he refused, he would disgrace his parents. Chu Tiange immediately stopped quickly and froze in place. The master asked Liu Fei in a calm but at the same time intimidating voice what she just said. Chu Tiange quickly turned to all the guests there, and they saw the growing anger on the young master's face. The master looked straight into the eyes of the impudent girl, who was already noticeably frightened and regretted everything she had said. Chu Tiange quickly collected his thoughts and decided to tell everyone who else among them was actually a blind fool. He addressed the entire public at once with an offer to look at themselves if they wanted to see a hopeless fool. The young master decided to make a mini-speech so that no one else would dare bother him with such statements. Chu Tiange tells the listening guests about this brilliant investment plan. Turning to Zhao standing behind him, the master asked how much he planned to invest himself. Zhao didn't have time to answer anything when the master intercepted the conversation and continued asking if he had $3 billion. Zhao Shu quickly thought that even with a lot of money, he would not be able to quietly invest even $3 billion in the game. The young master looked at Zhao's face full of doubts with a smile. Chu Tiange asked all the guests which of them could invest $1 billion in the game. The banquet guests just silently looked at each other in confusion when they heard such a sum. The master decided to take a lower bar and asked who could invest more than $100 million. The guests continued to silently look at each other and only a few raised their hands up. At this moment, Chu Tiange told them that in the end they would only be able to collect a few billion. The young gentleman told the guests that he now has $3 billion plus fund accounts, and asked them why he should get involved in this incomprehensible matter. The guests, including Liu Fei, were visibly surprised by the master's statement. The master thought that none of them would be able to find out how much money he had already invested in the game. Chu Tiange, taking a fighting position, decided to pull out a trump card from his sleeve. The young master showed a check for $3 billion, which he brought here with him. In front of everyone, he tore up the check, explaining that none of them were really ready to plan anything. The master, having finished his victorious speech, said that he would no longer waste his time on them and would immediately leave. Zhao Shu, who of course did not expect such a turn of events, was simply furious at the master's arrogant behavior. The host of the banquet quickly took his place on the stage and told everyone that the master did not even take the game seriously. He told the guests that the game would show its true face and then Master Chu would crawl at his feet. Zhao Shu decides to talk about what he considers his ingenious investment plan. He talks about the acquisition of several large guilds and the further development of skilled players. In conclusion, the banquet host adds that the main purpose of the plan is for the famous player Chu Tiange to join them. Zhao says that by accepting such a strong player, they will benefit. Zhao also assures that with Chu Tiange, he will attract a huge number of players, which causes further approval from the public. Liu Fei coquettishly recalls that player Chu Tiange had already invested more than $100 million before the game was released. Madame Fei would really like to know who this player Chu Tiange really is, but she is sure of one thing. He is definitely cooler than the arrogant young Master Chu. There is a broadcast with a certain player on the territory of Gangyam University. From the screen, the character speaks about the possibilities of unlimited desires for everyone involved in the game. The guy sitting at the table without looking up from his phone screen said that his only desire is cute girls. A long-legged girl walked past the table, which immediately attracted the attention of a guy playing on the phone. The guy didn't even notice how two people approached him and asked something. From the familiar voice, the guy turned around sharply and saw in front of him old friends, whom he called Big and Third Brother. The guys, seeing their friend's confused face, continued to joke. A group of guys greeted each other cheerfully as they prepared to place an order. The guys each ordered a relaxing drink from the waiter. The guys sat down at a table together and began to remember the last time they saw each other. The third brother said that they haven't seen each other since Big Brother's family got into trouble. Frowning, the third brother asked the young master what happened to him then. The second brother also joined the conversation, agreeing with the third brother's question. The third brother told the master in all seriousness that if necessary, he was ready to give his life for him. The young master was amused by such a friendly atmosphere, and he offered to drink to their long-awaited meeting. Clinking their bottles loudly, the guys drank their drinks while sitting at the table. The master decided to turn his attention away from himself and asked how his sworn brothers were doing. Chu Tiange continued to make friendly jokes at second brother. The master turned his gaze to the third brother and inquired about his affairs. The third brother, taking a lighter from his pocket, told him about his small business. He also told the master that he was going to sell all his assets and make a good bet on Era. Suddenly, the second brother jumped up and began to reproach the third for obvious stupidity. The second brother continued his speech until the master interrupted him, asking if the third brother had any specific plan. The third brother said how difficult it has become to maintain a real business now when people around are buying virtual goods. He continued to talk about how people are willing to spend more and more of their money on virtual purchases. The third brother also suggested that virtual reality will soon be able to fully satisfy people's needs. He told all this quite convincingly, backing it up with real facts. The master thought that even without being a player, the third brother was good at this. The third brother talked about his old childhood dream and clarified that with the help of Era, he could make it come true. He concluded by adding that he wants to spend a few years playing the game and if it fails, start the business from scratch. The young master liked the idea of the third brother, supporting him. He said that he would wait for him in the land of dance in the city of Chang. The second brother stood up abruptly and said that he also supported him, although he did not fully understand what was being said. He also said that he would be waiting for him in the land of songs and would help him walk through the game, since he was definitely a better player than his big brother. The third brother, grinning, replied that it was better to go to the land of dance to big brother. The second brother, clearly perplexed, looked at his friends. The third brother explained to him that the big brother would be more reliable in all matters. The friends laughed loudly and continued to merrily drink their drinks. Two girls walked past a noisy group sitting at a table. The young master, calmly sipping his drink, noticed one of the girls out of the corner of his eye. The girl passing by the company turned out to be his very same partner from the game Newbie. The master, after thinking a little about where he could have seen her, remembered that he had once studied with her in high school. Chu Tiange was surprised that after so many years they met right here and now. The young master immediately remembered his partner from the game and compared her to his school friend. Lin Ziyu, that was Newbie's name in reality, not noticing a single empty table, invited her neighbor to leave. At the same time, a tall guy in a business suit entered the establishment. Neighbor Lin Ziyu, making a surprised face, recognized this guy as young Master Li and quickly said something about a coincidence. Master Li, without taking his eyes off Lin Ziyu, played along with his neighbor on the topic of coincidence and added that coincidences were by no means accidental. As if nothing had happened, Master Li asked the girls if they were pursuing the same goal in this establishment. Looking around, he happily invited the girls to join him at a free table. Lin Ziyu did not like this proposal, and justifying her departure with business, she headed for the exit. The neighbor was not going to give up so easily and tried to stop her hot-tempered friend. Coming very close to Lin Ziyu, she reminded her of her money problems and the unlimited capabilities of Master Li. Lin Ziyu was clearly upset by her neighbor's corruption. The neighbor did not miss the opportunity to remind her friend about the possible closure of her credit account in an instant. She also hinted that young Master Li was clearly interested in Lin Ziyu. Not to be outdone, the neighbor began to talk about various loan funds and the consequences of her borrowing. Finally angry, Lin Ziyu quickened her pace, announcing that she did not need anyone's help. Chu Tiange watched as Master Li tried to stop Lin Ziyu, who clearly wanted to leave. The young master did not like what was happening between these guys at all. The second brother also recognized the girl as a school friend and noticed Master Li's obvious advances. Rising from the table, the second and third brothers decided to take a closer look at the unfolding drama. The young master quickly commanded them to return to their seats and pretend that they had not noticed anything. Chu Tiange asked his friends to ignore the brawl and look at him. Master Li continued to pester Lin with his excessive persistence. Starting to shout, young Master Li informed Lin of his serious intentions. Lin just turned away from him and quickly said that she already had a boyfriend. Master Li was clearly not ready for such an answer and was even confused for a couple of minutes. He silently, but with obvious reproach, stared at neighbor Lin, as if demanding an explanation. The neighbor picked up the conversation and began asking Lin what she was talking about, because she would know if she actually had a boyfriend. Master Li approached the poor girl strongly, reproaching her for her obvious deception. Young Master Chu entered the game, quickly approaching the talking trio. He, placing his hand on Lin's shoulder, asked why she never told him about her classmates. Lin Ziyu also recognized the young master as a school friend and did not understand what he was doing here. She quickly got used to the role and began to tell Master Chu that he should have contacted her long ago, to which he replied something about the dead phone. Lin gestured to her neighbor Xu Rong, introducing her to her new boyfriend. She also introduced young Master Li and Chu Tiange politely greeted everyone. Master Li realized what an awkward situation was developing and decided to leave before problems began. Chu Tiange was not going to let Master Li go so easily, and grabbing him by the jacket, invited him to stay with them for a drink. Master Li, in confusion, began to talk about urgent many plans and that he had to leave immediately. Chu Tiange, still tightly gripping Master Li's hand, suggested that they meet alone next time. The young master finally let Master Li go, and Lin told her neighbor to take care of her dear master. Young Master Li was furious at being treated so carelessly and insultingly, but he did not dare to say anything. While he was moving away from the standing Lin and Chu Tianja, neighbor Xu Rong quickly moved after him. One of young Master Chu's friends noted his brilliant work. Looking at Chu and Ling standing together, the second brother asked them when they managed to become close so quickly. Chu Tiange and Ling Ziyu just looked at each other silently, not knowing how to respond. The young master invited Lin to sit with them, arguing that it was a long separation. In a dark alley around the corner of the bar, Master Li was threatening his neighbor Xu Rong. Xu Rong tried to justify herself to young Master Li, saying only that she had never heard of the Lin guy. Master Li immediately flared up, because he spent a lot of money on her so that she could help set him up with Lin. The neighbor couldn't think of anything better than to assume that her boyfriend was not her boyfriend at all. Young Master Li seemed to be very encouraged by this thought, and began to think about something. 3 friends and their new companion were sitting at a table and, while devouring dinner, were heatedly discussing something. Lin Ziyu started a conversation about a classmate who was previously a gaming expert. Second brother confirmed Lin's words, but he didn't expect that big brother could be a good player either. During the conversation, Lin also mentioned luck, which is undoubtedly indispensable. She immediately remembered the player Chu Tiange and his incomparable help to her just like that. The second brother said that he has nothing against luck, but the ability and skill of the player is much more important. He loudly boasted that he already had 5 blue equipment in the game. The guys sitting at the next table, hearing the second brother's speech, were surprised by the presence of so much blue equipment. The second brother, folding his arms across his chest, was undoubtedly proud and pleased with himself. Lin immediately remembered when Chu Tiange suggested that she transform her suit, and she changed more than 10 blue outfits in a row. The girl was amused by the situation in which she found herself, and she tried her best to restrain herself. The young master, in turn, thought that even having a set of divine equipment, he calmly kept silent about it. The second brother, having finished boasting, turned his attention to the strange behavior of the master and Lin. Lin remembered with interest that she did not recognize his game name from the master and wanted to quickly correct this. The young master did not want to reveal his cards and said that it was a secret, thereby slightly upsetting the curious girl. At the most unexpected moment for herself, Lin for some reason thought about the player Chu Tiange. The master looked in bewilderment at Lin, who was desperately trying to get something out of her head. The girl got up from the table, thanking for the help and company, saying that she needed to return home. Lin sweetly waved her hand goodbye to her savior. The second brother began to say obscenities to the leaving girl, but the young master immediately stopped him. Chu Tiange again focused on the main topic of the evening and continued their conversation. The master asked the third brother to choose the country of Tang and meet in the city of Chang. The young master also invited the second brother to continue his game in the land of songs. Chu Tiange offered to give second brother some money after leaving the newcomer village. The second brother hesitated and told the big brother that he couldn't do it. The young master did not let the second brother finish speaking, saying that this was not all. Chu Tiange explained to him that he would give him money for a reason, and thereby invest in him. The second brother hesitated a little, but still agreed with his old friend's proposal. He optimistically told big brother that he wouldn't waste his money. A group of strangers was quickly approaching the table of the sitting trio. The guy sitting nearby recognized the strangers as unpleasant types from the area. Young Master Li watched the name brothers from around the corner, waiting for something interesting. The second brother noticed how one of the strangers grabbed a bottle and was already aiming in their direction. The young master, completely calm, silently turned around to see what the second brother was talking about. The gang of strangers, seeing who was in front of them, turned slightly pale and stopped. The master stood up from the table and slowly began to approach the gang with a menacing look. The strangers quickly remembered their previous brawl from which they emerged defeated. The group of strangers were visibly frightened and were about to run. The master decided to ask the guys who came if they had come for revenge. The leader of the gang immediately began to assure Chu Tiange that they had not even thought about it. The master, breaking into a smile, asked why they grabbed the bottles. The strangers quickly began to consume the contents of the bottles, and their leader replied that they had simply come to apologize for the past. Young Master Li, hiding around the corner, did not understand why his plan was collapsing before his eyes, and instead of a massacre, he saw them all together, cheerfully drinking drinks. A group of strangers, having gotten pretty drunk, asked the young master if they could leave already. Chu Tiange did not even intend to stop them, and the gang immediately started running. The second brother did not understand why the master did not even find out who sent them for such a vile deed. The third brother commented on the situation in a way that was in the kind style of big brother. The young master told his friends that he had already taken care of the gift to the one who arranged all this and was not at all going to just leave it like that, because all Dolans are responsible for their vile deeds. Young Master Li angrily slammed his fist on the brick wall of the alley. He sat in the alley, kneeling on one knee, having already received the gift of the young master. The young master was furious that he was punished by those whom he himself had sent, although he had a big name. Leaning against the wall, with trembling fingers, he called a certain brother wolf. At the other end of the line, someone was clarifying the details of such a late call. The young master reported the incident and asked him to help for some payment for him and his people. Young Master Chu, not suspecting anything, calmly crossed the road. The caller, Master Li, was informed that reinforcements would soon arrive and sort things out. The master stopped in the middle of the road, noticing the menacing guys standing with weapons. Opposite Chu Tiange stood a bouncer with a scar, and hiding behind his shoulder, the cowardly Li, pointing to the master as his offender. The bouncer, assuming a menacing appearance, began the conversation with threats and insults. The young gentleman said that he was not afraid of any petty hooligans, and knew only a tiger from the street. The bouncer, breaking into a smile, asked what kind of tiger we were talking about. After a couple of seconds, the full meaning of what had been said dawned on him, and he became angry that he was called some kind of petty hooligan, as if he were a petty teenager. Young Master Lee intervened in the conversation with a detailed explanation of who was in front of him now. The master was not afraid of any threats and continued to taunt his brother Wolf. Master Lee, I don't know the whole truth. Hoped for a quick reprisal against Master Chu. Brother Wolf picked up his bat and started shouting at Chu Tianju that he would regret everything he just said. The bouncer, before he could take a single step, froze in place, blinded by the headlights of an approaching van. The van, accompanied by several other cars, stopped at the side of the road. At that moment, the bouncer recognized Lord Tiger's car, which he already knew well. The gang of bouncers along with Master Lee were surrounded by formidable guards. None other than Lord Tiger himself stepped out of the car slowly and with a serious look. Lord Tiger approached the standing master, noticing the frightened faces of the hooligans. The bouncer immediately changed his face and in a squeaky voice asked what brought the majestic lord here. The Tiger Lord bowed politely to the young master and asked him something quietly. Everyone standing nearby and observing this picture was very surprised. The master, with a cheerful smile, introduced to his ill-wishers the very tiger he had mentioned earlier. The bouncer finally understood what kind of tiger he was talking about, and what a high position the young Master Chu had, since the Lord himself worshipped and obeyed him. Lord Tiger asked the young master what these little people wanted from him. Master Lee quickly realized the situation he found himself in and shouted about his immunity, and that they would definitely look for him. Unable to bear it, the bouncer himself gave the chatty Lee a resounding slap in the face. As he left, the young master said that they could do whatever they wanted with them, as long as they did not appear in the city again. Brother Wolf, falling to his knees, began to beg for forgiveness and mercy. Realizing that no one would help him here, he began to shout for salvation to the young master. Chu Tiange quickly disappeared behind the door of his van without turning around. The butler turned to the tiger that he would accompany the master and leave everything here to him. Lord Tiger, calling the butler a generous man, only thanked him for everything that had happened. The entire company of ill-wishers wept and begged for mercy from everyone they could. The cars started up and drove off, leaving their people to deal with the scoundrels. Brother Wolf and the rest of the offenders were still looking at the retreating cars in hope. A gang of ill-wishers, looking at Master Chu's formidable friends, clearly understood what awaited them now. On the game screen of the master, completed quests were displayed one after another. Chu Tiange was walking around the city and wanted to find something else to do. The master went to a forum where they were discussing Old Omar, a player who warned him about an ambush in the Hulu Valley. Further actions of the game take place in the village of Yumi, where the young master went. New recruit Hyun Woo, who was in the village, menacingly called out to a player named Old Omar. Together with his thugs, he approached him and began to shout how dare he reveal the plans of their guild. Old Omar, noticeably frightened, began to say that in the end, Chu Tianj did not listen to him and entered the valley anyway. Hyun Woo, with growing anger, replied that this was exactly what was being discussed. He pointed out to the player a big mistake, because the master entered the valley, they were ridiculed by the entire era. Hyun Woo still wouldn't let up and shouted to Old Omar about imminent reprisals and cruel revenge. He warned Omar that he would be under surveillance, which would harass him until he finally left the game forever. Hyun Woo laughed loudly and said that even if he warned Chu Tiange, it would not help him in any way, and no one would come to save him. He warned the player Omar that he would set him as an example for others to avoid this in the future. Old Omar decided that he was doomed, because the master himself was unlikely to remember him, and if he did, he would not be able to enter the village and help him in any way. Suddenly, an active teleportation platform appeared not far from Omar. The NPC quickly rushed towards the teleport, because they already knew who had arrived. Old Omar, watching what was happening, thought that such a scene seemed familiar to him. At the main gate of Yumi village, none other than Master Chu himself appeared. The obsessive bots, out of habit, hung on the master, shouting how much they missed him. The master did not pay attention to the NPC, because he came here for a completely different purpose. Chu Tiange, noticing Old Omar, motioned for him to come over to him. Old Omar did not expect such a turn of events and was overjoyed. Master Chu Tianj was walking towards an old friend for an upcoming conversation. He asked Omar if it was true what was written on the forum, and that the Guild of Blasphemers had come to get even with him. Old Omar just cried and said that there was no need to come back here for his sake. The young master put his hand on his shoulder and assured him that he had nothing to worry about anymore. Chu Tianj explained to his old friend that it was not difficult for him and this was his duty of honor. Old Omar said that he did not make such sacrifices and did not suffer at all here. Clenching his fists tightly, he promised the master that in the future he would be loyal only to him. The young master asked Old Omar to list all the guild members who had offended him. Master Chu's old friend didn't understand why he needed this information, and most importantly, what he was going to do with it. The master, without saying a word, went to the village and called everyone to follow him. The virtual villagers, noticing the master, began to argue about how he managed to return to the village of newcomers. New recruit Hen heard about this news and was a little surprised. Hyun-woo was sure that Chu's return would not last long, and he would not linger here for the sake of some old Omar. At the house of the village head Yu-mi, many people gathered at the table, including the young master and his friend. He explained to the head the current situation with his friend, and his inability to calmly leave the village of newcomers. Village head Yumi was clearly outraged by what he had just heard. Chu Tiange asked the head if he could give the guild members any quests. The head told him that issuing quests was not a problem, but he had no reward for them. The young master, after thinking a little, suggested rewarding them with gold coins. Chu Tiange offered 100,000 gold for each name on his list as a reward. Village head. Yumi began to quickly click on the screen and do something. While old Omar was admiring what was happening, the master shouted to attract his attention. Chu Tiange asked to make a list of hooligans by name and to contact the head directly for help in the future. The head of the village turned to the master with the idea that it was necessary to give at least some name to the quest. Chu Tiange briefly thought about what name would be suitable for such a task. With childish joy, he told everyone the name of the quest: Extermination of Dogs. Some players had already heard about the master's return to the village and were speculating about what might happen to them. They decided that even if Chu Tiange decided to get even with them, they would continue to monitor old Omar in the safe zone. One of the talking players heard someone's footsteps right behind them. Other players talked among themselves about having found those to whom it was time to say goodbye. They furiously rushed towards the talking players, shouting and wielding weapons. Right at the main gate of the village, sparks and lightning flew from strong impacts. The players who defeated some members of the blasphemous guild moved away. The recruit learned about what had happened and was furious, not believing that someone dared to go against their powerful guild. While Hen was talking to himself about revenge, he heard the sound of arrows flying straight at him. The next player completed the Destruction of Dogs quest and received 300 gold as a reward, as promised. Once on the rebirth field, one of the members of his guild headed towards Hyun-woo. They definitely could not allow anyone to deal with them so easily. In the city of Cheong, being at the 12th level, the master attacked the beast area. He easily dealt with the insignificant swamp puppets one by one. The master knew that he did not need quests to level up and could train on his own. Chu Tiange noted the high attack and defense of the swamp puppets, and would not wish an ordinary player to end up here. A whole horde of angry enemies flew at Master Chu in one leap. Chu Tiange, with his usual agility, attacked all the monsters with a lightning-fast zigzag. A notification from the system about a hanging friend request came to the wizard's screen. Chu Tiange looked at the monitor in bewilderment and tried to understand how this was possible, since he had limited the ability to add himself as a friend. Even at the beginning of the game, Chu Tiange completely blocked all incoming friend requests. The master saw a notification that his second player Yi was being added as a friend by a certain Ching Ching. Chu Tiange accepted the incoming request and saw a message on the screen saying that it was Liu Fei himself. The young gentleman with a jubilant face opened a correspondence with a very unpleasant person for him. A correspondence began between longtime acquaintances regarding the level of the master. The master felt funny, given the fact that Liu Fei did not know with whom she was actually corresponding. She wasn't going to be left behind and tried to find out what equipment was available to him. The GM saw another incoming request from a player with the stupid name Money Makes You Stylish. The player with the sticky name turned out to be Zhao Shu, who was still trying to win him over to his side. The master did not understand why he did not want to leave him behind, because he had clearly stated his position regarding his stupid plan. After corresponding a little more with the annoying Zhao, the master decided to call it a day. Chu Tiange displayed a list of available functions and quickly clicked on the block icon. The young master walked through the forest, thinking about the game, its meaning, and intrusive enemies. Chu Tiange stopped abruptly when he saw either a player or a bot nearby. The master opened a system to search for information about a stranger who turned out to be a bot. Chu Tiange was going to find out from the NPC called Secret Merchant if he had any good things to sell. Leaving a trail of fire around himself, he rushed closer to the unfamiliar bot. Approaching as close as possible, the master stopped to greet. The Secret Merchant, with a huge bag over his shoulders, told the young master that he was lucky because he had met him now. The NPC invited Chu Tianju to take a look at his goods, pointing out the obvious benefits of purchasing from him. The Secret Merchant also said that you can look at the goods only after a certain payment. Master Chu inquired about the cost of viewing all available products at once. The Secret Merchant named the price for reviewing various goods, and the master quickly handed him a bag of gold. The NPC, seeing a bag with 100 gold coins, happily allowed him to look at all the available goods. The Secret Merchant was sure that the player standing in front of him would not be able to afford to buy from him, and rejoiced at the spoils. The NPC opened a list of all his goods on the screen and told the master that, unfortunately, not everyone has the opportunity to purchase them. Various items from a sword to gems with different values appeared on the screen. After looking at these goods, the master scrolled further to the evaluation scroll and disc. The secret merchant, leafing through his goods, simultaneously praised it to the examining master. Suddenly, the young master stopped at one of the goods, unable to believe his eyes. A mythical egg worth 2 million gold coins appeared on the screen. The master shouted with delight about the low price of such an important product, which greatly surprised the merchant. Chu Tianj, having looked through all the available goods, told the merchant that he wanted to buy from him. The secret merchant became worried because he had lowered the price of many goods without even expecting that the master would be able to buy anything. The master began to select goods on the screen one by one, quickly paying for them. Chu Tiange did not miss the opportunity to remind the bot about the low price of the product. The young master continued at his fast pace to buy up all the remaining goods. After some time, the mysterious merchant looked sadly at his empty shelves. Chu Tiange, without hesitation for a long time, sent the secret merchant to the revival field. In a hall with dim lighting, very serious people gathered around a large table. One of those sitting at the table was Zhang Zhe, who was hoping for help from sponsors. Zhang Zhe stood up from the table and headed to the gaming chair to demonstrate his capabilities to sponsors. Sitting down in a chair, he told the guests that he hoped for their understanding and interaction. Zhang Zhe put on the gaming nano-glasses and began immersing himself in virtual reality. The leader of the Guild of Blasphemers, sitting on a cliff, had a conversation with his subordinates. He informed the team that they now had the topaz gemstone. The leader assessed the stone and was able to insert his weapon to increase damage by 1%. The speech of the guild leader was broadcast on the screen, where he talked about the power and value of the stones. The rookie noticed that the number of their viewers had increased to huge numbers and reported this to the main one. One of the players watching the broadcast got excited about the idea of finding gems. The recruit, surprised by what he saw, tells the main one that there are more than 1 million viewers. The guild leader was clearly pleased with himself and the attention he had attracted. The head of the guild also said that in the near future there will be no stone higher than the 3rd level anywhere. The characters watching the broadcast were surprised by this statement. The leader tried to explain his vision on this matter to the players listening to him. He said that the ratio of gems was 5-to-1, which would require a lot of components. The leader, based on past experience in games, also said that it was simply not profitable for Era to have a stone higher than the 4th level. On live television, the head of the guild said that if this happened, he would slap himself in the face in front of everyone. At the same time, the system notified that the richest player, Chu Tiange, had just received a level 5 stone. 3 gems that young Master Chu owned appeared on the monitor. The guild leader was still recovering from the shocking news, and at this time on the other side of the screen, he was loudly reminded of his promise. The sponsors Zhang Zhe invited, seeing what was happening in the game, left the room and denied the possibility of cooperation with them. There was only one secretary left in the meeting room, watching the boss immersed in the game. She tried to shout to Zhang Zhe that the sponsors had already left with a refusal. The guild leader was completely at a loss and did not fully understand what had just happened. He quickly brought up the system alert again and studied it carefully. The 3 level 5 gems appeared on the monitor again. The guild leader was forced to admit his mistake regarding the gems. He was about to leave the live broadcast when he heard screams from those watching his broadcast. The guild leader had no choice but to fulfill his promise and loudly slap himself on the cheek, leaving a red mark. A white van carrying a craftsman was rushing along the road at high speed. The butler quickly turned to the young master and told him the important news. Yin Li told Chu Tianju that they had someone on their tail for a very long time. The young master expected such a turn of events and was not at all surprised. Looking out the window, he silently wondered who could support the Zhao family and how they were related to his parents. The master also suggested that all this is somehow connected with those 30 billion from the Zhao Association. Late at night, after the banquet ended, something was happening in the Zhao estate. Zhao Shu listened silently to something and only thought about what move to make next. A dark figure could be seen on the screen, informing the people listening to him that he was no longer cooperating with them. One of those present there loudly declared that they would take all necessary measures to implement the plan. So he added that he would do anything, even if he came to sacrifice someone. After finishing his menacing speech, the man looked straight at the frightened Zhao Shu. The unknown man on the screen also added that the player Chu Tiange is extremely important to them. The rest of those present in the hall did not understand why they needed this guy, given their influential position and huge fortune. The frightened Zhao Shu also didn't understand why they were willing to risk everything and everyone for some Chu guy. Everyone sitting at the table looked at Zhao with contempt and blamed him for their shameful failure. Zhao Shu was terribly angry with Master Chu, because of him he had disgraced himself in front of the entire family. One of Zhao Shu's family members asked the man on the screen if this Chu was so important to them. The man on the screen was outraged by such an impudent question, because he had already told them everything. He also added that everything is closely connected, including the young master and Era. Zhao Shu, perplexed, was still trying to figure out what secrets this young master was hiding. The stranger on the screen added that they did not need to go into detail and just carry out the orders they received. He also mentioned what role they play in building their corporation and what they owe to them. Finally, the stranger ordered the player Chu Tiange to be found and captured. The entire Zhao Shu family obediently agreed and bowed to the secret man. All the people in the room expected a complete disconnection of communication with the stranger. The head of the Shu family, after finishing his conversation with the superior boss, attracted everyone's attention. He screamed and charged at the others with the order they had all just received. Zhang Shu, having come to his senses, finally rejoiced at the opportunity to get even with Chu Tiange. The head of the family, with a menacing look, ordered everyone to immediately begin to act. The master's white vans continued to drive along the road between the other cars. Chu Tiange asked the butler if all the necessary preparations had been completed. Having heard a positive answer, the master ordered the show to begin. He was determined and wanted to see what his opponents were capable of. The butler activated the system inside the van to execute the plan. Through the intercom, Yin Li ordered someone to begin the operation. Two vans driving behind each other suddenly merged into one car. Those watching the young master clearly did not expect this, and were extremely surprised. The vans, united into one, quickly rushed forward along the highway. The master sat back contentedly, enjoying his plan. The vans, rushing at breakneck speed, instantly become disconnected and go in different directions. One of the guys watching the master, a guy from another car, commanded into the earphone to begin the execution. At the same time, somewhere nearby, sports races began. A long-haired girl with a black and yellow flag in her hand was preparing to announce the start of the race. The Zhao family, after a short break, gathered again at the negotiating table. With their heads bowed, they languidly waited for an answer from their subordinates. Finally, one of the family members' cell phone rang. The head of the family immediately rushed towards the telephone, announcing the call from their people. With a slight movement of his hand, he clicks on the answer button and immediately asks about their plan. The guy in despair informs his boss about their detention by the city police patrol. The head of the family demands from his subordinate to hear only one thing: a successful operation. Unfortunately for them, the guy tells why they were detained and about the failure of the plan. The head of the family realized with annoyance that they had lost their secrecy, and there would be certain consequences for such a failure. He remembered the former existence of the great Heizen clan, famous for its power and influence over the entire city. After the Heizen clan failed to carry out the plan given to them by the same secret boss, they were never heard from again. The young master's two vans were speeding along the highway towards the mansion. The butler told Chu Tianju that he had received information about those who attempted to assassinate him. He also clarified that nothing interesting was found on them, and to the police they introduced themselves as just ordinary racers. And since racing was taking place nearby, they believed him. The master thought a little, and realized that they couldn't take them so easily, and they needed more information about these people. He thought that this was too arrogant an act, and in the future he needed to be more attentive to his opponent's sixes. The butler tried in every possible way to protect the young master from trouble, advising him to stay away from all sorts of troubles. Chu Tiange only cheerfully replied that everything was fine, and Yin Li didn't like it at all, because he was worried about his life. The butler still insisted that they shouldn't get involved in something like this, since next time they might not leave so easily. The master, knowing Yin Li's attitude towards himself, nevertheless checked with him whether he would protect him if necessary. The butler, without saying a word, only nodded approvingly in response. The master knew that the butler only seemed so harmless and kind, and remembered a moment from his childhood. About 12 years ago, he and his father watched as Yin Li took down a dozen gangsters on his own. Little Master Chu carefully watched the scene. The father told the little master to remember the unsurpassed strength of his uncle, who was a master of martial arts. Chu Tiange remembered the promise he made to his father that evening about his uncle to keep it all a secret. Without meaning to, the young master revived in his head the images of his parents who had left him. He understood that the Shu clan had something to do with his parents' departure, but he did not have enough evidence against them. Clenching his fist tightly, he promised himself to get to the bottom of the truth, whatever it may be. Chu Tiange knew that Era was involved in all this, and his main mission in the game was to find the truth. The master sincerely believed that he was close to the solution and would definitely find out everything. The game takes place in the city of Chang to the Tessellation Guild, which processes expensive materials. 3 guild elders have gathered together and are loudly arguing about something. One of them claims that his unit is the best in their guild. The second one answers him that their work is not so great and unique. The third, supporting the first, talks about the complexity and importance of their work. All 3 continue to argue with each other, trying to figure out which of them is better. The master went straight to the voices and got to the most interesting part of the conversation. Not wanting to be a part of the showdown, he tells them that he will return when they are finished. The elders immediately recognize Chu Tiange and shouted him to stop. They immediately head in his direction, saying that he appeared on time as never before. A bright fire lights up in the eyes of the elders, which scares the young master a little. He is trying to somehow get out of the current situation and wonders if he can help them with something. One of the elders asks the master if he really received 3 level 5 gems at once. He proudly states that they will personally help install all the stones for free. The master does not understand why the elders personally want to do this for him for free. The elder explains that this is a good opportunity for them to further declare themselves the best of the guild. One of them wonders what will happen if they do the same job. The master understands the intentions of one of the elders regarding the purpose of the stone, which decreases in its preciousness. The young master cheerfully thinks that all his luck lies in his beauty. The elders take the stones from the master and discuss their purpose for each item. One of the elders notices that all stones are divine. All three, bending over the stones, think about only one thing: they cannot do without each other's knowledge. The first elder gets to work and swings his sledgehammer over the stone. Something similar to a fiery flash occurs, which has a blinding effect. The master, gritting his teeth, would like the work to be done a little more gently, but says nothing. The first elder continues to hit the gem with the sledgehammer. Another fiery flash occurs, rising upward in a high column. The young master displays information on the screen about increasing critical damage by as much as 7%. The master, looking at the screen, already knows that this value usually reaches a maximum of 5. The second elder, taking his sledgehammer, is ready to get to work. He embeds the gem in the right place and swings. With blazing eyes, the elder delivers a powerful blow to the table with the stone. Bright purple electric lightning bolts with rings appear above the table. The master again checks the information about the second stone, where luck also increases by 7%. Chu Tiange is again surprised that instead of 5, his luck increased by 7. The second elder offers to declare his work the best among all. The third elder definitely does not agree with the second elder's decision. He says it's too early to judge the final winner among them since he hasn't even started yet. The third elder seems to be hinting that he will do a much better job. The second elder assures him of defeat, since the stone he received is of the lowest value. The master begins to worry that he may refuse to process the third and last stone. The third elder is not going to give up so easily and takes the stone from Chu Tiange. The first elder mockingly expects his failure and is ready to watch it. The third elder slowly opens his palm and looks at the stone. In his hand is a precious stone, shimmering brightly in the light. The second elder, in complete surprise, recognizes the rainbow stone in the jewel. The first elder is obviously against processing this stone, and loudly talks about it to everyone. The elders start a dispute among themselves, because this stone can only be used at the 6th level. The master notices that the third elder is not going to give up, which is to his advantage. The third elder swings a sledgehammer and makes several powerful blows at once. Electric streaks of lightning rise high into the air with a fiery trail. The GM quickly checks how much critical damage has increased this time. The third elder increases damage by as much as 8% with his work. The master, noticing the gloomy faces of the other elders, asks them what was wrong. Those not wanting to give any clear explanations just call them crazy and move away. Chu Tiange, looking at his magnificently updated spear, decides that he himself is the winner. Next in line, Master Chu is going to visit the appraisal guild. One of the elders of the appraisal guild tells the other appraisers something about luck. He talks about the appraisers who have lived since ancient times in the territory of the Dragon Vein and their superiority. Another evaluator disagrees with the elder's reasoning and says that their guild is no worse. The young master enters the guild and finds himself in the midst of a conversation between the appraisers. From the conversation, he understands that the elders from this guild are trying to increase their advantage over each other. Having found himself in a similar situation in the past, he realizes that this is only to his advantage. The elder of the appraisal guild states that he would show what he is capable of if they had a worthy treasure nearby. The young master decides to intervene in their conversation and says that he has some pretty good equipment for them. The appraisers participating in the conversation immediately turn to look at the master. The elder, not yet knowing what the master is talking about, answers him that he does not have equipment worthy of his assessment. Master Chu, remaining completely calm, silently opens the screen. The elder stood curiously waiting for player Chu's equipment. The young gentleman selects the desired section on the monitor and slowly takes something out of it. In the light of a white electrical discharge, a powerful handle appears. Next, Chu Tiange takes out his fully equipped spear with one jerk. He announces to the elder that he has a celestial quality artifact and an expanded scroll. The evaluators who observed everything say that this is a great opportunity for the elder to show off all his skills. The elder still does not understand what is happening and takes the scroll handed to him. He thinks that the evaluation of an attribute really depends a lot on chance. Turning around, the elder leads everyone behind him to demonstrate his skill. He pulls out a few other scrolls from his sleeve to begin his assessment. Having conceived something, the elder hopes to prove his superiority to everyone present, because he still claims to be the capital's appraiser. Using the force of a magnetic field, he opens the scrolls, composing them into one circle. Having entered the platform in the center of which there is a spear, the elder gets to work. He directed all his power coming out of his hands to the attribute standing next to him. The power of the electric arrow's assessment was mirrored on all the scrolls. All the appraisers and the master standing behind the elder watched with interest what was happening. Since the elder had the highest power by birthright, he decided to cheat a little. Raising his hands again, he used the high-level rule. Around the spear standing in the center, lightning and flashes flew in different directions. The young master enjoyed watching the elder's work and his attribute. Unexpectedly for everyone, a powerful explosion of the magnetic field occurred. In the center of the platform stood, appreciated by the elder, a spear surrounded by fire. The system displayed congratulations to the player Chu Tiange for successfully assessing the weapon identified as a gold attribute. The young master was a little shocked by the attribute information provided. The name Raging Dragonlance appeared on the screen with information about its powerful power. Other players, while completing tasks to level up, also heard the system announcement. They didn't understand how Chu Tianju managed to surpass all the players so quickly. The master, as if thanking the elder, noted that he deserves to be a capital appraiser. The elder only made an arrogant appearance, showing that it could not be otherwise. He was actually thinking about how many advanced runes he now had to use for his own success. The master asked the elder if he could turn to him for help in the future. The elder had a fear in his head of losing even more of his advanced runes. He, without showing it, said to look for him in the central capital and promised to help. In fact, the elder knew that the entrance to the central capital was not accessible to everyone. The master, leaving, said that he needed to visit the next guild of familiars. Chu Tiange was wondering what kind of creature was inside his egg. He approached a building with tall white columns called the Familiars Guild. The young master turned to the first person he met on his way with a question about the elders. He answered Master Chu that the elders were resting and there was no need to bother them in vain. The master, smiling mysteriously, told the first person he met that he actually had something for them. He took out a sparkling pet egg from his inventory. The first person he met could not believe his eyes and take his eyes off the egg. For some reason, he got angry and started shouting that newcomers like him couldn't have such things. The guild elder came out to hear the noise and asked what was happening here. Chu Tiange immediately approached the elder and asked him to hatch his egg. The elder of the Familiars Guild looked in surprise at the mythical egg held out to him. Looking at the egg, he came to the conclusion that it could be the egg of a domestic animal. The master asked with interest if he could tell what animal was inside. The elder replied to Chu Tianju that he himself should know from which nest he took the egg. Later, he also learned that the master bought the egg from a secret merchant without asking about the nest. The elder warned Chu Tiange that after hatching, he bears great responsibility for the beast. The master, having listened to all the warnings, still insisted on his own. He clearly didn't like the fact that the elder offered to just give him his beast egg. The elder took the egg from the master's hands, making sure that he agreed to hatch the beast. He proceeded with Master Chu to the Great Hall of Beasts to the main altar. The elder immediately began the hatching ritual, carefully inserting the beast's egg into the altar. The young master, without taking his eyes off the egg, thought with interest about what kind of mythical beast was inside. The egg was securely installed in the main altar, and glowing with a bluish light, began to hatch. Chu Tiange looked at the beginning of the process with hope and excitement. The egg of a domestic animal completed the hatching process, raising a column of bright blue glow into the sky. The system once again announced player Chu Tiange's achievement and congratulated him. The dissatisfied characters heard another notification about the richest player. The elder carried in his arms a mythical beast that had just hatched from an egg. He blesses the domestic animal, holding it in divine light. The master looks at the hatched snow-white puppy in complete bewilderment. A record of the registration of the animal as a snow-white celestial dog is displayed on the monitor. Chu Tiange is still a little shocked, and curiously asks the elder if the beast is supposed to be some kind of mythical animal. The elder spoke about not underestimating the celestial beast. The young master still could not believe the power and strength of this small animal. The elder of the guild asked the master to give his pet a name. Chu Tiange took the snow-white puppy with confusion and began to think about what to name it. A couple of minutes later, with the pet in his arms, he opened the monitor to enter a new name. The master's confirmation of the name for the celestial beast as Ursha appeared on the screen. The system also displayed the Huxia City pet rating of the only owner, Chu Tianja. The young master, together with his newly made pet, left the Guild of Familiars. A snow-white puppy with his tongue hanging out ran cheerfully next to him, looking at everything around with interest. Chu Tiange, looking at him, did not understand how he could be a mythical beast, with all his cute appearance. The master was approaching the 12th level with a swamp of huge evil golems. The young master's experience was highlighted on the screen, and a line with his dog was added. The master liked what he saw and set the distribution of experience in Ursha's direction. Having distributed the experience in half between himself and the pet, he confirmed his choice. Master Chu was about to do something else when he suddenly noticed it was missing. He was left standing alone at the beginning of the level, and his beast suddenly disappeared somewhere. Ursha, while his owner was busy, ran straight to the golem and began barking loudly. This made the swamp golem very angry, and he growled menacingly at the dog. The young master noticed that Ursha had angered the golem and entered into a fight with him. Chu Tiange looked at the dog standing in front of the swamp monster and thought that he was not that bad. The master was already delighted at the courage of the beast, but saw an ambiguous picture. An entire army of angry swamp golems was approaching his pet. The master began to noticeably worry about the disadvantageous position of his dog. The pet desperately tried to escape from the evil monsters, quickly running away. The young master did not expect an attack on Ursh and rebelled against the golems himself. He, in his usual style, inflicted fiery lightning strikes on the enemy army. While the master was fighting, he thought that the puppy was still worthy of his title. Chu Tiange also noted that the dog, by summoning an army of golems to one place, would help him increase his level faster. Inflicting a powerful exploding blow on the golem, he considered the dog quite a worthy pet. At the scene of the battle, a bright fiery explosion occurred, scattering far along the edge of the valley. The master and Ursha were left standing alone in the huge pit formed after the explosion. Chu Tiange noticed a certain blue glow directed towards his dog. In an instant, Ruff noticeably increased in size and acquired enormous strength. Updated information about the master's pet was displayed on the monitor. Chu Tiange was pleased with Ursha's upgrade and his reduction in damage taken by 90%. Having praised the dog a little more, the master informed him that it was time for them to set off. The master easily passed the next 13th and 14th levels. While fighting, Chu Tiange noted the merits of his upgraded weapon. He quickly continued to fight monsters in complete levels, already reaching 15. The system informed the master that his experience gain rate was reduced to 10% due to an insufficient average level in the game. Chu Tiange was indignant as he could not influence the rate at which other players leveled up. He realized that he had nothing more to do here and moved away along with his new shaggy friend. On the way, the young master was thinking about what else to do if there was no point in raising the level further. Chu Tiange looked for answers on the map and saw that it was possible to fight golden bosses to obtain golden weapons. He quickly realized that their first order of business would be to defeat a couple dozen gold bosses. The master excitedly ran forward with his dog towards adventure. The next action of the game took place in the country of Tang, the village of Xiaohe. One of the players, refreshing in the fiery light, finally raised the level to 10. A message appeared on his monitor from a certain friend of Sunji. The message talked about internship offers and the corresponding payment for this. The player studied everything carefully and told his friend that all this did not interest him. The player's friend did not understand why he was refusing such a simple opportunity to earn extra money. Taking on a serious look, the player replied to his friend that his main target was Chu Tiange. He said that he must first prepare to leave the village, and then he will deal with Master Chu. A formidable lion with its mouth wide open rushed forward and roared loudly. The young master took advantage of his renewed strength and used the golden dragon's earth-splitting strike against his opponent. At the battle site, a powerful fiery explosion occurred with cracks in the ground. Master Chu looked in amazement at his still menacing opponent. Chu Tiange was surprised that after such a strong blow there was not a scratch on the lion. The master quickly checked the information on the Golden Lion King's strength on the monitor. He saw all his qualities on the screen, including high defense. The enraged Lion King ran straight towards the master, who, in turn, was preparing to retaliate. The master was already thinking that if this continues, he won't last long. Chu Tiange commanded his beast to use the taunt skill and lead the monster away. Ursha immediately rushed to carry out the owner's order and ran forward, attracting the lion's attention. One jerk and the dog was already standing behind the Lion King and trying to replace him in his trap. The master was not worried about Ursh, since he had the skill of reducing the damage received to 10%. Chu Tiange heard the notification sound of the mobile phone through the game capsule. The young master put the capsule into standby mode for a while and went out into the real world. Taking off his gaming helmet, he quickly took his phone out of his pocket and read the message. Lin Qiyu wrote to him asking why he didn't add her as a friend. She assumed that he was simply shy because of her level and equipment. The master only replied that he had added her as a friend a long time ago and told her to check the list. Meanwhile, Ursha was already barely coping with his role as a provocateur. The formidable lion, pushing off harder from the ground, flew with a roar towards the exhausted dog. The master returned to the game in time and sent a stream of divine healing towards the beast. The Lion King was so close to victory, but right below him he noticed a healed dog. Chu Tiange pointed his spear towards the evil monster and fired flaming arrows. The young master's well-aimed blows flew straight into the back of the enraged lion. At this moment, the healed Ursha joins the battle, flying with his mouth open towards the lion. He deals another heavenly blow to the enemy and, dodging his attack, quickly runs away. The master watched as the pet again led the formidable king away from him. Chu Tiange opened the system screen and saw that his partner was now online. He texted her that he had previously asked her to check her friends list. Newbie read the message in confusion and remembered that young Master Chu had recently asked her for the same thing. The thought flashed through her head about the possibility of communicating in life, and here with the same person. They began a friendly correspondence, which put everything in its place and revealed the identity of the mysterious god Chu Tiange. Newbie promised the master at his request to keep his identity a secret and told about her latest successes. In parting, Chu Tiange asked her after reaching the 10th level to go to the city of Chang'an. Information about the Lion King's health scale was displayed on the monitor. The young master launched another powerful attack against the monster. In the moment between blows, he remembered that he had forgotten to add his sworn brothers as friends. Making his next attack on the formidable lion, he decided that he would do it right now. The game takes place again in the country of Tang, the already familiar village of Xiaohe. A certain player was sitting on a stone and quickly typing something on the system screen. The system created a private chat channel consisting of only 2 players. These players turned out to be the second and third brothers, who corresponded about their current affairs in the game. Unexpectedly, the third brother received a friend invitation from the richest player, Chu Tiange. The third brother was very surprised, and after thinking a little, accepted the incoming request. A chat opened on the system screen, and the richest player introduced himself as Big Brother. The third brother was even more surprised and stared at the screen in confusion. The young master asked not to tell anyone about who he really is and to go after the 10th level to the city of Chang'an. The gaming country song was one of the newest and most improved. Along the streets of the city, among other characters, a player was walking with an open screen. Suddenly, he received a message from the richest player revealing his secret identity. The player turned out to be the second brother, who still couldn't believe his eyes. He could not understand that his big brother Chu and the richest player Tianj were the same person. Chu Tiange created a chat group in the system, added his 2 brothers to it, and started a voice conversation. The second brother immediately apologized to the master, since he did not know what place he actually occupied in the game. Chu Tianj, with Ursh continuing to attack the lion, answered him that now he is aware of everything. The second brother suggested deleting his account and creating a new one in the same place where his big brother is now. Chu Tiange immediately told him to leave this idea, since he needed him exactly where he was. Continuing to fight with the enemy, the master said that he would transfer a certain amount to the second brother's account. The second brother was dumbfounded by the amount mentioned, because it was simply huge. The third brother, intervening in the conversation, asked how much gold the master had in the game. Chu Tianj, continuing to strike the enemy with a spear, invited the brothers to guess. The brothers unsuccessfully made guesses, and the young master replied that he accounted for 8 of the 10 parts of all the gold in the game. Chu Tiange, gathering all his rage and power, flew with a spear straight towards the Lion King. The master flew through the monster, leaving only trails of fire behind him. There was a huge explosion, and Chu Tiange flew down, shrouded in smoke. The defeated formidable Lion King let out his desperate farewell roar. The master flew down to the ground, surrounded by falling gold coins. As a reward for victory, the game gave expensive equipment, armor, various items, and piles of gold. The young master, standing around the reigning reward, listened to congratulations on receiving all this payment. The game system once again announced the victory of the master over the golden boss of the 11th level. The brothers asked the master if he was fighting the golden boss right during their conversation. Hearing his elder brother's positive response, his 2 friends were speechless. At the same time, the thought occurred to them that Chu Tiange was not only the richest, but also the strongest person in the game. Players were outraged why the system's global announcement was dedicated to Chu Tianju again. They also discussed what the reward was and whether it would be cooler than the one he already had. The master himself seemed dissatisfied with the fact that the system again notified everyone about his next victory. Looking through his existing inventory, Chu Tiange found gold equipment for his dog. Equipment that reduces the defense of opponents was displayed on the monitor. The master has chosen exclusive equipment to improve the pet. At that very moment, the cloak of the underworld appeared on Ursha, thereby increasing his strength. Chu Tiange watched the merrily frolicking pet with a stony face. The young master moved to the 12th level to fight the Golden Tiger King. A couple of powerful blows and fiery flashes, and Chu Tiange came out again with another victory. Players seemed to no longer be able to hear world announcements honoring player Chu. Chu Tiange, without stopping, easily destroyed another golden boss. Player Zhao in the Iron Mask ended up getting enraged by all these world announcements, and didn't even want to hear the master's name. On the system screen, congratulations to the master for completing the level came one after another. The third brother invited Chu Tianju to go to the forum and see what was going on there in his honor. On the game forum, players actively discussed the master's exploits, which were not at all to their liking. Chu Tiange, reading the forum news, decided to do something interesting. He quickly went through the system menu and clicked on the World Mouthpiece button. The other players, unsuspectingly, heard a voice telling them to try much harder. Some even stopped fighting and did not understand what we were talking about now. The master continued to say that they were trying to increase their levels without success. He also explained to them why he was fighting the gold bosses, and convinced them to put in as much effort as possible to raise the levels. The players could not understand how Chu Tiange had already reached level 15 so quickly. One of the players drew attention to the fact that their low average level among the players in the country is much more important. They realized that Chu Tiange could not increase his level because of them, and therefore took the gold bosses to battle. The master added in conclusion that he hoped for their great diligence, and then they would leave the village without any problems. One of the players asked Chu Tiange why he was so arrogant, because he was just lucky at the very beginning of the game. The leader of the Guild of Blasphemers said that very soon he would outplay the master in no time. The new recruit from the guild explained to the leader that only Chu Tiange could hear him through the world mouthpiece, but not other players. Hearing the words of the leader of the blasphemers, the master also said that they would not see a way out of the village after the 10th level. Somewhere outside of Baiyun village, a player was updated right on the battlefield. He raised his hand proudly, saying that he had risen to level 10. The player hoped that being the second with such a level would allow him to go to the main city of the game. A certain NPC appeared on the player's path, as if blocking his further path. The bot explained to him that their space-time channel was damaged by a demon, and he could now give him a hidden task. The player who wanted to move from this place happily accepted the task. He starts the attack in the 10th level magic zone with the one-eyed demon. The player, creating a magic ball, is about to deliver the final blow to the enemy. Without having time to do anything, the player's soul flies up, leaving the victorious monster on the field. Flying up to the displacement tunnel, the player tried to understand how this happened. There was a heated discussion in the game's world chat about the possibility of leaving the newcomer's village. The young master, stretching, finished with the golden bosses up to the 20th level and was going to another city. Standing on the outskirts of the city with the owner, Ursha suddenly begins to bark angrily. Suddenly, thunder rumbled in the sky and purple lightning flew. The master, looking at the terrifying picture, felt the spirit of extermination. A worldwide announcement notified everyone that all the wild monsters had gone berserk. Somewhere on other levels, monsters turned into madmen in front of the fighting players. The players did not understand why the monsters suddenly became tens of times stronger. Chu Tiange looked at the sky and saw 9 monsters there, but he didn't understand where they came from, because he had already destroyed them all. 9 dragon heads came out of the sky directly towards the master in turn. A moment later, a huge 9-headed monster descended to the ground. The young master quickly realized that these were not 9 golden bosses at all, but one evil monster. Chu Tiange quickly tried to search the system for information about the ancient 9-headed dragon, but found nothing. The master realized that meeting such a huge boss was a surprise and took out his teleport scroll. The system notified him that the space was blocked and he could not use the scroll right now. The huge red dragon, seeing this, screamed that just seeing him was a great honor for the master. The 9-headed dragon roared, thereby creating a force field that was thrown far away. The young master and his pet were thrown further and further back. Chu Tiange, along with his dog, was finally able to stop, standing in a shroud of smoke. The master did not understand why his roar alone took away almost half of his lives. Chu Tiange, gathering all his strength, furiously rushed to attack with the dragon. He makes his usual powerful fiery blow to the monster. From striking the dragon, the master himself flies back, breaking a long hole in the ground. Stopping, Chu Tiange angrily looks straight into the eyes of the 9-headed dragon. The powerful dragon expressed admiration for the master and invited him to join their ancient clan. The master remembered that their ancient clan was opposed to humanity. Chu Tiange told the dragon that he would never join monsters like them. The dragon said, with a menacing look, that if he refused, he would be forced to take his life. The young master tried to explain to the dragon that he could be healed, which only made him laugh. The monster's eyes narrowed and took the shape of a cross emitting lightning. At that very second, a 9-rank demonic lotus appeared in front of the master. The dragon told the master that after the lotus entered his body, he would be completely reset in level and experience. The monster also clarified that there would be exactly 9 such hits. The master could not believe that he would lose the level to 0 as many as 9 times. The ancient dragon continued to remind Chu Tianju to make a quick choice. The master, not knowing what to say, delayed his answer, and the dragon began the countdown. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a bright, blinding glow appeared in the sky. It attracted the attention of not only the master, but also the dragon who was awaiting an answer. A column of bright sunlight in the form of a shield descended from the sky to the ground. An unknown spaceship appeared in front of the master and the dragon. Chu Tiange looks in his direction with admiration and calls him a UFO. The ancient 9-headed dragon realizes that the situation is getting significantly worse. Light appears from the open hatch of the spaceship and someone comes out. The stranger in divine armor is the guardian of the Sky Tower. Master Chu, with hope in his eyes, thinks that his savior has finally come. The caretaker of the Sky Tower asks the dragon what he forgot in his state. The dragon is not afraid of him, and only says that if he appeared in his real guise, he would not be so brave. The caretaker of the Sky Tower refrains from answering and launches his attribute at him. The attribute is a miniature of the Sky Tower, which takes on a full-size appearance in flight. The ancient dragon, noticing the caretaker's action, roars loudly, attacking the opponent. The enraged monster emits a ferocious roar with a wave-like movement. From such a fight, all the trees standing nearby fly apart. The dragon sees that the tower is not being destroyed, but on the contrary, it is only getting bigger. The 9-headed dragon decides to leave the fight, saying that that's enough for today. The caretaker of the Sky Tower does not intend to let his opponent go so easily. He heads with his Sky Tower after the flying dragon. The young master, after an agonizing wait, finally exhales and decides that the dragon has left. Just relaxing a little, Chu Tiange sees some kind of flash nearby. The 9-rank demonic lotus appears in front of him again. Chu Tianj at this moment hears the words of the treacherous dragon about his unfulfilled promise. The 9-headed ancient monster reappears before the master and repeats his words. The brave Ursha flew towards danger, regardless of the consequences, in defense of the master. Chu Tiange, not having time to stop him, desperately calls the dog back to him. Ursha covers the owner with herself, taking upon herself the entire powerful flow of the blow. In the dissipating smoke, a master with his head bowed sits on the ground with a dog in his arms. He looks with annoyance and despair at the wounded Ursh, who so bravely defended him. The young master looked into the dog's eyes with pain and regret, and thanked him for saving him. Meanwhile, there was complete silence in young Master Chu's mansion. Assistant L was telling someone on the phone that the young master and the butler were in the game right now. With a deft movement of her hand, she quickly dialed some 5-digit code. I received a notification on my phone that a secret channel had been opened. Elle asked someone on the other end of the line how things were going with the test tube that she had previously handed over. She learned from her interlocutor that the matter was moving too slowly and agreed to use any resources. Satisfied with herself, Ella, having finished the conversation, pressed the end call button. Standing by the stairs, she was thinking about what kind of soup to prepare for the young master's return. The master was still in the capsule with the game helmet inside the game. Chu Tiange, with Ursh in his arms, was still sitting in the hole left after the powerful explosion. Unexpectedly for them, it was as if a celestial portal into the system had opened in the sky. The master, not having time to really say goodbye, looked sadly at the teleporting body of his pet. Ursha was placed in the pet space with 0 hit points. The master looked at the monitor, where it was said that the process of restoring the pet had started. Chu Tiange looked away from the screen and glared at the ominous dragon. The dragon asked the master how his stupid dog dared to take the powerful blow of the lotus addressed to him on himself. At the same time, the caretaker of the Sky Tower flew towards the 9-headed dragon with an attack. The caretaker attribute powerfully attacked the dragon from different directions several times. After several explosions, the attribute decreased to its original size and returned to the caretaker. Through the dissipating smoke, a dragon appeared after numerous strikes. The caretaker of the Sky Tower looked at the enemy in bewilderment. The dragon creates a huge protective ball of force around itself and says that it is invincible. The caretaker of the Sky Tower clearly did not expect such a turn of events. He was about to start saying something when he noticed a master standing nearby. The caretaker of the Sky Tower, along with the ancient dragon, turned towards Chu Tiange. The young master was about to do something incredible and mentioned a single top-quality sacred talent. By lighting a fire around him and raising the earth, he launched a reflection of the heavens. A high column of powerful fiery glow rose far into the sky. Around the master blazing in the fire, water made its way from the earth and stone. Chu Tiange was in complete control of the situation and was already ready for a new attack. The master created a large-scale zone in which the characteristics of opponents are reduced by as much as 10%. The overseer was surprised that the young master possessed the only sacred talent of the highest quality. He also knew that under the influence of this skill his stats would increase by 10%. The caretaker, directing his attribute towards the dragon, shouted to him about the inevitability of his terrible fate. He again threw the miniature of the Sky Tower with all his strength, which immediately grew larger. The 9-headed dragon looked straight at the flying huge tower, which made rapid circular movements with a release of energy. He quickly realized that it was time to protect himself and summoned a protective barrier around himself. A protective power ball formed right at the junction of the tower and the dragon. The Sky Tower began to drill into the dragon's defenses, trying to somehow break through it. The ancient 9-headed dragon did not give up and directed all his strength towards the power ball. The caretaker was also not going to retreat and attack the enemy with all his might. The master, standing on the ground, watched the mighty battle in the sky. The caretaker of the Sky Tower had used up almost all of his strength and was almost at the end of his rope. He was almost in despair, noticing that the strength of the defense had also increased. The dragon, thinking that victory was on his side, said that his barrier was absolutely invincible for anyone. Unexpectedly for everyone, the following happened. The tip of the tower was able to drill through the protection and it cracked like glass. The caretaker was delighted with his strength and shouted to the dragon to go to hell. The Sky Tower completely destroyed the dragon's protective force ball and flew straight towards him. The ancient 9-headed dragon immediately realized what fate awaited him now. At that moment, a powerful blast wave occurs, from which the reward for the victory flies in all directions. Chu Tiange watches with satisfaction the demise of the enemy and the fallen armor, equipment, and gold. The master's monitor displays congratulations on receiving the Ancient Breath passive skill. Chu Tiange is glad that he got a good skill for nothing, except for his heavenly reflection technique. The young master notices the appearance of new inventory on the monitor and looks through it. The caretaker of the Heavenly Tower himself comes down to earth with his attribute. He asks him to make every effort to improve and says that he expects a glorious battle with him in the future. The caretaker flies back to the spaceship, and the master realizes that he forgot to ask where he could buy the same UFO. Chu Tiange decides to check on Ursha in the pet space. He sees on the screen the process of restoring the beast with health points. The master does not understand why the pet has not had any changes in its characteristics. He wonders if it's possible that when he resets his level, his stats don't decrease. Chu Tiange reveals details about the pet and learns that in the fight, the dog mutated and underwent a transformation in his favor. He understands that even after reaching a high level and losing it, the dog's characteristics will not change. In the Xiaohe village of the Tang state, the following events occurred among other characters. A girl stood next to the third brother and desperately thanked him for saving her. He asks her why she fought the level 5 wild monsters alone. The third brother learns that her teammates are away on business and advises her not to continue fighting alone. The girl remembers that he told her about a certain anomalous level-up point, and she wants to find out where it is. The third brother agrees to tell, but warns her not to tell anyone about her. He takes the girl deeper into the forest closer to the rocks to a clearing, and says that the desired area is located right here. The third brother suggests that the girl quickly start increasing their levels right now. The girl seems to be trying to put it off for a while and asks him to wait a little. An armed company of strangers approached the third brother and his girlfriend. He heard them loudly admiring this place and asked who was in front of them. The strangers were looking at the area, and one of them turned to the girl with words of gratitude for the work successfully completed. The third brother understands that the girl basically deceived him and is at the same time with them. A player from the company said that he understood everything correctly and the girl had no intention of raising the level at all. She just needed a strong hand, which she found and followed him. He also told the third brother that he had noticed him for a long time and was closely watching him. The player explained that he created the scene with the girl to attract attention and it worked great. The third brother, hearing how the player was going to establish his own rules in the valley, angrily said that this would never happen. The player began to threaten and said that if he told anyone about this place, he would do everything to remove him from the game forever. The third brother, seeing how the company, raising their weapons, began to surround him, said that in that case he would simply leave. He didn't even notice how someone approached him from behind and only felt a strong blow. The young master walked forward along the road, throwing away unnecessary low-level equipment. A system alert message appeared on his screen and he clicked on it. On the monitor was a photo of the third brother with a note about his recent death. Chu Tiange stopped and froze in place from the surprise that overtook him so suddenly. He quickly pulled himself together and promised to find out who dared to raise a hand against his third brother. In the chat of the group of brothers, there was a correspondence between the big brother and the second about the departure of the third and a certain plan of the master. Somewhere outside the city of Chang'an, the watchmen obediently carried out their duty. One of the watchmen heard someone's approaching steps and turned around to look. Seeing a huge bag of gold coins in the master's hands, he didn't even pay attention to who was in front of him. The master said that he had a small request, and seeing the watchmen who were disposed towards him, he told about it. Without telling the real reason, he simply asked in a friendly manner to go to Xiaohe village. The sentinel informed him about the non-activated teleportation and that he would go straight to a 10-level huge demon, which in any case would have to be destroyed. The young master only cheerfully replied that this was not a problem for him and stepped forward into the teleport portal. Through the displacement tunnel, the third brother found himself at the rebirth point of Xiaohe village. Fully aware of his failure, the third brother became very angry. Players calmly talking in the village noticed how NPCs quickly rushed past them. None of the players understood what happened and where all these bots rushed to. The third brother, approaching the village gate, also noticed bots quickly running somewhere. At the same moment, he received a message in a private chat from one of the brothers. Chu Tiange told the third brother about his whereabouts and asked about what happened to him. The third brother began to quickly type something on the on-screen keyboard. He asked why the master had come here, and at his request, told him what had recently happened to him. Annoying bots surrounded the master and began to enthusiastically greet him and invite him to visit. Chu Tiange was amused that they were all so welcoming and friendly to him. He asked the bots who in the village was responsible for punishing other players. One NPC was extremely surprised by the purpose of the master's visit to their village. He turned to one of the bots, calling him blind with a request to deal with such a trifle. The bot cheerfully answered the master that he could do whatever he wanted, because he was still blind and couldn't see anything. He also clarified that he is not changing the law because he really doesn't see anything. Players passing by noticed the bots surrounded by someone. They tried to understand what was happening there and see who the bots were talking to. On the official Era forum, there was another discussion about the player Chu Tiange. The players who sent the third brother to the spawn point saw him approaching the village. Apparently, the leader of their company asked how he dared to come here. The third brother recalled his own words about a strong hand while looking at the frightened girl. The leader of the company, smiling maliciously, asked if he was going to challenge him to a duel. Pointing his hands towards the third brother, he struck with a strong blow. There was a bright pink flash followed by a powerful explosion. The head of the company rejoiced at such a quick victory and said that he deserved such a happy ending. In the thick, dissipating smoke, a dark figure began to be seen. The chief, in bewilderment, tried to consider what had happened and who was in front of him. He desperately did not want to believe that his opponent was somehow still alive. The richest gambler, Chu Tiange, stood in front of the company, fully armed. The girl immediately recognized him and, opening her mouth, slowly said, "God Chu Tiange." Chu Tiange shielded the third brother and asked if this company was involved in the attack on him last time. A gang of strangers were surprised by the conversation between the richest player and their enemy, and also learned that they were close friends, and possibly brothers. The head of the company quickly realized what was happening and began to apologize profusely and repeated several times that this was just a big misunderstanding. The young master only asked with contempt whether he gave him permission to say anything. Chu Tiange called up the system screen and began checking the available inventory. He found gold-level equipment in his possession and handed it over to the third brother. The master saw the surprised face of the third brother, telling him that he would be reliably protected in it, and asked him to put on new equipment. The third brother, still not believing his eyes, clicked on the icon with golden equipment on the screen. At that same second, the transformation of the third brother's armor into new ones began. All players standing nearby saw a blinding flash of bright light. The third brother completely changed the old armor and appeared in front of everyone wearing magnificent golden armor. The head of the company realized what a disadvantage they were in and began to put pressure on the fact that it was more difficult for ordinary players like them to improve. The master offered him an equivalent exchange, life for life, but on the condition that the third brother himself would do it. The head of the company hoped for a favorable outcome, and therefore did not expect such a request, saying that it was too much even for him. Opening his teleport scroll, he told the master with a smile that he was going to the village, where he would not be able to destroy him in front of the bots. Disappearing into the blue light of the teleporter, the leader said goodbye, abandoning his team. The company did not understand how he could leave and what they should do now, because they were left completely alone with God Chu and his third brother. The girl quickly realized that it was useless to fight with them and that she urgently needed to run away. The rest of the players also started running after her, not noticing the third brother behind them. Suddenly, between the fleeing players, a strong strike flashes like lightning. The third brother, having sent everyone except the girl to the revival field, stood in front of them. The girl did not dare to move and only looked at the bodies of her destroyed friends. The third brother told her to leave because he has a game rule of honor: do not kill girls. She stared at the arbiter of justice for some time and then immediately rushed away. The third brother decided to check if a red mark had appeared on him for destroying players. He didn't understand why there was no mark, and heard from the young master that it was he who agreed on everything with the NPC. Chu Tiange also said that they would find his offender and execute his level 0. The third brother did not quite understand the master's plan, since it is prohibited to do such a thing in the village. The rebirth field in Xiaohe village was located on the outskirts of the valley, not far from the entrance to it. The leader of the gang was very angry when he saw his teammates there. He became enraged as he gave a long speech about Chu Tiange, not forgetting to insult his friends as well. Suddenly, the players noticed a bolt of electric lightning directly above them. The spark discharge flew straight to the head of the gang, delivering a crushing blow. The friends standing nearby did not immediately understand what had happened, and attributed it to a natural phenomenon. Chu Tiange and third brother stood on a high cliff above the rebirth field and watched everything. The master told his brother what subcategories he had and what was in his power. Having been revived, the head of the company looked at the system alert about who had destroyed him. He couldn't believe that the master had decided to do this, and before he even had time to come to his senses, another bolt of lightning was approaching him. The Name brothers watched the scene with pleasure. The head of the gang reappears on the revival field thanks to the young master. His friends want to find out from him what is happening to him and who is responsible for it. They don't have time to hear anything, because spark lightning falls on their leader again. Once again, after his death through the tunnel of movement, the chapter is reborn. Standing exhausted in front of his friends, the leader only manages to utter a short Chu Tiange, and again an electric charge with a paralyzing effect flies towards him. In the notification system of the head of the gang, messages appear one after another about his destruction and reduction in level. Seeing all this, he became even more angry and realized that he wouldn't even be able to exit the game in battle mode now. The young master, smiling maliciously, had no intention of stopping, and immediately charged another lightning bolt. The head, struck by another blow, thought only about what a cruel punishment the master would have for everything that happened to him, and that he would never be able to get rid of the red mark. He was sure that after this, Chu Tiange's account would be flagged and blocked by the game forever. The head of the campaign stood on the ground, bent on one knee, awaiting the next attack. Looking around, he decided that Chu Tiange had finished with the reprisal and raised his hands up in satisfaction, awaiting his legal punishment. At the same moment, another bright, powerful flash again flew at the arrogant player. Everything was in a thick veil of smoke, and the players standing nearby tried to see through it at least something. They saw a scorched hole in the ground, in which lay only the armor of the head of the gang. The players quickly noticed that the armor lying around was not ordinary, but of expensive blue quality. The master and third brother watched from above as the players greedily rushed to grab the armor. Without a doubt, the named brothers were very pleased with their ruthless but fair action. The defeated player saw a notification on the screen with a decrease in his level all the way to the first. Barefoot and without armor, he walked forward along the road, cursing Chu Tiange for everything. A new character ran past him asking where to get a baton for beginners. The player walked further down the street in his underwear, while listening to the ridicule of other characters. The second brother, reading the news forum, for some reason decided that his big brother had been hacked. There was a discussion on the forum about the Master's Act, which divided the players into two camps. Some were delighted, and some were the opposite. Chu Tiange talked a little more with the third brother, and said that he could always turn to him for any help. The third brother only reminded him that he was now wearing golden equipment, and it was unlikely that anyone would dare to harm him in any way. The young master agreed with his brother's words and again reminded him to go to Chang'an City after the 10th level. In parting, Chu Tiange added that he still needed to kill a huge demon to leave this village. In the general chat, the players discussed the fact that the master had opened a teleport portal in Xiaohe and invited him to their other villages. The master, having finished all the golden bosses up to the 20th level of Yangzhou City, intended to leave the game for a while. Suddenly, he noticed a player teleporting onto the city street. He looked at the character and did not understand where he came from here, because there was not a single player in the city. Master Chu quickly scanned the player in the system and learned that it was someone named Mao Yun. He immediately remembered that he had seen this character's in-game name in the future episode. After completing the move, the player Mao Yun looked at the master and addressed him by name. They looked at each other without saying a word, but Mao Yun's face changed dramatically. Suddenly, he began to run headlong straight towards the surprised master. Chu Tiange took a fighting stance, thinking that Mao Yun was going to fight him. Having reached the young master, Mao rushed to hug his legs and tell him how long he had dreamed of this meeting. Chu Tiange, in confusion, again thought how difficult it was to be handsome in his position. The butler and his assistant entered the room with the young master's gaming capsule. They joyfully watched their young master return home from Era. Chu Tiange, looking out the window, concluded that playing the game turns out to be a huge amount of physical labor. At this time, El brought the owner a tureen with broth for a speedy restoration of strength. The butler handed the master a tablet, informing him that he had found information about all the Era players within their country. The young master saw one advertisement on the screen and remembered that he had already seen it in a fragment from the future. Chu Tiange suggested leaving this for later, and opened the game's navigation map on the tablet. He was still choosing the most suitable place to create his own guild in Chang'an City. El was surprised to ask about the difference in the location of the guild headquarters, as she believed that it was especially important. The master began to explain that the difference is quite large, and he even identified 3 main categories to choose from. The first category includes places with a large number of monsters, but since there will be players there all the time, there is a high probability of an attack on the headquarters. The second category includes places remote from settlements, but they are very difficult to build and play in general. The third category, and perhaps the most interesting, involves some kind of measuring device. The butler and the assistant did not understand how this would be possible. The master began to explain that he wanted to introduce a toll function, thanks to which players passing by or into the headquarters would pay him a certain price. He also clarified that for this, it is necessary to establish one single road in that area, so that everyone accurately gets to his guild with the measurement of the duty and its subsequent payment. Chu Tiange, having thought through his insidious plan well, was very pleased with it himself. The young master chose a narrow passage into the city of Chang'an, leading through his headquarters, and wanted to set a tax of 1 or 2 gold coins. El, of course, liked the master's plan, but she was worried that this might put him in danger. Butler decided to start discussing the plan by asking how many players he had already assembled into his headquarters. The young master clarified that this is exactly what he wanted to talk to him about now. The butler caught the essence of the conversation and said that soldiers charge quite a lot to hire them into service. He also suggested that at the moment the main goal of the master should be self-improvement, because he is far ahead of other players. Chu Tiange answered him that in the future he saw all the power of the guilds, which is why he urgently needs to create it and develop there. After thinking a little, he also agreed with his uncle's words about self-improvement, because he cannot be the most successful player of the era without constant progress. El also suggested that players who joined his guild could become potential targets for other players. The young master thought about her words, because he could protect a small number but many players. He was looking for a loophole in his plan and said that in this case they would have to cheat a little. The master began to say that until a certain point, there would not be a large number of employees in his guild. The butler understood what was going on and supported the master's idea. as this would create demand for a large number of players to join their ranks. The master also told about his plan to buy several other guilds, where no one would be able to remove his people, since they would not know who owned the guilds. In conclusion, Chu Tiange said that they will have to create several offline companies to provide the best game modules to the best players. The butler listened carefully to the master's plan and was about to tell him something. After waiting a little, Yin Li tells the young master that there is not much money left in their account. Chu Tiange was surprised by this news and tried to understand how it happened. The butler reminded him of the $30 billion investment in the game. Elle's assistant offered to start working in her biological company. The master refused such an offer because everything she earned would belong only to her and this would not help him in the end. Elle smiled sweetly and only said that her money was the young master's money. Chu Tiange, of course, did not want to lose his own dignity and politely refused the girl's offer. The butler was still wondering one question. What should they do now? The young master offered to cash out some money from the game by exchanging gold coins for dollars. He learned that the dollar-to-game gold exchange rate was 1 to 3.5, which was significantly lower than his expectations in this regard. The butler explained this by saying that the players did not have gold coins to buy anything, and therefore the domestic market was inactive. He also added that even those who have something to sell do not undertake to do so. Elle excitedly asked the master if he was going to sell his gold coins. Chu Tiange replied that he was simply going to revive the market. Somewhere on the outskirts of the city there was a tall, abandoned building. Inside the building, everything was equipped for work and housing at the same time. The guys, who apparently decided to have a snack, noticed something or someone and froze. Zhang Ze entered the building with a parting speech that they must try their best if they want to attract sponsors to their guild of blasphemers. The guys didn't seem particularly interested in the boss's speech and just continued eating. One of the guys called the boss over to show him the game's news forum. Zhang Ze quickly ran to the monitor and saw the most interesting news. It was said on the forum that the richest player, Chu, was selling his gold coins due to lack of money to live on. A bunch of different comments about this have already been written under the master's post. One of Zhang Ze's guys suggested that the price of gold coins might fall due to this sale. The boss decided to withdraw all the gold coins, since he recently received more than 1,000 of them in the game. Someone tried to dissuade Zhang from this idea, but the boss decided that in this way, he would increase the level of their guild. One of the guys was worried and asked if they even had money for this. Zhang Ze only remained silent because he had nothing to answer the guy. Zhao Shu once again asked his father for money, only now to buy coins from Chu Tiange. He tried to convince his father to take up this offer, as he considered it a profitable investment in Era. Walking closer to his father, Zhao said with a serious face that this time he was sure of what he was doing. The father, after thinking a little, allowed his son to carry out his plan, but of course not without benefit for themselves. Zhao Shu was already happy with his father's approval, so he simply agreed. Elle told the master that the entire news forum was talking about him. The young master has already begun to receive offers to purchase gold from various guilds. Chu Tiange briefly read all the messages and learned that the maximum offer came in a ratio of 1 to 3. The butler, bringing a hot drink to the master, reminded him of the real exchange rate of coins to the dollar. He invited the young master to accept these proposals, to which he was refused. Yin Li didn't understand why Chu Tiange wanted to wait a little longer. Master Chu announced that no one has the right to tell him their market price, because he himself is the market. He asked Elle how many gold coins were up for sale. Hearing an answer of several million, the young master grinned contentedly. Butler Yin Li studied something carefully while looking at the tablet screen. He informed the master that all gold coin transactions had just been redeemed. The assistant did not understand how several thousand transactions could be redeemed in such a short time. Frowning his brows, Chu Tiange was already making some guesses about this. He was not interested in what kind of rich man bought all this. The main thing was that the purchases were completed. He set the ratio of gold coins to dollars at 1 to 10. The young gentleman opened successful trades and began clicking on their sell icon. The butler asked the master again if he was ready to sell the coins for so much. Zhang Ze's team crowded around the monitor and announced the start of the sale. At the same time, Zhao Shu told his subordinates that he easily persuaded his father to make a deal. He was confident that by redeeming all of Chu Tiange's coins, he would be able to build a powerful guild in the game. Zhao Shu was also informed that Chu Tiange had launched the sale of his coins. He snatched the tablet from one of his subordinates, saying that he would take care of the matter himself. Zhao saw approved transactions on the monitor in a completely different ratio than he expected. His team informed him that they were completely done with the deals at the boss's request. Zhao Shu was simply furious with what he heard because it meant one thing. The forum discussed the sale deal proposed by the master, with his ratio. Zhang Ze's guys, seeing this ratio, doubted the correctness of their choice. After the successful purchase of the transaction by Zhao Shu's subordinates, the amount of gold decreased. One of Zhang's guys noticed that the number of coins being sold had changed. Another suggested the possibility of their purchase by a straw buyer. At the boss's command, the guys quickly hacked into the server to obtain information about the buyer. On the computer monitor, among a bunch of IP addresses, they found one familiar name. Zhang Ze was a little surprised that the buyer was Zhao Shu. He began to think that although the offer seemed like robbery, they should follow the example of young Zhao. Zhang quickly ordered the team to buy $2 million worth of gold coins. Zhao Shu was still trying to find out from his subordinates why they bought coins at such a crazy rate. One of his team said that the boss himself gave orders to buy back the transactions as soon as they become publicly available, and added that in addition to them, someone is also purchasing coins. Zhang is wondering whether to take the risk and buy another batch of gold. Assuming that, if something happened, the blame would not be on him, but on his people, he gave the order to buy. Zhang decided for himself that he had to accept this purchase rate, even though it was unreasonably huge. He wanted to make another purchase, but the system showed that there were no coins left. Zhang looked hysterically at the sold-out coins and couldn't understand why he didn't make it in time. The total amount of income received from sales, taking into account the commission, appeared on the master's monitor. The butler and assistant informed the young master about the rapid completion of the transactions and their current state. Yin Li asked the young master if he saw this moment in a fragment of the future. El supported the butler's assumption because how else could such a brave act be explained? Master Chu clarified that he saw only small excerpts from the future, and this was definitely not there. El admired the master's idea, to get a huge amount of money in this way. The young master simply waved his hand and said that this was just the beginning of their profits. His tablet received a notification about received messages. Several guilds immediately wanted to buy gold coins from the master. Chu Tiange realized that everyone had bought into his cunning plan and were afraid of further increasing the stakes. The butler did not quite understand what the master was talking about and asked for an explanation. After the master's story about guilds buying gold and guilds without it, he realized the essence of the proposals for purchase received. Chu Tiange's post about his gratitude for purchasing the deals was actively discussed on the forum. The young master asked Uncle Yin Li if they now had enough funds to carry out the plan to create a guild. The butler replied that it was more than enough, and after spending this money you can earn more. Master Chu was very happy with this answer and began to dive into the game world in the cockpit. Just before loading, he told the butler that he was leaving everything here to him. The cabin closed and the butler and his assistant obediently awaited the young master's immersion. An unknown man entered the abandoned building of Zhang and his team. The stranger asked one of his subordinates to call their boss to him. Zhang Ze himself had already gone out to meet the unfamiliar man, asking who was in front of him. The stranger will introduce himself as Lin and say that he came as a sponsor with a good investment proposal. Chu Tiange was looking at the navigation map of Chang'an City with all the narrow passages available. He walked along the outskirts of the city and chose the best route through his future guild. The master, having studied the map, came to the conclusion that all the roads in the city lead to the south of the capital. On the map, he found an ideal place to build a headquarters with a future toll for passage. Chu Tiange found an order to found a guild in the game's system menu. He noticed that this place seemed to be created for his guild headquarters. Having chosen the exact installation location, he clicked on the confirmation icon. The system asked the master for a name for the new guild before installation. After thinking a little, the master calls the guild Palace of the Dragon Emperor. At the chosen location, the process of building a master's guild began. A picture of the future headquarters from the roof and steps began to emerge. After a short amount of time, his new guild stood in front of the master. A world alert announced to everyone that the player Chu Tiange had built a guild in the city of Chang'an. Some players wanted to quickly join the headquarters of the great and mighty Chu Tiange. The master's screen displayed all available information about his ownership. Player Mao Yun wished to join the Dragon Emperor's palace. The master confirmed his request and ordered him to get used to the city of Chang'an for now. Suddenly he heard some noise and turned around to see what was there. Two huge iron birds flew out from behind the trees towards the master. They immediately launched an attack and headed straight for Chu Tiange. The young master prepared for a retaliatory attack and pushed off the ground with a jerk. He flew between them, striking both iron birds at once. Landing with a trail of fire, he watched the enemies fly away. Master Chu did not understand where these strange creatures came from. It turned out that the birds had no intention of flying away and were simply turning around for a new attack. Chu Tiange immediately summoned his spear for the next crushing blows. Having accelerated, he swung his weapon for the next attack. A powerful stream of blast wave flashed like fire in front of the iron enemy. The unknown creature was thrown back a little by the impact, leaving smoke behind it. The birds were not going to give up so easily and flew towards the master with renewed vigor. With one movement, they knocked the young master off his feet and onto the ground. The enemy birds launched a brutal attack and released their iron feathers at Chu Tiange. They circled the master like vultures while he tried to dodge the blows. The iron rivals decided to squeeze the master and flew at him from opposite sides. Chu Tiange saw this and thought that he now had a chance to win. Having waited until they were as close as possible, he suddenly flew up above them with a spear. The master put into action his signature trick, cutting the ground of a furious dragon. A powerful nuclear explosion fell like a column on the iron birds. Master Chu stood in a shroud of smoke and iron feathers flying around him. He had already laid down his arms and rejoiced at his quick victory over his intolerable enemies. When the smoke began to clear, the master was shocked to notice birds looking directly at him. He did not understand why his attack had no effect on them, and decided that they were divine phoenixes. The birds only became even more angry and flew wildly into the sky with rage. Chu Tiange realized that he was once again faced with a tough opponent. The iron birds stopped attacking and began to chirp loudly and disgustingly. The chirping turned out to be so unbearable that the master could no longer hear this annoying sound and tried with all his might to close his ears. At this moment, the Dragon Emperor Guild Palace completely collapsed in 1 second. Chu Tiange looked at the collapse in bewilderment and wondered how it happened. The iron birds finally left the master alone and flew away. A request to repair the guild building worth 10,000 gold appeared on the master's screen. Without thinking for a long time, he immediately accepts the conditions of the system for restoring the building. The guild building again appears in front of the master with a successful renovation. He doesn't even have time to enjoy this moment when he hears chirping behind him. The iron birds returned and chirped with even greater force for a speedy victory. The young master was already quickly thinking about his further plan of action against his enemies. The feathered rivals were getting closer and closer with their chirping sounds. Chu Tiange thought since normal attacks didn't work on them, why not try something different? He pointed a magic rod with lightning bolts shooting out at the birds. Several electrical discharges flew at each opponent at once. In place of the birds, 2 destructive, powerful fiery explosions occurred at once. The master heard behind him the sounds of collapses and destruction of the guild building. He could not understand why the palace was being destroyed again, because he had defeated all the birds. Information about the current state of the guild building was again displayed on the screen. Chu Tiange realized that as soon as he restored the palace, phoenixes would attack him again. The master called his devoted pet Ursh with his provocation skill to help. Ursha appeared before his owner as a completely adult dog, having fully recovered from the previous fight. Chu Tiange, petting the beast, commanded him to use his provocation skill against the phoenixes. Meanwhile, the young master again moved on to purchasing the restoration of his palace. The master's guild was once again completely successfully restored. The master had already seen the flying enemies and was ready to begin executing the plan. He motioned for the enraged Ursh to run forward as bait. Ursha rushed to carry out the order, and within a moment was calling the birds, which for some reason were not attracted. Chu Tiange thought that phoenixes were somehow built differently, since they did not respond to his pet's skill. He looked at the birds flying towards him and was already preparing his magic wand. The master again sent several electrical discharges with thunderous lightning at them. There were 2 more destructive, powerful fiery explosions in the sky. Chu Tiange heard a familiar rumble behind him and immediately understood what had just happened. He thought that perhaps an attack was not quite suitable here, and that he needed to defend himself. The master chooses to increase the level of the guild for 100,000 gold coins. The system congratulated player Chu for promoting the palace to the 2nd level. The master's next choice was to spend another 300 gold coins to renovate the palace. The system again congratulated him on his promotion to level 3. The divine phoenixes again circled over the guild with their annoying chirping. The master was ready to confront the iron birds and protect the palace. Chu Tiange pointed a magical rod with lightning towards the phoenixes. The birds in the queue exploded noisily from electrical discharges. Ursha, it seems, was also surprised by the amazing strength of his master. This time, the Dragon Emperor Palace stood in its place without a scratch. The master thought that, after all, the construction of guilds near roads is not yet particularly permitted, and that's why this happened. He was going to further strengthen the palace's defenses by raising its level for this. On the screen, Chu Tiange confirmed that the guild had improved to level 10. The Dragon Emperor Palace reflected an incredible blinding flash. Mao Yun walked along the forest road towards the city and did not even understand how lost he was. Before entering the capital, he saw a beautiful high-rise building on his way. The system congratulated the master on upgrading the guild to the 10th level and gave him a bunch of additions to this. Chu Tiange found a protection activation function in the system information. Mao Yun decided to move closer to the building in front of the city and look around. There was a large sign on the pavilion with the name Dragon Emperor Palace. Mao Yun, noticing the master with the dog, quickly realized that this was his new guild. He turned to Master Chu, and he greeted him at the guild headquarters. Mao Yun was delighted with the palace, although the master said that this was just the beginning. Having petted the dog, he was ready to help the head of the guild in everything, and informed him about it. The young master was unable to activate the defense ticket because he did not have the proper level and the appropriate number of staff members. He was a little confused because it was too long to wait until level 20. Chu Tiange decided not to give up and several times, without stopping, clicked on the ticket activation button. A large power dome formed around the entire guild territory. Mao Yun did not admire the master's achievement for long, as he noticed something was wrong. Black clouds gathered over the domed palace and lightning appeared. The dome seemed to be filled with black magic, and the master ordered everyone to quickly move away. There was an explosion in the sky, and the dome seemed to be sucked into a celestial funnel. A golden boss appeared in the middle of the fiery sky, the divine Phoenix Lord. The master did not have time to do anything when the phoenix began to tweet and demolish everything in its path. He flew far back and realized that this bird had very powerful energy. Together with the master, Ursha and Mao flew back, followed by the stones and earth. Mao grabbed Chu Tiange's cloak while asking what kind of boss was in front of them. The Golden Phoenix Lord introduced himself as the former Lord of Chang'an City. He told the master that a long time ago the city belonged to him, and the entire territory behind it was now his. Chu Tiange was not happy with this course of events, because this was where his guild stood. The Phoenix Lord did not even think about retreating and began to threaten the master. The young master received a system notification with the choice of accepting a fight with the former ruler of the city or destroying the guild. Chu Tiange was ready to do anything for the sake of his palace, and of course accepted the fight. He ordered Mao to stay away now if he wanted to. He was about to run away. Fleeing from the battlefield, Mao only wished the master to win this fight. The Phoenix Lord flew higher, causing a collapse of earth and stones. Having taken a comfortable position, the Golden Boss began to attack the master with his fiery roar. The Golden Phoenix Divine Lord rushed straight towards the master at breakneck speed. Chu Tiange dodged the attack in his usual manner. The master used his strongest side. A ferocious dragon cuts through the earth. The Phoenix Lord's fiery explosion explodes into the sky. The Golden Boss did not even seem to notice the master's attack and hissed at him that all his attempts to destroy him were useless. Chu Tiange was surprised that the bird was not even affected by this. It was so powerful. The Golden Phoenix, quickly flapping its iron wings, asked the master to show him something else interesting. Chu Tiange looked into the eyes of his fierce opponent in confusion. The Phoenix Lord released his powerful fire feathers at the master, and Chu Tiange tried to quickly dodge them. The young master never expected that the feathers flying at him would also explode. Several feathers exploded powerfully right in front of the master, who barely managed to dodge. Exploding shells flew past the master into one of the guild buildings. Chu Tiange still stood on his feet, not intending to surrender to the iron enemy. The divine Phoenix Lord opened his mouth wide to shoot out a fiery roar. The master was a little tired of defending and attacking, and quickly thought about what to do next. Without having time to think through a plan of action, Chu Tiange flies at full speed away from the strong flash. The Golden Phoenix is not going to give the master a single chance of salvation, and fires more fiery arrows at him. The young master deftly runs away from the shots following one after another. The Lord attacked the master with even greater fury, hoping for a speedy victory. Chu Tiange defended himself as best he could, and with courage repelled all the blows that flew at him. He ran as fast as he could, seeking refuge in one of his guild buildings. Before he could turn around, he felt another strong push behind him. Having made a sharp somersault, he found himself on one of the roofs of the buildings and quickly looked for cover with his eyes. The master saw the approaching phoenix and realized that there was nowhere else to hide. The Golden Boss was already preparing a huge fireball in his mouth to shoot. Suddenly, Ursha ran out to defend his owner, barking loudly, attracting attention. The pet managed to lure the attacking Lord of the Divine Phoenixes to himself. Having smashed another building, the bird makes a U-turn and heads towards the barking dog. Mao Yun watches the ongoing battle outside the guild, hiding behind a tree. Seeing all the power and fury of the Golden Boss, he does not understand how he can be defeated at all. The master looked at the arriving shell, which made a hole in the roof next to him. Chu Tianju liked what he saw, because it meant that Ursha's provocation was working. He immediately praised his pet for successfully using the skill in battle. During this time, the young master managed to think through his further actions in relation to the enemy. Chu Tiange summoned his magic rod with lightning from his inventory to battle. He decided to climb higher onto the roof and gave the order to Ursh to distract the enemy. Mao Yun, seeing the magic rod, understood why he was not the first student of the magicians. Chu Tiange pointed the rod towards the Phoenix Lord for the next attack. The explosive charge of strong electric lightning hit the target directly. The Golden Boss's lightning made a hole and cracked one of the wing mechanisms. The young master was delighted to see that it worked, and the bird could not protect itself with physical force without magic. Information about the health status of the Phoenix Lord appeared on the monitor. Chu Tiange did not expect that such a powerful blow would cause such insignificant damage, equal to only some 5%. Ursha noticed a phoenix fluttering above the master and began to invite him. This made the Golden Boss very angry, and he flew towards Ursh with the aim of destroying him. The master immediately decided to use the magician's next ability and called out a thunder attack. Explosive charges rained down on the Golden Phoenix from all sides. He hoped to escape from the thundernet and began to chirp loudly. Above the Dragon Emperor's palace, the Divine Phoenix Lord powerfully exploded and ignited. Mao Yun rejoiced with shouts at the young master's victory, deciding that this was the end of the battle with the obnoxious birds. After the explosion, a cloud of smoke dissipated, through which something was heard. The master was already ready for the next attack and carefully watched the cloud of smoke. When there was no smoke left, in the sky, still in the same place, was a wounded phoenix with a minimum amount of health. Mao Yun didn't understand why the phoenix was still fluttering there, albeit barely. Suddenly, a pearlescent sheen and a green glow appear around the phoenix, and all the wounds begin to heal. A moment later, the restored golden boss appeared before the young master with full health. Chu Tiange, at the same time as Mao Yun, understands that the phoenix has automatically restored its lives. The enemy attack continues. The phoenix fires fiery arrows, and the master uses magical lightning. Ursha again decides to help the owner and uses her provocation skill. The lord, of course, is once again distracted by provoking his pet. The master, taking this opportunity, quickly inflicts several explosive blows on the iron bird at once. Mao Yun understood the purpose of Ursha's provocation skill against rivals, which was to distract the enemy. Phoenix, in a rage, rushes after the annoying dog, which reduces his attention to his main enemy. The master tries to protect the pet from the attack and calls the phoenix back to him. The phoenix lord, not paying attention to Chu Tiange's call, throws a fiery charge towards the snow-white dog. From behind the roofs, the master sees only the exploding wave of another enemy attack. He is determined to defeat the phoenix and is going to join forces. Magical forces combine their elements in the sky and release a powerful charge of lightning. The light of the reflected magical engraving falls on the ground for the necessary victory. The master merges magical engraving with celestial elements and aims straight at the phoenix. The golden boss seems oblivious to the master's full power and continues to fly towards his certain death. He finds himself in the very center of the merger of all the master's magical powers and emits a disgusting squeal. Mao Yun begins to understand that there has been a unification of magical powers, and as a result, a double blow to cause even greater damage. Chu Tiange had not finished yet and launched the next action, commanding Urshu. Ursha rushes towards her feathered opponent with a scroll in her teeth. He practices and reaches the place where the Lord of the Divine Phoenixes is writhing under the influence of magical forces. The young master gives the order to his pet to now open the scroll with the elements. Ursha quickly unrolls the scroll, on which the 5 elements are engraved. From the scroll, the powers of powerful elements fly out in all directions with luminous rays. The golden phoenix is no longer able to resist the master's attacks and screams shrilly. Mao Yun still admires with bated breath the master's many skills and is sure that this is not all that he is capable of. He decides to express this to the master, who in turn is sure that everything is over. Chu Tiange had just exhaled a little when he heard from someone behind him that he had underestimated his opponent. The master turns around, but does not notice anything except puffs of smoke. He realized where the sound was coming from and looked towards one of the guild towers. Divine phoenixes circled furiously above the tower, descending from the sky one after another. Chu Tianju is already pretty tired of these creatures, and here is an army of new ones. Mao Yun also looked in surprise at the tornado of mad iron birds. The young master accelerated towards the birds who were not paying attention to him. He raised his magic rod and charged several destructive lightning bolts in their direction at once. Mao Yun came out of hiding closer to the guild to see what was happening there. As he got closer, he heard the tearing chirping of the divine phoenixes. The master heard phoenixes circling behind him and decided to find out what was happening there, having only seen Mao's soul flying away on the revival field. Chu Tiange aimed his destruction rod at the remaining iron birds. A bright, blinding splash occurred above the guild, and numerous rewards began to fall. The master received a system notification congratulating him on the destruction of the golden boss and the activation of the defense system of the Dragon Emperor's palace. Chu Tiange grinned and thought that this was indeed a very difficult task. He was about to leave and suddenly heard someone tell him that he was not bad at all. The young master, confused, began to turn in different directions but heard only a voice in a new place. He finally caught the speaker's gaze and froze in place in surprise. Opposite Chu Tiange on the roof sat that same golden phoenix, who had turned into an ordinary divine phoenix. He announced to him that from today he would live in the guild, because from now on he was its guardian beast. The master asked the phoenix with interest when he would be able to regain his former powerful powers. Phoenix explained to him that in order to increase his level and powers, he needed the rewards left over from killing other powerful gold bosses. Chu Tiange quickly began to check his existing inventory, replenished after previous victorious battles. On the monitor, the game system gave out various rewards in large quantities. Master Chu quickly began to empty his backpack and throw out all his equipment to the phoenix. He left a bunch of different equipment on the ground and wondered if this would be enough for him to get a good upgrade. The divine phoenix did not expect that the master would have so many rewards. However, he began to greedily ask for more gold coins, and the more the better. The master, without even thinking, began to select gold on the screen, because he had a lot of it. Gold coins began to fall one after another, turning into large mountains. The divine phoenix greedily ran quickly to collect all the gold, loudly ringing the coins. The young master knew that unless he increased the guild's level, the phoenix's level also could not be increased. Chu Tiange raised the level of the guild several times in a row, and it began to renew itself with a bright flash. The greedy bird, which was collecting gold, began to shake as if an earthquake had occurred. The process of increasing the level of the guild took place in each of its buildings, thereby radically transforming it. The Dragon Emperor Palace has been completely upgraded and upgraded to level 20. Along with the palace, the bird also increased its level, becoming again the Golden Lord of the Divine Phoenixes, and also the guardian beast of the Chu Tianja Guild. The divine bird flew proudly over the guild, flapping its golden wings. The iron mechanism of the bird is definitely even better than before. The golden phoenix landed on the roof of the guild building as its current guardian. The master displayed information about the bird on the screen, which spoke about all its superpowers. The golden phoenix thanked the master for everything, now calling him his master. Chu Tiange himself was glad to update the bird, because she was now on his side. The master studied the destroying roar of the phoenix, which increased the likelihood of death for players with the lowest level. The resurrected Mao Yun ran cheerfully to the current head of the new guild. Chu Tiange again greeted Mao, confirming his proposals for his death and departure to the field of revival. The new guild keeper intervened in the conversation, citing his low level in the game as the reason for Mao's quick demise. Mao did not like the bird's behavior and shouted to it not to interfere in his conversation with the master. Phoenix guessed that he did not recognize him, and gave a small hint about the past battle that was not in his favor. Mao, having managed to get angry, carefully examined the bird, but then it dawned on him. The Golden Phoenix introduced itself as the new guardian beast of the Dragon Emperor Palace Guild. Phoenix explained why he was defeated. He never expected that there would be a player with a minimum level in the territory. The master added that in this way the guild avoided destruction, and the phoenix was not reborn in its usual form. Mao realized that thanks to his weakness he saved the guild, and was very happy about this. He felt needed. The Golden Phoenix listened to the two's conversation a little longer, and told them that he was tired and was going to rest. Before the players' eyes, the bird began to disappear behind the clouds, that is, to teleport to sleep. The young master invited Mao and Urshu to go and look at the new guild. They went inside the Dragon Emperor's palace, where there were tall buildings with beautiful towers. Mao was simply delighted with the renewed guild and did not intend to hide it, speaking loudly about the greatness and power of the new building. The master led his friends to the highest floor of the palace, from where they could see any point several kilometers away. They observed several teleportation pillars nearby. Chu Tiange knew that these were players coming out of the beginner village, which meant their levels were rising, and he could finally get things moving. The system notified the master about the possibility of increasing the level, since the average for the game had increased. The young master finally lifted the limit on leveling up and could move on. A huge, one-eyed monster resisted the attack of an army of players. The girl player told other characters which side was better to attack from. She also engaged the monster using her magical skills. The girl fired a giant, crushing, exploding projectile at the demon. The huge, one-eyed monster shattered into small particles in the light of the fiery flash. The system notified players that the test had ended, and that they could leave the newcomer village right now. The characters collected the reward they received for their victory, and rejoiced at the opening of the portal. One of the players decided to ask the girl what city she was going to which he heard the answer: Chainan. Other characters teleported to the city street where the players were busy doing their own thing. One of the players noticed how 3 beautiful girls arrived in the city at once. All 3 girls came out of the teleport portal at the same time. The first girl to destroy the one-eyed monster was Master's assistant. The second girl was a player Chu Tianju already knew well, Newbie. The third girl did not reveal her cards and only wanted to meet the richest player as soon as possible. The girls didn't even have time to take a couple of steps before other characters ran around them with offers to play together. The 3 of them simultaneously replied that they had come to look for the greatest player, Chu Tiange. Young Master Chu sneezed loudly without stopping for about 10 minutes. Since childhood, he knew one sign that when you sneeze often, someone thinks or remembers about you. Mao came running to report that the players had arrived, but the master asked to recruit people for the headquarters himself. Mao decided to intrigue Master Chu, and quickly rattled off that 3 beauties were waiting for him at the gate. Even Chu Tiange did not expect such a situation and was noticeably interested in such news. He immediately approached girls to satisfy his personal interest. Seeing the girls, the young master did not recognize all of them, but he guessed who the third stranger was. The stranger, looking at the other girls, arrogantly thought that they could not compare with her. As soon as the master approached the girls, she coquettishly extended her hand to him for introduction. The master, not paying attention to the stranger, greeted the other girls in a friendly manner. The stranger was left standing alone on the side, greatly surprised by this situation. The girls took turns greeting the master and admiring the new guild. The stranger realized that the other 2 girls were already familiar with Chu Tiange, and she needed to act differently. The young master took turns adding girls he already knew to his guild headquarters. Chu Tiange was about to leave, but the stranger blocked his path. She began to admire the master and asked to be added to the headquarters of the new guild. Chu Tiange asked the 2 girls to go look around the palace. The stranger decided that the richest player, Chu, could not resist her and decided to stay alone. But this is not surprising, because she herself is Liu Fei. She, as if embarrassed, reminded the master of her request to join his headquarters. Chu Tiange answered without any doubt that he was not recruiting people now and she could be free. In confusion, she tried to remind him of the recent invitation. Chu Tiange clarified that the invitation concerned only 2 girls and had nothing to do with her. Suddenly, several more players came running with a request to join the headquarters, clarifying that they were Mao's acquaintances, and the master immediately approved them. Liu Fei was visibly angry and spoke unflatteringly about this, because they arrived later than her. The master did not keep anyone waiting for an answer and menacingly said that only he would decide who would come to his palace of the Dragon Emperor. Liu Fei was angry, and leaving shouted goodbye that he would greatly regret this. Elle quickly realized from the master's appearance and attitude towards her that this was Liu Fei. She didn't feel sorry for this arrogant rich woman for a second, saying that it served her right. The Guild of Blasphemers, led by their leader, arrived in the city of Chang'an. The leader led his guild forward, and of course did not forget to mention Chu Tiange. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Emperor's palace, the master divided the people into 2 groups to work on guild affairs. The players obediently followed the order of the guild head and ran in groups in all directions. The new blasphemous recruit noticed a teleporting glow ahead. They stopped and tried to understand where they were, because the city was behind them. Not knowing what awaited them ahead, they decided to go see what was there. At the entrance to the guild, they were greeted by a system alert about paying a fee for further entry. After reading the name of the guild, some players have already begun to guess who its owner is. The leader of the blasphemers heard rave reviews about the new guild, and harshly said that they would be much better. He refused to go inside and decided to go around the guild by another route. The rookie said that it would take a lot of time, which made the leader stop. They thought about how best to proceed and came to the conclusion that they could pay a little attention to Chu Tianju. The Guild of Blasphemers successfully paid the fee in front of the entrance. Players were outraged why there was an entrance fee at all, and wondered whether they would have to pay next time. Chu Tiange, along with his headquarters, fought at the 19th level. Elle was the first to enter the battle, using her magical cane with skills. The monsters were tightly bound with chains and spherical force fields. Chu Tiange joins the attack next, using the Kanglong Gap. The opponents were torn apart and destroyed along with their chains with one powerful blow. Having partially recovered, the monsters were about to launch a retaliatory attack. Before they could do anything, they were blown apart by a magnetic force field. Newbie entered the battle next, using her healing skills towards the young master. Protected by the forces of his partner, Chu Tiange was ready to attack the enemies again. All players together defeated the monsters and received a level increase. The young master reached level 20 and received an upgrade gift set. Elle, playing as Xiao Li, noted that her level increases with the master much faster than before. The girls talked to each other that without each other's help, they would not have managed it so quickly. The system notified the master about the activation of the dungeon mode, which attracted the attention of the girls. He explained to them that this mode is activated at a certain level, and a minimum of 4 players can enter it. Elle asked Chu Tiange if he could invite them since they were of a lower level. The young master opened the dungeon map on the screen and clicked on the squad creation icon. He dragged the icons of his friends to the still empty human headquarters. After making sure that all the data was entered correctly, the master confirmed his choice. A glow appeared around the young master and the players he had chosen. All 4 players at the same second disappeared without a trace in the light of the appeared beam. The players, along with found themselves in a dungeon where the trees were marked with fire. Mao Yun did not hear the master's conversation with the girls and did not understand where they were now. The master explained to his friend what had happened, thereby causing Mao childish delight. A task was displayed on the screen with a time limit of half an hour, and clarification of who exactly they would have to attack to win. Elle asked the young master whether quests are always limited in time and learned that this does not always happen. The healer suggested that we first go and get acquainted with the area. Walking forward, the master remembered that it had been a long time since he had seen the secret merchant anywhere, and the players were expecting the appearance of mythical beasts. He asked Mao to return to the guild and immediately inform him when they met the secret merchant. Friends told the master that they knew a very popular supplier to the imperial court from Europe in the city, and advised him to visit him. Suddenly, Ursha took a fighting stance as he heard something suspicious ahead. He stopped and came out as if to protect the players, shielding them with himself. The young master also heard something and warned everyone to be extremely careful. An army of monsters with red eyes was approaching their friends from the darkness. Chu Tiange and Mao looked at the enraged monsters in confusion. The master tried to defuse the situation and jokingly suggested that these were Ursha's relatives. Ursha froze in place in bewilderment, as if looking questioningly at the owner. Newbie and Mao looked around them warily and saw red eyes everywhere. Red-eyed monsters surrounded the 4 and came closer to attack. The monsters rushed sharply towards the master while he was trying to joke. The partners were surprised by Chu Tiange's calmness, and Elle clarified that the young master did not know what excitement was. The monsters began to attack all the players, and each of them used their strength and skill. Chu Tiange, among the pile of defeated monsters, tried to find his pet. Suddenly, the red-eyed monsters began to howl loudly, picking each other up. Around everything that was happening, the guys heard some strange noise. The master heard where the sound was coming from and quickly turned around to look. Chu Tiange was temporarily confused when he saw the main monster on top of the cliff. The players faced the boss of the quest, the Werewolf King, whose abilities the system was unable to scan. The Werewolf King looked at his fallen subordinates and shot bright rays from his red eyes in different directions. The previously destroyed wolves lying on the ground began to disappear one by one. Players watched as the Werewolf King absorbed the bodies of the disappearing wolves. Mao realized that the boss was becoming stronger due to the small wolves, and the more they destroyed them, the stronger the king would become. Newbie suggested that they need to deal with the boss first, and then with the small wolves. The master liked Newbie's idea, and asked him to cover him while he fought the boss. Chu Tiange quickly rushed towards the boss, and the battle immediately began for everyone. He flew through the small wolves, deftly hitting them with blows of his spear. The Werewolf King, with a stern grin, saw the master approaching him. With a sharp jump, he went on the attack and flew straight towards Chu Tiange. The master, defending himself, put the tip of his spear in front of him, repelling the blow of the main boss. The Werewolf King pushes the master far back with a powerful kick. Chu Tiange flies back, but stops in the moment, braking with his feet. He pushes off the ground hard and flies towards the boss for a devastating counterattack. In flight, the master meets the boss, firing fiery arrows at him, and at the same time defending himself from the powerful blows of the enemy. Chu Tiange moves back to use the extra power from the engraving. Pointing it at the Wolf King, he causes thunder to split the sky. A boss affected by the engraving is subject to multiple attacks at once. The small wolves and the players looked in surprise at the suffering of the main boss. As soon as the engraving stopped, the boss jumped to the side and the small wolves rushed towards him. They surrounded the king and began to run in circles until they gave their lives to restore the boss. The friends did not know what to do, because if they immediately fight with small wolves, their boss will increase his energy at the expense of the fallen. And if they start with the king, then his mongrels will still come to his aid. Mao came up with the idea to first destroy half of the small werewolves. The master interrupted Mao's thoughts, saying that they would deal with everyone at the same time. Mao didn't quite imagine how this could be done with such monsters. Chu Tiange only said with a grin that not all divine beings would like such a trick. The young master's formidable pet ran out to the player's aid, barking. Chu Tiange, about to carry out his plan, told Urshu to run back. The pet did not immediately understand why the owner wanted him to leave, but did not object. He quickly turned around and ran away, leaving the master and the rest of the players on the battlefield. The Werewolf King was already preparing to attack, looking menacingly at the players. At his command, he and his army moved forward to attack the guests of the dungeon. Chu Tiange loudly commanded everyone to quickly run forward from the bloodthirsty pack. A pack of wolves rushed after the players from the forest along the rocks at breakneck speed. As the master walked, he shouted to Mao and Newbie to split up and lure the boss and the wolves into the gorge. For El, he left the task of setting a trap in the gorge and waiting for him there. All four runners split up on different sides, leading the wolves. The master, having caught up with Ursh, asked him to run to Newbie and help him lure the wolves faster. El quickly ran between the rocks, looking for the right gorge to set a trap. She stopped to look around at the high rocks and decided that this would be an ideal place for a trap. Chu Tiange led part of the flock with him, opening the system screen as he went. He quickly dialed El and asked her how long he had to run away from the monsters. At the same time, Mao, Newbie, and Ursha were running away from the evil boss in the second part of the pack. Running around the rocks from different sides, they all met at the entrance to the desired gorge. The master with the open screen informed them that they were all here just in time. All together, they quickly ran away from the angry pack with the boss straight into the gorge. El had just activated the traps and they worked as shields as soon as the wolves touched them. The entire army of monsters, along with their boss, fell into a trap and exploded on the installed shields. The master wastes no time and attacks with a new attack, the sky-breaking Hu. Chu Tiange, as usual, zigzags between the entire army of wolves with powerful blows. Mao admired the young master's combination of skills and strength like the first time. Players heard a global announcement congratulating the master and his team for achieving the first destruction in the Twilight Forest. The supplier of the Imperial Palace was the Oracle of Ju Fu, who wanted to quickly raise the level to get on the quest. All four, led by the master, returned victoriously to the palace of the Dragon Emperor. The players from Chu Tiange's headquarters informed him of the arrival of new people at the headquarters. They could not take their eyes off the richest player, Chu, and at the request of the third brother, they called him the head. Lined up in several rows, they solemnly shouted loud greetings. The master suggested that the players familiarize themselves with the situation and take the blue clothes from Mao. Mao saw the surprised faces of the characters and added that after completing the tasks, they would also receive purple equipment in the future. The players were pleasantly shocked by the news because they could not even dream of this. Mao called everyone along to show them where they were and what awaited them. One of the players walked behind everyone else and was clearly dissatisfied with something or someone. Looking sideways at the master, he cunningly thought that he would definitely figure out Chu Tiange's real identity. The game's global announcement congratulated everyone on completing a month of play and reaching over 1 billion players, and added that in honor of this, ERA organized a gift quest. The master heard from the announcement that the game would be unavailable for some time, and realized that this time was necessary for investors' shares. One of the quests, UFO in the Starry Sky, appeared on the forum with the participation of lotteries and cool equipment, for which many incredible rewards will be given to the first 100 winning players. L also read that it would be possible to activate a UFO, and the master was already hoping to purchase it there. The girls read a heated discussion on the forum about a supplier from Europe and their head, which could not pass without a trace. The forum even put up a vote on the real winner in the person of Chu Tiange and the supplier with comments. The master also went to the forum, and tried to remember where the name Oracle Jufu was so familiar to him. The next day, Chu Tiange went to the arena with the teleportation hall. Upon entering, the master was greeted by the system with the entrance to the Starry Sky UFO event and asked to throw coins into the machine to begin. Chu Tiange, without hesitation, took out the coins prepared in advance and threw them into the machine. A teleportation platform opened in the arena and the movement of the master began. Through the blue glow of teleportation, Chu Tiange began to discern some strange things. Having found himself in another dimension to complete the quest, the master still did not believe his eyes. A meteorite in outer space greeted the master in a friendly manner and offered him to choose either a single mode or a race mode. Chu Tiange was impressed that even the star was speaking here and chose race mode. Meteorite displayed the available UFO cars for the race. The master looked at the spaceship and its characteristics with great surprise. Chu Tiange immediately became interested in the idea of purchasing it and asked about it, to which he received a negative answer. The master looked through a couple more ships and stopped his gaze on one of them. He carefully studied the performance, skills, and appearance of the spacecraft. Concluding that this UFO was not so bad, Chu Tiange made his final choice. Somewhere not far from the master, first a blue tower appeared, and then the UFO itself. Deftly flying around planets and other meteorites, the ship finally stopped. Up close it was quite huge, and even more magnificent than in the picture in the system. The meteorite asked Chu Tiange to go inside and familiarize himself with the operation of the apparatus. The master sat in the UFO cabin, and the system asked him to select the appropriate skills for the device. Reviewing all the capabilities of the spaceship, Chu Tiange was pleased that they were even cooler than in the description. Following the instructions, he easily adjusted the course and viewing angle of the device for successful racing. The next thing in the ship's settings was the technical skill, which is one of the main functions of the UFO. And the last thing was the acceleration setting required for the race mode. The wizard checked again all the settings he had chosen and was completely ready. The system notified the master about the completion of familiarization and generation of a quest card with the enemy, which occurs randomly. The name of a randomly generated opponent appeared on the screen, Oracle Jufu. The master had already seen this name and thought that they would meet sooner than he expected. The spacecraft was completely ready to be sent to the launch point. The master quickly figured out the controls, and even here he could not resist his famous zigzag. The space stands of the UFO quest were crowded with players who wanted to see everything with their own eyes. The leader of the Guild of Blasphemers sat in one of the devices and ordered regular players to broadcast live to increase their popularity. There was an announcement on behalf of the Guild of Blasphemers that the live broadcast would start in 5 seconds. The leader was confident that this time everything would work out, and they would not disgrace themselves like last time. One of the players in the stands was watching the race poster and called the others to quickly take a look. No one wanted to stand up, and the player excitedly announced that the final competition would be between God Chu and Supplier Oracle. The guild leader had already begun to talk about UFOs when the new recruit told him that their spectators were leaving somewhere. The head of the Guild of Blasphemers ran around the ship in bewilderment and asked what happened. On the 63rd route, 2 spaceships were preparing for launch. Oracle Jufu, sitting in his UFO, greeted God Chu and wished him good luck. Master Chu, looking at the supplier, also wishes a successful race in return. The spaceships announced the imminent start of the race and turned on the ignition. Both players were determined and wanted to see each other's strength. The LED indicator lights up with a color countdown to the start. As soon as the indicator reset to 0, the start was announced, and the race began. The master immediately gets a little ahead and notices some rewards along the way. As rewards on the route, you can find items such as gold and various expensive stones. On the monitor inside the UFO, information about the rewards picked up on the route appeared. Chu Tiange quickly noticed that collecting coins significantly slowed down the speed of the machine. Oracle Jufu also noticed on the screen that after collecting the coins, the master's ship slowed down. He smiling noted that free cheese can only be found in a mousetrap. The supplier approached the master a little more and pressed the shot button. Although the master noticed that she had slowed down a little, she did not expect this. Several explosive shots flew towards Chu Tiange's spaceship. One of the shots hit directly the wing of the master's apparatus, exploding immediately. The young master tried to avoid the blows, but still could not resist all of them at once. Due to the broken fan on the wing of Chu Tiange's ship, his vehicle slowed down greatly. Oracle supplier Jufu rushed forward at breakneck speed. Chu Tiange noticed that after the impact, the ship's energy is not lost, which cannot be said about its speed. Ahead of the track, in the embrace of fire, something resembling a playing cube was visible. The master, racing on his opponent's tail, saw that there was a lottery ahead, which could be both a trap and luck. As Chu Tiange got closer and closer to the object, he noticed that it was the embodiment of a real dice. The master, without slowing down, rushed straight over the bone, thereby activating it. The dice were thrown far off the track and it began to spin for a trap or luck. Finally, it stopped spinning and showed the final value. The system congratulated the master on receiving a successful reward in the form of a first-class accelerator rocket. Chu Tiange, without hesitation, immediately put the successful reward into action. The master did not even expect that the spaceship would gain such powerful acceleration. In a matter of seconds, Chu Tiange's apparatus turned a large gap over the opponent into a minimal one. The players flew along the track towards the next incarnation of the dice. Trap or luck. Supplier Oracle was the first to run into the dice with his ship. Trap or fortune flew forward along the track, making its choice. As soon as she stopped, her value became equal to 6, and this meant one thing. The system congratulated the Oracle on receiving the lucky reward of being invincible for a full 10 seconds. Small lights sparkled around the supplier's spaceship. A moment later, his UFO was completely protected by a force fireball. The master was once again surprised to see a protective cap around the opponent's apparatus. Players who watched the live broadcast of the quest were impressed by the Oracle's dexterity. The supplier deftly drove around the next gold coins and stones, remembering the slowdown on the highway. The master was still trying to figure out what he could do with the coins without collecting them directly. Chu Tiange found an ability with a gas projectile on the ship's panel and put it into action. The gas projectile ability threw gold coins and stones forward towards the enemy. Even if the Oracle carefully flew around all the awards, they were drawn to him like a magnet. The master was glad that so far everything was going exactly according to his well-thought-out plan. The Oracle did not immediately understand Chu Tiange's thought and only thanked him for the gifts. Chu Tiange, remembering the slowdown after the awards, abruptly moved to overtake. The young master did not yet know what his insidious rival was really planning. With one movement of his hand, Oracle Jufu pressed a button in the ship that was already familiar to him. Several explosive charges were flying from the Oracle's apparatus into the master's UFO. Chu Tiange decided to use an engraved shield as protection. The defensive shield took the form of a triple ring around the master's ship. The young master flies through the exploding shells, turning everything into a powerful explosion. Thanks to his engraved shield, he emerges from the fire and overtakes his opponent. The Oracle did not at all expect that the master had an engraved shield with inscriptions. The supplier goes full speed ahead, pulling the speed lever to maximum. His ship makes a powerful jerk at breakneck speed, thereby catching up with the master. And now both rivals reach the finish line almost on equal terms. Crossing the finishing line gate, the master takes the lead by a few centimeters. Chu Tiange wins the race, beating Oracle Jufu by just 1 second. The spectators are shocked that even the supplier could not defeat the master in the race. The rivals shake hands in a friendly manner without losing their dignity. Round shields with screens appear in front of both players. A lottery reel with windows containing several prizes is displayed on the screen. The system prompts you to click to start the lottery, and both players click on it. The Oracle dreams of only one win, changing the time of the winner and loser. Chu Tiange, in turn, wants to become the owner of one of the spaceships. The master gets some kind of secret box with unknown contents. He realizes that he received a gift box with materials and turns his attention to something else. At this time on the screen, the time of the rivals' race changes in favor of the Oracle of Jufu. The audience doesn't quite understand what's going on either, but one thing is clear. Oracle is now the winner of the race. A conversation ensues between the rivals, and the master admits that he greatly underestimated his abilities. The supplier enthusiastically offers the master another batch, and he agrees. Chu Tiange and Oracle Jufu compete in a great battle in the card game, Dungeon Poker. The young master makes a move with pairs of aces, and the supplier has nothing to beat him with. He remembers that the cards remaining in his hands will be against him in a further battle with the boss, and those played will be in his favor. The master decides to roll a couple of threes, hoping to achieve his plan. In response, the Oracle moves in pairs of kings, to which the master has nothing to answer. On the next move, the supplier places 10, Jack, Queen, and King in turn. The master sees a combination attack to effectively destroy the boss in the future. A little worried, but without showing it, Chu Tiange calmly replies that he has nothing to beat him with. The Oracle also lays out cards from 3 to 7 in order, which is a combo arrow. Chu Tiange thinks that everyone's abilities are the same, and he still has a chance to win. The Oracle stands up and announces that he has no more cards and the game is over. The master understands that the Oracle has all the power in his hands, and asks if he always waits for the combination to appear. After receiving a positive response, Chu Tiange says that the Oracle relies too much on luck. Suddenly, an incomprehensible sound appears and a strong wind rises. Master Chu quickly closes the game, teleporting it to his inventory. As expected, after the game ends, the main boss comes out of the forest to fight. In front of the players stands a giant, bipedal, upright monster with sharp claws. At this point, players will have buffs and debuffs activated according to their completed card game. The evil giant steps his giant foot right on the players, wanting to crush them. The opponents manage to move away a little and are scattered by the kick of the giant monster on the ground. The Oracle loads lightning arrows into his crossbow and aims directly at the main enemy. Chu Tiangjie, having waited out all the weakening, rushes straight at the giant to attack. Immediately, many different blows fly at the giant monster from both sides. The master approaches the very face of the monster and tries to pierce it with a spear, but immediately flies back. The giant boss unleashes a devastating fiery roar from its mouth. The Oracle charges the lightning arrows again and fires non-stop at the angry monster. All the fired fire arrows hit the giant at once and explode right on him. He begins to fall apart and lets out a high-pitched farewell roar as he realizes his sad end. A moment later, a powerful explosion occurs at the place where the giant stood. Chu Tiangjie notices the supplier standing next to the boss and shouts at him to quickly move away so as not to get hurt. At the sight of the explosion, there remains only a veil of thick smoke and an absolutely uninjured Oracle without a single scratch. Oracle Ju Fu turns around and notices the surprised face of the young master and only chuckles in response. At this moment, Chu Tiangjie realizes that he is still affected by the invincibility bonus he was caught in the race earlier. The guys don't even have time to exchange a few words before the giant monster runs out at them again. The Oracle quickly loads arrows into the crossbow and just as accurately shoots straight at the monster. Finally, the supplier prepared for the giant many arrows that pierce and penetrate straight into the heart. The giant runs straight at the players and at that moment receives all the arrows fired at it at once. There is a bright flash, followed by a powerful explosion, finally destroying the huge monster. A bunch of good rewards and something else appear in the air for defeating the boss. The Oracle is not interested in gold, armor, etc. He snatches an item that is new to him. The Crystal Family item is an artifact of Chang'an City. The supplier, having examined the received artifact, tells the young master that he has won again. The master, not accustomed to defeats, tells him that this is not the end, and he will definitely win back. Chu Tiangjie waits a couple of minutes, and solemnly takes out a map from his armor. He deftly throws the previously hidden card to the Oracle, and he looks at it with interest. The card refuses with the function of forced exchange between players. At the same second, all the artifacts received by the Oracle are transferred into the hands of Chu Tianju, greatly surprising the supplier. The supplier did not understand how and when the young master came up with and pulled off this trick. He also did not understand why the card did not turn into a power-up when the boss appeared, but remained with him. The master, with a smile, took out a few more cards from his reserves, explaining that there were a lot of them in the donations. The Oracle only said that apparently the phrase "Krypton does not change life" is a lie, to which the master replied that it really does change if there is a lot of it. After a little frustration, the supplier finally decided to show the master one more thing. Chu Tiangjie was seriously scared, deciding that he somehow still had a card against him. The Oracle told him not to worry about anything and handed him his card. The young master exhaled and took a business card, which said that the Oracle was the head of a trading company, and could also organize unlikely quests. The master received a system notification with a friend request from the Oracle, which he immediately confirmed. Chu Tiangjie understood what the Oracle's main goal was, because it is not so easy to become friends with God Chu. The system congratulated the players on the successful completion of the dungeon poker quest. The characters, upon hearing the world announcement, did not understand what kind of dungeon they were talking about. A conversation began between the unknown players on the topic of Oracle provider Ju Fu. The blonde was very angry at the fact that his players couldn't kidnap the Oracle as a last resort. The characters mumbled something and tried to somehow justify themselves to the boss. Liu Fei entered the building, insulting her worthless subordinates. The blonde quickly reminded her of her recent failure to join the Dragon Emperor's palace. This made Liu Fei more than just angry. She was furious. The blonde calmly said that after she left the palace, his people were able to get a job there without any problems. Liu Fei walked away with an arrogant speech and the blonde looked after her. Several exploding shots flew at the next monster with sharp claws. It turned into a mountain of ash, leaving behind only smoke and piles of broken stones. The players collected the reward for their victory and told the Oracle that he had become very popular after competing with the Chu God. The Oracle only reminded them that they were still traitors and should remain neutral towards power players, and not cling to all influential people in a row. Suddenly, he received notifications from the system about the sudden death of his people, one after another. The supplier looked at the monitor in confusion and called his subordinates to clarify the circumstances. The players began to take turns shouting about the attack on them by the Zhao Guild, and the Oracle asked them to hide somewhere safely for a while. After some thought, he informed the other two players that he needed to leave the game. One of the characters was worried that in this way someone was trying to expose the real identity of the oracle. They silently looked at the reward that had not yet been collected and thought about what to do with it. One of them said that it would be a pity to lose everything if they were also waiting for them outside the quest. The supplier suggested that they simply exchange all the rewards for gold coins. The players did not understand who would now buy so many rewards from them, and the oracle assured them that such a person exists. He also gives them teleportation scrolls to travel to the Dragon Emperor's palace. St. Itabashi Hospital, Faculty of Medicine, University of Japan. In the ward, with an unconscious patient behind the curtain, a guy woke up in a gaming chair. First of all, the guy checks the condition of the unconscious patient behind the screen. He exhales, making sure that the patient is okay and there are no changes for the worse. A nurse came into the room and the guy immediately told her that he was ready to pay for the necessary operation. She looked at the guy in bewilderment and said that all expenses had long been covered. The guy was very surprised by what he heard, but his thoughts were interrupted by two bouncers who entered the room. One of them, approaching, called a guy named Oracle Jufu and asked him to talk to them about something. The young master and his close friends were talking about the supplier and the recent attack on his guild. Chu Tiange became interested in this news and decided to find out who he had already contacted. He quickly found the oracle icon with a bell in the system and clicked on it. The master supplier did not answer, and suddenly, out of nowhere, he appeared in front of them with an apology for his disappearance. He explained that he had some business to attend to, which is why he disappeared so abruptly. But he had already sorted everything out. Chu Tiange listened to the oracle's story and told everyone that since everything was in place, he was launching a multi-level quest. All four began moving around the area to the quest chosen by the master. The teleportation took some time and took them to the sand area. The young master immediately asked the oracle what happened to his guild. The supplier told the competitors about the goods taken from them and noticed that they were in a quest of a fairly high level of difficulty. Chu Tiange replied that on such an occasion he was going through it with him. The oracle decided to honestly admit that he actually needed just one thing out of everything. The master was a little wary of this statement from the supplier and listened to him carefully. The oracle informed Chu Tianju about a certain benefit card that was hiding the left account. The young master recalls that such a gift was already included in previous donations. Chu Tiange is pulled out of his thoughts by the sound of sand pouring nearby. Suddenly, out of nowhere, terrible poisonous scorpions rose from the sand. The master quickly commands all players to attack the enemies to kill. The third brother shouts to Chu Tianju to leave the small enemies to them and go to fight the boss himself. The young master finds the powerful Scorpion King and goes straight to attack him. The oracle deftly loads his fiery arrows into his bow, aiming for the scorpions. The arrows, having reached the monsters, explode with them in a bright flash. Meanwhile, Master Chu stormed the Scorpion King using magical and physical skills together. He flew around the king several times with lightning speed, delivering striking blows. The scorpion boss was destroyed by a huge explosion, leaving only smoke behind. The remaining small scorpions at the same second began to evaporate in front of the player's eyes. The system displayed the rewards received for winning this quest level. L started talking about good rewards for the first level, which greatly surprised Newbie. The players realized that Newbie was not in the know, and began to explain to her that this quest consists of 5 levels, and the rewards for victory will be different everywhere. While everyone was studying the awards they had received, the master invited them to move on. The system prompted Chu Tianju to accept the next level. Players bravely fight wild octopuses in the 2nd level and win. At the next level, they fight with evil mummies in armor and also emerge victorious. Having reached the 4th level, players triumphantly attack a huge ogre. The system offers the master to go to the final level with the condition that if any of the players is destroyed, then the entire team will automatically be considered defeated in the entire quest. The young master chooses to confirm the conditions, and along with the others, teleports to the finale. They find themselves in a snow-covered forest, which delights Newbie like a child. At this time, Chu Tianju receives a video call from Mao with information that the Dragon Emperor's palace is surrounded. The master looks at Mao in confusion, not knowing what to answer. There were many armed players gathered around the Chu Tianja guild. Mao Yun was worried that the head had entrusted him with guarding the palace, and right now they were surrounded by enemies and wanted to capture them. The leader of the blasphemous guild, and a blonde man, who turned out to be Zhao Shu, approached the palace and challenged Mao to fight them. The leaders received a system notification about paying the fee for further passage. The head of the blasphemers and the head of the Zhao guild read the notice with express displeasure. Zhao began to object because he came to seize the palace and not to pay him, to which the leader of the blasphemers assured him that after a successful plan, he would return everything in full. In the news chat of the Chu Tianja guild, there was a heated discussion about the players' further plan of action until the master returned. The third brother suggested that they return to the guild right now, in order to avoid the seizure of the palace warehouse. The master did not yet know the exact plan of action, but he was sure of one thing. If the palace was captured, he would consider himself defeated. The players discussed among themselves why the palace was attacked now. when they had reached the final level. Everyone paid fleeting attention to Oracle Jufu, who throughout the whole time had never supported the conversation about attacking the palace. The master quickly brought them out of their thoughts and shouted to run to the attack. All 5 charged and ran towards the horned monsters. The third brother even managed to cheer everyone up, saying that the sooner they finished the battle, the faster they would escape from there. The players worked together and each used their own skills and familiar techniques. Between the snow-covered trees, something huge and powerful floated towards the players. A giant snow woman, Yuki-onna, appeared before them in a whirlwind of snow. The master, as usual, was not scared by the impressive size of the monster, and he called everyone to a showdown with the ice block. Snowy Yuki-onna, seeing the attack coming, was preparing for a retaliatory attack. The players simultaneously began to fight against the ice woman, who put up protective shields in front of her. Chu Tianj felt a sharp whiff of frost from somewhere and looked for the reason with his eyes. Yuki-onna's protective shields turned into weapons that shot blocks of ice and snow. The snow woman directed the powerful force of all shields against her opponents at once. While they were being swept off their feet and covered with snow, the young master remembered that her attacks would result in a decrease in their strength and loss of lives. Chu Tiange remembered the condition of the final level of the quest and called a loyal pet to help. In the middle of the snow battle, the formidable Ursha appeared, ready to use the skill. The master commanded El to use the magic circle of Hu's seal to imprint the Snow Queen, and left Nubi with the task of healing. Nubi quickly responded to the master's order and told her not to worry about it. El also obediently called Ursh to run after her and keep up. The master and the third brother were fighting the boss at this time with the help of a combination of a furious dragon cutting through the earth and furiously sparkling swords. With their rebellion, they only angered Yuki-onna even more, and she was preparing to respond. The Snow Queen created a huge spiral vortex, throwing opponents far back. At this time, Ursha arrived in time with his provocation skills. The Snow Queen was immediately attracted by the loud barking of the beast, and she stopped the attack for a while. The players looked at the distracted Yuki-onna, with the understanding that provoking the dog was working. The young master watched as Oracle Jufu loaded an arrow into the crossbow, pulling the string tightly to fire. The supplier still held the arrow tightly in his hand, as if concentrating on the shot. Chu Tiange asked him menacingly how much longer he would wait for them. The oracle clearly did not expect such a question, and out of surprise, without looking, fired an arrow. The fiery arrow quickly flew past, right at the snow woman's head. The supplier seemed not to understand what was going on and asked the master what he meant. Chu Tiange replied that El's seal lasts for 3 more minutes and he has one chance to explain himself. After a second, he added that he wanted to hear what was so important that prompted him to help the Blasphemers Guild and the Zhao Guild. Oracle Jufu visibly became quiet and nervous, clutching his crossbow tightly in his hand. He tried not to show it, and said that he didn't understand what we were talking about, and he was just participating in the quest like everyone else. Suddenly, the master launched his spear at the supplier, who was standing with his back to him. The oracle did not immediately notice the flying weapon and was unable to completely dodge the blow. Other players noticed what was happening and watched everything with noticeable surprise. Chu Tiange's spear touched the oracle's shoulder and he shouted and asked what he was doing. The young master, without changing his facial expression, still continued to look at the oracle menacingly. The players were so carried away by what was happening that they seemed to have forgotten about the battle until they heard Ursh barking. He quickly ran towards them, leading the evil Snow Queen behind him. The third brother, seeing the queen, discussed with Nubi their further plan of action. He quickly typed L on the screen, who said that Yuki-onna must under no circumstances leave the Hu Seal area. The third brother accepted L's order and called the rest of the players to run forward. At this time, the master and supplier were fighting their own war, attacking each other. The oracle shouted to the master that if he destroyed it, he would violate the terms of the quest, and all their efforts would be in vain. The master only replied that he was not interested in the quest or the rewards, or anything else from this, and that he would calmly destroy it and go back to the first level. He deftly dodged the oracle's flying lightning arrows with a high-flying somersault. Having finished the firefight for a while, the young master landed and looked straight into the eyes of the oracle. Chu Tiange clarified that he stayed here only to hear the truth, but if this does not happen, he will end him and return to the beginning of the quest. The supplier pulled the arrow tightly and seemed ready to shoot but did not dare. Chu Tiange did not back down and continued to ask why he agreed to help some scoundrels and was not afraid of the anger and revenge of God Chu himself. The oracle still did not intend to shoot anymore and, lowering the crossbow with a loaded arrow, decided to tell everything. Standing with his head bowed in front of the master, he began to talk about his sick sister, whom these scoundrels were threatening. The master put the whole puzzle together. The oracle wanted to use Zhao to attack the palace and at that time save his younger sister, and the benefit card was needed to further hide the identity from the left account. The oracle did not know what to say in his defense because the master was absolutely right. Suddenly, Chu Tianj heard the voices of his people calling him for help. He turned around to see what was happening on the battlefield and saw that the Snow Queen had the advantage. The master quickly opened the screen with the players' health indicators, where he saw that everyone already had less than half. He again remembered the terms of the quest and quickly moved to help his friends. Pushing off the ground powerfully, Chu Tiange flew towards the Snow Woman's attack. In one leap, he reached it and used Sanglun's new technique, tearing it apart. Chu Tiange launched an explosive spear strike with a trail of fire and sparks. Without hesitation, his next attack was thunder that shook the sky. The young master seemed to have absorbed the energy of lightning and thunderstorms and, with burning eyes, attacked Yukiona. He sent several dozen paralyzing lightning bolts and fiery explosions at her. Looking at the terrifying master, the third brother said that he was very scary when he was angry. Elle approached the guys and, noticing the attacking master, wondered why all the bosses were so easy for their leader. She immediately realized that the Hue battle formation she had drawn up earlier was completely useless. The players were pulled out of their thoughts by a powerful nuclear explosion that spread across the entire clearing. The system displayed information on the screen that the boss of the 5th level was destroyed, and the multi-level quest was over. The third brother, looking at the monitor, rejoiced at their victory in the final level of the quest. Elle, in turn, expected to receive the coolest rewards for all levels. The Oracle quickly opened the monitor and began to look through all the awards received. In a panic, he realized that he did not see what he needed and was noticeably upset. The young master mockingly noted that it seemed that his luck had turned away from him, because the benefit card did not fall out. The global announcement congratulated all 5 players for completing the multi-level quest. Zhao and the leader of the blasphemers heard the announcement, but decided that they would have time to cope before they returned. Looking at the large protective dome of the Dragon Emperor Palace, they thought about how to break through it. Mao Yun, while inside the dome, looked at the army outside and shouted invitations to them to enter. The recruit informed the leader that a group of Poison Kings had weakened the magical barrier around the palace, and they could attack at any moment. The leader loudly ordered the distant group of warriors to cover, and the near one to storm. Both groups accepted the leader's order, and took up their defensive and attacking positions as ordered. They smashed and fired at the protective dome from all sides with all available weapons. Sometime later, they managed to break through the magical barrier and break through. Mao Yun noticed that the defense was broken, and in a panic began to think about what to do next. He quickly thought that the head did not allow him to hire many people who would be very useful now. There was a loud sound of damage to the main gate of the guild. The attacking players shouted that the main gate had been destroyed and they could safely go forward to attack. Mao Yun ran away from the overseer's post and shouted to everyone to hold on to the last and not retreat. Zhao Shu ordered his men to attack everyone and go up to the 3rd floor for the main target. Mao heard this and wondered how they knew that the warehouse was located on the 3rd floor, because this meant that they had a rat. He ran along with his subordinates and shouted to everyone to protect the warehouse at the cost of their lives. Unexpectedly for everyone, the clouds thickened and some noise was heard through the purple lightning. From the clouds, a menacing voice asked who it was that had come into the guild and was disturbing his sweet sleep. Zhao Shu and the leader of the blasphemers tried to see who was speaking there in bewilderment. In the embrace of lightning, the golden phoenix menacingly descended from the sky, announcing that the palace was his refuge, and promised to destroy everyone who disturbed his sleep. Mao, seeing the guardian beast of the guild, shouted that they were now saved. The attackers discussed among themselves what kind of beast was in front of them and how to fight it. The leader of the blasphemers quickly opened the screen, reading information about the bird. Zhao confidently stated that some bird would not be able to cancel their attack. The golden phoenix flew straight towards the guild headquarters, scattering everyone in its path. He spat out destructive flames with fury, fulfilling his terrible promise of vengeance. In one swift movement, he shot down towards the attackers like an explosive bullet. The players only had time to see the huge iron legs of the bird flying right at them. The golden phoenix rammed everyone who did not have time to escape, making a long depression in the ground. The guardian beast, from the place where it stopped, began to incinerate the army of enemies with wildfire. The guild leader looked with regret at his entire fallen army of the near battle line. Zhao Shu commanded the stunned players to shoot arrows at the golden phoenix. As soon as the phoenix flew above them, the players loaded arrows into their crossbows and began shooting. The enraged guardian switched to using his favorite destructive roar. As soon as he opened his mouth, the attackers flew in different corners along with their weapons. Mao Yun and his staff also fell under the general attack and defended themselves from the powerful attack of the phoenix. As soon as he heard the first chirp of the guardian, who created a whole whirlwind, he ran at breakneck speed as far as possible, knowing what would happen next. He hid in one of the guild buildings, looking at the players flying in different directions from the sounds of the bird. Mao noticed that players with lower levels could not do anything against the guardian beast, as happened to him when he was still the Phoenix boss. Zhao, the leader of the blasphemers, and the new recruit waited in horror for the end of the birds chirping. They talked among themselves that the power and energy of this beast was too strong, and perhaps it was better for them to retreat before it was too late. The guild leader did not want to give up, but still thought about the words about retreat. Mao knew that they could not defeat the guardian of the palace and was going to find that very rat at the guild headquarters. The guys, having completed the quest, all gathered together and the oracle began to say that there was no point in bickering anymore. He continued the story of how the villains found his sick sister and began to threaten her with violence if he did not detain the master on the quest while they robbed the warehouse on the 3rd floor of the palace. The players were furious at this behavior of the impudent people. And Newbie asked why they chose the oracle of Zhu Fu. The master explained that since the oracle did not side with them, they were afraid that he would join the ranks of our guild, and in case of a setup, I would break off any relationship with him, and so they would kill 2 birds with 1 stone. The oracle no longer made excuses and simply admitted that he was very guilty before him. The young master took out some kind of card, and the 3rd brother did not understand what he was going to do. A moment later, Chu Tiange deftly launched the card straight at the supplier. The oracle turned the card over and saw that it was the same benefit card hiding the left account. While he was looking at the map in complete confusion, Chu Tiange informed the players to return to the palace as soon as possible. Waking up from not understanding what was happening, the oracle called out to the young master. Chu Tiange continued to walk forward but heard the oracle clearly when he thanked him. He only recalled their agreement, according to which the benefit card goes to him, and the master takes everything else for himself. The players had already stood on the teleportation platform, and Chu Tiange told the oracle to leave the game to check the map. While moving, the 3rd brother told Chu that he was a good person, to which he replied that he just wanted to get around the cunning Zhao. The 4 of them moved into the palace, leaving Oracle Zhu Fu to look at their remaining trail. He seriously thought about the young master's last words about quitting the game. Players who had fallen from the Golden Phoenix's attack were scattered throughout the territory of the Dragon Emperor's palace. They were even on the roofs and dilapidated buildings of the Master's Guild. The Zhao survivors, the leader and the new recruit, cautiously peeked around the corner. They checked to see if the Phoenix had flown away, and if there was any other danger on their way back. The players were about to leave when they heard someone behind them threateningly ordering them to stop. Just at this time, the master and his friends returned to the palace and found the attackers trying to escape punishment for their crime. Mao Yun ran with the surviving players to meet the young master. Chu Tiange began to talk about how they forced a good man to frame him, for which he had already paid in full, and now the same fate awaits them. Zhao and the leader of the blasphemers tried to ridiculously threaten the master. They quickly took out their teleportation scrolls and opened them to quickly move to a safer place. Teleportation, for some reason, did not work, and they tried again, but still nothing happened and the leader stared at the scroll. Zhao asked what was wrong and only heard from the leader that for some reason they were not working. The young master decided to intervene and explain to them that while the phoenix was flying over the palace, they would not be able to use their scrolls. Zhao was already loading an arrow into the crossbow and said that in this case they would fight to the last. The leader fired a shotgun, and Zhao fired an arrow from a crossbow. The master easily deflected their blows and asked how long they would resist the inevitable. With a sharp jump, he flew to the enemies at the same second, not allowing them to reload. Chu Tiange launched a pair of cross strikes, followed by a bright explosive flash. Zhao and the leader of the blasphemers were destroyed, and their souls left their bodies. The young master angrily turned to the recruit who was still alive. The recruit was already preparing to take out the arrow and said that someday he would definitely take revenge on him for everything. Without having time to understand anything, the players looked at what was happening in surprise. While the recruit's soul was flying towards the tunnel, he managed to shout to the master that they would meet again. Mao whispered to the master that there was a rat in their guild, to which the master replied not to worry. Mao Yun, completely trusting Chu Tianju, nodded obediently and said, "That's right." The master was deep in thought on how to better understand the situation of the Oracle of Zhu Fu. A white van was racing at breakneck speed along the road of the Night City. The tired guy carefully took off his gaming nanoglasses to exit the game. He exhaled slowly and the nurse asked him if he was okay. The alarmed guy immediately asked the girl about the condition of her sick sister. One of those sitting in front asked the boss, turning to the guy, if he had figured out the game. The guy, aka Oracle Zhu Fu, noticed bruises and abrasions all over his face and began to find out how he got them. The guy in front began to explain that he was injured during a small conflict with the Zhao family. The Oracle began to ask with fear to tell the details of what happened to him. The wounded guy began to tell what happened to them about an hour ago. At the beginning, the Oracle called him and told him that 2 thugs were threatening and asking him to do something for them, and therefore he and his sister needed to be taken out of the hospital as soon as possible. The guy, of course, agreed, saying that he would take care of everything and make an agreement with the hospital. He drove the van at full speed towards the emergency exit of the hospital in the underground garage. Having arrived there, the guy and his partner quickly ran after the boss and his sick sister. Then the guy told the oracle that they did everything exactly according to plan, until they met several of Zhao's people in the garage. He explained that Zhao's men were too numerous and they had to fight. When they were already on the verge of defeat, an unknown person appeared. This person who appeared was young Master Yin Li's butler. Zhao's people, seeing the stranger, rushed at him with their fists in a crowd. Then the guy told how the butler quickly dealt with everyone and helped take away their boss along with his sister. Oracle Zhu Fu, having listened to the story to the end, looked in the rearview mirror and asked Yin Li if he was their savior. The butler nodded his head positively and said that it was Chu Tiange who sent him to help them. After hearing this, the oracle was completely at a loss and could not help but ask who Chu Tiange really was. The butler calmly replied that Chu Tiange was just an ordinary player and there was no need to worry about it. At the Zhao mansion, the entire family gathered in the meeting room at a long table. They were watching the game's news portal about the failed attack on the Dragon Emperor's palace and the power of Chu Tiange. The broadcast was interrupted by a dark figure already familiar to them suddenly appearing on the screen. The Zhao family knew perfectly well why the stranger contacted them and what would happen now. The stranger on the screen asked the father of the family whether the seizure of the warehouse in the Chu Tiange palace was his brilliant plan. The head of the family, bowing, replied that it was just an accident, and they would soon fix everything. The stranger asked again about the umpteenth time they had an accident, and said that their family could no longer be used in the future. After these words, the dark figure turned off the connection, and his father was still trying to somehow convince him. Finally, they heard words about the imminent execution of the entire Zhao family. Zhao Shu could no longer listen to this and see his depressed father and jumped up shouting that all this was stupid and made no sense. He furiously shouted that he would deal with Chu Tiange himself, and then the Singularity Organization would regret its words. Meanwhile, in the Singularity Organization, 6 men were talking about their next actions. One of them said that their biggest obstacle in Era was Chu Tiange. They decided to go to another gaming country, where Chu Tiange would not be able to enter due to his insufficient level. The man from the 6 approached one of the halls and opened the door to it. He stood in front of a bunch of identical people, and said that he would create such a team in just 10 days. In the martial arts guild, workers worked almost non-stop. The young master came to the guild with a request to update the spear, and learned that certain materials were needed for this. The worker also clarified that it is impossible to do anything now, since the materials are in other countries, where it is impossible to reach due to insufficient levels. The master asked if it was possible to transfer the spear in another way, and the worker answered him about secret merchants. Chu Tiange remembered that he had just recently seen that same merchant somewhere. At this time, the secret merchant was offering players his large selection of rare goods. Meanwhile, he was thinking about how stupid these players were and decided not to delay any longer. The master, still in the martial arts guild, called up the game system screen. He entered into a dialogue with his second brother, from which he learned that there is a certain organization that controls many people and deprives them of territories with all materials. The second brother briefly spoke about the activities of this organization and clarified that he had never seen them go offline. 2 guards stood at the post of the teleport portal leading to the country of Song. The players watching them from hiding were a little surprised by such a small number of guards. They were about to begin the operation, but the second brother ordered to wait. The second brother quickly wrote to the master that he would recruit people for a hidden attack and, after the capture, would transfer all the materials received to him. Suddenly, very close, he heard the crunching of branches and a suspicious noise. The second brother had not yet finished his conversation with the master and shouted to everyone to leave as they were surrounded. The players were surrounded on all sides by armed mercenaries flying towards them. The mercenaries turned out to be powerful ninjas with throwing blades and swords. The ninja used their weapons, leaving a trail of fire behind them. The second brother managed to put up a protective shield and deflect many blows. He turned to look at his men and saw them cut down by blades and swords. The ninja, having finished with everything except the second brother, flew straight towards him. He took a fighting stance and began to defend himself, not intending to run. The second brother used the power of the shield and powerfully pushed everyone aside. Unfortunately, he didn't see all the ninja, especially the one flying at him from behind with a sharp blade. He was still in touch with the young master and quickly told him that he could not dodge the blow. The master at this time wrote to the second brother to be careful and let him know how everything went. The system notified him that the message had not been delivered, which meant only one thing. A notification appeared on the master's screen with the second brother's icon crossed out. Chu Tiange already knew for sure that someone had sent his second brother to the next world. After the successful revival, the second brother's subordinates walked next to him and discussed the further course of action. The second brother was against it, since the opponents are professionals in their field, and then the player suggested gathering more people for the next attack. The second brother expressed his doubts about the group of people who attacked them, because they themselves were good at martial arts, but they fell so quickly. Another player offered to call the strongest fighter to help them, but his interlocutor did not see any point in this. since they must avenge themselves. The second brother received a message on the screen that someone from his headquarters named Pineapple Rice was gathering fighters against the guild that attacked their boss. The first player looks at the message with excitement and says that he will also go fight. The second character remembers past battles with Pineapple Rice and fearfully abandons this idea. The second brother says that there is no need to be afraid of her, because she has always been looking for an opponent for a duel like the god of Chu, so she is overdoing it. The first player knows Pineapple Rice's strength and asks if she can still win. The second brother invites his subordinates not to speculate and go see everything with their own eyes. Chu Tianj wrote a message to his second brother, asking what happened to them at the teleport passage and asking for their coordinates. The second brother said that they were attacked by strangers, but they would deal with it themselves, because even the young master could not move to another country. Chu Tiange still insisted that he send the exact coordinates of his guild, and the second brother dutifully sent them to him. The master walked through the streets of the city of Chang'an, in the country of Tang, in order to find someone. The young geisha at the counter said that fresh maple berries had just arrived in the morning to enhance healing medicines. The master asked the geisha if she had any medicine for a long journey and took out a talisman from his pocket. Seeing the talisman, the geisha immediately realized that this was a pass to all countries, which only a tramp from an alley with a hidden mission could give him. She said with a smile that this rare flower on the talisman belongs to their Baiwalu house, and it will definitely not disappoint the noble son. The geisha motioned for the young master to enter their mysterious guild. Showing the surroundings of their house, she said that they had finally waited for such an important person for their country. Suddenly, at that moment, a system screen with a task appeared in front of the master. He was invited to take part in the hidden mission Renaissance of the Song Country. Having studied all this information on the hidden task, the master immediately confirmed the invitation. Chu Tianj told the geisha that he wanted to visit the country of song, and she asked him to follow her. On one of the walls inside the building, there was a poster that the geisha was about to take down. Having finished, she asked the master to give her a talisman with a flower from their house. There was a recess in the wall of a certain shape into which the talisman, which now served as a key, fit perfectly. The key activated the opening and the walls slowly moved apart in a certain order. The master watched everything that was happening with bated breath and began to understand what was in front of him. In front of him was a teleportation point to various countries in the game. The geisha informed the young master that he could already go, but warned that he would be on the outskirts of the chosen country, and this could be very dangerous. The master thanked the geisha, and entering the portal indicated the country of Song. A lightning explosion occurred in one of the clearings on the outskirts of Kaifeng. The powerful explosion turned into a blinding pillar, which was noticed by a merchant who was just nearby. Turning around, he wondered where there could be players in such a remote location. The secret merchant did not think long and decided that he would now earn a fortune. The new location of the master was determined on the navigation map that appeared. Even though Chu Tiange knew where he ended up, he was still excited and a little surprised. The young master saw a familiar figure rushing towards him from afar. Taking a better look at the approaching figure, he recognized it as a secret merchant. Having reached the master, the merchant froze in surprise and thought only about one thing. Why him? Player Pineapple Rice stood at the gate of the Outlander Guild, tying up a couple of old-timers by a stone. He put his spear forward. She demanded to call their leader immediately. One of the subordinates came out of the gate and said that the leader was not there, and then asked what she was going to do next. Pineapple Rice placed herself in the subordinate's face with a powerful push, saying that she would fight them until he came. The subordinate, having received several strong blows, flew to the ground and replied that there was no point in even talking about this, because no one would come. She dragged him by the leg to the stone to tie him up like the others, and added that none of them knew how to fight. Before she could carry out her plan, she saw 4 soldiers with spears come out of the gate. Pineapple Rice counted them cheerfully and asked where they were hiding before. She continued to talk to them, making threats as they prepared the thunder cannons. Having finished her speech, the girl watched as they charged their spears with lightning. The soldiers, putting their weapons forward, moved to attack the girl, who also ran out to retaliate. Their spears with sparks met in the air, striking each other with strong blows. Pineapple Rice deftly defended herself from the sharp weapon of one of her opponents. She accelerated to the limit and ran in a circle, thereby throwing back 3 warriors advancing on her at once. While Pineapple Rice was delivering crushing blows, she noticed the gaze of the 4th soldier on her, who was still not participating in the battle. The idea occurred to her that the soldier was tracking and remembering her movements and moves. Turning sharply, she shouted to the 4th soldier that he would not be able to analyze her shortcomings in battle. She continued to single-handedly attack the 3 soldiers, inflicting severe beatings on them. The girl decided to move to the next level of battle and use the Thunder Roar skill. With one cutting fiery blow, she threw all 3 of them far back. The soldiers of the Alien Guild were thrown high into the sky, and then carried into a powerful blast wave, causing irreparable damage. The girl looked with a grin at the cooling bodies of the soldiers in the hole formed after the explosion. Pineapple Rice was carried away by her own victory and forgot about the quadruple soldier, whom she noticed late. He decided to attack her from behind and was already flying quickly with his spear. The girl did not have time to dodge the blow of the fourth soldier, who, after a successful attack, landed in front of her. Upon landing, the soldier was sure that he had sent her straight to the revival field. The soldier walked to the place where he thought the reward would lie for him. But he saw something completely different. He couldn't believe that, instead of a reward, there was still a half-dead girl lying on the ground. One of the second brother's men quietly crawled up to her to make sure he was alive. He asked her if she was alive and added that she was lucky because they had arrived on time. Pineapple Rice, hearing about the luck, gathered all her strength and pushed the player away from her. She jumped up and began screaming that this was not luck at all and that she was not as easy to finish off as he thought. The second brother and another player finally reached the scene and asked the girl about her condition. Seeing the army of soldiers, he immediately warned everyone that something was clearly wrong with these guys. Pineapple Rice said she had to deal with them and wasn't sure how much damage had already been done to her. She also added that the soldiers are very ambiguous, since one half of them are professionals, the other half are losers, and together they seem to be exchanging experience in battle. There was nothing left to do but join the soldiers in battle, and the girl invited everyone to unite. One soldier came forward saying that many were eager to get their spears, but this would never happen. The second brother led his men into battle and shouted to everyone to be ready to attack. The two armies flew furiously at each other, weapons pointed forward. The second brother's subordinate decided to use the double-blade gravity technique. Having flown through several soldiers with lightning speed, the subordinate dealt fiery blows to them. The soldier who offended the girl last time announced the end of the warm-up and his entry into the game. His spear began to become covered in magical power from tip to hilt. The other players continued to attack each other to their defeat. A soldier with a spear imbued with magical power moved to attack the subordinate's second brother. The subordinate dodged the blows as best he could, using all his strength. After waiting for time, he dealt a powerful blow to the enemy from his side. For some reason, the soldier stopped and seemed to be thinking of something, looking at the second brother's people. Suddenly, second brother and the other players felt strange changes throughout their bodies. The subordinate did not immediately notice what was happening and continued to attack the strong opponent. The second brother and his men were poisoned by the soldier's magical spear and literally fell off their feet. Finally, the subordinate felt something and turned around to see what had happened. The soldier stood in front of everyone with the Poison Core charm skill with the hidden class, Poison King. The second brother realized that this was a poisoning skill, and along with them, a subordinate was also poisoned, who would now suffer great damage during his own attack. The soldier confirmed the words of the second brother and said that they themselves would kill each other. With a sharp movement, he once again hit his subordinate, first on the shoulder and then on the leg. The soldier looked at his wounded opponent and asked him to stand up and finish the battle with dignity. He approached his subordinate and put a spear to his cheek, ordering him to fight. Pineapple Rice, watching them, was visibly worried about her subordinate and shouted at him not to give up. With one movement of his hand, the soldier ran the tip of his spear across his subordinate's cheek, leaving a deep mark. Second brother's team was still trying to defend and fight, shouting insults at the soldier. The soldier did not care about their unflattering statements. He only added that no one would ever be able to defeat them. One of the players shouted to his subordinate to leave the fight and immediately go offline. He tried to protect his friend and quickly ran to attack the soldier. The soldier was also not going to give up and quickly took a fighting stance, gripping his spear tighter. With one powerful blow, he threw the player far back with his spear. The subordinate was horrified, and the soldier, taking advantage of this, mocked him. He also decided to check with his rivals whether they were interested in why their reinforcements were not coming. The girl took the hint that he was directly involved in this and began screaming what he had done to them. The soldier, looking into the eyes of the second brother, said that his people were standing at the teleportation point and would destroy everyone who tried to pass through it. The subordinate was about to use the teleportation platform, but something didn't go according to plan. He managed to start moving, but the soldier disrupted the teleportation, asking him how far he was going. The soldier with a sharp push knocks his subordinate out of the teleporter with his spear. The rest of the second brother's team looks at all this with amazement. Almost motionless, the wounded subordinate lies on the cold ground. He gets up and tells the soldier to finish him off, because he's still alive and breathing. The soldier replied that he had already made all the inquiries about him, and was aware of his self-detonation skill, which would work if he was destroyed on everyone nearby. The subordinate had nothing to answer to this, and he was simply angry at his own helplessness. The soldier asked if this skill could destroy his own allies on the field, and suggested checking it out. He swung his magical spear over his wounded subordinate and was about to take the last and final step. The subordinate still did not believe what was happening, and did not want to leave the battlefield. The soldier was already close to execution, when suddenly fiery arrows crashed into his spear. He looked at the flaming arrows and could not understand where they came from. At that moment, everyone present on the battlefield heard a strong roar. A veil of thick smoke appeared and someone's figure became visible. The soldier looked at the man who appeared in bewilderment and asked him who he was and what he was doing here. A tall, long-haired man in a hat stood in front of him, menacingly clenching his fists. The Hatter turned to his subordinate to leave the game and added that he would sort everything out himself. The soldier again did not like that his subordinate wanted to teleport and he was going to stop him. He rushes at breakneck speed towards the Hatter and his fleeing subordinate. The Hatter makes his first strike, firing several fiery arrows at the enemy at once. The soldier defends himself and deftly throws arrows away in different directions with his spear. The Hatter prepares for the next attack using his usual skills. He creates a powerful whirlwind around himself and shoots even more fire arrows at the soldier. The soldier cannot cope with so many blows and is wounded in different places at the same time. He definitely has no idea who is in front of him and how this is even possible. The girl reveals to everyone the mysterious identity of the Hatter, calling him the great warrior Yin Li. Meanwhile, the Hatter, also known as the butler, fires automatic arrows. Arrows rush with lightning force towards the already losing soldier. They rush through it, forming several bright flashes at once. The butler delivers his final blow, and the soldier explodes on the spot. The nearby soldiers of the Aliens Guild fly away from the powerful blow. The Hatter charges the next automatic arrows for another attack. The butler furiously fires them at the remaining opponents. The soldiers literally look their approaching death in the eye, not knowing what else to do. Players watch as automatic arrows pierce soldiers. The souls of the alien army began to rise to the displacement tunnel for further revival. The delighted girl looked with interest at the battlefield and the powerful Hatter. Pineapple Rice hopefully decided that Yin Li would take her to train with her. The second brother motioned for the girl to shut up and asked the Hatter why he helped them after all. The butler replied that it was not his idea at all. The young master asked him about it. For some reason, second brother and Pineapple Rice were surprised and a little tense. While all three were talking, a new army of the Alien Guild was already attacking them. Soldiers with spears surrounded the trio on all sides and prepared to destroy them. The soldier, who was not killed by the Hatter in the last battle, announced his new reinforcements. Pineapple Rice didn't understand how he managed to survive after everything that happened to him. The second brother told the butler that if they entered combat mode, they would not be able to leave the game, and there were quite a lot of opponents. The wounded soldier still did not calm down and shouted that he would not allow them to leave here alive. The second brother was already preparing a protective shield while everyone else was loading their weapons. At the same time, behind all the participants in the battle, a powerful column of bright light appeared. Everyone froze, waiting for someone or something from the blinding stream of light. The glow began to weaken and a warrior with a weapon came out. The warrior turned out to be none other than Master Chu Tianj, who came to the aid of his friends. The frightened army looked at God Chu, who was already preparing to attack. The young master flies above everyone and uses his earth-slashing dragon technique. A powerful explosion occurs, scattering small sparks everywhere. The wounded soldier, being at the epicenter of events, looks at everything that is happening in confusion. The master, having completed the task, calmly returns to his friends, leaving behind dozens of departing souls. The second brother cheerfully greets the boss with genuine joy. The butler also greets the young master, who thanks him for a job well done. Pineapple Rice looks at the richest player Chu Tiange with admiration. The army, upon hearing the name of God Chu, panicked and began to discuss where he came from here. The wounded soldier, without losing hope, told the soldiers that it was Chu's fake player and they should defeat him immediately. The soldiers again surrounded the group of friends with the goal of speedy destruction. They rushed at the players and there was a huge nuclear flash. The wounded soldier repeated his words about the fake with a grin and rejoiced at the victory. Through the dispersing veil of smoke, part of the protective dome was visible. The wounded soldier clearly did not expect such a turn of events and opened his mouth in amazement. When the smoke finally cleared, the soldiers saw that Chu Tiange himself had created the protective dome. The second brother was also surprised by the new strength of his big brother and learned from him that this was his new shield. Chu Tiange was about to leave the shield and ordered everyone to stay inside the protective dome. The young master came out of the dome and announced to all the soldiers that he was the real Chu Tiange, and they could easily check it right now. Chu Tiange, holding the spear in the fire lightning, used the powerful Thunder Lotus technique. Blazing lightning spread across the entire battle area, destroying everything in its path. The alien soldiers were still recovering from the paralyzing effects of the lightning. The wounded soldier tried to cheer up his boys by telling them that these were just some unfortunate lightning strikes. After a moment, the true effect of these flaming lightnings dawned on him. But the soldier still refused to believe what was happening, looking at his feet. Although he was very angry, he could not do anything except scream, because he was completely paralyzed. At this time, the young master strikes the next blow, the fury of the lightning dragon. The rival army scatters from such a strong attack on them by Chu Tiange. The wounded soldier, motionless, is no longer able to watch as his army is mercilessly destroyed. Chu Tiange, having dealt with the entire army of soldiers, headed towards his main goal. Coming closer to the wounded soldier, he tells him that if he wants to ask for forgiveness, he can do this only after his death. One sharp swing of the spear, a blinding flash of sparks, and it's all over. The young master deftly jumps over the soldier, leaving him to fly down to the ground. Chu Tiange's friends watch his victory through the protective dome. The wounded soldier, this time to death, lay on the cold ground and whispered the name of the master. While waiting for the transition, he still admitted that it was the real god Chu Tiange. The soldier, having said his last words, exhales deeply and his soul leaves his body. On the game's news forum, they discuss the main news of the day. Chu Tiange defeated the army of the Aliens Guild. The young master removed the protective dome and his friends were able to come out to him. He thinks about what a good shield he acquired on the way here. About an hour ago, on the way to his friends, the young gentleman again bought everything he had from the secret merchant, and he was left to mourn his bankruptcy. The master began to ask what happened and learned from the second brother that perhaps there were numerous NPCs in the foreign army. Chu Tiange, after listening to second brother's theory, asked the butler the same question. Yinli said that he had been following them before, and many players had not been offline for more than a month. He also suggested that these might not be bots, but an artificial intelligence account. The master asked about the evidence about this and heard that they were already being processed and the results would be out soon. The second brother intervened and reminded that the game still has technical identification that does not allow fake numbers to be registered in the game. The young master thought about his friend's words, because his parents helped develop the game and there shouldn't be such a strong glitch in it. Two more of their people approached the company, asking where everyone had gone. The second brother tells them that the boss is here and now everything is in order, to which one of the players notes with a grin his excessive complacency. The second brother realized that the arriving players had not yet noticed Chu Tiange and gestured to the other boss. One of the players exclaimed the master's name several times, unable to believe his eyes. The players were getting closer and closer to Chu Tianju, realizing that he was their boss too. The player turns around in search of the girl and looks at her questioningly. After a moment he asks why she is so calm, since she's been looking for Chu Tiange for so long to challenge her to a fight. Pineapple Rice throws the player away with a sharp blow and shouts at him to immediately close his mouth. Having gathered her thoughts, she modestly tells the young master that he simply talks too much. Chu Tiange learns from second brother that most of the soldiers were bots after all. He stops to think for a moment, and after a couple of minutes informs everyone of his decision. The young master invites the guys to clean several bots without even giving them a break. The friends reach the outskirts with a teleport portal guarded by soldiers, hiding behind the rocks. The second brother asks the young master what their next plan of action is. Chu Tiange smiled sarcastically and opened the tool selection panel, quickly finding the world mouthpiece there. The master turned to the players of the Song country with a proposal to get together and teach the scoundrels standing at the teleport portal a lesson. Some characters, upon hearing the announcement, were surprised to find the master in their country, but at the same time they were happy about the release of the portal. The second brother doubted the master a little and tried to calm him down, saying that he had fought with a large number. The Hatter quickly warned everyone that someone was coming out of the portal. Several people came out of the portal towards the soldiers, and the players tried to understand the nature of their meeting and what they had in their hands. One of those who came out handed the soldier a box and asked him to be careful when delivering it to the guild. From afar, the master noticed in the box one of the materials he was missing to upgrade the spear: song liquid. Chu Tiange asked the girl if this was the person they were thinking about. Having heard a positive answer, the master gave the order for everyone to prepare for the robbery. While the soldiers were talking about something, Chu Tiange's team quickly flew straight towards them. The soldiers immediately took out their weapons to retaliate, because no one dared to attack them. At the head of the company, an angry master approached the soldiers. The soldiers immediately recognized God Chu Tiange and gave up the thought of fighting, deciding to flee immediately. They did not have time to go far, as the master ran through all the soldiers with his fiery spear. Chu Tiange, having finished the attack, watched the souls of the soldiers leave and said that his strength was enough for all of them and their boasting. Mountains of armor, gold, and other things remained on the ground as a reward for the victory. The players rushed to collect everything, asking if the young master, who had not even thought about it, would take something for himself. The second brother was collecting armor and suddenly noticed the same box on one of them and shouted to the master that he had found the song liquid. The girl asked him if this was the liquid needed to improve the weapon. The second brother handed the box to the master and he took out a bottle with its contents. Suddenly, with his peripheral vision, he noticed an arrow flying towards his big brother with a bubble. The second brother rushed to the boss's defense, covering him with himself and shouting to step aside. The girl who was collecting the reward and the butler who was waiting for them turned around at the noise and froze. The master screamed and rushed towards the second brother, who was disappearing from the field, saying that they must protect the song liquid. Finally, he turned towards the boss, adding that he now leaves everything to him. Chu Tiange still didn't understand and called second brother loudly. The shooting soldiers nearby accepted their leader's command to go in search of the song liquid. They ran towards the player's attack in order to destroy them and take the vial of liquid. The master, in bewilderment, asked the butler what kind of skill it was, and why the second brother disappeared without the possibility of revival. The head of the soldiers furiously shouted at the players to return Songlin's liquid to them. Chu Tiange was no longer going to listen to this hubbub, and rushed to the attack. Single-handedly, he destroyed the bulk of the enemy army with one powerful blow. The head of the soldiers, seeing the rage and power of Chu Tiange, does not dare to engage him in battle. He immediately starts running, not noticing the master with the spear behind him. Chu Tiange decided to catch him in a different way and called Ursh to help. The master's embittered pet teleports onto the battlefield and immediately rushes towards the enemy. The soldier tries to run away but realizes that the distance between him and the dog is reduced to a minimum. Ursha rushes to attack, forming huge streaks of fiery flashes. He grabbed the soldier by the collar of his armor and forcefully dragged him to his master's feet. The young master, pointing the tip of his spear at the cowardly soldier's face, menacingly asked what he had done to his second brother. The butler suggested that the young master check his list of friends. The master noticed an inactive friend icon on the screen and was sincerely surprised why he was offline. The girl said that when the arrow hit the second brother, he was in battle mode and went offline against his own will, to which the master in response suggested that in reality someone could have forced him to do this. Chu Tiange quickly asked the butler to look after everything while he went to find his second brother in reality. The butler seemed to disapprove of the young master's decision, but before he could say anything, Chu Tiange pressed the exit button. Chu Tiange passed out and hurriedly walked out of the game capsule to check on his friend. He was walking towards the exit of the room, when at the same time Elle was walking towards him along the corridor. The assistant noticed the owner in a hurry and called him by name. The master asked why Elle was not in the game, and learned that she tried to contact Newbie to use new medicinal herbs, but she had not been in touch for a long time. The assistant also said that she knew what young Master Zhao's team was capable of, and wanted to personally visit Newbie. The young gentleman, approaching the car, agreed with the assistant's idea and invited her to split up. Chu Tiange arrived at the second brother's house and rang the doorbell for a long time to no avail. The master began to loudly call his friend and knock, but never heard an answer. He walked closer to the apartment door and decided to try to open it. The handle gave in easily and the door opened, which greatly surprised the master. Chu Tiange carefully opened the door and walked inside after looking around. Entering the second brother's apartment, he saw a terrible mess. Things were scattered around, dishes were broken, and furniture was damaged. It was obvious to the master that something terrible had happened here, and something bad had happened to the second brother. Chu Tiange noticed the torn cord from the gaming chair. He walked closer to the chair and saw his second brother's gaming helmet with some kind of sticker on it. Having examined it, the master realized that it was a QR code, which was easy to scan with your phone and get the necessary information right away. The phone scanned the sticker for a while and rang when finished. A line appeared on the phone screen to enter a password with a note that only the player Chu Tiange knows it. The master looked at the phone in bewilderment and did not understand what password they wanted from him. At the same time, Elle's assistant was driving up to dorm number 5, where Newbie lives. Walking along the corridor of the dorm, Elle met some girl and asked her where Newbie's room was. She walked to the open door of the room and saw 3 girls. One of them was Xu Rong, who immediately asked who she was looking for. Elle made up a story on the spot that she and Newbie were friends and were going to meet, but there had been no news from her since the morning. One of the girls suggested that she had left early in the morning, but was not sure about this, since she usually plays at this time. The assistant did not know how else to discreetly find out some information about Newbie. Just as she was about to leave, she noticed a gaming helmet on the table that apparently belonged to the missing girl. For some reason, Elle immediately understood who the owner of this gaming helmet was. Not daring to go inside without asking, she asked her neighbors for permission to do so. Having received approval to enter, the assistant came closer and took the gaming helmet in her hands, examining it carefully. It was not clear why the girl was not there, but there was a helmet, on which just in time she noticed some kind of sticker. Elle immediately realized that there was a sticker in front of her in the form of a QR code and that it could mean something. The master had already left the second brother and met his assistant on the way. Elle told what happened in the dormitory and handed the young master her phone. On the phone there was a photo of Newbie's gaming helmet with some kind of QR code sticker. The master took the phone and took a closer look at the photo, saying that he found exactly the same QR code with the second brother, which requested a password from the player Chu Tiange. The girl immediately asked what password we were talking about, and found out that the young master didn't know either. The assistant suggested Chu Tianju to go to the game forum, or in private messages. She suggested that the people who did this did not know the real identity of the player Chu Tiange, and would write him a game email directly. The idea seemed great to the master, and he quickly logged into his account with login confirmation. A window with an unread message appeared on the tablet screen. The young master immediately opened it and saw a message that said that his friends were with Zhao Shu's people, and then followed by a long password to enter. Chu Tiange realized that this was the same password that the system requested from him after scanning the QR code from his friend's gaming helmets. He took out his mobile phone, scanned the code again, and entered the password from the message. After pressing the confirmation button, a navigation map with location determination appeared on the screen. After a few seconds, the map pointer pinpointed the exact location of his friends. The young master carefully looked at the map and came to the conclusion that it was somewhere in the area of the Western Pier. A small Western Pier was located on one of the shores of the East China Sea. Of particular interest was one of the abandoned buildings on the Western Pier. Inside the building, between wooden containers, Zhao Shu sat surrounded by his subordinates, looking at the young master's friends tied up on the floor. After entering the password, a photo of his tied-up friends appeared on the screen of the master's mobile phone with threats of imminent reprisal against them if he did not appear in person. Chu Tiange made every effort to calm himself and quickly thought through his further plan of action. At this time, Zhao sat calmly on a stool and waited for the master's answer. One of his guards, yawning, asked the boss when this famous Chu Tiange would appear. He did not have time to finish, as someone knocked loudly on the door of the abandoned building. Lying on the floor, the second brother and newbie were not only tied up, but their mouths were also sealed with tape, so they could only moo for help. One of Zhao's bouncers, hearing a loud grunt, ran up to the second brother with a bat and pinned his head to the floor. The security guard opened the doors of the building and saw an old man standing with a broom in his hands. The old man politely greeted the guard and asked to go inside. Zhao looked at the old man in bewilderment, wondering if it could be Chu Tiange. The old man went inside and began talking about the upcoming sanitary inspection on the pier and the mountain of unsorted garbage in the building. The security tried to send the old man away, saying that they would sort out the garbage themselves, which embarrassed him. The bouncer couldn't control himself and hit the second brother, who was trying to get up, with a bat. The tied-up guy fell to the floor with a crash, hitting a metal barrel and thereby attracting considerable attention. The second brother noticed an old man and began to moo loudly again. The old man also noticed a fallen tied-up guy, clearly asking for help. All this time, the old man tightly held the broom, in which, as it turned out, the video surveillance camera was securely hidden. Through this camera, a young gentleman watched everything that happened, promising to take revenge on the impudent Zhao family for such a vile act. The old man quickly headed towards the exit, saying that he did not want to disturb them and would leave the waste sorting to them. The security guard standing at the door of the building immediately stopped the old man who was trying to leave. With a menacing look, he told the old man that he could not let him go, since he had already seen and knew too much. The old man only calmly warned that it would be better for him not to do this. Just at this time, the master's car drove up to an abandoned building on the pier. Chu Tiange made a call to someone, reporting the kidnapping of his friends. The defendant on the other end of the line asked the master not to take rash actions and wait for him. Chu Tiange promised not to do anything until he arrived and pressed the shutdown button. The young master finally decided to meet his opponent face to face. At this time in the Zhao Guild, there was a powerful attack on the headquarters of his subordinates. The player Chu Tiange had already defeated some of the opponents and was heading towards the remaining ones, who for some reason decided that they could easily destroy him. With one strong jerk, the master pushed off and flew into the attack of his enemies. Zhao's fighters were not going to give up and wanted to prove to their young boss what they were capable of. Chu Tiange rushed with a spear towards his opponents, destroying everything in his path and leaving a trail of fire behind him. One of Zhao's subordinates informs him that Chu Tiange is attacking their guild and they cannot resist. Zhao Shu is furious at the news that his worst enemy Chu Tiange is still in the game instead of saving his friends. One of the guards suggested that God Chu might be in another city without being able to report it. But Zhao was confident that he was right, because he had previously checked the city of residence of the player Chu Tiange's IP address. While they were exchanging thoughts on this matter, someone knocked loudly on the door of the abandoned building again. Zhao Shu ordered his men to immediately open the doors of the building. The door seemed to open forever, and Zhao and the guard stood in agonizing anticipation. On the threshold of the abandoned building, young Mr. Chu, whom he knew well, stood menacingly. Zhao was speechless for a while, and a moment later, collecting his thoughts, he uttered the master's name. Chu Tiange was determined against Zhao, and had no intention of retreating. Zhao was surprised by Master Chu's arrival, which was easy to read on his face, so Chu Tiange started the conversation first, saying that he was not difficult to find. Zhao Shu asked him if he was the player Chu Tiange, but immediately thought about who was attacking his guild now. Meanwhile, L's assistant was in the gaming booth, playing for the young master and admiring his power and strength. The master continued his dialogue with Zhao, telling him that he had no idea what grievances he had against Chu Tiange, but he did not dare to hold back his friends any longer. Zhao Shu asked the master if he was not the god of Chu, then how he tracked them down, to which he received an answer about video surveillance throughout the city, and his frivolous behavior regarding stealing people in broad daylight. The young master also ordered his people to be released, otherwise even his famous family would not help him escape. Zhao Shu didn't seem to understand the seriousness of the situation and simply grinned back. He was clearly up to something and slowly moved towards the second brother. Zhao Shu leaned right into the frightened guy's face and put a stun gun on him, which wildly scared him. After waiting a little time, he turned to the master and asked him if he really was not the player Chu Tiange. The young master became worried about his friend's life, and said that he was the richest player of the era, and asked Zhao what he needed from him. Zhao did not doubt his desires for a second, and immediately replied that he only wanted Chu Tianjia. The master did not miss the moment to make fun of his enemy, and said that only girls were his type, which put him in an awkward position. Zhao got angry at this behavior of the master and shouted that he didn't like him either, and he himself only wanted a game account. Chu Tiange agreed to give up the account only if he let his people go, and Zhao immediately agreed. He took out a gaming helmet and suggested that Zhao put it on to see for himself, if he of course was not afraid. The guard intervened in the conversation and reminded his boss about the attack on their guild right now by Chu Tiange, to which the master quickly intervened and replied that it was a good provocation that they eventually fell for. The master continued to convince his opponent of his words, talking about tens of billions of inventories and a pile of gold coins right in front of him if he dared to check it. Zhao Shu could no longer resist the urge and abruptly snatched the gaming helmet from the master's hands. He quickly put it on himself, fastening the connecting clasps tightly at the back. Once inside the game, the system welcomed the player Chu Tiange back to the era. Zhao Shu looked at his new gaming account with admiration and wanted to quickly learn more about it. He displayed information about the character on the system screen and saw some girl there. Zhao looked at the screen, realizing that this was his new game account. He was simply furious with the current situation and clearly understood that he had been fooled. Zhao, loudly insulting the master, quickly tried to exit the game by angrily clicking on the exit button several times. At the same moment, out of nowhere, other players with weapons flew at him. Among them was the master's third brother, who struck Zhao the first blow, saying that he would not leave here. He also added that they were not going to destroy him, ordering the other player to monitor his health and heal him in time. The enraged Zhao in his new body was attacked over and over again and immediately healed. The guards silently watched the owner, who was in convulsions, and did not understand that this was happening to him. They began to discuss among themselves what was happening to their guild, and saw on the screen that it was still being attacked by Chu Tiange, with a significant advantage in their favor. One of them still did not understand why their young master did not return from the game, while the second guessed that they were simply scammed. The master also decided to put his word in, explaining that in battle mode, players cannot exit the game on their own, and their boss is doomed to painful suffering for some time for his own rash actions. Chu Tiange approached the old man tied to a metal barrel with a proposal to turn on their battle mode, while calling him Uncle Yin Li. The disguised butler, smiling sarcastically, was completely willing to put on a show. He asked one of the bouncers something about sorting garbage and the material from which the rope was made, thereby perplexing him. The butler, taking advantage of the moment of surprise, jumped up sharply and dealt a powerful blow to the bouncer, since he had quietly freed himself from the rope long ago. He flew far back with a whistle from the hand of a martial artist with many years of experience. The bouncer flew all the way to the end of the building, straight into metal barrels, scaring even the guards. The butler was already standing firmly on his own 2 feet and pouring out threats against his enemies. Everyone stood as if waiting and looked at the unconscious bouncer. The butler saw the master preparing to attack and asked him to wait a little. One of the guards, holding a bat, finally came to his senses and loudly ordered his men to attack. The young master did not listen to the butler and grabbed the emboldened guard by the hand. Looking him straight in the eyes, he informed the guard that he was now his opponent. The guard was angry at the arrogant tone of some young man and called him frivolous. For some reason, he did not dare to engage him in battle and motioned him towards the exit, adding that this was his last chance. The master remained standing in place, for which the guard tried to hit him with a bat, but he deftly dodged to the side. Unexpectedly for everyone, Chu Tiange dealt a crushing blow to the enemy, knocking the bat out of his hand. The other 2 guards turned around at the noise and found their partner lying unconscious on the floor. Butler Yin Li noticed the stunned guards and called out to them. They took turns turning towards the pseudo-old man, knowing what was about to happen. The butler flies at the guards in one fell swoop, defeating them hand to hand while reminding them of respect for elders. One of the beaten guards, sitting on the floor, is still trying to threaten the young master. Another approaches Chu Tianju from behind with a club, threatening to deal with him right here and now. Just at that moment, a police patrol with flashing lights drove up to the abandoned building. The master and the bouncer simultaneously turned around at the sound of the siren and loudspeaker. A squad of police rushes into the building, holding everyone at gunpoint and orders no one to move. The police captain commands to quickly rescue the hostages, and his subordinates order everyone to lie down on the ground. He runs into the abandoned building with his worried assistant L, asking the master about his condition. The captain is angry with the young master because he did not listen to him and intervened in the fight, but he is very worried about him and is responsible to his parents. Chu Tiange only cheerfully reassures the captain, who is also his uncle, and looks at his freed friends. He quickly goes to his friends to find out if everything is okay with them. The master invites Newbie to go to the hospital just in case, but she refuses, citing only severe fright. The police detain Zhao Shu, who shouts to the young master that he will not get away with this so easily and he will pay in full for all his lies. The assistant looks at Zhao ominously and slowly approaches him. She shows him some papers and says that she is the invader of his family. Zhao quickly reads the agreement between Singularity, their association, and then a certain performer, a little raccoon, who is El. He realizes that the Singularity organization no longer tolerated their failures and broke off the cooperation between them, hiring all. Chu Tiange approached the lost Zhao with a menacing look and began asking about Singularity and their relationship. Although Zhao Shu was already depressed and lost, just from the young master's voice he became angry like a wild animal. He stood up from his knees and began shouting the master's name, repeating it louder and louder. At one point, he abruptly breaks free from the hands of the police and angrily rushes towards Chu Tiange. El observes a terrible picture with his owner and also screams, but out of despair. Zhao rammed the master a couple of meters forward, hitting him hard in the stomach. Everyone immediately jumped up to Chu Tianju with an offer of help, but the master just waved it off and said that he was fine. Suddenly, Zhao took out some kind of device that looked like a detonator from his pocket, and shouted and ordered everyone to stay in their places. Otherwise, he would blow up everything and everyone right away. He pointed to a device with a large button, saying that he would press it and everyone would die with him. The police captain tried to calm down the angry Zhao, saying that he was too young and should not make such mistakes. But he seemed to be quite determined. The butler also tried to help and said that he did not advise doing this. Zhao set conditions under which he would agree not to do anything, namely, give him a car right away and let him go, to which the police agreed. A second later, he says that he changed his mind, explaining that the Singularity organization will not let any of them out of here alive. Having gathered his thoughts, he finally decides to press the destroy button. In front of everyone, he is seized by the paralyzing effect of electric current. The young master immediately shouts to everyone to lie down on the floor as quickly as possible. Everyone present quickly falls to the floor, except for the police, who are frozen at the sight of Zhao, shuddering. After some time, the master and El raise their heads and look at the demolitionist. Zhao Shu was literally fried by the action of the device, which he himself activated, thinking that everyone would die with him. Everyone stood up and the police captain came closer to the guy's body falling to the floor. He examined him carefully, concluding that he had died from a strong electric shock. People from Singularity showed on the monitor the head of the family what happened to his son in an abandoned place. The father of the Zhao family, of course, although he was angry with his son, did not expect such a turn of events and shouted at them in rage about what they had done. He continued the conversation in a raised voice, saying that he had done everything they asked, including letting the little raccoon take over everything. He could not come to terms with the loss of his son and asked them several times why they let him die. The Singularity representative calmly replied that he could not declassify himself and no one else had the right to do so. The head of the family still did not believe what was happening and looked at the screen with a pleading look. A voice from the screen told him that his son had not completely gone to the next world, at least not in the sense in which everyone was accustomed to understanding it. Father Zhao Shu did not quite understand what was going on and tried to find out the details. For a while, the communication screen turned off and seemed to be reconnecting to something else. A moment later, what appeared to be an astral projection of his son appeared on the screen. The father of the family, with tears in his eyes, peered carefully at the screen. Zhao Shu in his astral body appeared in some special place in the system, which only Singularity knew about. The head of the family could no longer hold back his tears and sobbing called his son. Zhao saw him immediately, but still could not understand where he was. Wiping away tears, the father only said that now he will have peace of mind knowing that his son is safe and sound wherever he is. Zhao Shu himself could no longer hold back his tears and began to cry, looking into his father's eyes. Meanwhile, a police patrol was still stationed at the abandoned building on the western pier. The master, surrounded by police, approached Zhao and could not believe that everything ended in his death. El tried to stop the young master and said that it could be dangerous, and the captain asked them to leave the building as soon as possible. Chu Tiange still did not take his eyes off the electrocuted Zhao, and replayed his connection with Singularity in his head. Suddenly, the master grabbed his head and began to scream loudly, which frightened El standing next to him. Fragments of memories from the future that he had seen earlier began to flash in his head. Everything was mixed up in his memories. The death of Zhao, the name Singularity, and some kind of door. The last shot in his head was a bunch of identical people sitting in gaming helmets. Chu Tiange fell to the ground screaming and his frightened friends immediately rushed to him. He held his head and the only thing he could squeeze out was that his head was going to explode. El looked at the young master writhing in pain and despair and blurted out that this was a side effect of the medicine. With trembling hands, she handed him some kind of capsule and asked him to take it immediately. The last thing the master saw was El's blurry hand with the capsule. On the hospital table, there was a metal tray with medicines and various medical supplies. The young master felt with his hand something soft, similar to a bed. Having been unconscious for a long time, he began to come to his senses and slowly open his eyes. Chu Tiange finally woke up completely and stared blankly at the ceiling for a while. The master began to look around, looking at the tables standing nearby. He felt some tension in his body and, standing up, noticed that he was tightly strapped to the bed. Chu Tiange became angry at the moment, trying to free himself, and shouted loudly. He heard someone's approaching footsteps and fell silent in anticipation. The master looked around him again and saw numerous monitors and much more, thinking that the place seemed very familiar to him. The door to the room was opening and some people were about to enter it. Chu Tiange, as soon as he heard them, immediately decided to pretend that he had not yet come to his senses. Two men dressed in medical uniforms discussed the young master's long unconscious state, arguing that it was the effect of a new drug. They decided to keep an eye on him, but before that they had to unfasten him and carry out an inspection. One of the men began to slowly unfasten the belts holding the master's body. At the same time, he watched the young master's reaction, but did not see anything suspicious. As soon as the man finished with the last belt, Chu Tiange abruptly jumped out of bed. The masked men didn't even have time to say anything before the master grabbed them both from behind. Young Master Chu pushed their foreheads together with all his might. The men passed out from the impact and fell to the floor, and the master, having done a great job, moved forward. Chu Tiange walked to the open door of the chamber and cautiously looked out to look around. Seeing that the corridor was empty, he went out in search of at least one staircase and recognized the Little Raccoon's research institute in this place. Suddenly, the security alarm in the entire building went off loudly. The young master saw the guards running into the corridor after noticing him. One of them ordered to call one of the higher-ups before he ran far away. Chu Tiange turned the corner and tried to understand how he was discovered so quickly. He ran to the first door he came across and ran inside, locking himself in there. The master had just taken a breath when he saw familiar faces in front of him. In front of him, lying unconscious on the floor, were the same men who had come to see him earlier and whom he had knocked out. Chu Tiange quickly ran up to one of them and began to slap him on the face, thereby bringing him to consciousness. The young master wanted him to wake up quickly and explain to him what was happening here. The man who woke up finally began to say that a small raccoon had sent him here for treatment. The master knew that the little raccoon was his assistant L, but did not understand why they kept him tied in belts. The man explained to him that this was necessary as a precaution, since the side effects of the drugs were unpredictable and he could unknowingly harm himself. Chu Tiange listened to him and immediately asked where the little raccoon was now. The man gestured to the glass room in which Elle lay under the machine and said that she was still in intensive care, greatly surprising the master. Elle's defenseless body was under a breathing apparatus connected to several monitors at once. The master leaned against the huge glass and looked through it at the girl, who was still unconscious. The butler quietly approached the master and told him that she had tested the drugs for him on herself. Chu Tiange was completely confused and asked the butler to explain everything in order. Yin Li expressed to him his assumption that during the death of Zhao Shu, he had a severe attack, which caused side effects. He also explained to the young master that Elle had been studying the serum with his blood for a long time in order to quickly study the side effects of the medicine in the future. But everything had not been fully studied. Some time ago, when Elle called someone and hurried them to research the material, this was the very work that the butler told the young master about. Scientists entered the room and began to explain that they were working overtime on the side effects of the drug. But since Elle did not allow experiments on people, they were still in the development stage. One of them came closer and told the master that when Elle saw the young master in a coma, the situation was urgent, and she tried the drugs on herself. And this is what came of it. At the end, the scientist added that since the master woke up, the little raccoon should soon come to its senses. A woman with documents entered the room and everyone turned in her direction. The woman turned out to be Elle's attending physician, and the master, with hope in his eyes, asked her about her friend's condition. The doctor saw the master's frightened face, but was still forced to tell him that the situation was deplorable, and Elle might not last long. After hearing this, the master seemed to be numb. He was so shocked by what was happening. A few minutes later, he came to his senses and began shouting loudly that this should under no circumstances happen. The woman continued to say that too much medicinal poison had accumulated in the little raccoon's body, and it was a miracle that she survived. The doctor still tried to say something, but the master interrupted her, saying that he knew everything about her, and therefore never allowed her to fall into the despair of the past. He remembered the time when they were just children and Elle kept offering to play maid with him, to which the master replied that it was better to be a princess. Elle explained this desire by the fact that the maid is always next to her master, and this is exactly what she wanted, and the master had no choice but to agree with her. Chu Tiange was pulled out of his memories by the hospital room and Elle under the machine. He was very sorry for how everything turned out in the end and could not forgive himself for it. The little raccoon lay without signs of life, all alone in a tiny glassed-in chamber. The doctor told the master that in the future she would also participate in drug research, although even the treatment itself is dangerous, not to mention the side effects. The young master was still screaming about saving her, to which the doctor suggested transferring her mind and consciousness to a special system base until her brain completely turned off. Chu Tianjia was not satisfied with this option, because existence in the system is not at all the same as reality, and is not even real existence. Something seemed to the master, and he said that she had not given up yet, and they simply had to save her. An excited nurse ran into the room and told the doctor that Ella had moved. Everyone present there was pleasantly shocked by the news they heard. The doctor and scientists immediately went to check her for signs of vital activity. The master, leaning against the glass, did not lose hope for the girl's speedy awakening. He again plunged into memories from his childhood, when Elle's parents passed away, and a pharmaceutical company took her to test drugs at their family research institute, justifying it as a treatment. The parents of the master and the girl were friends, and when they found out about what was happening, they bought out the pharmaceutical company and the institute, and thereby saved little Elle. Chu Tiange also remembered when, as a child, he first entered the ward of a little girl. Then she asked him if he also came to test the drugs, to which the master replied that he was not sick and would not test anything. Hearing this, the little girl asked him to leave and give her some rest. The little master did not seem to hear her request and cheerfully sat down on her bed. He told her that now this is his home and he doesn't need to leave anywhere, and if she decides to run away, then only with him. The girl did not understand where she should run away with him, and the boy took her hand and dragged her forward, saying that her mother asked her to bring her home. Little Elle was still at a loss, unlike the confident Chu Tiange. The young master knew that Elle never cried and was always strong, but when he felt bad, he saw her tears and despair. The little raccoon seemed to be gradually coming to her senses, moaning softly. The master looked with hope at the fragile, such a strong girl. The doctors, observing Elle's condition, were extremely surprised by what was happening, and were glad that she had so quickly developed antibodies to the extremely harmful effects of the drugs. The nurse looked out of the girl's room to the waiting master and said that this was a real miracle, and now everything would definitely be fine. Exhausted Elle came to her senses and first of all turned to the glass, behind which she saw the young master and burst into tears. Chu Tiange was eternally grateful for this miracle, which brought back his faithful friend. A week later, at the Little Raccoon's Research Institute, a gaming helmet was already lying on the table in the hospital room. Elle was still in her hospital pajamas, but was already reaching for her gaming helmet. At that moment, a young master entered the room and took the assistant by surprise. He did not allow her to enter the game yet and spoke about the need for rest for the necessary recovery. The girl had no choice but to obediently lie back and obey the master. After thinking a little, she told him that lying just like that was too boring. Chu Tiange immediately told her that if it was boring for her, she should not do such things again. Although she told him several times that it was okay, he was speaking too seriously. He began to question her about why she hid the production of a medicine for side effects from him, because he could have helped her with something. Elle was silent for a while, as if she was about to say something important, and then she put her hand on the master's hand. She began to say that both the drugs of the future and the side drugs were produced in maximum secrecy from everyone, since there are not very many people whom she trusts, and she would not like to take too much risk. The young master pulled away from her a little, asking if it was him she was wary of. The girl did not explain anything and simply silently handed him a photograph. After that, she added that she was not wary of him at all, but of other people. Chu Tiange carefully studied the photo but did not understand anything and asked her what it all meant. In the photograph, in a familiar setting, an unknown man in a white raincoat entered the room. The master tried to look at the stranger's face, but he was wearing a long hood with his face covered with a mask. Chu Tiange asked the girl who was in the photo, but she also didn't know the answer, and just asked him to be careful. The master was already quickly thinking through something in his head and said that in this case, they would have to lure him out. Another week later, the players were sailing on a huge ship across the sea of the Song country. Elle stood on the deck with Chu Tiange and did not believe that the truth was here, asking him what they would do with the golden boss in this part of the game. The master told her not to rush things, as there were more important things to do. But for some reason the girl sighed heavily. Chu Tiange was scared and asked if she was feeling bad because of the boat trip, to which Elle replied that after playing on his account she felt less useful. The master offered her to solve this problem with just one donation. The girl immediately refused, as she could not afford such luxury. Swimming near the shore, they noticed the second brother waving at them. Big brother cheerfully greeted his old friend, stopping the ship. The second brother quickly walked towards his friends with interesting news about the Alien Guild. A global announcement revealed that the Outlander Guild was using a large number of accounts controlled by artificial intelligence, and was blocked for this reason. The announcement also spoke of compensation sent to the game mail to the players of the Song country, and regret for the inconvenience caused to all involved with the further wish to remain in Era. On the system monitor, the existing guilds in the game were being urgently updated at the moment. The second brother concluded that the strangers had disappeared thanks to the young master, and no one would touch the lands of the Song Country again. Il asked the master if there was any connection between these aliens and singularity, and although he did not know the exact answer to this question, in some ways he agreed with the girl. The master went into the system settings, found a change of appearance there, and pressed the confirm button. At that very second, the appearance of the richest player Chu Tiange began to change. He changed his famous appearance to another, previously created under the game name 1. Walking forward between the gorges, the master warned his friends that he had taken the appearance card so as not to glow too much now. Chu Tiange took out the long-conquered vial of song liquid and brought it into the game system. The bubble was successfully confirmed by the system and began to activate a hidden portal above them. Meanwhile, hiding behind the rocks, the little monkey watched the activation of a hidden portal in a vial of liquid. As soon as she saw the portal fully activated, the beast jumped towards the players with a sharp push. The monkey had already grabbed the bottle that was open above them, necessary for the portal, when the young master noticed it. She quickly ran forward, holding the bottle tightly with both paws. Elle was completely at a loss that they had been robbed by some cunning monkey. The second brother reported that this monkey belonged to Lu Kao, but Chu Tiange did not know a player with that name. The second brother began to explain that he is from a sea guild, the president of which has hidden responsibilities, and that is why their battles are so fierce, and they are called kings of the sea. At this time, the little monkey began to make faces at the players and laugh at them. She stood very close and happily jumped, danced, and spanked herself, thereby mocking the group of friends. The players were terribly angry at this mocking behavior of the restless monkey, and they wanted to punish her. The entire team of players ran after her, and the young master ordered to catch the beast at any cost. Chu Tiange took the lead and quickly ran after the monkey with the bubble, trying to catch up with it as quickly as possible. The little monkey ran faster and further into the forest, as if along a route that had been previously thought out by someone, and led the players straight to the teleport portal that was already familiar to it, into which it, without hesitation, quickly jumped. All the players running after the beast were so carried away by the chase that they did not even notice how, following the monkey, they moved in space and time to a completely different location through the forest teleport. One by one, leaving the portal, the players began to carefully look around the new place for them, and young Mr. Chu quickly tried to figure out where they had just been thrown, and most importantly, for what purpose. A group of friends stood on the seashore and looked in surprise at the picture that appeared before their eyes, in which there was a huge shimmering city, located for some reason upside down, with the base of the roofs facing down. Chu Tiange did not even expect that someone might know the place they were in, but still asked where they ended up, to which, unexpectedly for everyone, the second brother replied that there was a hidden map of the Void City in front of them. While everyone was admiring the beauty of a place unknown until that moment, Elle's assistant remembered why they ended up here in the first place, and began to quickly look around in search of the little monkey. The second brother immediately joined the search for their little thief, looking through every corner of the shore, and soon enough he discovered the little animal with a bottle in his hands, dashing somewhere away from them. The cunning monkey deftly dodged the players pursuing it along the shore, not paying attention to repeated attempts to persuade it to stop, and even managed to shout mocking names. The second brother had practically reduced the distance between himself and the thief to a minimum, when he suddenly tripped over a large mountain of earth that someone had dug up here earlier, and immediately fell face down with a roar, cursing loudly as he did so. The young gentleman, of course, immediately stopped to help his friend, but turning around, his attention was attracted not so much by his friend's fall, as by an unfamiliar body located next to the dug-up ground. While the second brother, sighing heavily, rose from the ground, the assistant and Chu Tiange, having forgotten about their previous goal, stared at the unknown guy lying on the ground and tightly tied with a rag in his mouth, clearly asking them for help. The unknown player, with his mouth gagged, looked very frightened, and as if he was on the verge of bursting into tears, moaning loudly at the same time, which implied his strong desperation and a plea for release in the form of, "Save, help, untie." The friends came closer to the dug hole with a man inside, and Chu Tiange told the guy that the players from the Song Country are great at playing, thinking that this was some kind of another part of the enemy's plan, but still gave him a chance to speak out and unleashed him. The unfamiliar guy quickly thanked the young master for his release and began tearfully begging his friends to save his friends, who were kidnapped by people sailing on a boat far out to sea. The friends realized that he was not part of an insidious plan, but just a random guy who found himself in an unpleasant situation, and therefore the master asked the stranger to calm down a little, catch his breath, and explain to them in more detail what happened here. The unfamiliar guy introduced himself as Hitaru Ching and began to say that after he and his friends received a vial of song liquid and used it to open a hidden portal, they were immediately robbed by the vile Lujia. Chu Tianj listened carefully to Hitaru's whole story and, not understanding one detail, asked what ultimately happened to his friends and where these scoundrels took them on the boat. Hitaru began shouting about that same heavenly city and clarified that in order to get there, the song liquid was needed to summon a sea monster, and also about the need to use a gem as bait to get inside. The second brother began to remember the story about the sea monster, which says that after receiving the treasures, the demon will build a staircase to enter the city. But if there are not enough treasures, this will only greatly anger the monster, which will be completely inappropriate. El still didn't understand why the kidnappers needed to take his friends and leave Hitaru here alone, to which the young master explained to her that the other guys were taken as bait for the monster. Hitaru immediately burst into tears and began to blame himself for being a bad friend, because he was left tied up because of ordinary equipment, and his friends with good equipment were taken to certain death, and he was unable to stop them. Chu Tiange's particular attention was drawn to a fragment of the story with the stolen song liquid, which, apparently, they had already taken from many, and Hitaru himself confirmed this master's theory, saying that this was not the first time they had stolen. The young master, it seems, had already thought out a plan for further action regarding these scoundrels, and ordered the small but brave Hitar to remain on the island, while he and his friends fulfilled their duty. The brave boy decided not to give up so easily and desperately begged Chu Tiange to take him with him on deck for some assistance in the rescue operation, while expressing his strong desire to find his friends. Somewhere in the middle of the East China Sea, beating against the waves, an enemy ship was visible, which was heading towards the entrance to the heavenly city through certain obstacles. At the very base of the ship, sitting comfortably, that same thief monkey was sitting and looking for something, while on the deck sat Hitaru's kidnapped and bound friends, sailing in a direction still unknown to them. One of the ship's captain's subordinates, looking carefully through binoculars, saw a quick pursuit of them and immediately reported this to the boss, worrying for his life and the life of the crew on board, which they still needed for further successfully implemented plans. The captain of the ship turned out to be the same famous Lu Jia, who took a confident fighting stance and was convinced that this was not even a chase, but simply a bunch of characters who knew nothing about the game, wanting to find their speedy death right in the sea. Lu Jia said all this with excessive complacency and confidence, although he didn't even take the binoculars to see who was on their tail, when he suddenly heard something very loud and frightening behind him and slowly turned around. A huge ship of the young master with a golden dragon head at the base of the deck was approaching the tiny ship. It seemed that it was about to ram them and send them to the bottom to be devoured by the sea inhabitants. Lu Jia, who is also the captain of the tiny vessel, seemed to find himself in the midst of electric lightning discharges from seeing the majesty of their pursuit, and became noticeably agitated in guessing about the identities of his rivals. Chu Tiange stood menacingly on the bow decoration of the luxurious ship with his friends and new friend Hitaru, on whose faces one could clearly see obvious indignation and a wild desire to repay the scoundrels in their own coin for what they had done. The subordinate and commander ran around the deck in a panic, shouting to the monkey to give them a bottle of song liquid in order to quickly attract the sea monster and pay it off with the pathetic little people trying to catch up with them and punish them. Lu Jia, having taken the necessary song liquid from the monkey, began to try to summon the monster, putting his hands with the bubble up, but hesitated, because he did not know how to contact it correctly to completely achieve the goal. The captain of the ship, having quickly considered the correctness of subsequent actions, began to appeal to the richest ancient dragon-like beast, hoping for the speedy appearance of a monster from the depths of the seabed. Suddenly, the hitherto calm sea rebelled, became noisy and formed a huge tidal whirlpool not far from the ships, rapidly gaining momentum and powerfully drawing in everything around it. The subordinate and the captain immediately understood what was happening, and began to quickly take turns dragging the kidnapped guys to the bow of the deck to satisfy the appetite of the monster, which was about to appear any minute. Hitaru saw from the height of the majestic Chutianja ship how his bound and helpless friends were being dragged somewhere towards the ship, where a small monkey was cheerfully watching everything that was happening and clapping his hands. The guy barely restrained himself from crying, looking at this whole picture, and gathering all his will into a fist, shouted at the top of his lungs to his friends about their imminent salvation. At the same time, a powerful whirlpool quickly pulled both ships into its web and began to increase the strength of its already frantic waves to the limit, as if thereby helping the powerful monster of the sea depths to get out. At the very epicenter of the water cycle, sea waves splash almost to the very shore, and from there several parts of a hefty dragon's body begin to appear at once. A moment later, in the same place, instead of the parts, a giant, rich, ancient dragon-like beast with horns and red eyes appears in all its glory and simultaneously emits a menacing roar from all its 9 mouths. Whether it was the players of Chutianja's team together with Hitaru, or the players from Lugia's ship with their little monkey, they were all seriously surprised and frightened by the crushing appearance of the sea monster, and were quickly thinking through a retreat plan just in case. All 9 heads of the monster angrily examined the people in front of them, but still did not rush into the attack, and one of them leisurely asked who, of all those present, was calling out to the strongest monster of all time. Lugia decided that the moment of truth had come, and it was time to show Chu Tianju and his team who ruled everything here, and quickly began waving his fingers and shouting to the monster that it was he, the brave man who called the dragon-like beast into the world of people. The captain has already prepared Hitaru's tied friends in the corner of the ship as bait and subsequent payment for summoning the sea monster, thereby gaining free passage to the celestial city. Lugia also does not forget about the players chasing them, gesturing towards the young master and his team as additional payment for the ancient 9-headed monster and informing the latter about the gift. The powerful dragon-like beast, after listening to Lugia's entire speech, fixed its fierce gaze on the majestic ship and its crew, emitting a red glow from its eyes towards Chu Tiange. The sea monster immediately became interested in such a gift, and regally swam closer to the young master's ship, not taking his 9 pairs of fiery eyes off him. Standing at the very edge of the ship, the entire team of the master was frightened and simply horrified by the unfolding actions, since they were not ready for this, which could not be said about Chu Tiange, who had remained completely calm and peaceful until now. The monster obscured the entire view of the open sea with its shadow, while the second brother told the young master about reducing his level by 1 in case of defeat, and L immediately rushed to Chu Tianju, and Hitaru was simply beside himself with paralyzing fear, and only the master remained motionless in his place even when the dragon-like beast burst into a terrifying roar, sweeping all the players on the ship far in different directions. At this time, Lugia, who was watching everything, chuckled maliciously and was pleased with his plan, thinking that Chu Tianja's team was just paying for his journey to the heavenly city because they themselves deserved it and would be eaten by a powerful dragon. The ancient red-eyed monster, taking in more air, roared powerfully again, and never remained on the edge of the deck except the young master, who did not even move from this, thereby greatly surprising all the players watching this. At the moment when the dragon-like sea beast swam as close as possible to Chu Tiange's face, the master, unnoticed by everyone else, transformed into his former famous appearance as the richest player of Chu. The ancient 9-headed monster, clearly not expecting such a turn of events, immediately realized why his mighty roar had no effect on the young master, and he was still looking at Chu Tiange with interest and surprise. Suddenly the sea monster changed its face and bowed all its 9 heads obediently, saying that it, the ancient dragon-like beast Dion, pays tribute to the ancient dragon emperor with honor and pride. Chu Tiange, still unnoticed by the other players, changed his famous appearance into the appearance of the Yi character and stroked the obedient dragon-like monster, affectionately calling him Dragon in front of everyone. Lugia, his subordinate, and the little monkey were already tightly bound, having previously accepted punishment for everything they had done, and were kindly given the honor of visiting themselves as a gift to the sea monster. All the players were on the majestic ship of Chu Tianja, where the young master had previously checked all the boxes with vials of song liquid and mockingly thanked Lugia for such a sincere gift. A couple of minutes later, a system alert appeared on the monitor, congratulating the young master on receiving 20 vials of song liquid. While Chu Tiange was examining his prey, Hitaru and his friends approached him and bowed politely, showering him with numerous thanks for everything that had been done for him and his friends. One of Hitaru's friends asked the young master if he would need all the found boxes of liquids, while the second guy compared his power with the power of God Chu Tiange himself. The red-haired player with the name Yi, who had until now hidden his real gaming identity, only contentedly handed the guys the bottles of song liquid that he did not need. Hitaru's friends clearly did not expect such gratuitous generosity from their savior, and silently stared at the young master with undisguised surprise, not knowing what to say to this. Having come to their senses, they began to jump and loudly thank Chu Tiange for the vials of liquid that had returned to them, while the master and his friends left the ship straight for the main head of the dragon-like beast Dion. The young gentleman, along with his company, was about to go down from the ship when he heard Hitaru calling him loudly, and stopped at the very edge of the deck to find out what he wanted from him. The guy with genuine enthusiasm informed Chu Tianju that he had previously been to the portal of the heavenly city and knew the route on the map, which he would gladly show him, and thereby somehow help him thank him for saving his friends. The young master, looking at the brave boy, was a little hesitant to answer, because as far as he remembered from their previous conversation, he had never been to the heavenly city before. Meanwhile, Hitaru, begging the master to take him into the portal with him, and looking at him with his big eyes, looked like a small puppy desperately asking his master for a tasty bone. Chu Tiange could no longer endure this touching sight and allowed him to go with them on the condition that he would not get into anything along the way, to which the guy happily thanked the master and promised to behave well. On the game's system monitor, Hitaru Qing, with the in-game name Xingchen, joined Chu Tiange's team for further adventures together in the Celestial City. The ancient dragon-like beast Dion quickly carried the young master's team across the East China Sea on one of its heads straight to the portal of the Heavenly City for free entry, as promised earlier. Chu Tiange's friends, standing next to the fiery eyes of the sea monster, took turns expressing their emotions from this journey. Someone was delighted with the height. Someone clumsily tried to stay on their feet, while the master stood firmly on his own 2 feet. Hitaru's friends who remained on the young master's majestic ship discussed the fact that no more than 4 people could enter the portal at a time, which meant that they remained on the deck. The players did not like this rash behavior of their friend, in their opinion, and they began to shout after him that he had completely forgotten where he came from and was led by the greatness and beauty of the character and powerful beast that saved them. Approaching their destination, the second brother noted that the heavenly city was upside down, and they urgently needed to decide how to get there, to which the dragon replied that when they got inside, the perspective of the city would automatically change. Hitaru also noted that even though the perspective changes after entering the city, in fact they will be there upside down, for which they will receive an impenetrable skill. While the players were talking among themselves about the upcoming entry and future skills, the dragon-like beast Dion informed them of his arrival and brought them to the very entrance of the portal to the heavenly city. Slowly swimming back deep into the seabed, the 9-headed monster wished good luck to the players who were already approaching the portal, which was a light-absorbing disc fixed between the main gate. The entire team of Chu Tianjia players stood facing the main portal, which close-up resembled a huge human eye, and were about to make a space-time transfer to the Celestial City. When all the players stepped inside at the same time, the portal activated, lighting up with a bluish glow, and began to move the team inside the mysterious city. Chu Tiange was the first to step onto the street of the new location, followed by the entire team, where everything was still shrouded in the teleportic glow emanating from the closing portal. The players moved correctly and found themselves right next to the central hall of the heavenly city, which was the entrance to the lair of the Zerg, who lived in exactly that zone and were preparing to attack anyone who came here. The system screen displayed information about Zergs that appear from above and explode in the air, leaving behind a poisonous trail, and which can only be gotten rid of by destroying their leader and restoring the destroyed city within 20 minutes. Just at this moment, those same Zergs appear above the players in the guise of ordinary poisonous mushrooms and begin to use their weakening effect with a duration until the city is restored. The Zerg, while dispersing their poison over the players, also said that under the poison, the damage of the characters would be reduced to 10%, to which the second brother replied that it was usually reduced to only 6%. While the team was shrouded in a veil of poison, one of the Zerg clarified some more information about their action, saying that the player's critical damage would be reduced by as much as 30%. The assistant said with annoyance that the young master simply hated mushrooms and everything connected with them, and judging by the appearance of the Zerg, Chu Tiange was simply furious with such rivals. Hitaru suggested that everyone quickly clear the level and thus get rid of the annoying Zergs, to which the master gave a categorical refusal, arguing that the insects are too annoying and they need to be destroyed right now. Having walked a little further forward, the players discovered, between numerous collapses, the recovery zone they needed in the form of a small stone with a recess for something inside it. On the system screen of the game, a choice immediately appeared to restore the destroyed and abandoned Sky City with the help of gold coins or missing materials. After thinking a little, the young master clicks on the button to restore the city with the help of gold coins, since he is not sure of the available supply to update the entire heavenly settlement. On the system monitor, the game begins to alternately debit gold coins from Chu Tiange's account in various amounts, starting from 100 coins and ending with 500 gold coins several times. And the ruins and ruins of the heavenly city seemed not to be restored, but to be completely rebuilt, starting from the main towers of the buildings and ending with the roofs and walls of the buildings. The young master's friends looked at the screen with undisguised surprise at the write-off of gold. while Chu Tiange informed everyone that restoring the city was much cheaper than pumping up the guild, and the game system still had some kind of conscience. Hitaru playfully said that he would have a heart attack from the number of coins spent, and L, accustomed to such expenses of the young master, sweetly suggested that this was just the legendary, rich stubbornness of the master. The second brother fully supported the young guy, saying that he understood him, and that after such expenses from his big brother, his heart, and especially his wallet, really hurt. Meanwhile, the players who remained on Chu Tianja's majestic ship closely watched the celestial city, which before their eyes instantly changed and came to life. Hitaru's friends immediately guessed that the team had restored the destroyed and abandoned city, but they could not understand how they managed to do this at such a breakneck speed, unless they had some kind of power and superpower. The game's global announcement congratulated players on successfully repairing the Sky City and lifting the curse of poisonous insects, which the master was much more happy about than the restoration itself. On the highest tower of one of the buildings in the settlement, Chu Tianj noticed some familiar sign, and while he tried to carefully examine it, a strong surprise grew on his face. There was a bright blue glow along the entire rounded border of the oval symbol with familiar hieroglyphs, and the master knew for sure that his mom and dad were involved in this sign. But before he could say anything, he heard a voice behind him. Assistant L, who had been part of the young master's family from an early age, knew very well that this sign belonged to the Chu family's research institute, which she immediately said loudly. The players decisively moved forward and entered the main building to look around and saw huge empty halls with high columns and long staircases. On the way, the team encountered something that looked like a teleportation point, and Hitaru quickly told everyone that this was a travel point to enter the Zerg lair, and that they needed to go there if they wanted to destroy their leader. They walked further along the corridor, and the guy noticed that when he was here last time, such beautiful frescoes were not there, and Ella suggested that they were visible because the young master had restored the heavenly city. For some reason, Chu Tianj decided to stop at the picturesque frescoes and looked at them carefully, as if he was trying to learn something from them or solve some mystery. Suddenly, out of nowhere, huge devilish armadillos began to appear, running straight towards the players to attack. At the strange noise and incomprehensible reflections of the pink glow, El and Hitaru immediately turned around, finding the scene of the revival of new rivals for another fight. The assistant immediately shouted to the young master to be careful, since they were surrounded by a bunch of armadillos. But Chu Tiange seemed to have no intention of taking part in the battle, and continued to look at the frescoes on the walls of the main building. Unexpectedly for everyone, Chu Tianj turned around sharply and loudly shouted that these evil NPC killers had already pretty much tortured and fed up everyone, and it was time to deal with them once and for all, at least in this city. The young gentleman called up the game system screen to select the necessary equipment, and, having found the necessary tool, clicked on the button to confirm the activation of the protective dome around the entire company from attack. The defensive shield immediately began to line up around the friends, creating a reliable force field inaccessible to enemies, which was very surprising for little Hitaru, who had never seen anything like it before, looking at everything in complete amazement, and even with his mouth open. The protective dome had just managed to fully form and shield the friends from the advancing crowd of devilish battleships, which, it seemed, were growing in number every minute, and were quickly running straight towards the formed shield. Chu Tiange's team was completely safe inside the dome, while their angry opponents with sharp tips on their paws attacked the shield, trying to break it at least in some places to get inside. Chu Tiange all this time did not take his eyes off the wall frescoes. They impressed and interested him so much that he tried to read something iconic or familiar in them, because even on the tower of the main building, there was a symbol of their research institute. The young master attracted the attention of his friends by showing them the frescoes, and saying that the drawings were very similar to the starry sky in the universe. And while he continued to try to unravel the meaning of what was drawn, his friends only looked at the walls in surprise. Chu Tiange, with genuine excitement, continues to look at the frescoes, in which he shows his friends that through the dome he sees two planets standing very close to each other. Further on, unknown people appear on the wall paintings, exchanging something, most likely gifts, and some of them wear strange full-face masks, so similar to modern gaming helmets. Players, looking at a man standing in a mask, begin to understand that he is trying to pull it off his face, but everything is useless, since it turns out to be simply impossible to remove it on their own. The alarmed assistant notices something very interesting on the mask, and immediately informs the young master about it, since she saw a well-known symbol drawn on it. Chu Tiange immediately drew attention to L's indicated pattern, and without her, immediately realized that this pattern on the mask was exactly the logo of his parents' research institute. Some time later, the young master asked the girl to write down in great detail all the existing frescoes on the walls, so that they could then carefully study them, being at home with the necessary equipment and information. And Ella quickly got to work. All the players waited a little while the assistant wrote down the drawings from the walls. And at the end of her work, Chu Tiange called everyone to start attacking the vile, devilish armadillos that had long been waiting for them at the very edge of the dome. Calmly approaching the base of the defensive shield, the young master's team along the way fully armed themselves with the arsenal necessary for battle, looking at the destructively sharp tips on the enemy's paws. Chu Tiange, as always, attacked first, having the most damage and the best combat skills, plus using a furious dragonfire sword cleaving combo to set an example for the others. The master, without hesitation, flies at breakneck speed through all the devilish armadillos at once, inflicting powerful crushing blows on them with his fiery weapon, thereby giving them no chance of survival. Chu Tiange's next attacking technique is the splitting of the earthen dragon, striking all vile opponents with one furious blow at once and bringing the master another victory over the enemy. Having finished dealing with the devilish armadillos, the young master calmly called everyone to follow him further forward, which his friends were no longer surprised by, with the exception of his newly made friend Hitaru, who was still in a state of shock from the superpower he had seen. The brave guy hoped to help at least somehow, and thereby thank the master for everything he had done for him, but only with annoyance told everyone that he felt absolutely useless in his savior's team. L, passing by him, only patted Hitaru on the shoulder in a friendly manner, cheerfully saying that this was a common occurrence for all of them, and he just had to get used to this order of things in their team. All four friends headed straight back along the corridor to the teleportation point for further movement into the Zerg lair, and, having reached the platform, immediately simultaneously climbed to its center through the side stairs. Chu Tiange and his friends had been standing on the teleportation platform for some time, but nothing was happening, and they tried to switch places, which still led to nothing. The young master didn't understand what they were doing wrong, and asked the players if any of them knew what to do next to trigger the activation of their movement through this teleporter. No one had time to answer the master, because at that very second the teleport portal was activated, and a sudden movement in space suddenly began for everyone, thereby taking the players by surprise. All the brave four flew through the tunnel of movement of the open portal in an unknown direction somewhere deeper, being at this time as if in space weightlessness. The second brother quickly realized that there would be no soft landing, and they would now fall straight to the ground, and therefore urgently needed to activate the enhanced armor mode to be able to reduce the damage upon impact. At this time, the young master manages to call his pet, and as soon as Ursha appears in the tunnel, the dog's owner quickly commands him to greatly increase in size, and the animal obediently begins to transform. Ursha, in a very short period of time, significantly increases to enormous sizes for the subsequent successful landing of all players flying directly at him. At the end of the movement, players are thrown onto a stone slab in the middle of the street, with a deafening roar and dust and dirt flying everywhere from the impact of the fall. On the incredibly huge Ursha, lying on a stone slab unconscious from a strong blow, players were scattered all over the dog's body, thereby softening their landing and reducing the damage received to zero. All four begin to slowly rise and come to their senses, noting the successful soft landing and their unharmed condition, which could not be said about the master's pet who saved them. The young master's assistant notices the dog lying unconscious and with visible signs of life, and with an alarmed face asks the master if everything will be all right with Ursh after such a landing. Chu Tiange brings up the game system screen, setting something up, and tells everyone that his beast will be fine once it's fully recovered and rested in the pet vault. While the young master moved his dog into the system, Hitaru said that he now understood who his real boss was, calling the name Chu Tiange, to which L replied that the master was so strong and powerful and would be recognized so quickly, even without his real appearance. Sometime later, Hitaru, with a sly smile on his face, says a very interesting thing. What the young master Chu Yi once did, while calling out his family name, was the best and cannot be compared with anything. Chu Tiange, still entering data into the game system together with all his friends, in complete confusion and surprise, turned to the mysterious Hitaru, who clearly knew his real identity. The young master immediately closed the system window and turned all his attention to the boy, suspecting that he could be someone's informant. But Hitaru, only with a smile, seeing the master's slightly frightened face, says that his behavior has now confirmed his theory about his brother Chu Wan. Chu Tiange turns out to be completely confused, because Hitaru in this case is unlikely to be a dummy person, but who he really is, the young master did not even dare to guess, and therefore he personally immediately asked him about it. The smart guy began to explain that having fleetingly overheard their conversations at the beginning of the city, he began to guess about everything, and after he saw the logo, he immediately stopped doubting, because his father worked at the Chu Family Research Institute and he knew him well. The master immediately wanted to find out more about where and who exactly his father worked, to which he received the answer that he even took part in the creation of the Era project, and managed to tell the guy that there are very important things in the game that are inseparable from Era itself. Chu Tian sharply perked up and felt strong tension, since he had long been interested in everything connected with this game, and even more so in something secret and important from the developers of Era themselves. The boy just shrugged his shoulders, not knowing what to say to the young master, because his father immediately got into a serious accident after that and was still unconscious in St. Louis Hospital for long-term treatment. Chu Tiange asked Hitaru whether he was just playing in this case, or whether there was something else, to which the guy spoke about his reasons and goals related to this particularly important news, and finding out the circumstances of his father's accident with the possible involvement of all this in the ill-fated game. While the players were peacefully having a conversation, they didn't even notice how sand began to run up, from all the corners, cracks, and even roofs. And when they noticed, mountains of sand were already quickly taking over all the buildings in the area. Chu Tiange did not want to put any of his friends in any danger and suggested that everyone quickly get out of there, carefully looking around for possible additional attackers. The players did not think for a long time about the young master's proposal, but simply expressed their consent with a gesture and immediately set off on the run, as far as possible from the quicksand overtaking them, filling all the free space. The friends ran without looking back into the only sand-free gate in front of them with the hope that inside they could hide from the misfortune that had befallen them and think through a further plan of action. As soon as Chu Tiange's team found themselves inside and ran up the main staircase, right before their eyes, the quicksand swallowed and destroyed all the buildings standing there, and an army of golden arachnid armadillos appeared in front of them. The golden rivals with shimmering stones all over their bodies breathed angrily, preparing their sharp tips, and came closer to the four to surround them and further attack. The second brother, who finally decided to fight back against the arachnid enemies and surprise those around him with his pressure, ordered everyone to go on the attack to clear out the evil NPC killers, specifying that the boss was going to the boss. The young master noted that his friend gave a motivational speech just like their sworn third brother, and praised him for his courage and ingenuity, in response to which he said that during their friendship, the trio had learned self-knowledge. Chu Tiange's team quickly armed itself with everything necessary for an offensive and noisily moved forward to attack against the golden armadillos rushing towards them. The master carefully ran past all the evil NPC killers, as if giving his friends the opportunity to work hard in battle, while they flew in different directions from their own blows to the enemies. Chu Tiange saw this, and as he walked quickly turned to his friends to ask how they were doing and whether they needed his help. The second brother and Hitaru shouted to the young master that these golden armadillos were quite strong and powerfully repulsed their attacks, making them difficult to deal with. Chu Tiange realizes that his time is coming to join the fight and shouts for everyone to disperse as he tries to deal with those pesky spiders, flying towards his enemies with a flaming sword in his hands. The second brother and Hitaru, watching how the young master powerfully smashes the entire army of golden armadillos in one fell swoop, shout out that they will definitely fight back, and immediately notice how the master deftly controls the damage. Chu Tiange deftly wields a fiery sword in the fight for victory against opponents who clearly do not expect the battle to end so quickly for them, and takes a central place among the enemies for a more convenient position to attack everyone at the same time. A few seconds later, the army of defeated battleships lay motionless, emitting smoke in front of the master, who did not even notice the seriousness of the battle, which, as always, amazed the friends who were preparing to help, especially Hitaru. Elle noticed the change in the second brother's face and asked him what happened, to which she heard an answer about how he could not get used to the incredibly huge difference between the strength of all of them combined and the strength of their boss. The second brother tried to calm down, but he did it too poorly, or rather did not succeed at all, and he screamed hysterically about how far they were from their magnificent boss, and it was useless to even compare them. Meanwhile, the shocked Hitaru mentally entered a quick calculation of the rewards for the victory, and wondered out loud about where there were so many excellent weapons, equipment, and abilities, because all this can only happen if there is the appearance of immortality. On the ground in front of the players lay mountains of rich gold rewards in the form of equipment, armor, weapons, coins, and much more that players needed to improve their equipment and combat skills. Chu Tiange did not take anything for himself and told his friends to take whatever they wanted, which surprised them greatly, and added that although all the rewards are immortal, they are still not as good as his inventory. The young master's assistant and the boy were a little embarrassed, and at the same time incredibly admired by such a noble act of the master, and could not take their eyes off the shiny mountain. The second brother was generally in a state of complete euphoria from everything that was happening, and could only squeeze out that there was nothing better than fighting alongside his big brother. Elle was the first to make a choice among all the available rewards, and took a friend to help her in battle in the form of an immortal magic staff of a sorcerer with a topaz inside it. The brave Hitaru chose an immortal double-sided axe with long blades for a cold attack on future enemies. The final choice was made by the second brother in the form of an addition to his Fists of Heaven armor sleeve with sharp blades, and wanted to try it out in action as soon as possible. The girl was the first to decide to demonstrate her mastery of the new weapon, and went into battle, destroying everything in her path with a magical staff, the blow of which scattered all nearby enemies. Next, Hitaru menacingly attacked with the help of an immortal double-sided axe, powerfully smashing the golden armadillos into small pieces with one blow. The second brother also did not waste time and ran to the attack with an improved armor sleeve, Fists of Heaven, which, when attacking enemies, made powerful bursts of fiery energy and thereby undermined everyone. In conclusion, Chu Tiange himself joined all the updated powerful moves of his friends with his signature move of splitting the evil dragon's land, aiming his flaming sword at the remaining enemies. From such an explosive blow from the young master, all arachnid enemies are destroyed in a powerful fiery explosion and scattered into small pieces in different directions. The players wandered around the mountain of destroyed golden armadillos in the scattering smoke, and the second brother said that it was excellent practice for testing new weapons, and Elle said that she had never felt such strength and power of the master before, and considered him truly invincible. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a whole flock of fired arrows flew towards the four friends at breakneck speed. Such a generous gift from unknown people was heard and noticed just in time by the young gentleman, who simply turned around at the incomprehensible noise and clearly did not expect to see all this. Chu Tiange quickly took out his combat sword and deftly began to defend himself and his friends from the flying arrows, shouting to everyone to urgently run to the shelter that the second brother had managed to set up in the form of a protective dome, while Elle was trying to sneak away. At some point, the young master, fighting bravely, heard someone's loud cry behind him, and frightened, almost immediately realized who it belonged to, and what happened there. The master's assistant fell to the ground in pain on her knees, struck by one of the many arrows fired in her direction, which hit her right in the shoulder, severely wounding her. Turning towards the scream, Chu Tiange saw the wounded little raccoon and called out to her loudly, but she did not answer him due to the whistle of the arrows still flying at them. The girl was about to get up to meet the young master, when she suddenly froze in place because someone's hand grabbed her with all her might by the fluffy tail on her playsuit, thereby trying to stop her. The little raccoon slowly stood up to her full height and felt like someone stranger was standing behind her, very close and breathing loudly, with clearly unkind intentions towards them all. The entire team of the young master turned to the unfolding actions with a little surprise and fear for the life of their faithful and brave friend. The frightened girl stood in the enemy embraces of an unknown armed player in expensive armor, who grabbed her not only by the tail, but also by the throat and ordered her not to twitch or attempt to escape for her own good. An armed army appeared behind the unknown player, and he, apparently being their leader, ordered that all the earned immortal equipment be transferred to their possession, since otherwise they would destroy them all and still take the rich reward. Chu Tiange was simply furious at such impudence of the unknown, and mentally already pictured the step-by-step merciless destruction of his entire army along with him. The little raccoon got terribly angry at the player who grabbed her, and menacingly told him that there was no need to fight with anyone from her team, if he could just fight to defeat one-on-one with her. The leader of the company liked the girl's daring character, and he, without hiding, spoke to her about it, inviting her to his guild to fight with them, to which Elle gave a categorical refusal, saying that this would only happen in his vile dreams. The young master, with a great change in his voice, calmly told the stranger to immediately let the girl go, since they would give all the immortal equipment they had received to them without resistance. Without having time to do anything, the attacking army saw in front of them mountains of gold and immortal equipment that they had gotten so easily, without any military action. With amazement and delight, with their mouths wide open, they looked at the countless amount of rich rewards they had received for nothing, and were on the verge of killing each other for it. The company leader ordered his subordinates to immediately collect all the golden immortal equipment, and upon completion of the work, activate the boss in the dungeon to receive additional rewards. The stranger's army, hastily collecting all the rich equipment, moved forward with wild excitement to attack the main boss with the hope of a quick victory and encouragement for it. Suddenly, for the players there, even though everyone was waiting for the boss to arrive, mountains of sand everywhere began to be sucked into the ground, creating deep craters for easy access. The players running to attack abruptly stopped and watched with undisguised surprise as a powerful explosion occurred from the resulting craters and sand scattered throughout the entire territory. In front of everyone, just a giant golden armadillo with razor-sharp legs crawled out from the exploded mountains of sand, being the boss of the Zerg, information about which even the game system could not provide. L, feeling liberated from the strong embrace of the enemy, immediately rushed towards the young master and heard from the leader of the attackers that she was too stupid for choosing the team of such a tasteless and inconspicuous player and would definitely regret it. The girl, clinging tightly to the master's strong shoulder, had mixed feelings and wanted to simultaneously run away from the battlefield and attack the unfamiliar leader in a fierce battle. Chu Tianj immediately asked the frightened L if everything was okay with her, to which, having learned the positive answer, he also heard the girl's regret about everything that happened to them because of her carelessness. The young master did not seem to care at all about this now, and he only calmly asked her not to worry about anything, as he would sort everything out. Noticing the approaching armed players, Chu Tiange left L in place and quickly walked towards them, finding himself surrounded by them with an order from some guy not to move. The girl standing behind the master in a whisper suggested that he fight them right now and destroy every single one of them. But the young master refused, saying that he wanted to check something and test them. Meanwhile, the entire army of attackers rose up in a formidable battle against the giant golden armadillo, using all their many techniques, skills, and abilities to quickly destroy it. At this moment, information about the current state of health of the Zerg boss appeared on the game's system monitor, amounting to 1/4 of all his vital forces. The giant golden armadillo, having received countless powerful blows, roared menacingly at the top of his lungs, stunning all nearby players for a while. The players noticed the angry boss, and one of them said that he had entered a state of bloodlust and they needed to carefully monitor his further actions and their state of lives. The army of attackers didn't even have time to do anything before all the players took turns flying away in different directions from the devastating explosive blows flying from the brutal golden boss. One of the subordinates, who was still alive, looked in bewilderment at his dead friends and their flying away souls, and could not understand that this had just happened. While he was looking at the bodies of his teammates in surprise, a destructive explosive charge flew at him, powerfully throwing him far back to the other players. The leader of the attackers, looking at everything that was happening around, quickly realized that the golden armadillo had the ability to reflect damage, and now they could not win and needed to get out of there as quickly as possible. Standing on a high tower free of sand, he immediately commanded all his subordinates to retreat and return immediately to him, since the battle was over for today. Judging by the expressions on the players' faces, they didn't even have to be asked to do this, since they already started running as fast as they could from the powerful Zerg boss, who dealt them devastating blows one after another. The giant golden armadillo was not at all going to end the battle so easily, which it was not even he who started, and once again roared loudly after the fleeing players, revealing his sharp fangs. The enraged Zerg boss, with one giant step, caught up with all the players fleeing from him and released a powerful discharge of a blast wave, demolishing and blinding everything and everyone in its path, and thus destroyed everyone at once. The giant golden battleship, having instantly dealt with its subordinates, reached the high tower with the leader of the army and was ready to deal him a crushing blow. The leader of the attackers was simply horrified and not expecting such quick reprisals against his people. He quickly tried to protect himself by summoning his shark breath shield to defend against the wild monster. It was at this moment that the golden armadillo inflicts a pinching move with its razor-sharp claws, but falls straight into the protective fireball that appeared around the army leader in time and continues to squeeze him with all his might. The shark's breath shield, a short time later, cannot withstand such strength and power of the embittered rival and bursts like a soap bubble, pushing out the leader, flying quickly down with the collapsed stone slabs. At the same time, the golden battleship, not paying attention to the leader, turns towards the remaining players on the battlefield and menacingly advances straight towards them, while they fled not far away. The players from the army of attackers shouted to each other to run and save themselves, although they themselves did not know how this could be possible in their current situation, while the frightened team of the calm Chu Tiange took refuge in his protective dome. The giant golden armadillo, dashingly catching up with the players, delivers a powerful crushing counterattack to all characters at once, and everything around instantly explodes from several fiery waves, blinding and destroying everything in its path. In the dissipating thick veil of smoke, after the explosion, a part of the young gentleman's intact and unharmed protective dome, in which he took refuge with his friends, begins to appear. Chu Tiang removes the protective field and goes out to meet the evil monster, saying that to defeat the boss, immortal weapons are still not enough and you need to have something much stronger and cooler. The giant golden armadillo, having heard the insolent words of the player coming towards him to certain death, stands on his hind legs and, baring his fangs, growls menacingly, as if warning him of the impending attack. Chu Tiange is not so easy to scare, and he comes closer to the monster and starts changing his current appearance to the familiar appearance of the richest player Chu in front of the Zerg boss. The transformation begins from the bottom up, dressing the master in the old armor he already loves, and all this is accompanied by a dazzling golden glow with a bunch of small sparks. The last and final stage of returning the appearance of the young master is the return of his famous and universally recognizable face. The giant golden armadillo at that very second changed his face and replaced his cruel grin with a friendly smile and a cheerful look, as if he had now seen something beautiful and charming, and could not take his only eye off the master. Chu Tiange, already completely in his usual appearance, cheerfully said that this spider-like beast immediately seemed somehow familiar to him, and it was as if he had always known it, so he was not afraid. Meanwhile, lying wounded on the ground, the leader of the attacking army looked at everything behind the young master's team, and of course even recognized the famous player Chu Tiange from the back. The master came closer to the giant golden armadillo, which had already bowed its head in front of him, and stroked it affectionately, greeting it and sweetly calling it a spider, whom he had not seen for a long time. The young master's friends, who observed such a surprisingly strange picture, opened their mouths in surprise, froze in place and could not utter a word. They were so shocked by what was happening. A few years earlier, in the richest mansion of the Chu Yi family, something very interesting happened, which is directly related to today's actions in Era. On the marble table lay a small artificially created golden creature with many legs, similar to a spider, a scorpion, and an armadillo beetle at the same time. Little Mr. Chu was sitting in the chair in front of the table and talking through a video call on the screen with his father, pointing at the creature and asking what it was in front of him. The father, having worked long and hard, told his little son from the TV screen that this was the latest artificial intelligence as his new gift, and that he could even talk to him. The small artificial creature spoke first, greeting the little gentleman in a friendly manner and awaiting further instructions and orders from him. Little Chu Yi did not even hope for such a gift from his father, and assumed that he simply wanted him to test it and express his opinion about the existing advantages and disadvantages of the device. The father realized that his smart son could not be bribed so easily, and said directly that for his company, it is very important to calculate the balance of benefits for the player, since this is an integral part of turning the game into a realistic world. The little gentleman just brushed it all aside, saying that it was none of his business, and besides, the creature was too ugly and he didn't need it, so let his father take it and test everything himself for his dear company. At this time, someone entered the room and brought the intractable boy a cup of hot, delicious tea before lunch. The person who entered the room turned out to be a little girl named Elle, who immediately turned all her attention to the cute artificial intelligence in the form of some incomprehensible creature. The tiny golden creature immediately felt the connection between the girl and the little gentleman and friendly climbed into her arm, causing Elle wild delight and interest in such a cute creature in her opinion. Chu Yi immediately noticed that his girlfriend really liked such a gift, and he, without any interest, with a cup of tea in his hands, told his father that they would leave him for fun. The father was very glad that at least someone managed to convince his son to keep the artificial intelligence, thereby testing his abilities and skills in work, and he asked the little raccoon to take good care of him and, if possible, communicate with him. The little raccoon immediately agreed and introduced herself to the creature with her family name El Xiao Tan, asking what she could call him, and heard in response that the little gentleman had not yet given him a name. The boy sat calmly in a chair, not knowing what name this gift was worthy of, and said that it was somewhat similar to a spider, only small, so they would just call it a spider. The spider cheerfully flirted with the young master and giggled, no doubt recognizing him even after so many years, and Elle began to remember the name she knew and peer carefully at the giant golden armadillo. A moment later, the girl realized which spider she was talking about, and cheerfully waved her arms and shouted sweet words of greeting to him, still not believing her eyes in the veracity of what was happening. Through a veil of thick smoke, Elle began to loudly shout to the spider about who she was and how glad she was to see him again, while the rest of the players on their team were in complete bewilderment and confusion. The golden spider quickly responded to the familiar voice and, of course, recognized the little raccoon that had been so carefully protecting him for several years. The giant creature was delighted to meet people close to him and began to walk on his hind legs, hissing cheerfully and raising a heap of sand and dust from the ground. The spider was very grateful to the young master and his assistant for everything they did for him. And as a small gift, he poured out a huge pile of various golden armor and equipment for them. There was a whole mountain of excellent awards and other things lying on the ground in front of the master, but Chu Tiange didn't seem to be interested in any of it. After a short period of time, an unknown but already slightly familiar object flew from the game system straight towards the young master, emitting a bluish glow. Chu Tiange watched the approaching object with transfixion, and the closer he flew, the clearer it became to the master that such a thing was in front of him. The mask fell straight into the hands of the still surprised young master, and he finally realized what he was now holding in front of him. The system screen displayed information about the item as a mysterious mask, which is a special plot attribute that cannot be reset independently. While Chu Tiange was studying the information he had received about the attribute, he heard someone running quickly behind him, and the second brother was shouting, apparently after him, that they couldn't get far, and fate would catch up with them anyway. The young master turned around and saw how the leader, along with the surviving subordinates, was running away, taking with them the reward given to them by the golden armadillo, which other players noticed and shouted about it to the master. Chu Tiange was not going to just watch all this in silence and decided to act categorically, summoning his favorite weapon for battle, the powerful dragon spear. The leader of the attackers managed to jump into the shark's breath shield and finally said that since his opponent was Chu Tiange himself, he would leave a teleport portal for him and politely said goodbye. All the shark shields were closed and were preparing to instantly move in teleportation mode, while the young master and his friends watched all this, but did not even think about retreating. Meanwhile, the leader, who was in his protective ball, proudly thought only that with such a powerful shield, even the richest player Chu Tiange himself could not catch up with them, much less cripple them. The master did not take a step towards the arrogant swindlers, taking a fighting position, and prepared to attack, swinging his spear for a more accurate crushing blow towards the shield, where the gang leader was located. Having taken good aim, the young gentleman with a strong jerk powerfully threw the spear, which flew at breakneck speed to the intended aiming point. The spear with its tip, a blast wave, pierced several shields at once, reaching the protective ball of the leader himself, and flew straight into the center of the shark's breath, a couple of centimeters from the enemy's face, breaking the shield into small fragments. The head of the gang, together with his subordinates, flew down, having lost both protection and a teleportation point, and was furious that even at such a huge distance, his shark breath shield was smashed to smithereens by some Chu Tiange. A couple of seconds later, the entire army of vile people fell to the ground with a roar, raising dust, dirt, and pieces of earth into the air with a huge smoke screen around. Some subordinates lay unconscious, and someone, partially wounded but not completely destroyed, along with the leader, slowly came to their senses and tried to get to their feet after such a crushing fall. Chu Tiange came closer to the head of the attacking gang, which no longer looked at all like the strong and brave army as before, and was literally lying at the feet of the master, and looked him straight in the eyes, full of regret for everything he had done. The young gentleman, together with his friends, looked menacingly at the former leader of some no longer existing army, and carefully studied his facial expression, thinking through the future fate of the enemy. The former leader, sitting on his knees in the frightening shadow of Chu Tiange, quickly realized his imminent fate and looked pleadingly at the master, imploring him for mercy and forgiveness. The young master didn't even blink an eye and menacingly commanded his old friend the spider to get rid of the annoying garbage as soon as possible. The giant golden armadillo immediately appeared and took orders from its master, quickly activating its emergency garbage collection mode, taking on an ominous appearance and advancing on the frightened player. The spider opened its mouth wide with teeth sharp as stakes and formed something similar to a sucking bottomless hole in the light of sparkling lightning. The former gang leader realized that this was the end and no one would save him, but he did not want to accept such a humiliating defeat and the impending terrible death. The world announcement of the game congratulated all the players of Chu Tiange's team for completing the coup of the Heavenly City location in just over 10 minutes. Hitaru's friends, who had been waiting for them all this time on the greatest ship, heard announcements with the name of the richest player and were surprised that their boss and savior was actually Chu Tiange. On the field of revival of the country of Song, with a bright flash, movement tunnels appeared one after another with players who had died earlier in the Heavenly City and brought them back to life, lowering them by level. Finally, the leader of all the players who appeared there before him was revived on the field and became terribly angry at such, in his opinion, a reckless act on the part of Chu Tiange. threateningly promising himself to take revenge on him for everything. One of the subordinates heard a promise of revenge and reminded the boss of the instructions of the Singularity Organization, which ordered not to contact Chu Tiange for now. But their opinion, it seems, did not bother the leader at all now, and he decided to do as he saw fit. He also angrily added that he was only using the singularities for their resources for his own benefit, and that the sea had always been his territory, and even Chu Tiange would not be able to defeat him there. When Chu Tiange's entire crew moved back to the deck of the ship, their further journey was accompanied by the ancient dragon-like beast Dion. Hitaru, looking at the nine-headed sea monster, asked how Chen Hai, now known to everyone as the former leader of the attackers, was able to get to the heavenly city if this teleport is only for 4 people. The dragon began to explain to the guy that he was right about the 4 people, but this was only through him. And since Chen Hai is a shark, he obtained deep sea bubbles and created shark breath shields, thereby flying into the city directly at them. The young master did not understand how the dragon-like beast knew so well that Chen Hai was widely known in the sea, and he asked him about it. The sea monster replied that this Chen really only relied on himself, and at sea he was always extremely arrogant, appropriating all the available resources for himself. The second brother immediately remembered the incredible speed with which they built their sea guild, which, as it turns out, was created from plundered resources from the seabed, and agreed with the dragon about Chen Hai's excessive arrogance. While the players were chatting among themselves, a notification appeared on Chu Tiange's system screen about the hidden mission of the ancient dragon emperor, to help the dragon-like beast clan escape from the seal. The mission also talked about the possibility of opening the hidden skill, Taiku Dragon Breath, after completing the main task, and a button to confirm it appeared, which the master quickly pressed. At this moment, something suddenly begins to powerfully stagger and rock the majestic ship, pouring seawater onto the deck and knocking players off their feet, trying to destroy everything and everyone on this ship. The second brother realizes that someone is attacking the ship from below and loudly informs everyone about it, to which L immediately guesses that it can only be one person who wants revenge: Chen Hai. At this time, a dragon-like beast flies up to the ship for rescue and calls everyone to him, and the young master shouts to all his friends to climb onto Dion's head from the attacked deck as soon as possible. The next thing that happens is a sharp, powerful blow of a huge sea wave on the bottom of the ship, plunging the entire ship into the arms of water, and immediately making several long decisive cracks in it. The greatest ship of Chu Tiange cannot withstand such deep damage, and with a crash and roar it breaks into several parts, quickly becoming covered with water and sinking to the bottom. All members of the young master's team managed to sit comfortably on one of the heads of the ancient sea monster, and there, from a great height, they watched with regret the sudden collapse of the ship, quickly sailing away. Suddenly someone's loud voice was heard from somewhere, shouting that they should not even think about salvation and not try to escape. And then someone ordered to throw huge steel chains on the dragon-like beast, which were already thrown out of the water towards Dion. Chu Tiange, like everyone else on the head of the sea monster, did not expect such a fast attack, and flew up from the powerful blow that came from the heavy chains thrown around the neck of the ancient dragon for several turns. Steel chains powerfully grabbed the neck of the main head of the sea monster, not giving it the opportunity to free itself, and from Dion's attempts to get out of the trap, the players flew high to the sky in different directions. All 4 friends, having flown far beyond the dragon, flew down with a dashing whistle and, against their will, dived under the water, completely plunging into the East China Sea. The players still could not come to their senses from what had happened and slowly sank to the bottom, slowly beginning to realize that this had just happened to them, while inexplicable sea objects floated towards them. The young master was the first to notice something very similar to soap bubbles, and as soon as he thought about what it could be, they all individually ended up inside each of the bubbles with no way to get out of there, since they immediately closed completely. While the guys were trying to understand what happened and how to get out of here, soap bubbles at the same second with a powerful jerk pushed them all to the surface of the water. Once above the water, the girl immediately tried to free herself from the ball that had absorbed her and used her magic staff. But the blows only reflected inside the ball, without in any way violating its integrity. Elle loudly asked why she couldn't break the bubble, and Hitaru, hovering nearby, told her that it was a Chen Hain shark breath shield with an inscribed seal which had special power, and therefore it could not be broken from the inside. At this time, subordinates from Chen Hai's army emerged from the depths of the sea one by one, smiling sarcastically, and hoping for quick reprisals against the master's team and sweet revenge. The young master looks at all this through an impenetrable shield and carefully considers his next steps regarding their invaders and their leader. Finally, from the depths of the seabed, Chen Hai, pleased with himself, appears on a wakeboard that holds him on the surface of the water, and asks Chu Tiange what it would be like for him to be in the place of the victim. and even in the sealed shield of the shark's breath. It seems that everything is not at all as simple as Chen thought, and the master knows exactly what to do next. Grinning at his opponent's speech and saying that the bubble is good enough and now it completely belongs to him. The leader of the Sea Guild instantly became furious at such an impudent statement from the young master, and decided that he was simply teasing him, not understanding the seriousness of the situation in which he and his team members found themselves. Immediately after his words, Chu Tianj took out some kind of card and, turning it over to face Chen Hai and saying that he was also a scribbler, said that he was not the only one here with the sealing skill. After these words from the master, the rest of the satisfied players of Chu Tianja's team simultaneously took out exactly the same cards with rotating arrows. The young master loudly pronounced the purpose of the change rune card, and a blinding fiery flash appeared, knocking all nearby subordinates off their wakeboards and thereby beginning its action. Taking advantage of the element of surprise, the master immediately ordered all his friends to quickly dive under the water in shields of the shark's breath as deep as possible. All 4 soap bubbles with the players inside deftly dived as close to the seabed as possible, leaving behind only linear waves. But then Chen Hai thought that the master's plan was not so perfect, since they captured the bubbles and dived into the sea, which is the territory of the leader, instead of just flying into the air. Chen Hai was already preparing for a powerful dive into the water, and before that he managed to order all his men to quickly dive after him and catch up with all the fools wearing shark breath shields. The army of subordinates powerfully dived deep into the sea like a bullet, trying to catch up with the bubbles with players floating far to the bottom and pay them in full for everything. While the embittered Chen Hai quickly swam to his destination, he thought that the young master could still do something that would prevent them from capturing them and carrying out their plans. Chu Tianj and his friends were already swimming to the seabed. When on their way, they encountered a huge crack in the form of a split, which did not allow them to swim to the end in the bubble due to the insufficient size of the crack. Chen Hai, although he saw the small size of the split, still became noticeably worried and nervous, assuming that this would not end well if the master had already planned something. Swimming closer to the crack, the second brother asked the young master what they should do with it, because it was like a barrier blocking their further path to the seabed. Chu Tianj did not bother to answer for long, and at the same moment shouted that they must break this crack, and deftly swung his spear to strike through the shield, punching a huge hole in the crack. Chen Hai was once again wildly surprised and angry at the same time, because he did not even imagine that the master would be able to blow up such a powerful barrier with just one blow and get inside. The young master waited until the undermined barrier was completely opened and boldly walked forward in a bubble along the underwater gorge, leading his friends with him to the desired point. Satisfied, Chu Tianja carried the sealed sign of the double ring of Jupiter to the required point and carefully inserted it into the existing recess on the pillar, telling his team that finally everything went great and smoothly, and they were close to victory. After activating the sealed attribute, something similar to an earthquake began, rocking the seawater into foam and players wearing shark breath shields. A moment later, it was announced throughout the underwater gorge that Chen Hai's seal had finally been successfully released, meaning that the players could independently get out of the bubbles whenever they wished. The young master was in no hurry to free himself from the shield and was thinking about something until his thoughts were interrupted by the second brother, loudly calling his name. Chu Tianj plunged into very fresh memories of an hour ago, when they were still in the Heavenly City, after the victory of the Sea Guild in the Zerg Lair and the meeting with the spider. Having left the ship for a short time on shore and walking around the city, the young master asked Hitaru what the bubbles were that Chen Hai used in his lair for protection and teleportation. Hitaru began to explain to the master that these bubbles are used for battles in water and are controlled by a sealed rune, also having the ability to sink underwater and soar high into the air. El was worried that the young master had already planned something about this and asked if he wanted to enter into a conflict with someone, to which the master only replied that in case of an attack, he would not remain silent and should be prepared for anything. A little later, he also added that he was not going to be the first to get involved in anything, but if everything did not go according to plan, they should have cards with them, which he immediately handed over to each of his people. In the underwater gorge, the armed army of the Sea Guild Chen Hai, led by him, was already approaching the place with the players where the seal was released. The young master, with a grin on his face, thanked Chen Hai for his shark breath shields, adding that without them, he and his crew would not have been able to go so deep into the sea. The leader of the Sea Guild was not yet exactly sure of the master's further plan of action, but he probably already understood that he had been fooled and became terribly angry. Chu Tiange interrupted his conversation with Chen Hai and turned to his team members, asking them to go forward now and not wait for him. Chen Hai, in a rage, rushed to attack the master, armed with Neptune's trident, and began shouting along the way that no one would ever dare to harm his good deeds, and whoever dared to encroach on this would receive a powerful rebuff. Chu Tiange has already launched a retaliatory attack, shouting to the leader that he still needs to find out who is harming whom. Because it is not he who buys endless resources, seals dragons and beasts, robs players for personal gain, and dares to brazenly tell him about some, then good deeds are right in your face. The young master and the leader of the Sea Guild met in the middle of the path and clashed with weapons, inflicting powerful crushing blows on each other. Continuing to attack each other, Chen Hai, as if making excuses, said that these were just stupid bots and weak players, and this did not mean anything. The leader, furious to the limit, added to Chu Tianju that he is as stupid and weak as everyone else, even if he is called a god, because the sea is not his territory, and here he is doomed to failure. He sharply pointed his trident of Neptune straight into the master's face, hoping for a quick victory, but he deftly put up a spear as a defense and fought back his opponent. With his next attack, Chen Hai decided to launch a nuclear fire strike using the magical ability of his trident, but it was all in vain. The master, like his bubble, were safe and sound. At this moment, the leader of the Sea Guild called on all his subordinates to attack the young master, and at the end added that they should not return without his head. Chen Hai's army was already purposefully running to attack towards the master, who told their boss that he was in vain thinking about his absolute invincibility in the sea space. At this moment, the game's system screen displayed congratulations to Chu Tiange on completing the hidden mission of the Taiku Dragon and activating the secret skill Taiku Dragon Breath, with wishes of good luck in the future game. Fire trails appeared around the young master, and he told Chen Hai that he would try out his new powerful skills on him right now. Still in the shield of the shark's breath, Chu Tiange menacingly summoned new forces to test their power, which descended upon him in the light of dazzling fiery waves. The bright waves were so blinding to those around them that all nearby players were thrown back with enormous force, unable to stop on their own. In front of the entire army of the Sea Guild and their boss, in place of the dazzling fiery waves, a huge, angry golden dragon appeared in all its glory with a destroying roar. Chen Hai looked in bewilderment at Chu Tiange's emerging ability, and sometime later was already in a state of anger, shouting to his opponent that he was a swindler who did not deserve such power. The young master, it seems, could not be touched by any words of the leader of the Sea Guild, and he seemed to not pay any attention to himself, while in the light of flickering sparks he evoked the breath of the dragon Taiku. At that same second, the huge bodies of several angry golden dragons were formed from small sparks, heading straight towards Chen Hai, knocking down everything and everyone in their path. The evil Taiku dragons attacked the subordinates of the Sea Guild, scattering them in different directions one after another, and one of them, being the main monster, finally reached Chen Hai. The leader of the Sea Guild looked with horror straight into the fiery eyes of the dragon Taiku, knowing what inevitable fate awaited him now. A second later, a powerful nuclear explosion occurs in the underwater gorge, destroying everything within a radius of 10 meters, and the young master hears the last screams of the greedy and vile scoundrel Chen Hai. Meanwhile, the rest of the players, floating in the air above the sea in bubbles, were wondering whether their boss had already dealt with the leader of the Sea Guild, when suddenly they realized everything themselves when they saw the floating equipment on the surface of the water. They rested in the shields for a few more minutes, until El noticed a young master floating out in the distance, and informed everyone about it. The ancient dragon-like beast Dion, having freed himself from the chains with the help of the master, sailed to personally express his gratitude to him for his salvation. The sea monster presented several impressive chests with golden divine equipment as a small gift to the Dragon Emperor Chu Tianju from the entire dragon-like beast clan. The master thanked his 9-headed friend for such a generous gift, and asked him to keep it safe until he had free space in his inventory, since he still had several uncompleted quests in stock. The dragon-like beast Dion, of course, agreed, inquiring where the young master was heading next, and learned that it would be the country of Yun. The sea monster invited the Dragon Emperor Chu Tianju to deliver him from the sea directly to the desired country, and he happily agreed. All 4 players climbed onto one of the heads of ancient Dion and began their short journey, quickly rushing along the waves of the sea. On the way, Elle expressed her regret that Hitaru, to whom they had all become accustomed, would be forced to leave them at the end of the journey and return to his place. Chu Tianj asked Dion if he could become a rider, to which he heard that although dragons cannot leave the sea, they or their beast clan will always come to his aid at the call of the dragon beads, which completely satisfied his curiosity, young master. The master was pleased with himself and the deal with Dion, when Elle loudly shouted that some kind of coast was already visible ahead of them. All the wanderers, riding on a sea monster, arrived to the shores of the yet unknown country of Yan, which the dragon himself told them about. The players said a friendly goodbye to Hitaru and the dragon, thanking the latter for his help in moving, and went to the shores of the new country, taking Ursh with them for company. The second brother noticed how the young master, having opened the system screen, quickly looked for someone or something, and decided to ask why they had come here in the first place. Chu Tianj began to explain to his friend that he didn't need to look for anything here, since thanks to his Krypton and gold privileges, the friendliness of all NPCs was maximum for him. He also said that there was a mythical merchant here, whom none of them had ever met before, and from whom they could purchase quite rare goods at a very favorable price. L, affectionately stroking the dog, remembered that once the young master had already mentioned the secret merchant, when it came to the mythical egg of a domestic animal, from which Ursha subsequently emerged. Chu Tianj, looking at the monitor, began to say that he saw the merchant only once in the countries of Tang and Song. And if this is not a server error, then he should appear in each country at least once, which is what the master here expects from him. The second brother suggested that this was quite reasonable, because if these bots appeared for all players everywhere and always, it would be unlikely that special portals would be created for them, and something really worthwhile could be found there. A second later, the second brother came up with the idea that, with the maximum friendliness of the NPC, the master does not need to specifically look for the merchant, since he must find him himself and bring all the artifacts right to his feet. Chu Tianj thought about his friend's theory, and decided that when the right time comes, this is exactly what will happen, and the merchant himself will come out to meet him. Suddenly, the young gentleman quickly ran towards the city and began shouting to his friends to catch up with him in order to find someone on the street and ask if the secret merchant had appeared here yet, and if anyone knew about his next appearance. Meanwhile, somewhere in the Tang country of the city of Luyang in the Valley of Ghosts on the 45th level at the entrance to the dungeon, one of the bots stood and thought about something. Unexpectedly and very loudly, this bot sneezed, turning out to be exactly the same mysterious merchant that the young master had been so desperately looking for earlier. The NPC sneezed several more times in a row, and thought that the server had a health damage function, and he had caught a cold. The mythical merchant was about to enter the dunge cave, when a sharp whiff of cold air came from there and several magical whirlwinds with a purple glow flew out. The merchant did not immediately understand what was happening, and paying attention to the colored whirlwinds, began to guess that something terrible was about to emerge from the cave. The merchant decided not to tempt fate, given all his previous adventures, and ran as fast as he could away from the cave somewhere behind the trees. At the same moment, a creature with giant claws began to emerge from the dunge cave, one of which powerfully stepped on the ground, raising a column of dust and dirt. A second later, at the entrance to the dungeon there was a full-fledged monster, a huge evil spider with sharp claws and a jagged back, who immediately wanted to eat something. The mythical merchant, hiding behind the nearest safe tree, peacefully awaited the departure of the terrible spider as far as possible from his home. Finally, the merchant waited for the mother of the devouring spider to go hunting for about half an hour, and calmly entered her home in the hope of finding something interesting for himself. Chu Tianj, at breakneck speed, along with his friends, fled to the city of Yangqizen, and ordered everyone to split up into different streets and look for all the available large and small trade unions for the most accurate lead on the merchant. Finally, the players reached the desired city and began to look at all its virtual inhabitants, hoping to get at least some useful information about the merchant. The young gentleman approached the first soldier he came across and asked him at which portal the mythical merchant might now be located. But the soldier did not know the answer to this question. Chu Tiange was thinking about a further plan of action in the event that the portal was not found soon, and he would not wait for its accidental discovery, but would act independently. At the same moment, the young master heard the sound of the game's system notification about the receipt of a new letter to his personal mail. The master did not understand how he was able to receive this letter, because he blocked all possible annoying friend requests and should no longer receive unknown messages. The letter contained a gift in the form of a flower and a text, saying that the sender hoped that the master would accept the gift and would not make any attempts to unravel his identity, because when the time came, they would still meet each other. After carefully examining the flower, Chu Tiange quickly realized that it was Qingfeng Ling, a very rare and valuable attribute, and was momentarily confused. The young master began to wonder who this mysterious sender could be, and how he knew that right now he needed this flower, although he did not notice any hostility between the lines. Mentally, he began to scold himself for wanting to figure out the anonymous sender and decided to simply accept this generous gift, since this mysterious person did not want to show his cards right now. On the outskirts of the city of Yangqizen, a group of unknown subcategories of warriors grabbed a girl and tried to force her to join their guild, to which the girl simply waved it off, saying that she was not a warrior at all. One of the players asked the frightened girl if she didn't consider herself better than them, and the second picked up the conversation and added with a grin that it's not difficult to be a warrior, because you just need to be able to make a toast and drink good wine. Suddenly, the players who were talking heard someone approaching steps behind them and turned sharply towards the noise. Elle stood proudly in front of the crowd of characters with a magic staff and said with a serious look that they could not do what they were going to do, since each player was free to choose a guild to join. One of the guys entered into a conversation with her, saying that she was apparently new since she had not heard about the strength of their union, to which Elle responded with a grin that she was a complete ignorant, since in this country dog training is called a whole union. The little raccoon really angered the gang with her words, and the guy who had been talking to her earlier abruptly changed his tone, telling her to be careful with her expressions if she didn't think it was a good idea to go out alone against the whole gang. The guys from the gang did not stand on ceremony for long, and immediately went on an armed offensive, quickly running towards the brave Elle. The little raccoon was also not going to just stand there and used her magic staff on the players quickly running towards her. Before they even had time to go halfway, they had to fight off magical discharges of electric lightning that exploded upon contact with anything or anyone. Having somehow reached the brave girl, the guys try to fight back, but they don't succeed, because Elle doesn't even give them a chance to attack, making powerful bursts of electrical energy one after another. Suddenly, one of the guys decided to attack from behind and swung his mace, but fortunately, Elle was also very agile and dodged the blow flying at her in time. The little raccoon decided that she had enough, and she no longer wanted to play their stupid games, intending to step over these arrogant players with an obviously low level. Elle rapidly gains momentum and attacks all players at once from different sides with explosive blows, throwing them far back. The girl was clearly not finished yet and had no intention of stopping, smoothly moving on to the next crushing blows for her opponents. Elle, using a magical staff, shot ball lightning at the players with a powerful paralyzing effect and blocked their ability to attack her. While the players were in agony and wanted to stop the effect of the lightning bolt, the girl calmly walked past them and talked about how good it was to have a bonus skill to attack inferior players who could never compare with her. Elle approached the frightened girl, who quietly thanked her several times, and told her to quickly get out of there while she dealt with them. While the girls were talking, the little raccoon heard the sound of an object flying towards them and quickly looked around, trying to find the source of the shot. At breakneck speed, an arrow with a sharp tip flew whistlingly towards the girls, clearly not being there by accident. Elle, having a lot of experience and dexterity, shouted to the girl to lie down and deftly pushed her to the side, protecting her from the arrow flying at them. The arrow crashed at high speed straight into the stone cliff behind them, making a hole there. The little raccoon was not at a loss and loudly asked who was hiding in the dark and shooting cold arrows without warning. An unknown voice from the dusk somewhere nearby answered loudly that he had definitely already hidden his destructive arrows and was expecting a meeting with such a dexterous rival. On one of the hills stood a tall, red-haired guy with a crossbow in his hands, surrounded by his army, and said that he underestimated the girl, and her level was a little higher than he expected. Just at that moment, a guy ran up to him and started calling him boss, wanting to tell him something right now. The player came closer to his boss on the hill and, pointing his finger at Elle, said that this was the same girl about whom he had warned him earlier, and hoped for a fair punishment for her. Unexpectedly for everyone, the boss powerfully kicked his subordinate in the stomach with all his might, so that his eyes sparkled, and he flew with a roar several meters far back. The boss was simply angry and ashamed of the members of his army, who still dared to open their cowardly mouths after they, together, failed to cope with one little girl and ran like dogs to ask him for help. Looking at everything that was happening, Elle quickly realized that the real leader of the guild that had previously attacked the defenseless girl at the rock was precisely this most formidable red-haired guy, and loudly called out to him. The guy, of course, heard the voice of the little raccoon and immediately answered her, introducing himself as Hawk and the head of their guild of rangers. He carefully examined the girl from head to toe and stated that with her cool equipment and skill level, she has great effectiveness in battle, and he wondered what guild she belonged to, which he asked her, but did not receive a clear answer from the bold girls. The guild leader naturally did not like this answer, but he tried to show composure and simply added that she could not answer in this way, based on her desires, since she was in battle against his brothers, and they definitely needed to discuss this point. The little raccoon didn't even think about giving herself or her team away and just shrugged her shoulders cheerfully, saying that today she was in too good a mood and she forgives them and lets them go home in peace. The leader of the Rangers Guild could no longer tolerate such an attitude towards himself, and even in front of the team, and at the same moment he loaded a crossbow with an arrow and released it, precisely aiming at the impudent girl. The young master's assistant was expecting such a turn of events and was already ready, deftly dodging an arrow flying at her with a whistle. It seems that Ella became bored and decided to tease the leader. She began to make faces and grimace in response to the shot, sticking out her tongue in addition, like a small child, and in the end she even invited them to attack herself. The hot-tempered and aggressive commander shouted at the top of his lungs throughout the entire valley that this little thing would regret all his actions and words, and today would give him all his rich equipment and money, bitterly regretting what he himself had done. He immediately threateningly ordered all his subordinates to prepare crossbows with loaded arrows for battle and aim at the girl's head. Elle was still amused by the current situation, and she said with a smile that she had already given them time to leave or change their minds, and that everything that happened next would only be their fault. She quickly opened the system screen of the game, opening the young master as friends and sending him her exact coordinates, and told them not to beg for mercy later, having failed to correctly calculate their strength, and not to say that she did not warn them. Chu Tiange heard the sound of a system notification and calling up the screen to view saw the following. Elle sent him some coordinates, apparently with her location, and he immediately realized that she needed his help. At the same second, members of the Rangers Guild, on command, fired arrows from crossbows at the intended target and loaded new ones. The little raccoon froze waiting for her savior and decided not to do anything, as she hoped that he would arrive just in time. At the moment when the arrows almost reached the girl, an inexplicable bright glow lit up, breaking and throwing all the enemy arrows to the sides. The hawk was already expecting the imminent receipt of a victorious reward when he suddenly changed in his face, looking with anger and some anxiety towards the still living girl and someone unfamiliar figure. The young master appeared just in time right in front of the little raccoon, thereby shielding her with himself and repelling all the attacking blows of the rangers. Chu Tiange looked at the slightly embarrassed assistant and simply couldn't help but ask what she was doing here after hearing in response how she had encountered some problems and, in addition, had stumbled upon one of the strongest guilds in these lands. For some reason, the hawk did not recognize the richest player Chu. Perhaps because there was darkness around, and perhaps because of his sense of superiority. But, nevertheless, when he saw the master, he only casually said that another character had appeared for quick death. The guild leader quickly ordered all his subordinates to load arrows into their bows and shoot straight at the target, which they obediently did, while Chu Tiange calmly waited in the wings. The fired arrows again did not hit their destination, breaking and scattering across the ground. The captain of the Pathfinders Guild simply became enraged and had a strong thirst for blood, since he again did not understand how these two managed to survive, and so easily shrug off all the blows at once. Chu Tiange and his faithful assistant at that time were inside the protective dome, which he cleverly placed in front of enemy shots for defense. The young master cheerfully said that now it was their turn to attack, and Elle warned him to be a little softer, because if he overdoes it and destroys everyone, then they will have no one to ask about the portal with the secret merchant. The master nodded his head cheerfully and agreed with the assistant's words, convincing her that he would definitely leave one of them for dessert. Chu Tiange opened a small passage in the protective dome for himself and began to emerge from it to meet the armed army of the Rangers Guild. The young master pushed off so powerfully for the subsequent jump that he made giant cracks in the ground as a reminder of his strength. The master quickly flew in the direction of the opponents to carry out his plan. With one powerful leap, Chu Tiange quickly reached the high hill on which the army stood, and holding his spear tightly, caused a thunderous explosion with lightning flying out. A powerful nuclear explosion occurred on the mountain, with a blinding bright flash in the light of thunderstorm lightning, throwing away and destroying everything and everyone in its path. Chu Tiange stood victoriously on the hill in the dispersing smoke, and silently watched as the souls flew out of the bodies of the destroyed players for subsequent revival. The master did not know exactly where Hawk was standing, and inflicted maximum damage in the place where most of his subordinates were located, so that later he could use the commander for his own purposes. Chu Tiange exhaled deeply when he saw the living Hawk, because he almost sent him to the revival field along with the others if he were unlucky, and 90% of the attack did not fall on the ground. Otherwise the commander would definitely be caught. His friends were already rushing towards the young master at full speed, shaking the air and raising dust and dirt. The second brother, as he walked, began to ask the master what had happened here and whether he needed their help, and he replied that he was just in time. Chu Tiange told his friend that the person they were looking for, who was also the head of the coolest guild in the area, had given up, and the second brother began shouting to the Hawk not to pretend and to get up, since they saw another 10 health units on his vital signs. The leader of the Pathfinders Guild stubbornly showed no signs of life, and lay motionless, not wanting to make contact with anyone. Chu Tiange called his pet for help, and Ursha immediately rushed to sniff Hawk, leaning against his face. The captain of the Rangers felt the presence of some animal, and opening his eyes and seeing Ursh, jumped up in wild fear, jumping far back with loud screams. Chu Tiange's entire team walked closer to the Hawk lying on the ground with a menacing look, and expected any explanation from him. The captain had no choice but to throw himself at the master's feet and beg for forgiveness and mercy, mentioning that he kills monsters day and night in order to increase his level in order to break into the top of the best players. The young master was tired of listening to Hawk's stupid whining and ordered him to shut up and answer a couple of questions if he really wanted to stay alive and leave quietly. All beaten and in torn equipment, the captain knew that he had no choice, and quickly agreed to all the conditions, promising to tell everything he knew. The young master asked Hawk if he knew where the secret merchant might now live, or where he was going to appear in the near future. Without waiting for an answer, Chu Tiange menacingly repeated the question again, and the captain quickly began to answer that he knew for sure, since his team had recently completed the dungeon and something else. The second brother could not stand it, and intervened in the conversation, saying that they were not interested in the details of the adventures of his team, and if he had something to say, he should stop being so annoying and quickly get to the point. The Hawk began to say that the complexity there was too high and the maximum allowed number of players was 5, and in order to go straight to the secret merchant, you need to complete a hellish level quest from the system. He also added that his team had been trying to do this for a whole week, but to no avail, and then the master asked about hidden modes. The Hawk said that in addition to these modes, he himself had developed a special strategy, which Chu Tianju especially liked, and he asked the captain to take them there. The guild leader, without hesitation, agreed and led the young master's team deep into the forest to the entrance to the cave. All 4 players were walking up the long staircase of a lost building, and the Hawk told them to place their hand directly on the glowing stone slab to open the entrance to the portal. The young gentleman, coming closer to the stone, did everything as the captain told him, and put his hand in the center of the desired stone. A second later, the portal activated and the movement process began, throwing piles of large stones out. The players moved closer to the activated portal, and after waiting for the end of the ejection of debris, they all stepped inside at the same time. The portal lit up with a bright pearlescent flash with blue sparks and transported the players to the desired destination. Chu Tianja's team, together with Ursh, found themselves on one of the cliffs of the dungeon in search of rivals. The young master did not wait for the attack and invited everyone to move forward on their own to look for the boss to destroy and complete the quest as quickly as possible. The Hawk blocked everyone's path, saying that they should listen to him, since on this side the first level of the dungeon was in the form of a swamp abyss, and added something about a hidden mode. He clarified about the mode that, being on the first level of the dungeon, they will not be able to destroy more than 3 monsters before defeating the boss. The second brother, looking around the surroundings, told his big brother that here not far in the mountains he saw just a huge monster. Having carefully examined the nearest district, he said that there were more than 100 monsters in ambush beneath them, in the swamp thicket. But they had little health, and therefore it would be very easy to finish them off. The Hawk interrupted the second brother's observation, and said that they did not know the exact number and location of the monsters, and that as long as they were nearby, the creatures would follow them on their heels, stopping at nothing. He also added that the monsters' attacks would only improve over time, and was about to start talking about his plan, when he suddenly fell silent. The captain of the Rangers Guild saw that Chu Tiange was no longer listening to him, and was quickly heading somewhere, leaving behind a trail of fire and a sound characteristic of a whistle. The young master powerfully pushed off from the edge of the cliff, and with sparkling speed took off in a jump alone to attack the huge monster to defeat. Having reached the required height, the master deftly swung his spear towards the enraged multi-toothed monster for a powerful attack. Chu Tiange decided to use one of his favorite techniques and furiously summoned a thunderous dragon explosion. The terrifying monster was destroyed by the master's powerful nuclear explosion, which from a distance resembled a volcanic eruption with raging lava. Hawk did not expect such a level of ability from the master, and even fell to the ground in surprise, blinded by the bright flash from the explosion, fearing for his life. Having finished with the reprisal, Chu Tiange immediately returned back to the players in the light of the flying golden reward for another victory. He looked at Hawk, distraught with surprise, and cheerfully said that they didn't need to bother so much here and collect additional rewards for small monsters, because the boss would have fallen asleep in a second and they could have moved on. The second brother saw the overly surprised face of the captain of the Rangers and asked him not to be too impressed, since this is a common thing for them, and he must lead them further with him. After a short period of time, the players moved further on their journey, plunging deeper into the thicket of the forest. At some point, the players stopped, and the young master asked where they were now, and heard in response from Hawk that this was the second level with very strange trees. He also explained that if you stand next to a tree, after a few seconds, it will activate and begin to attack with branches that grab, slow down, and poison the player. And in the hidden mode of this level, you need to unlock the final boss. L did not quite understand the actions of the main boss, and decided to clarify with the captain exactly how he himself could be activated. The Hawk answered the girl that he did not know the exact answer, but based on their experience in exploring the surrounding area, There were about 40 trees in this area, and after activating each of them, a boss should appear. He further explained what the most difficult level of the level is, saying that the boss will only be here with all 40 trees at the same time, and while they attack him, they will not be able to attack small monsters at all, thereby taking damage from both the boss and small creatures. The second brother came to the conclusion that the game developers made a good design and an interesting idea at this level, which trains not only the brain, but also the way the team behaves in emergency situations. Chu Tiange looked at mysteriously, and thought that it is not necessary to engage in battle with all the monsters, but you can just annoy them a little. The master no longer began to make guesses and plans and quickly ordered his pet to run forward to the monsters and have some fun with them, which is what the obedient dog did, rushing forward with an evil grin. Ursha chose a good trajectory for running, as he attracted the attention of all the trees in the dungeon at the same time and thereby infuriated them, turning the owner's plan into reality. Meanwhile, somewhere in the distance, the menacing roar of the main boss of the second level was already heard, who was angrily waiting in the wings, emitting a poisonous green light from his bloodthirsty eyes. Ursha bravely continued his provocative run between the evil trees, forcing small monsters to activate and use their powers literally to nowhere. The second brother saw through the master's plan and said that it was very funny, because the trees only have a melee attack, and as long as there are fighters with teasing assistance, the trees simply will not be able to catch them due to their excessive slowness. The young master, as if agreeing with this judgment, says that his pet does just that for them. Chu Tiange also explained that there should always be an assistant nearby on the battlefield, since he will help restore strength by distracting opponents. And in a team, the assistant must have very cool skills and be fully pumped up in order to be able to protect everyone at once. While they were walking and chatting carefree, an evil tree monster with huge claws, the main boss of the second level, appeared on their way. The tree boss, with its mouth wide open, roared loudly, releasing vapors of poison from its poisonous green eyes, and was quite large in size, which instilled wild fear in other players, but not in the young master's team. The hawk, of course, not accustomed to such sights, was simply horrified with paralyzing fear from such a picture and could not utter a word. Chu Tiange, quickly coming up with a plan for destruction, moved forward and shouted to his friends to stop looking at the monster and quickly catch up with him in the attack. The tree monster was hit from all sides by crushing attacks from each player with thunderous and explosive waves. The little raccoon used a magical staff with its crashing lightning to attack and caused a crazy crackle of fire. The second brother, hitting the ground with incredible force and leaving a huge trail of fire on it, called out a wild earthquake wave to attack. Chu Tiange, in the light of the paralyzing discharges, coming closest to the monster, decided to destroy it with his most powerful azure dragon split. The main boss was engulfed in a thunderous flame of lightning and sparks, flying in all directions and devouring every branch of the tree, causing irreparable damage to him. A second later, the fiery element completely consumed the tree monster, producing the greatest atomic explosion, and did not leave him any chance of salvation. The hawk, eyes widening, watched everything that was happening with a transfixed expression, and stood right where mountains of gold awards for defeating the main boss were whistling. The Pathfinder captain could not understand how the young master managed to complete the second level in just a couple of minutes, while other players could not do this for weeks. The hawk could not resist, and began to ask the divine and majestic master to give his name and tell him which powerful guild he was fighting in, which seemed to surprise Chu Tiange a little, because usually his account ID is visible to everyone. Second brother suggested that the player's information might be incomplete due to their illegal entry into the country, as this had previously happened in Song Country, where some people had also not seen the young master's ID. Chu Tiange was even happy about this game mechanism, because if they went somewhere in the future, he wouldn't even have to hide his real appearance using the left account. The second brother clarified to the master that if he really wants to completely hide his identity, then he should change his costume, because Era assumes that there are two costumes in the system, and they can be changed at any time convenient for the player. He continued to say that the master already has a current outfit, but there are also materials available that can be used to craft another secret costume, consisting of, for example, a mask and a cloak, since even if players do not see his account ID, they can get to know him. The second brother reminded the young master of his photos, which were scattered throughout the game forum, and the master, with a smug look, decided that he was reproaching him for being too handsome and popular. Chu Tiange told his friend that he was already thinking about getting cooler materials, like a mask and cloak for a secret costume, although the game had already saved him from a lot of problems with its mechanics. The hawk listened attentively to their entire conversation, and began to remember something from the numerous mentions of the same player on the gaming forum. And then it dawned on him Standing in front of him was none other than the god Chu Tianj himself. He loudly began to shout out the name of the young master, which immediately attracted the attention of the surprised players, who stopped the conversation because of this. Chu Tiange, taking a deep breath, seemed to say with regret that sooner or later he would still be recognized no matter where he was. The hawk rushed headlong at breakneck speed towards the slightly distracted master and shouted about how infinitely glad he was that he had finally met with the boss Chu himself. The second brother was not going to so easily forget everything that this Pathfinder captain had done before their meeting, and immediately answered the arrogant guy. At the moment when the hawk almost reached the master, the second brother put his foot to the side, thereby hitting him right in the stomach and pushing him far back. The second brother, with a menacing look, approached the hawk and began to ask him why on earth he was trying to get closer to Chu Tiange's team if he had recently bullied the little raccoon and still had not even apologized for it. The captain rushed to bow and shout for forgiveness, to which L said that he would not get off with simple apologies, and from now on no longer dares to force anyone to join his guild by force and cruel methods, since this is the free choice of each player. The captain quickly began to turn the tables and say that these were rash decisions of his guys. He had absolutely nothing to do with it and would never allow this to happen again. The master immediately said that in the future he would definitely teach good manners and discipline to his guild and the others, and also drew attention to the fact that, judging by his explanation of the levels, he was also a big fan of gaming. The young master, pointing to all the golden equipment lying around, told the commander that they came here thanks to his help, and therefore on the way back he must remember to pick up the entire reward, because it now belongs to him. The leader of the Rangers Guild looked at all the gold lying in amazement and wild delight, and could not believe that all this would belong only to him. Chu Tiange added that their inventories are already overcrowded, and all this equipment is below level 20, which is not suitable for them, so let them feel free to take everything for themselves and their guild. The hawk ran out to meet the master with open arms and shouted words of endless gratitude and other honors along the way. At the same second, when he had already reached the young master, the second brother again sharply put his foot to the side, once again pushing the hawk far back. He didn't like the captain's flattering behavior, and rudely told him to stop talking nonsense and quickly lead them to the last level, since they really didn't have much time for all this. After catching his breath a little, the leader of the Rangers told the god Chu that in fact none of them still knew exactly what the last level of the dungeon was, which greatly surprised the master. The hawk began to tell that, regarding the study of the surrounding area, they were still crossing the river on the stones, making their way to the desired palace, which they had already seen earlier at the very beginning of the dungeon. Opening the map, he continued to say that previously, in the levels they had sneaked or resisted bosses to buy time for the others, and that they had explored the entire area of this dungeon, and that abandoned palace was the location of the final boss. He started to say that they were there, when he suddenly fell silent, and Elle menacingly asked if she allowed him to stop halfway through the story, and immediately added that if he wrote comics, he would have amazed the readers with his intrigue. The hawk tried to quickly reassure the little raccoon, saying that he himself didn't really know the details, and suggested that they better look at everything themselves first. The whole team returned to the dilapidated and abandoned palace, which the friends had already encountered at the very beginning of the dungeon. The palace was gray and inconspicuous from the outside, but inside it turned out to be the richest house of some famous family, which greatly impressed all the players who entered it. The inside of the spacious palace was too luxurious and majestic, from the golden windows and shutters to the high ceilings with patterns and painted walls. The palace also had many columns and colorful paintings, and the second brother, having carefully examined everything, came closer to one of the walls painted with patterns and asked what it was. The captain of the Rangers approached him and replied that this was exactly what he had told them about, how everything was very strangely arranged here. He began to remember how he was here with his subordinates before, and tried to destroy the palace and destroy the patterns on the walls, attacking with all available objects and skills. The hawk clarified that as soon as they caused damage to something, the sight of the huge cracks was immediately restored to its previous appearance in an instant, and no matter how long they tried to summon the main boss, they never succeeded. Chu Tiange looked at the patterned wall mysteriously, and seemed to be either planning something or wanting to test some theory. The young gentleman dashed in the opposite direction, leaving his friends, and Ursha ran after him. The second brother, noticing this and the sly smile on the boss's face, ran after him along with the others, thinking that he had already come up with something. Chu Tiange ran to another painted wall and began to peer at the symbols on it, suggesting that this could very well be some kind of message. After thinking a little, the young master also had with him the option that all these symbols were not just a pattern, but a secret code. The players decided to deal with all this later, and left the palace to the place where the rewards were lying so that the leader could take what he needed. And after waiting for the end of his collection of gold and words of endless gratitude, at this point the team said goodbye to the hawk. The second brother suggested that the boss go to the country of King for the Qingfeng Ling flower, since they already know where the secret merchant is now and how he will move in the future. The young master brushed off this idea and told his friend that he had Qingfeng Ling for a long time, and there was no need for it. The master added so that no one would be surprised by the fact that a guy he didn't know sent the required attribute by anonymous mail, and since he was already so generous and didn't ask for anything in return, he simply accepted such a gift. The friends thought about this, and the master asked them not to worry about this, but to simply leave everything as it was and return to the guild. But El did not understand why someone would just send high-level material to the young master. The whole team went back to the palace to exit the dungeon through the stone, and then cross the sea by ship to their city of Chang'an. The second brother remained in the sea harbor on the pier to sail to the country of Song in order to make his guild stronger and larger and not disgrace the young master. The master did not doubt him at all, and at parting wished to work hard, after which he and his assistant went to the palace of the Dragon Emperor. At the palace, they were warmly greeted by an army of subordinates, talking about how much they missed them, led by the third brother, who already had very cool equipment, and the boss noticed this. Chu Tiange greeted everyone cheerfully and said that everyone had been excited lately, and he would not leave for a few days, and would stay with them to level up the guild. The master also enthusiastically invited all players to make the most powerful guild in the entire era out of their palace of the Dragon Emperor. The army of subordinates, of course, approved and supported this decision of God Chu and cheerfully applauded and rejoiced. The third brother happily informed the young master that while he was away, they had not sat idly by, and some of the high-level guild members had cleared out many portals on their own. He continued to talk, pointing to the players, that almost all of his subordinates already had new blue and purple equipment, and Newbie and Mao Yun were still leading the team to open new territories. Chu Tiange was noticeably pleased with the work done by his people from the headquarters and proudly declared that they were all great fellows and worthy of being in the palace of the Dragon Emperor. The master casually asked if the Guild of Blasphemers was bothering them anymore, and the third brother, changing his face, menacingly said that they simply would not dare to even approach their lands. Pointing to the divine phoenix, the third brother added that they have a protector beast that protects everything and everyone in the guild, and after the last siege no one dares to approach them. Plus there is still a fee at the entrance to them, which replenishes the ranks their reserves. The young master was satisfied with everything he heard and went off about his business, saying that he still needed to do something. Chu Tiange again headed to the already well-known armorers guild in their city. The master found the gunsmith and gave him all the necessary materials for the renovation, which he asked him to get to improve the appearance, and he was delighted with what he saw, since he had never held such precious things in his hands before. Finally, Chu Tiange asked if the gunsmith could now help him strengthen his immortal appearance, and he asked to wait a little, since he simply had to take a photo and post such rare materials. The gunsmith proudly declared that guys from other countries would envy him and line up, waiting for several months, just to come and even touch these sublime materials. For some reason, the foreman doubted the worker's words, and asked him not to forget to add the most improved equipment to him. Chu Tiange thought that it would be a good idea to say hello to other NPCs he had not yet met, or even national-level NPCs in general, with the hope that they would be interested in him, and he would ask them to improve their effectiveness in battle. An elder from the appraisal guild sneezed right during his own lecture, and was awkwardly embarrassed, since after meeting Chu Tiange, he had acquired the honorary status of a national appraiser of the capital. The gunsmith quickly took away the young master's previous equipment and ran to the main hall, saying as he went that after downloading the form, he would definitely begin to improve his effectiveness in battle. He brought the equipment along with the precious materials and placed everything on the table for the further creation of the immortal form, swinging the sledgehammer with a pleasant feeling of power. For faster and better work, several more workers came running to his aid, who together with him furiously knocked out improvements for Chu Tiange's armor. Finally, the squire mercilessly swung the sledgehammer for the last time and dealt a powerful blow to the table, releasing sparks under the tools. All the workers standing nearby had to retreat a few steps on opposite sides of the production site, as a blinding pillar of fire soared towards the ceiling. The stream of light was so powerful that it pierced the building and rose high into the sky, becoming visible to almost the entire city. The young master himself did not expect such power from the work done, and was also slightly shocked and delighted at the same time. In the end, the most difficult work was completed, and completely updated and improved immortal equipment appeared before the master, surrounded by divine glow and golden lightning. Chu Tiange, like everyone else, was looking at the new armor with bated breath, and the squire shouted to the master to quickly try it out and share his feelings. It didn't take long to beg the young master, and he immediately motioned for the updated armor to come to its former owner, that is, to himself. The immortal equipment instantly took off and flew towards Chu Tiange, who was waiting for it, emitting a bluish shine. The young master took a comfortable stance so that the suit could easily sit on him on its own. The vesting began simultaneously of all parts of the body and armor, and after a short period of time the master was completely dressed in a new uniform. Chu Tiange stood majestically and menacingly in absolutely unique immortal equipment with discharges of paralyzing lightning. The master was crazy about the resulting result of the gunsmith's work and examined his armor with admiration, saying that his only regret was that there were no available enchantments in this set of equipment. The gunsmith still saw the young master's satisfied face and responded to his regret by saying that everything was fine in any case, because after leaving him, he would be the strongest player of the era. The world announcement announced that the table of combat effectiveness of all districts of the era has been updated, and the honorable first place is taken by the player Dark Sky, and the second belongs to Chu Tianju with a mark of 500 points less than that. The players who heard the announcement were divided into two camps. One was outraged by the huge number of God of Chu points, and the second was surprised that it was not Tiange who occupied the first place in the ranking. The young master himself opened the system window of the game and looked at the table in surprise, just like many, not understanding who might have more power than him. The master remembered that the leaderboard has a search function and began to remember the name of the player who took first place in order to enter it into the search bar and look at it. The young master quickly entered a query with the name Dark Sky into the line, and pressed the search icon, anxiously waiting for the result, but the search was unsuccessful and gave nothing. Chu Tiange, looking at the system screen, became terribly angry when he learned that he could not find out anything about his main competitor. He began to think seriously about who this mysterious player Dark Sky might actually be. The master was walking around his guild when the third brother caught up with him and began to talk about something, but he interrupted him, saying that he already knew everything and tried to find any information about this player, but could not. The third brother became indignant and swore loudly, because how is it even possible that someone could be higher than his boss? But it is impossible to find information about him in a search engine, and suggested that this could be a system error. Chu Tianj immediately refuted this theory, since his parents took part in the development of the game, and their strength was the logical interconnection of the system, and they simply could not make such a mistake, because it was the same as an attack by aliens on their planet. The third brother, it seems, was no longer listening to the young master and was staring somewhere, even opening his mouth in great surprise. One of the people at the guild headquarters loudly announced to everyone that Nubi and Mao Yun had returned from completed missions. Nubi held the dragon handle artifact in her hands, telling other players what reward she received from the dungeon, and offered to exchange it for other guild jewelry if they wanted, since it was a platinum weapon. All the players ran towards the healer and crowded around her to exchange cool weapons, while the young master was all the time thinking about who Dark Sky could be. His thoughts were interrupted by Mao Yun, who told the master that while he was away, he had caught a spy in their guild. An unknown player was climbing a long staircase onto the high roof of one of the buildings in the city of Chang'an. This player turned out to be a red-haired guy who had previously joined the guild of the Dragon Emperor's palace and promised to take revenge on him. The guy looking out the window thought about something for a while, but quickly came to his senses when he saw someone's figure in the reflection. He immediately turned around to see who had come to meet him and was standing there, and saw a man he knew well. This man pointed a mini crossbow with a loaded arrow at the red-haired guy's back, as if hinting to him not to move and to be obedient. The armed player turned out to be a recruit from the Guild of Blasphemers, Hyun Woo, who had known the red-haired guy for a long time. Hyun Woo, being experienced, took out the Sakura's Cry throwing knife from the guy's back pocket, which he had hidden there earlier. The red-haired guy named Katomi even laughed at this, and called it very amusing, to which the recruit replied that he'd also been a spy in battles for a long time. Finally, Hyun Woo got down to business. He asked Katomi to give him materials for his crossbowmen and gold-level weapons. Katomi was angry with Hyun Woo because at first he asked for 3 pieces of equipment and tried to lure him back, since their guild still had some weight. And then he asked for 3 more, and now he needs as many as 10. The recruit chuckled, and told him not to be too indignant if he wanted to leave here safe and sound and just enjoy the warm sun. But Katomi only got him 4 sets of equipment. The guy calmly said that he had no choice before, but now that he himself gave it to him, he does not want to be on their side, but wants to join the Dragon Emperor Palace Guild. Hyun Woo was furious with what he heard, and was simply bursting with anger for such an impudent statement from the guy. The recruit began to shout at the top of his lungs to repeat to the leader of the blasphemous guild and all their brothers that he wanted to join Chu Tiange's headquarters. But the guy, with the same calmness, only said that he was really grateful to his faction and their people for a lot. Katomi added that he is especially grateful to his brothers for helping him in battles, and he will never forget this, but he no longer wants to be a spy, since he understands how many guilds were destroyed by this trick. Hyun-woo was not going to back down so easily and reminded the guy of how he himself had treated others and used them in exactly the same way last time, threatening to tell everyone about his little secret so that the players themselves would choose his future fate. A little scared, Katomi told Hen that the Blasphemers Guild was really just a bunch of guys who did nothing but torture and humiliate everyone. In the midst of the players' conversation, Chu Tiange approached with advice not to rejoice at Hyun-woo so early, because nothing good had happened yet. The rookie never expected to see God Chu himself here and could not utter a word, simply staring at him with his mouth open in surprise. The young master who came there with Nubian Mao suggested that the recruit put away his weapon and let the red-haired spy go first before he helped him with this. Hyun-woo didn't know what to do, and simply grabbed Katomi, who had resigned himself to his fate, hostage, putting a weapon to his neck, and shouted at everyone to stand still and not come closer. Mao Yun stated that he did not believe in this idea, and was sure that they were pretending, since he had seen them together several times, and warned them not to even think about deceiving and hiding from him anymore. Mao Yun had already formed a fireball to attack the vile recruit, saying that he would now be happy to try out his new skills and would be happy to test how strong he was in battle. Hyun-woo was still holding Katomi at gunpoint, and at that moment took out his teleport scroll, shouting that this time he was ready, and their damn iron bird was not here, offering to catch himself if they succeeded. The recruit had already opened and activated the scroll to move, beginning to disappear in the light of a blue flicker. Mao Yun could not stand calmly and look at this, and began to shout that he was trying to get away from them, which he could not allow, and wanted to run to him. Suddenly, Chu Tiange blocked Mao's path, sticking his hand out in front of him, saying that he was just another criminal, and they shouldn't give him so much attention, surprising his friend. Katomi stood with his head down all this time, not knowing what to say, since he was very ashamed in front of the team and Chu Tiange himself for his past actions. Having gathered his strength, he said that he regretted everything very much, and would leave the guild as soon as possible. But the master had no intention of letting him go, and only reminded him of his recent words that he wanted to finally join his guild. The red-haired guy looked up at the young master in bewilderment, and reminded him that he had recently attacked the Dragon Emperor's palace, and still could not forgive himself for it. Chu Tiange, coming closer to Katomi with his friends, laughed, saying that it was not an attack at all, but a collective gain of experience, which left the guy at a dead end. The master explained to him that their guild had not lost anything in the end, and the value of each player's experience had grown by leaps and bounds. And at the end he added that the contribution of his former guild was not small, and he could stay, although he couldn't forgive him right now. Mao also added that he had been paying attention to Katomi since the day he appeared, and when they were clearing portals together, he noticed that he really loved a good fight. At the end, placing his hand on the guy's shoulder, Mao said that he had found out about his past and immediately reported everything honestly to the boss. And as long as he treats his brothers well in the palace, no one will prevent him from returning to the guild. Katomi could not believe his ears. How could the great god Chu Tiange, after everything he had heard, allow him to stay in his palace without any conditions or threats? The red-haired guy threw himself at the feet of the young master and thanked him endlessly for another chance, promising to never let him down again and to live up to all expectations. Chu Tiange asked the guy, since he had recently been a member of the Guild of Blasphemers, if he knew about their plans, since recently they had clearly gone off the rails and might be planning something. Katomi began to say that he didn't know much, but he heard that the leader of their guild was preparing for the first battle of the factions and had already spent a lot of money on advertising sponsorships in the competition centers, with the bonus of learning about the details of the tests. Nubi intervened in the conversation and informed the young master that since he had not returned for a long time, she was temporarily put in charge of the first bat of the factions. She explained that their palace was also taking part in the first battle, but its detailed contents were not published anywhere, and she did not even provide how to prepare for it in advance. Chu Tiange, smiling sarcastically, immediately noticed that here, obviously, it's all about money, because they always solve all issues with ease. The master will appeal to Katomi that this time they will spare him, but on the condition that all dues to the Blasphemers Guild are reset as his punishment, and the guy will gladly agree to anything to stay with them in their guild. Chu Tiange and his team finally decided to head back to the palace and was glad that another secret matter had been revealed, and they could quickly and calmly go about their business. The young master noticed the frozen surprise on the faces of his friends, and explained that they, of course, were going to the first battle of the guilds of their palace of the Dragon Emperor, and were not going to remain without victory. Soon, the entire young master's team visited the battle experts pavilion in the city, anticipating the upcoming battle, and planned to find all the necessary information about the competition from the local NPCs. Chu Tiange suddenly became interested in the rewards that would be given for winning the guild duel, and the little raccoon quickly called up the game's system screen to view the information they needed. Rewards for first place appeared on the monitor in the form of 1,000 contribution points from all guilds with a treasure chest of the highest quality. And in addition to all this, a coefficient of increase in the palace experience with a constant increase in it by 30% with an immortal level booster. Chu Tiange was interested in the last additional reward and thought it was not surprising that the Blasphemers Guild was so eager to win from the back door, because a set of these boosters was stronger than the 6th or 7th level gems. They were already entering the main building of the palace to see the first expert, when Mao Yun began to reason that an additional reward is, of course, great, but 1,000 points from all guilds and platinum weapons also mean a lot, as far as he knows. The master and his friends approached the first NPC they saw behind the counter and asked if he was in charge here, since they came with one important purpose: to discuss some investment issues for the first battle of the guild. The NPC, importantly adjusting his glasses, proudly said that with all due respect, they do not accept any form of bribes from players or their guilds, as they are very principled in such important matters, and asked the company to immediately leave the premises. Chu Tiange was clearly not satisfied with this answer, and for a short period of time he was even confused, since he did not expect such inflexibility from some pathetic bot. The young master also wondered at what point exactly his enhanced NPC friendliness skill, which had never failed him, stopped working. Chu Tiange decided to go from the other side and try to trick the honest bot into at least some information, asking him about the nature and content of the upcoming battle. The NPC did not take his eyes off his book, and again repeated that, with all his respect, they are very principled, adding at the end that they will send out all the necessary information regarding the content of the battle in a list to each guild head who has registered via mail. Feeling the heavy gaze of the persistent master on himself, the NPC, taking a deep breath, repeated once again that all the necessary information would be sent by mail, and other contents were temporarily not subject to any disclosure. Even Mao Yun could no longer stand it, and could no longer tolerate this incorruptible and decent bot, and began shouting at him to give out all the necessary information as soon as possible, if he still did not understand who was in front of him. None of the threats made against the bot interested him, and he simply calmly continued to read his book, which, as the master noted, was about the rules and norms of NPC behavior. Chu Tiange switched to offensive tactics and began to tell the bot that he really needed some information, and he had a lot of money. So if he wanted to make some good money, he should immediately break away from his literature and help them. The bot seemed to be programmed with only one phrase for all players, and did not even change his face when he heard about gold and wealth, once again dryly repeating that, with all due respect, they are too principled and he cannot help them in any way. Suddenly engrossed in reading his book, the NPC deigned to raise his honest eyes to someone else, as he heard a familiar voice and some noise. At the same second, a strong kick lands right in the incorruptible bot's face, making huge cracks in his glasses and leaving a memorable mark on his face. Chu Tiange's entire team watched in slight surprise as another NPC, apparently the main one here, took the young bot far beyond his stance with a powerful blow. The main one was simply furious and shouted angry insults at the young bot, who only knows how to read official literature for days instead of learning real abilities, and almost missed a serious task while he was gone for 1 minute. The chief polite apologized to the master and bowed, saying that the young NPC would never let him breathe easy, and added that he immediately recognized the president, known as the powerful god Chu Tiange. The head bot immediately boasted that he had noticed the unique work of the armorers and the majestic immortal appearance of Chu Tiange with the enhancement, saying that this equipment was very suitable for his character and manners in battles. The master quickly returned to his former collected appearance, confirming everything the chief said about his outfit, and asking who this new guy was, and learned that it was a new guy who was completely giving him no life and was sent to piss him off. The chief also added that he should not worry about anything, because he would sort everything out, and asked again what investments in the first battle of the guild were previously discussed, and if he could help with anything. The young master cleared his throat, as if wanting to show the importance of his person, and asked the chief why he still made them stand in the aisle, knowing what important transactions they came here with. The chief quickly realized the mistake he had made and, with an apology, invited the master to take his friends to the reception room for further discussion of the details of the issue. Everyone went into a spacious reception room with high ceilings and sat down at the conference tables. Chu Tiange still respected the nation of helpful NPCs and apologized before asking to tell him about the content and number of participating guilds. The chapter began to tell that the participating teams were divided into divisions, and in total there were about 500 factions. But after the selection, they chose the 12 strongest guilds to further participate in the competition. The master listened attentively further, and the chief added that the entire process of the battle would be broadcast, so that players would be able to follow the battle on the World Channel and root for their favorite faction. Afterwards, the chief explained that the content of the battle was divided into several events, but since they are very important, and in order for everything to be fair, they do not have the right to disclose information about the details of these events. Suddenly, at this moment, a bag full of gold coins falls on the table in front of the main one with a clang. The chief could not contain his surprise and did not take his eyes off the precious bag of riches, while the young gentleman, with a menacing tone, asked him to repeat something about their integrity. Greed and avarice overshadowed the mind of the stupid bot, and with gold instead of a brain, he quickly switched sides and asked what details President Chu Tiange was interested in. The master was thinking about what question was best to ask the selfish bot in order to be sure to find out all the answers to his questions, and decided to start with the main thing, asking how to fight in this first battle of guilds. The chief began to say that due to the decision towards views and fairness, most guild matches were decided to be held not by battle, but by other means, which greatly surprised the young master, who did not understand how a guild battle could be held without battles. The master wondered what the point of a battle was if it did not contain combat, and the master only quietly answered that most people thought that the audience would not like it. As the main bot watched, Chu Tianj added another bag with a bunch of gold coins to the existing bag. The master became so angry that a strong tension was created around them, similar to lightning bolts, and menacingly told the main one that he did not want him to think for himself, but for everything to be according to his wishes. Chu Tiange, relying on past experience, was sure that the main one was mistaken, and saw no point in hiding battles from spectators, since they just loved to watch them. After hearing the words, the chief came to his senses a little, and indignantly asked the master if he was now asking him to change the course of the battle, because it had long been drawn up and approved, and they are very principled. The young master opened the system screen again and began clicking the gold coin ejection button many times in a row. The NPC's greed got the best of them, and he couldn't resist the sight of the golden glitter in the bags, and his eyes already had treasures instead of pupils. Chu Tiange, with a stockpile of countless riches, never stopped clicking the eject button, and casually asked if it was enough to change their mind. The NPC was in a state of shock from what was happening, and, looking at all the coins flying towards him, he could only shout out that this was enough. The main one greedily picked up all the gold and literally hugged the filled bags, informing the master that he had realized everything, and the audience really loved watching the battles most of all. He happily told Chu Tianju not to worry about anything, as he would urgently discuss the schedule change with the other organizers, and this would satisfy both him and the audience. The young master, as always, achieved his goal and informed his friends that it was already very late and they needed to leave here as quickly as possible. Finally, Chu Tianj cheerfully turned to the main one with a request to organize advertising for his Emperor's Guild, and clarified that he needed the most prominent place there. Having filled his pockets full of gold, the NPC already agreed to everything, and therefore happily informed the master not to worry, since he guarantees to do everything in the best possible way. While the main bot was admiring the golden booty and testing its teeth, a new guy approached him, and quietly asked if he himself had told him that they were the most principled of all NPCs. The newcomer, straightening his broken glasses, tried to refute this theory, but the main one, without taking his eyes off the coins, said that he was right, and they were indeed the most principled of all. The chief felt that the new guy wanted to tell him something else, and turned to him irritably, telling him to think less for himself and listen to him more. A huge angry bear with long, sharp claws and fangs growled angrily at the top of his lungs, standing on his hind legs. While the angry bear shook the air with its roar in the high-level area outside Luoyang City, a secret merchant lurked behind a tree, waiting for something. Having calmed down a little and not finding anything useful or interesting for himself, the angry bear quickly ran deeper into the long cave. The secret merchant immediately fell to the ground, scattering some of his goods, and thought that he was too close to execution, if not for his ability to run quickly and cleverly hide. The merchant sighed heavily and said that it was not so easy to be on guard all the time, and that if that big stupid bear had not woken up and taken him by surprise, he would have managed to steal the eggs of the cubs, not to mention the possibility of getting there are millions of them. The secret merchant quickly collected his thoughts and opened the navigation map to view the next place with possible profitable finds for him. Suddenly, the ground under his feet shook powerfully along with him, and he heard strange sounds and rumbles. The secret merchant was very frightened because he decided that the big stupid bear had noticed him and returned back. The merchant quickly closed the navigation map and hid behind the nearest tree, carefully peering into the cave from which thick black smoke poured out. The merchant did not fully understand and realize what he was seeing through the veil of smoke, but he seriously thought about what was before his eyes. The alarmed assistant ran to the young master with the news, and opening a news forum on the screen, asked him to quickly look at the monitor. The site discussed the latest news about a certain player, Dark Sky, and wrote that Chu Tiange is not such a god, since he does not take first place in the ranking, and that they definitely need to fight and put an end to this issue. The master was a little upset that even players unknown to him write all sorts of nonsense that comes to their mind, and the rating means absolutely nothing, since if they meet this Dark Sky, then he will definitely be immediately nailed to the ground. Chu Tiang left the game for a while and came out of the game capsule, where Elle was already waiting for him with a delicious pie, offering to try it, to which the young master just waved it aside and asked to leave it on the table and help him contact Uncle Yin Li to discuss some questions. The little raccoon saw the alarmed and even slightly embittered expression on the master's face, and was at a loss as to what had happened to him, and why she was so frightened by his current state. Elle quickly contacted the butler, and he arrived at the young master's office, wondering what happened and how he could help while he was looking at something on his tablet. Chu Tiange asked the butler if he had already heard about today's incident, to which Yin Li responded by asking if he meant the Dark Sky player with the number of combat power points exceeding him. The master nodded at his uncle's question and said that they had already counted all the players with the most donations, the number of which was 80 million, but even so, no one could overtake him, especially since he himself had invested a lot of money in upgrading his combat efficiency. Chu Tiange was still surprised along with his uncle on one issue. The provided possible experience gained through money in the game is also limited, not to mention that he met the mysterious merchant twice. The butler continued to talk about the fact that this player's ID is not in the top, and perhaps he is the same as his young master, hiding his identity with the help of something. And he also remembered that in Era, there are many workarounds, and so far he himself doesn't want to. He will remain hidden from everyone. The young master finally understood and even became seriously interested in the fact that the Dark Sky player intends to hide his real identity from everyone, and for now, they will not be able to track him in any way. After thinking a little, Chu Tiange asked the butler what else he could suggest or say about this. Uncle Yin Li told the young master that as long as this player was online, he would be able to find him. In the meantime, the butler decided to ask the master why he was so worried about this mysterious player Dark Sky, puzzling everyone with his search. Chu Tiange calmly replied that he was not interested in how he improved his effectiveness in battle, but simply that if he was truly better than him, then how could he miss such a worthy opponent? Among other things, the young master really wanted all those player commentators on the other side of the screen to forever understand for themselves who the strongest person in this game is. The butler humbly listened to the position of the young master and asked him not to worry about anything, since he takes all the worries upon himself. Meanwhile, in one of the small cities of Japan, two people were going to meet over a cup of coffee in a district cafe. The second brother, standing at the entrance to the cafeteria, called his friend, calling him Hong Hao, and said that he had been waiting for him for a very long time and would like him to hurry up. Before he could finish his thought, the second brother saw a guy quickly running up the stairs towards the cafe, shouting that he was in a hurry and was already here. Hong Hao approached second brother to apologize for being late, and explained that he was delayed by some matters unrelated to the game. The guy began to tell me that he hadn't played Era since their guild broke up, and besides, the company at work has been busy with things lately, so he's been very busy. The second brother invited a friend to a table and the waiter approached them to find out if they were ready to order, to which the guys took turns naming the hot drinks they would drink. He began to tell Manhwa that he could forget about their guild, and that this was all in the past, since this time had long been forgotten. The second brother tried to drag his friend back into the Era, and continued to say that after their guild fell apart, he joined another in the country of Song, and it is now almost one of the first and strongest guilds in the entire Era. Hong Hao answered with concentration that he had no time to play games now, since he was fully loaded at work, as he had already said earlier. The guy quickly suggested changing the topic and wanted to find out the essence of their conversation, since he called him today to urgently meet and discuss something important. The second brother began showing photos of wall frescoes from one palace on his phone screen, saying that his boss was sure that there was some kind of text hidden behind these patterns. He went on to say that Han Hoa is known to be the best at solving word puzzles in games, and can help unsee what is encrypted there after all. The red-haired guy took his friend's phone to take a closer look at the photos of the murals he took. He thought for a moment, and then said that although he could not understand everything at once, it looked like an inscription, and clarified that he would need a little time, and as soon as he understood the whole meaning, he would immediately inform the second brother about this. Han Hoa ultimately didn't understand why the second brother needed to invite him to dinner instead of just writing to him, because he is always online. The second brother laughed and said that this was not an attempt to lure him into Era to play together, since he had already said that he was very busy at work and could forget about it. The global announcement addressed Dear Era players with the announcement that the first guild battle will soon begin and will be available for viewing on all official live broadcasts of the game channels. The Chu Tianja Dragon Emperor Palace Guild arrived at the teleport portal to enter the game, where they were greeted by a bot announcing the start of the first stage, the group competition. The NPC asked President Chu Tiange to select the other 4 members to form their group and follow him. The young master knew in advance who would be in his group and came there together with El, Nubi, Mao Yun, and the third brother, following the bot into the travel portal. Some players tried to use teleport tickets to enter the guild battle, but could not figure out how to do it. They quickly pressed the ticket several times, and at some point an unexpectedly sharp movement began. Both players fell with a crash right into the stands with the rest of the spectators, thereby surprising everyone present. One of the players told the second that he had thought for a long time whether to take such an expensive ticket to the game, but did not regret it at all, since he moved them right to the right seats. The first among the players to leave the teleport portal for the competition was the richest player, Chu Tianj, with a proud gait. Then, after the young master, members of his team came out of the portal one by one, following the bot. One of the players in the stands saw the greatest player of all time, Chu Tiange, and jumped up from his seat and shouted loudly about it. Everyone in the stands took turns jumping up and shouting the young master's name with best wishes, loudly clapping and cheering. Anxiously awaiting his entrance, the leader of the Blasphemous Guild said that it was not necessary to gather so many spectators here, but since they were all here, they would soon see their heroic appearance. The recruit added that they finally waited for the battle of the guilds and are the favorites, having recently participated in many quests, where they saw a lot, so some Chu Tianju cannot defeat them, because the competition is not based on battles, and they have an advantage. The main bot appeared on the suspended platform, greeted everyone friendly, and announced the start of the battle, calling himself the owner of the first guild tournament. The leading NPC begins to say that right now they will brief all participants about the upcoming tournament. The leader of the blasphemers addressed his subordinates with indignation that he had paid 10,000 gold for this game, and his team could be imagined to be much cooler. The main one suggested that before the start of the game, they demonstrate to all the spectators who came to watch the battle, who bought tickets and will be able to participate in a special lottery using coupons. The main one began the story about the prizes, starting with the third place, for which there will be a chest with 3,000 gems of the first level, the prize for the second place, 300 stones of the second, and finally, for the first place, 3 chests of platinum-level equipment, all at the expense of the Palace of the Dragon Emperor. He further added that for those who did not place, there would be prizes for participation in the form of discount coupons from the Blasphemers Guild to purchase goods from merchants, which caused outrage among players who said that the guild was either too greedy or poor. The leader of the blasphemers listened in surprise to the instructions on the tournament, and did not understand why he could offer such an insignificant reward regarding Chu Tiange, and only for participation. Hyun Woo, as if trying to calm the boss down a little, asked him not to be so surprised, because according to his calculations, most of the money was spent on advertising and pumping, but this only angered the leader more. The main bot announced the end of the briefing and asked everyone to pay attention to the main screen, as it would now introduce the participating teams and their honorary players. A video of a divine phoenix flying over the Dragon Emperor's palace appeared on a huge hanging screen. The next video was a fragment from Chu Tianja's team's battle with one of the evil stone monsters. The screen showed a close-up of the richest player Chu's face in all its glory and mighty strength. The spectators in the stands began to scream, shout, stomp, and applaud their most anticipated player in the battle. The young gentleman was satisfied with such a broad advertisement of his headquarters, and decided that he could safely rely on this bot for everything. The next player on the screen was El's assistant, striking with the help of a magical staff and enchantment. Next, the healer newbie appeared in the moment of using her restorative powers. The little raccoon didn't even suspect that the game recorded such details with her participation, and was a little upset that she didn't have time to kill anyone in this frame. Newbie, in turn, said that no matter how well she was presented on screen, she only maintained a small level of health. Mao Yun decided to support his friend and asked her not to say that, because her skills are actually very important for their team. The next frame was the young master's powerful move, Earth Dragon Sundering. The pictures replaced each other, showing all the majesty and importance of the leader of the Dragon Emperor Palace. Each of the slides showed a detailed battle with an enraged main boss who was attacked by the entire team. The monitor again showed a close-up of the face of the formidable Chu Tiange, flying with a spear towards the monster. The main screen was able to simultaneously show the young master's crushing blow to the entire viewer. A second later, the master was already running with a satisfied expression on his face, surrounded by flying rewards in the form of gold coins, equipment, and other things. The third brother, addressing the master, correctly noted that it was a very cool performance, and he rightfully deserved it. At the end of the video, the main bot turned all attention to itself and announced the first team to participate, the Palace of the Dragon Emperor. All the team members, led by Chu Tiange, appeared majestically on the screen, fully armed against the backdrop of their palace and guardian beast. The spectators in the stands solemnly shouted out the names of all the players in the Master's headquarters when they saw the powerful guild on the main monitor. With the next slide on the main screen, the leading NPC displayed a list of all the other guilds participating in the battle. The leader of the blasphemous guild was naturally angry that all the other teams were simply displayed as a list on the screen, and the Dragon Emperor's palace was given a whole show. He was about to go look for the bot who arranged all this when the rookie stopped him, saying that if they start creating problems now, they will be disqualified, and it will all end before it even begins. The recruit tried to find a way out of this situation and told the leader that, unlike other guilds, they also had an avatar on the screen. The leader yelled for Hyunwoo to pay more attention, because on the main screen their profile picture was upside down, and they immediately decided that someone had made a big mistake. The presentation of the teams ended, and the main NPC announced that, with the permission of the audience, he would announce the rules of the first guild battle tournament. He began to say that at the beginning, a Jedi battle royal awaits them, where they will be lifted into the air and sent to the battlefield, adding that the number of kills will directly affect the total scores of all subsequent tests. The leader of the blasphemers protested, loudly shouting that there was no talk of battles in the announcement, especially in the first round, and most likely they just gathered everyone to fight Chu Tianzhu. The spectators in the stands were pleasantly excited and alarmed by the upcoming competition, as they longed for an exciting battle, and even began to slowly place bets on the players among themselves. At that moment, the young master heard from the stands how many were betting on him, and saying that he would brutally destroy everyone. Chu Tianzhu announced to all his team members that it was finally time to put on a grand show. A map appeared on the screen with locations marked and rules stating that in the first round, players would be sent into the sky, and within a minute they would be able to choose the exact location to land. Also, according to the rules of the game, power-ups were scattered throughout the field, which can increase the attack power in battle, restore health, and even magic. It was further said that in order to win, it is necessary to destroy participants from other guilds, and a warning that at the edges of the field, there is a poisoned zone, touching which will lose 35% of your maximum health every second, and the zone will shrink as the game progresses. Members of the Guild of Blasphemers began to loudly argue among themselves about landing points, wanting completely different locations. Suddenly, Liu Fei herself appeared out of nowhere in front of the players and told them to stop arguing in a commanding tone. After thinking a little, she suggested that the players use the back entrance since it existed there. The leader of the blasphemers himself no longer knew what to do, and the rookie thought that even if part of their team remained, it would still not be able to defeat Chu Tiange. Liu Fei suggested that they fly a little and land right in the center of the field, and then find a place to hide, and even if they are destroyed, they can still find some kind of loophole. Chu Tiange also did not waste any time and selected a suitable point on the screen for the team to land. The third brother asked the boss where they were jumping, and found out that he had already chosen a point from which there would be a good view, and it would be possible to be the first to notice all the other players. When all the participants in the competition made their choice, the main NPC solemnly announced the start of the first guild battle. The spectators in the stands rejoiced and loudly shouted words of support to the participants, eagerly awaiting the start of the game. The glider aircraft rushed forward with the goal of delivering all participants to the locations for further selected landing. The glider made stopping points in the air so that all players could parachute to the desired points. The first to successfully land on one of the selected locations was the leader of the Guild of Blasphemers. He examined the chosen point and came to a hasty conclusion that even birds did not fly here, so they would definitely never meet Chu Tiange here. Then all the members of the Blasphemers team landed, and the recruit immediately asked the leader if they had landed in the correct place chosen earlier. The leader of the Guild of Blasphemers no longer heard any words from the recruit, as he was in wild horror from the picture he saw in front of him. Right in front of the blasphemous guild, the mighty god Chu Tiange stood fully armed and greeted the team with a mocking smile. The leader immediately attacked Liu Fei with accusations, who obviously herself did not expect such a turn of events, and only said that they made a decision. He did not argue with her. The little raccoon playfully informed them that it was simply all about the incredible strength of the young master, and he, of course, could detect any enemy simply by pointing his finger at the sky. While Elle was telling them this, she drew something in the air with her finger, and at the end of her speech, created a magic rune Fox Spirit Cage, directing it at all opponents at once. At the same moment, sharp-pointed stakes began to rise from the ground around the leader of the blasphemers. The bars flew at the rest of the guild members from different directions, not even giving them the opportunity to escape. And then a moment later, all the blasphemers on the field were sealed in magical cages, with no chance of salvation. The assistant was pleased with the work done, and said that it was very convenient when during the battle, they just stood there in the middle of the field, allowing her to control them. Chu Tiange, with a menacing look, was already flying with his friends towards the imprisoned rivals and ordered everyone to attack, without even hearing a plea for mercy from the frightened leader of the blasphemers. There was a worldwide announcement that the Dragon Emperor Palace had drawn first blood, and after a little counting, reported 5 destructions in a row right now. Players from another guild quickly collected equipment from the field and discussed the sudden deaths of several players at the same time at the hands of Chu Tiange, deciding not to be distracted and quickly pick up supplies before they were also discovered. The young master walked along the road ahead with his team and consulted what they should do next, since his option was to run through the entire area and destroy the players one after another. Mao Yun suddenly told the master that he had some kind of plan, but did not have time to finish. In one of the clearings of the nearby location, in a golden glow, there was one of the attack boosts in battle. The players who landed nearby were combing the area, and one of them noticed a level 3 attack rune and immediately reported it to his boss. The head of their team ordered to quickly run to all the reinforcements that they could see and carry, and quickly collect them before the poisoned zone began to shrink, which they did. At the edge of the forest, near the poisoned zone, there was a small house from which more power-ups were illuminated, and the boss quickly ran there, not seeing who was waiting for him there, and rushed to the rune. When he and his subordinates reached the rune to pick it up and turned around, he was surprised to notice the players of the Dragon Emperor's palace. Their guild leader, breathing heavily, quickly realized that it was a trap, but it was too late to escape. Sparks and fiery lightning rose into the air. The Chu Tianjia guild deftly dealt with its competitors in a matter of seconds. Mao Yun noted that these guys really fell for a cunning bait, and the young master, agreeing, asked to quickly divide the things of the destroyed guys and move to the next place. The players of the young master's team installed a huge magic wall on the field for protection, while they were reviewing the data. A map appeared on the game's system screen with the number of surviving players and their approximate landing location. The rest of the players ran up to the master, while he, looking at the screen and studying the information, reported that besides them, at least one other team must have found shelter and survived. While they were talking, Chu Tiange heard the sound of a whistle and noticed the arrows flying at them in time, shouting to everyone to be careful and take cover as quickly as possible. On one of the rooftops of a tall building, players from different guilds stood and, on command, non-stop loaded arrows into a crossbow and shot at Chu Tiange's team, hoping that their continuous attack would prevent them from getting too close. The master deftly shrugged it off and dodged all the shots, shouting to them that they would not be saved, much less defeat him, even after rallying. The third brother, hiding behind a tall stone, said with a smile that now they would all watch a master class from the greatest player of the era. The young gentleman reached the roof of the desired building in one jerk, surrounded by a fiery shadow, and menacingly told all the players that they were too naive to believe in such a possibility. Chu Tiange quickly ran along the roof, knocking down everyone in his path with a sharp spear and leaving a trail of fire behind him. When the practitioner reached the players, one of them shouted that they were doomed and they needed to eliminate their rivals from the other guild as quickly as possible in order to get some points before they did. A distraught guy with a long sword hit one of the players standing with his back to him, hoping to get at least some points. The injured player furiously turned to the guy who hit him and shouted loud insults, then said that he was from his team. Chu Tiange was not at all bothered by this and was about to use the next crushing blow. The master called into action the hidden skill of Dragon Breath Taika, and the fiery dragon body that appeared at the same second smashed to smithereens all the players standing in his way. Next, the steel bodies of the Dragon Taiku appeared, breaking and crushing everything and everyone, destroying the building itself in the light of a bright flash. The third brother, who did not yet know about the boss's new power, was extremely delighted with such new power, and thought cheerfully that he had only been watching the young master for a few days, and he had already become stronger than God himself. The world announcement announced the end of the game due to the Dragon Emperor Palace winning the first tournament with the number of players eliminated by Chu Tiange in the battle being 29. The audience was delighted and solemnly shouted the young master's name as they watched the magnificent victory of the Dragon Emperor Palace on the main screen. Chu Tiange stood and thought that the game ended somehow rather quickly, and these 29 destructions seemed too familiar to him, at least their number. All the Dragon Emperor Palace Guild players, after successfully completing the task of the first tournament in the light of the fiery radiation, returned to the starting platform of the stadium. The game system congratulated Chu Tiange's team on their first victory and receiving prize souvenirs, which guaranteed doubling all boosts received during the battle and creating immunity to all negative statuses below level 5. Elle read the information about the reward, considering it very good, and learned that players could share the artifacts they received and surround any guild to capture these rare items. But when she got to the part about the team race, she asked the master what it was about. The young master began to explain to the girl that it was like a game of Monopoly, when you need to throw a dice, take steps and get caught up in different tasks, but most likely it won't be that simple. The team, having listened carefully to the master, was already expecting the early start of this race with genuine excitement and interest. After a couple of minutes, Chu Tiange noticed a clickable button appeared on the game system screen to view an existing task. The master, without hesitation for a long time, immediately clicked on it and began to wait for the information to load. Information appeared on the system screen with the number of dice of a certain value, which obviously not everyone could afford. Chu Tiange was surprised by the fact that the dice had already appeared in the public domain and could be purchased and rolled before the start of the game. Other players were outraged by the huge cost of the dice and decided that the game organizers just wanted to take a ton of money out of them to buy their entire large-scale show, deciding to take the cheapest dice. The blasphemous guild leader flipped through the dice one by one, realizing that it was too expensive for him. The insidious Liu Fei asked the leader not to rush, since there seemed to be some kind of secret prize in choosing the dice. The head of the Guild of Blasphemers stopped his surprised gaze at one of the pages with very interesting information. A chest appeared on the screen with the price of the first prize gift being 1,000 gold coins, and each gift is guaranteed to give 3 to 5 gems, purple platinum equipment, a decorated die, and other accessories. In addition, there is the opportunity to obtain immortal-level secret equipment and other enhanced parts, which certainly pleased the leader, and Liu Fei offered to buy it for him. The boss of the Blasphemers, thinking that, in addition to everything else, there was also a guarantee and other guilds had already bought it too, clicked on the icon of this chest. At that same second in the arena, a prize gift in the form of a precious stone fell out of the chest to the guild leader. He was surprised to see that the dropped stone was obsidian with a critical chance for second-level spells, and the chance of victory was still not completely lost. Chu Tiange at this time was taking his received prize in the form of the greatest Divine Sphinx ruler, and decided that he would definitely transfer it to the Evaluation Guild for the appropriate work. Mao Yun suggested taking a short break, since their inventories were full anyway, and the game would start soon, and the master handed him a bag of gold coins, telling him to take them to the guards and warn him when they ran out of them again. Chu Tiange decided to follow his friend's advice and rest a little, but he saw a bright glow on the screen from an incoming notification. On the system screen was the prize of the first guild battle in the form of a golden dice, made from a Krypton gift with a certain effect, optional quality control of the numbers drawn, and the ability to see in advance all the traps and tasks in the nearest 6 squares. The young master quickly realized where such a generous gift had come from, and gestured his approval by looking up at the arena. The Krypton gift for the richest player of the era was made by the main bot of the first tournament of the game, already familiar to him. The lead NPC on the suspended platform in the center of the arena happily announced to the cheering loud spectators that the next and most extensive part of the battle had begun, the team race. The main bot called the necessary playing field to the competition arena to start the battle. At that same second, the arena turned into a huge playing field, and, as the master said earlier, it was somewhat similar to the Monopoly from childhood with numerical and symbolic symbols. Next, we presented the general gameplay of a complex competition, where each guild will have different surprises along the way through the tiles, among which there are rewards, punishments, and other interesting things. The rules of the game clarified that if 2 teams land on the same tile at the same time, they will have to fight until all members of one of the teams die. At the end, it was said that each guild team has 10 life points, and if they lose, they will lose the corresponding number of points. But if the number of lives is reduced to 0, then the team is automatically eliminated from the game. While they were finishing the story that if no team reaches the finish line, then the guild closest to him will win, the rookie decided not to waste time and buy another chest, with the hope of receiving 3rd-level gems. The leader of the Guild of Blasphemers also wanted to buy one more chest before the game, but he didn't understand why nothing came of it. On his system screen, information appeared about the number of remaining chests available for purchase, equal to 0. The chief blasphemer heard shouts nearby that one of the players had received a dragon totem from a chest. The leader turned towards the source of the sound and saw in amazement and shock who got such a cool prize gift, looking towards Chu Tiange's team surrounded by a bunch of stuff. The spectators in the stands were sure that there would be no significant difference between the battles on this playing field and previous airplane chess. Only this competition would be truly exciting. The leader of the blasphemers could no longer listen from every corner about Chu Tiange and his power. because he partly agreed that those who meet the master will also meet a terrible death. He couldn't stand it and rushed to blame the boss for promising fair competition, but what they got in the end was clear to everyone, to which the rookie tried to calm the boss down, reminding him of his expulsion from the game in shame for such behavior. While a line with a random distribution of teams was displayed on the main screen, Henwu finally told the boss that they would play for themselves and would not meet Chu Tiange there. A second later, a combination of two competing teams appeared on the screen. The Dragon Emperor's Palace versus the Blasphemers. While the main bot announced to everyone that the first two teams were entering the playing field, the leader menacingly yelled at the recruits for bringing nothing but misfortune to their guild, and could keep his mouth shut until the distribution was over. After completing the official part, the teams are automatically teleported to the field for further battle. Both teams were moved to their respective game board tiles with dice for each guild. Chu Tiange did not miss the opportunity to make fun of his rivals and greeted them cheerfully, asking why they were so emotionally tense if they considered themselves a logical company and warned them not to go unarmed. The rookie, as always, became angry at the young master's statements and began to shout loudly that there was no need to be so self-confident and proud because the game had not even started yet. Hyunwoo wanted to continue saying something else, when suddenly the leader himself hit him with brutal anger and told him to shut up. The head began to scold the new recruit, saying that bad things often happen to them, and he doesn't need to be so hot-tempered to everything he hears and sees. Chu Tiange heard a conversation from another guild behind him, who asked their rivals to quickly roll the dice or they would start moving first. The rivals of that guild were an unknown team with hidden faces, dressed in long kimonos with wide hoods. The master suspected something was wrong, and this team even seemed somehow strange to him, since from entering the arena he felt constant attention to his person from their side. The game officially began, and one of the teams made their first roll of the dice on the field. The cube turned over in the air several times, going through different options for possible numbers, and finally settled on the number 4. The team of blasphemers quickly rushed across the playing field in the right direction to the number of tiles that had fallen. The guild hit the boost icon, activating the reward of increasing the attack power of all team members by as much as 15%. Chu Tiange's team was next in line to move, making their move with dice. The cube somersaulted in the air, hitting the ground several times, and made the final decision with the number 2. The Dragon Emperor Palace players quickly ran forward along the indicated tiles. Their team also hit the reward icon, activating an object to obtain a level 2 gem. The next move was for the blasphemers, and the leader got down to business, throwing the dice. The cube spun around itself again, making a couple of 3 turns, and landed with a number equal to 5. The team of blasphemers again moved towards the finish line along the right tiles, running past the scary mark. They stopped just behind the punishment tile, which they were very happy about. The leader of the blasphemers exhaled heavily when he saw how close they were to failure and told no one to relax. The young master's team made their next move, throwing the die far forward. The die, having barely made a single revolution around itself, quickly fell to the ground with the number 1. All 4 friends immediately ran to the adjacent player tile on the field. They were again boosted, activating the objects for obtaining a level 10 chest with a healing potion and an additional object in the form of a mid-level territory appraiser, and quietly rejoiced. Newbie, looking at the screen, worriedly reported that if they continued like this, they would run out of inventory space. But the third brother assured her that everything was fine, since he was still an intermediate-level expert and was just short of exactly this thing. The leader of the blasphemers, looking towards Chu Tiange's team who had received such cool rewards, was somewhat confused as to how they managed to be so lucky. The young master informed his friends that the next 20 squares were not rewards with equipment, and they should now pay attention to the guys from the competing team. The leader of the blasphemers was afraid that Chu Tiange's team might catch up with them, and as he slowly pressed the dice roll button on the screen, he dreamed and prayed that they would now get the number 6. The cube jumped up sharply, making a couple of revolutions, and landed with a number equal to 1. The blasphemers team quickly ran forward 1 square, making their move. The players landed on a random object tile and got a little worried. The leader quickly searched the system for the information he needed, but found nothing, thinking that it might be something related to the attack on them, given their luck. While the head was trying to find some instructions for a random object, behind his team, Chu Tiange and his friends were already cheerfully talking about how he had not even thought about meeting them so soon. The new recruit flared up again and threatened not to get in their way because this was a competition, not a settling of personal scores, to which Mao did not remain silent, and also expressed that he did not look as brave as when he secretly received equipment from their guild before him, revelations, and is now hiding behind his boss. The third brother ominously added that they had learned how their guild had used secret spies to destroy many other factions in previous games, and now in Era, his players had killed many more players than their Dragon Emperor Palace. The other teams heard the players' conversation and began to discuss among themselves where their resources had been spent earlier and all the expensive equipment had disappeared, as well as the possibility that blasphemers always know about the whereabouts of their guilds. The leader of the blasphemers, having heard the guesses of other players, began to get nervous and worried, because instead of quickly completing the game, they were having conversations, and he was still thinking about how to get around Chu Tiange. The head, in a rage, began to quickly press the dice throw button and pray for the number 6 to appear on it as soon as possible. The cube whistled and began to spin and hit the ground, flying further and further. Unexpectedly for everyone, the leader of the blasphemers finally got lucky and got the number 6 he needed on the cube. The leader of the blasphemers was delighted with the luck that befell him and quickly, glowing with happiness, ran forward. At this time, it was Chu Tianji's team's turn to move, and the master made a move by pressing the throw of the dice, which had already begun to spin in the air and landed with a crash with the number 3. The leader of the blasphemers couldn't help but make a caustic comment, shouting to the young master that his luck would be worse than his today, and if he was so far away, how could he catch up and deal any blow? Right at this moment, having finished his fiery speech, he sees with horror how the master's team receives another reward in the form of a second chance to roll the dice. Chu Tiange had already cheerfully asked the head to repeat everything he had just told him, and made his second move, pressing throw, waiting for the dice to land on the field. The leader of the blasphemers in despair prayed for only one thing, that the number 1 would appear on the die. The dice lands with a whistle on the field with the number 1, but a second later it spins several more times and stops at 4. While the entire team of blasphemers was shocked by what was happening and could not believe such a fatal coincidence, the young master's team was already rushing towards their rivals. The main NPC on the suspended platform began to announce to the audience that the first battle in the second round of the team race would begin very soon. The leading bot did not have time to finish his speech as he heard strange sounds behind him and quickly turned around to look. In the center of the playing field, a special battle area was allocated, on which a violent attack of one team on the second was already in full swing. The Dragon Emperor Palace players with all their strength and power rebelled against the blasphemous team, attacking them with all their weapons, not giving them a chance to even defend themselves decently. The spectators in the stands cheered at the new battle on the playing field, and shouted words of encouragement for Chu Tianju. The main NPC had already flown up to the teams, one of which was lying and recovering from the blows, and turned to the master, saying that it was too much, but he only replied that they asked for it themselves, teasing them. The leading bot turned to President Chu with a request in the future to give him time to announce the battle and the names of the teams, since he is also a commentator for the game and the players will still not leave the field during this time. Chu Tianju felt a little embarrassed for such an absurd situation and apologized, saying that he had completely forgotten about it, with a promise that this would not happen again in the future, and he would definitely wait until the end of the bot's speech. The main NPC returned to his place in the center of the arena and declared the Dragon Emperor's Palace the winner of the first battle of the second round, giving the spectators cause for solemn cheers and applause. All wounded and beaten, the leader of the blasphemers, rising from the battlefield, slowly came to his senses, saying that in fact everything was too complicated. Some spectators suddenly began pointing to another part of the playing field and shouting about another great boss fight. A huge iron sphinx with sharp fangs and humps was approaching a team of mysterious players in long kimonos with wide hoods, emitting an eerie growl. Chu Tiange, standing on his cage and looking at the players of this mysterious team, decided to watch the battle for a while. The young master felt that something was wrong with them, and decided to evaluate the strength of these guys. The enraged sphinx continued to roar loudly while the secret players looked at the screen at the available information about him, where there was nothing else except the level. The spectators in the stands were alarmed by the 18th level of the boss and decided that the team was doomed and they would never cope with him, since they still did not have enough health reserves and only the greatest god Chu Tianju could do this. The evil Iron Sphinx rushed to attack the secret players, who responded with powerful fireballs and put up engraved protective shields. The angry monster decided to strike with his huge fist at several players at once, who easily dodged it. The Iron Sphinx became even more angry and struck another, but fiery blow, again without hitting a single player, who deftly took off. The mysterious players decided to change the tactics of defense to attack, and surrounding the evil monster, began to run in a circle and fire their shots at it. While they were running in a circle, the Iron Phoenix moved a little, and one of the players hit the other. An angry monster with red eyes decided to take advantage of this moment and attack the players, making a powerful leap towards them and roaring loudly. One of the mysterious players, after waiting a little for the right moment, creates a fireball, and with all his might directs it at the Iron Sphinx running towards him. The fireball hits the heart of the enraged monster, and he, along with the player, simultaneously understands what will happen next. The player, not giving a single chance of victory, continued to attack the enemy until he triumphantly exploded with a powerful flash, leaving a good reward for himself. The main NPC announced to everyone present about the successful victory of the Kingdom of Hades Guild over the boss of the 18th level, and the stands solemnly began to shout out the name of the team, applauding and whistling. Chu Tianj, looking at all this, thought suspiciously that they were somehow too strange, and El reminded him that it was their turn to throw the dice, which the master did by pressing the desired button. The leader of the blasphemers said that there is no need to panic anymore, since they are far enough away, and all because of the good luck of the master. But now the main task is to stay as far away from them as possible, and they will have the opportunity to move to another area at the next intersection. At this time, the Dragon Emperor Palace team's dice spun in the air several times and landed with the number 5. Chu Tianj ran with his friends across the cells of the playing field, loudly shouting to the blasphemers that he knew how much they had stolen from their guild, and he would not let them go just like that, to which Hen Wu told the boss that he was waving the flag of death cooler than him. The young master's team again smashed their opponents to smithereens, who were only thinking about their bad luck. Liu Fei, slowly coming to her senses, told everyone that they only had 3 health units left, and if they lost the battle a few more times, they could say goodbye to the guild battle forever. Chu Tiange approached the blasphemers, and greeting them once again, told them to get up and throw the dice, since tens of millions of spectators were watching them right now, and they were stalling for time. The leader of the blasphemers began running around the tiles like crazy and shouting that he would never quit again, and why was he even asking him to do this? Let him quit himself if he needed to which the master only calmly nodded. The Dragon Emperor Palace team threw the dice, which turned over several times and landed with the number 3, and the players quickly moved forward across the field. The young master shouted to the leader of the blasphemers that he had quit, and now it was his turn after all, if of course he wanted to continue playing. The head of the enemy guild, before pressing the desired button, several times with prayer and pity, asked the system to throw out the required number. The leader, in a cold sweat, slowly presses the throw button on the game system screen, waiting for a miracle. The dice begins to quickly rotate around its axis, every now and then jumping into the air. All members of the team of blasphemers watch the cube in agonizing anticipation. The dice makes a final flip and deftly lands with the number 3. The head of the rival guild immediately understands that luck has turned away from them as quickly as it overtook them, and they are again doomed to failure. Meanwhile, other teams were fighting in the arena, and the main NPC commented on how the boss placed group shackles on the 3rd and 4th position of the Sea Dragon Guild, and they lost the ability to move, which meant the failure of their plan. The evil boss used his fire spells, and the players were destroyed with the announcement that the Sea Dragon Guild had lost the battle. The main NPC, having finished commenting on the battle, announced the start of viewing the 3rd clash between the Dragon Emperor's palace and the blasphemers. The young master and his friends powerfully attacked the enemy team, which could not understand why it kept bumping into this particular guild, and used crushing fire techniques. Spectators from the stands watched the battle, and noticed that the blasphemers' guild's health had dropped to 0, and according to the rules of the battle, they would be expelled and would not be able to participate in subsequent tournaments in the game. Mao Yun admired the work done and said that the rest of the guilds, looking at this, would no longer dare to attack them, to which the master said that they themselves would not touch them unless there was a serious reason, since the lesson would be devastating. After thinking a little, Mao Yun came to the conclusion that now other guilds will spy on each other, and the blasphemers' faction is no longer and will not be. The young master suggested that the players try to continue the game, since there is a boss ahead who may be of a high level. The 3rd brother, with childish excitement, agreed with the master, and said that the other guild's battle was already in full swing, and they needed to quickly collect all the treasures in order to quickly find a battle more serious than the blasphemers, who had only a few people on their team. Newbie enthusiastically accepted the master's offer, and said that if the boss could drop a pumped-up reward, then they should use their existing enhancements so that everyone in the guild would receive equipment from him. The Dragon Emperor Palace team pressed the dice throw button, and the dice began to spin around in the air, landing with a whoosh with the number equal to 4. The young gentleman and his friends landed on a tile with an icon for challenging the boss to a fight. The very second the players stepped on the tile, they quickly teleported somewhere without anyone noticing. The spectators in the stands did not even have time to understand anything, and began to anxiously ask each other where the team had gone. The main NPC told everyone not to worry, as the change of arena is due to a special mechanism of the boss, because they become stronger and stronger in the further game, and innocent players may get hurt in this playing field. The presenter added that this is why the organizers have thought out special arenas for especially strong bosses, and he will broadcast the entire battle on the big screen. The young master cheerfully said that he himself had just thought that his attacks could hurt other players. But the main bot was ahead of him, and perhaps he was not as stupid as he seemed, and the master had not wasted his money on him. The players discussed among themselves their excitement about the upcoming battle, and someone would even like to be in that arena, but another player said that he could not stand there for even a second. Meanwhile, two unfamiliar players were talking in the stands, as they did not expect to see each other here, because one thought that the second was clearing portals and did not have time for such games. But the second replied that he considered his excitement about the games greater than his own. The long-haired player with a fan said that everything in the Khan country is under his control, and of course he cares about it, and asked the player with the scar if he was involved in the dark affairs in the Qin country. But after looking at him, he quickly realized that he was involved. After thinking for a moment, he added that he would no longer beat around the bush, and their goal was most likely the same, so they hoped that this player, while looking at the main screen, would not cause any problems. The guy with the scar said that he was surprised when their boss, knowing all the risks, still allowed his boy to bring his mysterious plan into reality, although he doubted it, to which his interlocutor replied that it was a big mistake of the Zhao Guild and blasphemers. The long-haired player added that they shouldn't care because it has nothing to do with them, and it's not that big of a deal because the losing players are just pawns, and the best option is to succeed directly. The guy with the scar clarified whether he meant something that was still in development, and did not understand how they could get through the head of era now, and whether they could even use something like that. The long-haired player replied that it was just a matter of time, and Zhao Shu had successfully completed the last test, so very soon access would be in their hands. The guy with the scar thought about his interlocutor's words, and silently looked at the main screen. The lead bot, pointing to the screen, said that the boss battle was about to begin, and as he saw from the screen data, the main boss could be difficult even for Chu Tiange. The Dragon Emperor Palace team, armed, stood on the field, shrouded in a veil of thick smoke, waiting for the main boss. They saw a bright flash in the middle of the playing field, and the young master shouted to everyone to get ready, as the boss was already coming. At the same second, in place of the bright flash, a huge fiery funnel appeared with lightning bolts flying out of it. None of the Dragon Emperor Palace players, except the young master and L, were able to stay on the ground and began to be forcibly attracted to the funnel. Chu Ting saw his friends being sucked into the fiery whirlpool one by one, and he shouted their names in despair. In place of the main crater, many smaller ones appeared, and from one of them, someone's huge stone face appeared. A second later, a huge stone monster emerged from the fiery whirlpool in the light of sparkling lightning. Chu Tiange was a little shocked and surprised to see a real dark elf in front of him. At this time, players from the young master's team fell out of the fiery crater one after another in an unknown direction. Mao Yun was the first to land successfully and asked the others if everyone was okay and if anyone needed help. All players were convinced of their own safety and immediately noticed the monster approaching them, quickly starting to prepare for battle. Meanwhile, the winged dark elf was getting closer to Chu Tianju with L, leading an army of evil flying heads. The main NPC explained that this boss has an inherent void of yin and yang energy, and the peculiarity is that it cannot be defeated alone, and a team of more than 2 players each must divide equally and fight both sides of the boss. Mao Yun also heard that the boss would be defeated under special conditions, and wondered what exactly they were talking about. Perhaps they would not be able to restrain him, but something else was definitely hidden. Meanwhile, Chu Tiange asked the little raccoon to help him deal with the small flying heads while he fought the main boss, and the girl was already standing ready in the magical engraving. The formidable young master, making a powerful leap towards the dark elf, flew straight at him with a spear and summoned an evil dragon that shook the earth. Mao Yun said that he would go ahead and attract small monsters and asked Newbie to heal him in time, and then their swordsman in the person of the third brother would take care of the boss. Brave Mao Yun ran and loudly banged his sword on his shield and shouted various insults, attracting the attention of all the small enemies. He found a vantage point and stopped, placing several protective shields around him, in anticipation of the angry heads flying at him with a whistle. The third brother at this time did not waste a second and moved into battle to attack the main boss, cutting through the air with his Punisher sword. He flew up to the light elf point blank and decided to use his aircut technique. Pushing forward the punishing sword, the third brother makes a powerful blow in the air, reaching the monster itself. The light elf responds to the attack with defensive actions, crossing his arms over his chest. The third brother makes a few more powerful blows with his sword, and the winged opponent flies a little to the side. The system screen of the game immediately displays information about your health status, which makes up even more than half. The third brother expected this to anger the monster, but was very surprised when he did not try to attack first. He decided to take advantage of the moment, since it was unknown how long he would be in defense mode, and began to strike one crushing blow after another with his sword, wanting to achieve critical damage. A bar with the light elf's 0 health appeared on the system screen, and at that same second a powerful nuclear explosion occurred. The third brother quickly selected a video call on the screen and contacted the young master, reporting his progress and receiving approval. After finishing the conversation, Chu Tiange rushes into the next attack, summoning a new move, Dragon Spear Down. The master quickly flies around the huge dark elf several times, leaving a trail of fire behind him, and aims his spear at his very heart. Having quickly gained momentum, Chu Tiange flies straight to the intended target and plunges his weapon straight into the monster. In place of the dark elf, a veil of thick smoke appears and his assistant approaches the master. The little raccoon happily reports that she and the young master did an excellent job again. Chu Tiange does not seem to listen to the girl, and only thinks about how suspiciously strange everything is. Because after the destruction of the main boss, there was not even the slightest hint of any explosion. The master does not have time to fully develop his thought in his head, as bright lightning and sparks begin to fly out of the fiery whirlpool. The young gentleman and the little raccoon are in a state of paralyzing shock, their mouths open at the picture they now see in front of them. A safe and sound dark elf again emerges from the main funnel, accompanied by fireballs, lightning, and sparks. Chu Tiange looks at the monster in amazement and shouts loudly that this simply cannot be, since he definitely finished him off. The rest of the Dragon Emperor Palace team look forward and are also shocked and wondering how this could happen and what is even happening. A huge winged light elf was moving away from the whirlpool, blazing with red fire towards the frightened players of Chu Tiange's team. The spectators in the stands were also obviously perplexed as to why the boss was transferred with a full supply of health, and thought that God Chu Tianju himself would probably need the help of a healing potion. The main bot decided to clarify the situation a little and said that even if they all did not expect it, the boss will be reborn, as he mentioned earlier about the yin and yang voids, which are clearly not as simple as they seem. The little raccoon, standing on the protective engraving, shouted to the young master to leave her and go fight the boss, since she still had the strength to restrain the annoying flying heads with the help of a magic lattice. Chu Tianj, powerfully pushing off the ground, reached the stone monster in one leap and dealt him a crushing fiery blow with the tip of his spear. The master, who had flown over the dark elf, tried to quickly slow down, leaving a scorched trail behind him, while behind him the place where the angry monster stood exploded with a bright flash. The little raccoon was already using her last strength to hold back small enemies, and quickly decided to check whether her abilities had been restored. But with disappointment and annoyance, she saw that her reserves were still empty. The girl did not immediately notice the army of flying monsters with explosive shells approaching her, and quickly ran forward, defending herself with her magic staff. Elle opened the game system screen as she walked, and quickly found a bottle of a potion in her inventory to quickly restore at least some ability, deftly grabbing it for use. The little raccoon was just about to use the potion, when at that very second one of the small monsters attacked her with a bloodthirsty bite, and in surprise she dropped the bottle. The young gentleman noticed in time that his assistant was already being attacked from all sides by evil winged heads, and rushed like a bullet to her aid. The flying monsters were scattered to the sides by the sharp lightning strike of the master and were destroyed. Chu Tiange quickly ran up to Elle and anxiously asked if she was okay, to which the girl replied that she was just a little tired and wanted to catch her breath. The young master was still irritably trying to understand why these small monsters and their evil boss were not being killed, and was it really all about the secretive condition? At the same time, on another playing field, the remaining players fought with the light side of the boss, inflicting crushing blows on the enemies one after another and helping each other. Mao Yun, surrounded by a whole army of vile flying heads, shouted to his friends that all his strength was already running out, and he was unlikely to hold out for much longer. The healer, holding a healing shield all this time, also informed everyone that she could no longer heal anyone, since she had run out of sorcerer's magic, and she urgently needed at least one blue potion. The third brother shouted that, according to the rules of the game, they are now both fighters of the same rank and they do not have a blue scale, just like they do not have blue potions. The spectators in the stands visibly began to worry about the team of the Dragon Emperor's palace, as they realized that they had probably run out of all available resources, and there were too many small monsters with some kind of simply immortal boss to defeat them. Mysterious players from the Kingdom of Hades team calmly watched everything that was happening on the main screen. One of the players of this team, most likely the main one, was quietly and unnoticed by the other players taking something out of the wide sleeve of his kimono. The chief of the Kingdom of Hades deftly launched this something similar to a black sheet ahead of his team onto the playing field. With his hand, he seemed to control this secret attribute, directing it to the place of action. And when the attribute practically touched the ground, the player directed his magical powers at it and turned it into a black box. From where the player stood, a pillar of fire rose sharply into the sky, powerfully nailing the sky around the entire arena. The main NPC could not help but notice such a bright flash and turned around in surprise and horror to see what was happening, beginning to realize who was about to appear. The sky turned black in 1 second, thickened the clouds and formed a spiral-like funnel, shooting electric lightning. Spectators in the stands were distracted from watching the main screen and waited with bated breath for what would happen next. The leading bot, quickly realizing that it was about to start, in fear began to loudly shout to all the players to quickly leave the stands and run as fast as possible, as far as possible. From the sparkling hole of the funnel, accompanied by lightning discharges, a certain creature with sharp claws and an evil grin began to appear. The players in the stands finally understood the meaning of the words of the main NPC and began to run between the rows in panic, not understanding what kind of monster was about to come out and what they would have to endure. A moment later, a monster appeared completely from the heavenly whirlpool in the form of an angry, powerful dragon with huge wings, emitting a heart-rending roar. Spectators from the stands tried to leave the arena with the monster as quickly as possible, running to all possible exits. But all entrances and exits were blocked and inaccessible for an unknown reason. The players did not know what else could be done, and in a panic they tried to leave the era. But, as it turned out, for some reason they also could not leave it. The leading NPC realized that it had begun, and the dragon was holding all the players here since they must join the battle and not leave it until the very end. But he could not understand one thing: how the monster was freed, because before the games everyone was accepted precautionary measures. The stands of the guild battle were noticeably empty due to the fleeing players, and those who were still there fled in horror and begged for mercy and to leave the game, while a dragon was aiming at them from above and destroying everyone with magical flames. The young master heard something wrong and quickly opened the system screen to communicate with the main NPC, asking what was going on there and where this black dragon came from. The leading bot, it seems, was confused himself, telling the master that he himself did not understand how this happened, and the boss of the 45th level, a ghostly hunting dragon, was released, although he was securely sealed and could not be mentioned in any way. The phantom dragon continued its destructive mission and incinerated the players on the field, still hoping for salvation. The bot, in horror, turned to President Chu to hurry up, since one guy has control of the dragon, and all players must join the battle without the possibility of leaving the game. And even if there is a complete loss of health, they will not leave until the boss will be killed. He also added that only the young master could destroy the monster and save them all. But the master did not understand how to defeat the yin and yang void, and quickly asked the bot how else he could get out of there. The main NPC, in his usual slow manner, as if nothing threatened his safety, slowly began to tell him that the essence of the strategy for fighting the yin and yang void is this. Naturally, while the bot was about to sort everything out, the ominous dragon heard him and immediately rushed in his direction, carrying the bot far beyond the stands. Chu Tiange was still trying to contact him and called him loudly, although he already understood that it was useless, and they were doomed to fight on their own. Worried, Elle approached the young master and began to ask what they should do now, and he in turn, trying to calm them down, exhaled deeply and said that they needed to relax and take things a little easier. Suddenly a notification appeared on the system screen of the game with the receipt of new inventory from an existing list. The young master was a little surprised, since now was definitely not the time when he would buy something, but of course he decided to see what was there by pressing the button on the monitor. The greatest attribute, the dragon totem, possessing enormous strength and power, appeared on the screen in front of the master. While Chu Tiange was looking at the totem with a transfixed expression, the dragon's eyes looked directly into his eyes, and something similar to a simultaneous exchange of energy in the light of blue radiation occurred, charging the young master with new strength. The system announced to the master that he had learned a new passive ability, Dragon Vision, and could see through the movement of the living, and, depending on the difference in strength, had extremely high predictivity. There were several fiery whirlpools in the air in the same place and emitting electric lightning. The young master carefully watched the funnels in anticipation of the next enemy portion of monsters. As expected, numerous evil flying heads began to fly out of the fiery whirlpools in turn, heading towards the master and Elle for another attack. Chu Tianjia, having acquired new strength, just waited for vile monsters to appear from the black holes and ran headlong into a retaliatory attack. The young master, pushing off strongly from the ground, jumped high and was already flying with a spear towards the enemy army and the main black hole. In the fiery whirlpool, where the master struck a crushing blow, a nuclear explosion occurred, and all the small monsters that appeared from there immediately began to die one after another. The dark elf immediately noticed everything that was happening and flew into a furious rage, surrounded by the negative energy entering into him from all his dead subordinates. Since there were quite a lot of small monsters, because the main part of the army was emerging from the main crater, which the young master had previously destroyed. The dark elf began to literally suffocate from the huge flow of negative energy absorbing him, and could not do anything about it. When all the negative energy of the destroyed flying heads has been completely absorbed by the boss, he will turn into a magical electrified ball along with it. Chu Tiange was just standing nearby and watching the whole process, rejoicing and admiring his work, because it was finally possible to return to the arena. The master decided to tell about everything and, thereby, help his friends defeat the enemy as quickly as possible, cheerfully explaining to them that they should look carefully at the craters, since one of the black holes is the main one and part of the boss's body, and it also does not move, and they can simply break this mechanism. The third brother, of course, was happy about such news, but there was still anxiety on his face, since he could not understand which of all the black holes was the main one and how he would find it. Mao Yun informed his friends that he had one last ability left, which would temporarily protect against damage received and tease small monsters. The brave guy turned to his girlfriend with a request not to waste the power of magical healing on him, and to go with his third brother to look for the desired black hole while he attracts small monsters. Newbie tried to somehow object to him, but Mao, quickly running away, shouted to her that they needed to protect their third brother, because he was their last hope for salvation. The guy ran across the battlefield and again loudly slammed his sword on his shield and shouted an insult at the flying heads, attracting all their attention and leading them away from the boss. Third brother began a quick calculation in his head that if the period between summoning small monsters is 30 seconds, and there are approximately 2,000 of them on the field, then Mao Yun will only be able to support one wave, which means that he only has one single chance. For some reason, he remembered the national competitions that took place about 2 years ago. The competition was frisbee shooting, when a flying disc is launched and players simultaneously shoot at it with a gun until the first hit is made. Both players were focused on the accurate shot and confident of their victory as they looked at the launched disc. One of the players quickly took aim and a moment later fired a deafening accurate shot. The third brother thought that one wrong shot in the air caused that player to lose the competition. He quickly realized that the situation then was very similar to the one in front of him now, only he was standing face to face with these evil monsters and had to accurately fall into the right black hole. Newbie alarmedly shouted to the third brother that small monsters were already rushing towards him, but he did not lose hope because his team was still around, and Mao said that he could not destroy them now. The third brother, having tuned into the right mood, solemnly ran forward in the light of bright lightning, shouting to his friends that this time everything would definitely work out. He quickly ran towards the fiery funnels emitting real evil, and tried to quickly figure out which of them was the main part of the mechanism. The third brother noticed that one of the vortexes continued to summon and emit evil monsters, and decided to take a chance. Pushing off powerfully from the ground, the swordsman approached the desired black hole and was about to attack it. Having almost reached the required crater, the third brother is attacked by flying winged heads and he has to quickly defend himself, taking several blows. The healer immediately noticed the damage her friend had received and directed her restorative powers towards him to heal him. The third brother was completely absorbed by the evil monsters that attacked him, and thought only of one thing. There is no way he can give up so quickly and let the whole team down. It was at this moment that fragments of memories from the competition 2 years ago pop up in his head, giving him strength. The third brother, gathering his courage, decides to do the impossible, and still surrounded by enemy heads, throws his long sword with all his might into the chosen black hole. At the same second, a powerful nuclear explosion occurs in the fiery funnel, producing a blinding effect. Following the destruction of the black hole, all winged monsters begin to quickly disappear from the battlefield. Mao Yun, already at the end of his rope, exhaled deeply, not believing that everything was finally over. Newbie solemnly raised her hands up and began to jump from the long-awaited victory. The third brother sat on the ground and was still coming to his senses, realizing that he was so close to death, but miraculously managed to survive and save everyone. The light side of the boss began to absorb the negative energy of the destroyed small monsters, emitting a loud roar. The boss, having combined with a flow of negative energy, formed a magical electrified ball surrounded by lightning discharges. At that same second, all the players on the field instantly teleported to the same playing field as the young master and L. The third brother ran cheerfully to the master, reporting about their joint work and the long-awaited victory over the monster. Chu Tiange, shaking his friend's courageous hand, says that he did not doubt him at all, and was sure that he could do it. While the friends were exchanging friendly remarks, the little raccoon called everyone to look ahead at the emptiness of yin and yang. 2 huge balls of black and white colors, respectively the names yin and yang, in a veil of thick black smoke were moving towards each other. A moment later, the balls flew powerfully into the air, leaving trails of fire behind them, and circled around each other, emitting lightning and sparks. For some time, they quickly rotated in a circle, as if exchanging energy, and rushed madly towards each other. The young master looked at all this exciting spectacle in bewilderment, and did not want to believe that they were rejoicing in their victory too early. Finally, the void balls stopped spinning, and with powerful attraction they merged into one huge ball, depicting a full-fledged picture of the yin and yang symbol in front of the still surprised players. In the center of the ball, the head of a stone elf appeared, bifurcated from front to back into both sides of the boss, dark and light at the same time. From the merged voids of yin and yang, a huge, powerful elf menacingly emerged, having acquired the strength of two of its sides at once and emitted a spirit of evil and hatred towards everything around it. The entire team of the Dragon Emperor Palace looked at the elf in amazement, realizing that this was the main boss of this round. The stone elf looked even more terrifying and angry than when he was split into two monsters, and walked forward towards the players, growling and grinning angrily. Chu Tiange, despite all the greatness of the elf, was confident in his abilities and decided that he could cope with him. The young gentleman pushed off the ground with a powerful jerk and flew towards the formidable monster, shouting to everyone that he would take care of everything himself, and heard only warnings from his friends. The stone monster gained a new double powerful force and immediately aimed magic whirlwinds at the master flying at him. Chu Tiange deftly dodged all the blows in his favorite zigzag form and continued to fly with an attack on the enemy. The master dealt his first crushing blow to the stone elf, who tried to repel the attack. The young master was not going to give up and resorted to using his favorite technique, the dragon's fury, cutting the air with fire. Chu Tiange flew away from the monster, eluding him, trying to defend himself with several powerful attacks at once. Having flown around the monster several times and landed, the master again pushed off to jump in the next attack. The stone elf decided to respond to the attack and flew straight at the young master at breakneck speed, holding out his sharp claws. The monster landed with a roar and literally crushed the place where Chu Tiange was standing, shooting out fiery lightning and bombs. The stone elf hoped for victory, but the young master managed to escape from the attack site in time, and quickly flew around the monster from behind for a new blow. The master's spear sparkled, charging with a new flow of power, and Chu Tiange caused a crushing attack from the evil dragon, crushing the earth, flying towards him from the side of his second elf. And then the master, in rage, notices how the second side of the monster begins to activate in battle, and opens its mouth with something glowing. A magical ball comes out of the stone elf's mouth, surrounded by balls of lightning and a stream of energy. At the same second, a powerful stream of magical attack bursts out of the ball, demolishing and destroying everything in its path. The players on the young master's team watch in horror and loudly shout his name several times. Chu Tiange managed to dodge the monster's crushing blow in time, and as it turned out, he completely forgot about the second part of his body from the back. The friends saw a living master in the light of the flickering attack, and the third brother quickly commanded everyone to urgently run to his aid. The other side, facing the players, immediately noticed the coming attack and prepared to attack first, forming a magical ball with paralyzing lightning. The enraged elf launched the ball and it exploded along the way, throwing out streams of negative energy and destructive blows at the players, who flew back with a whistle. This made the young master incredibly angry, and he decided to take extreme measures and call on a hidden skill for help, Taiku's Dragon Breath. At that same second, the powerful bodies of several intertwined dragons appeared in the air, flying in fiery light towards their embittered rival. The dark elf never expected such fury and power from the master, and with a heart-rending roar he accepted the power of the ancient dragons launched at him, without even having time to defend himself and dodge. Another powerful nuclear explosion, from which everything scatters and flies far in different directions, blinding everyone with a bright light. The forked elf survived the crushing blow, but was visibly badly damaged, as he was unable to even take a step, slowly swaying in place. A bar with current information about the health status of the stone elf, or rather his two personalities in one body, was immediately displayed on the system screen, decreasing exponentially and tending to 0 with every second. A few moments later, there was no trace left of the stone elf, and in its place, in a veil of thick smoke, a huge scorched hole in the ground, with a kind of flickering portal above it formed. The third brother and the rest of the players were once again amazed at the power of the young master, who with one blow split both space and time at once. Chu Tiange immediately realized that this was exactly the portal through which they could finally leave this playing field and return to the arena, and he loudly called everyone to follow him into it. The players immediately rushed into the teleportation funnel after the master one after another, wanting to get out of here as quickly as possible, and did not even look back once. The entire team instantly moved through the portal back to the arena, where there were only empty and dilapidated stands. The master and his friends saw how the surviving players tried their best to attack the ghostly dragon and defend themselves from its ferocious flames. Mao Yun, opening his mouth, said that there was a real mess here, and the third brother asked how they could fight the boss of the 45th level. Around the stands throughout the arena, the souls of destroyed players were in the air, literally filling the entire field. The dead players, or rather their souls, communicated with each other about why they were still here and did not return to the objection field, suggesting that they were now under the influence of the dragon's strengthening to forcefully hold them, and they would not be able to leave the battle or resurrect until they finished off the boss. It dawned on one of the players that they had been locked in this arena since the moment they came here to watch the games. Some of the players in the air noticed Chu Tiange returning with his team on the battlefield. The master called his faithful assistant to help, and he was already dragging someone by the collar in his teeth to the feet of the owner. Ursha, responding to the call of the young master, dragged the main bot to the master, placing him in his complete favor. Chu Tiange was no longer going to wait another minute waiting for any explanation, and menacingly asked the leading NPC how to understand all this and what was going on here. The bot guiltily began to say that he himself didn't really know anything, since such monsters were blocked in advance in separate subspaces, and only weak bosses could get into the arena. But the master did not want to listen to these useless things. He asked if this boss had weak points or hidden conditions for destroying him, to which the bot replied that there was no special mechanism, and everything was simple with him. You need to lower his health level to 0. The master commanded the third brother and Mao Yun to go and collect as many surviving players from the field as they could, and prioritize those with remote and elemental abilities while he looked for an opportunity to destroy this monster. Before Newbie and the little raccoon, the task was to use their abilities to revive as many dead players as possible. The young master himself rushed towards the dragon, and on the way ordered the angry dog to try to find a way to attract his attention. Ursha ran forward and began to bark loudly and menacingly at the ghostly dragon hunter, thereby managing to turn his gaze to himself. Chu Tiange flew towards the mighty dragon and sent him a disc with a fire seal that released explosions upon contact with the surface. When the disc reached and touched the dragon, it turned into many explosions, delivering several strong blows at once to the monster, which received them in pain. Chu Tiange thinks that the moment of truth has come, and this will be the end of the legendary fight, raising his spear over the dragon and shouting about his demise with one blow. At the same second, there was a blinding flash, which did not allow anyone to clearly see anything, and a piercing roar. Suddenly, out of a bright splash, the master flies out, clearly not expecting it, and quickly falls down, not having time to group himself or somehow stop. Behind the fading flash, the same evil dragon is hovering in the air, and on both sides of it, Ursha and the young master are flying at breakneck speed. The little raccoon pays attention to the disappearing flash in time, and notices the young master flying at high speed to the ground, shouting his name several times in despair. The girl quickly realizes what she must do and sends a rune of salvation towards Chu Tiange in the hope of a favorable outcome of events. The master practically reaches the very ground, when at the same moment the rune of salvation turns into a hanging net, and literally catches him from the clutches of death, deftly opening right under him. The little raccoon was terribly scared and finally exhaled loudly, realizing how close her young master was to the end and how she arrived in time with her rune. Chu Tiange lay in the net and slowly came to his senses, since he still did not quite understand what happened to him up there, how he got here in the first place, and, most importantly, why. The little raccoon immediately rushed to the master's aid, quickly running up to him and inquiring about his well-being and health. Chu Tiange completely came to his senses, stood up and said that he was absolutely fine, but he still did not understand what had just pushed him back with such power up there. At this time, the worried main NPC ran up to the players and nervously asked how the president was feeling and whether he had lost his health. The master looked thoughtfully at the ghostly dragon, which continued to incinerate all the remaining living things on the field, and asked the leading bot what abilities this monster had, because he had finished it off with practice, but something could have pushed Chu Tiange himself back. The leading bot asked for a minute to think, and a little later said that in addition to strengthening the dragon's hold, he remembered about his dragon blood, special immunity to any type of damage below 65 points. He decided to talk a little more about the dragon, calling it a bloody rebel, since its crushing attacks have a high chance of causing a powerful critical hit. The monster also has destructive tracking, when it makes a quick attack on the target, causing large physical damage. The dragon's next ability was the Breath of Evil, with which he inflicts a large amount of magical damage on enemies in the form of a direct flickering beam. The final ability of the main boss was the Reverse Dragon Scale. When more than 5 groups of enemies on the battlefield die, the effect of bouncing attacks appears. After listening carefully and thinking a little, the master decided that presumably his skill had bounced due to the large number of dead players on the playing field. Chu Tiange quickly began asking the main bot if the dead and surviving players could somehow leave the field or game so that he could safely carry out his attacks, which the bot seriously thought about. After thinking a little, the main one said that there is one way, You can ransom the dead team members, where the price for one person will be 100 gold coins at a time. The presenter, in a cold sweat, feverishly began to quickly make the calculations necessary to ransom all the destroyed players in his mind. Suddenly, interrupting the thoughts of the main bot, a pile of gold coins began to fall in front of him without stopping. When the young master finished, the leader of the practice was swimming in the golden sea, covering himself with almost his whole head. Chu Tianj ordered the main bot to hurry up and ransom all the players for him, and if they died again, ransom them again, and he joyfully shouted that everything would be done in the best possible way. The angry dragon hunter rushed with a terrifying roar after Ursh, who was running across the field from him. The young master, having carefully looked at the flying, fire-breathing dragon, was already thinking about the best option for attacking the monster. The master powerfully pushed off the ground to jump towards the dragon, who continued to actively burn out the battlefield and everyone in his path, and shouted various things to him, thereby teasing him. The formidable Chu Tiange swung his spear for the first blow in this game, hitting the mighty dragon right on target. The attack only angered the fire-breathing monster more, and he, with a wild grin, pushed the young master away from him to the side, preparing to strike back with precision. The dragon does not have time to do anything, when at that very second the master calls for help the force of furious thunder, illuminated by ball lightning and bright flickering sparks. The young master rushes at full speed towards the enemy monster and, thrusting his spear forward, hits the body of the embittered dragon, leaving behind flaming rings around it. The next crushing blow of the great Chu Tiange is a blow to the face of the wild beast, angering it even more and leaving a couple of flame rings around. Information about the monster's health status is updated on the game's system screen, where the bar with its life level is already less than half. The phantom dragon, in anger, decides to go on the offensive and soars sharply above the master, leaving behind only a trail of dust and dirt. The monster is preparing a new magic ball with electrified lightning in its mouth and is furiously about to deliver its crushing blow. The little raccoon immediately notices the dragon's intentions and shouts to the young master with a warning about the impending danger from the enemy side. Chu Tiange is not even going to retreat so easily, and in the moment decides to use his new passive skill, Dragon Gaze, and his eyes emit a powerful stream of deep radiation. The ghostly dragon throws its ball towards the master, which as it moves turns into a column of negative energy and destroys everything in its path. The monster aimed directly at the young master with his magical power, but he, with agility, leaps to the side in an instant with a somersault. Having dodged another dragon attack, Chu Tianjia cheerfully thought that in this new skill of his, the Dragon Gaze had excellent visibility through the trajectory of the resulting attack. The young master decides to tease the formidable monster a little, and shouts to him that his speed is too weak for any powerful blow, and the boss of the 45th level turned out to be just a dummy, representing nothing. The ghostly dragon hunter, as if wanting to refute all the words of the master, simply silently points to him one of the places on the playing field of the arena. In the ground scorched by the fire-breathing monster, there was a huge hole in which the bodies of numerous destroyed players from the stands rested peacefully. Chu Tianj immediately menacingly addressed the main bot with an order to stop doing nonsense and immediately resurrect all the dead players, and he instantly rushed towards the pit with a bunch of gold. While the dragon hunter found the players hiding in the upper rows of the stands and incinerated them with his fiery roar, the master shouted after him that he did not understand where so much noise and chaos came from, and why such a trifling boss of the 45th level could not be destroyed by so many players. At the same second, Chu Tiange switches to another level of attack and summons a hidden skill to help, Taiku's Dragon Breath, which begins to immediately appear in several pillars of light. From the master to the black monster, several menacing dragon bodies intertwined with each other fly at breakneck speed, shooting lightning and sparks along the way. The phantom dragon quickly reacts to the attack and releases a huge stream of withering roar towards the opponent. As a result, in 1 second, halfway through each path, both powerful enemy attacks meet and crash into each other with incredible force, defending their power and not yielding to anyone. Chu Tiange holds his attack with all his might, surrounded by balls of lightning and electrical discharges, and shouts to the dragon that he may not think about his majesty just because he has different power-ups. The dragon also counters his opponent with his blow, and responds so that he, too, should not pretend to be God just because he has a lot of money and has already bought everything everywhere. The entire team of the Dragon Emperor Palace tensely awaits the end of the great battle with bated breath and excitement, and shouts words of support and approval to the young master. While the master is trying to hold back the enemy attack, he feels something or someone appearing behind him to help. Chu Tiange quickly turns around and sees there the activated enhancement of the dragon totem, obtained just at the moment of their battle with the yin and yang void. The master quickly realizes that the advantage is on his side, and with a smile asks the dragon for forgiveness and says that it is really very cool to have a fortune, directing an additional blow at him. Taiku's hidden dragon-breathing skill is enhanced with new power and strength and gains super-destructive ability, illuminating everything around with a fiery red light. The phantom dragon lets out a menacing roar and takes the full power of the incredible blow, since it no longer has the privileges and enhancements for defense, and scatters into pieces with a bright flash in that very second. From the destroyed monster, countless amounts of reward fly to the ground directly at the players, who are delighted to notice that this is all immortal equipment with items and equipment of 45 levels and gems of the 3rd and higher levels. At this time, the mysterious players of the Kingdom of Hades continue to stand in the same place and see in front of them something similar to a sharp fang of a dragon. The leader of their guild slowly approaches the attribute dropped by the dragon and takes it into his sleeve to the place where he previously took out the secret attribute for summoning a monster. 2 unknown players continued to observe everything unnoticed by the others, and the long-haired one said that the strategy of driving away the strongest and destroying the weak had worked, and now Chu Tiange was ready to meet any opponent, unaware of his strength, face to face. The guy with the scar went into the teleport portal and only said that they should leave the master, because now was not the right time for any of their intervention. The long-haired guy did not answer his interlocutor, and only silently followed his example and headed straight into the portal. After defeating the Black Dragon, a new hidden mission, Revival of the Dragon Clan, appeared on the system screen of the game with an invitation to accept it or refuse it. Chu Tiange carefully read the hidden mission and thought about something. The master simply could not refuse the revival of the Dragon Clan, being the heir of the Dragon Emperor, and pressed the confirmation button. Information about the reward and mission requirements should have appeared next on the system screen, but the corresponding fields were empty. The young master was outraged by the lack of mission information, because this meant that he had to figure out what to do with it himself. Mao Yun ran around the arena and shouted that finally the rewards had stopped pouring in and were lying in huge piles all over the playing field, and there would be enough of them for the entire guild with a large supply. The little raccoon suggested clearing the field of rewards and returning to the palace, since other players were worried about them, and he agreed. Chu Tiange was heading towards the main NPC and asked for a more detailed explanation of what ultimately happened here. The presenter began to answer that he himself did not know, since the developers of the project said that all the monsters were tightly locked by them personally in special subspaces, from which, theoretically, it was impossible to get out. The master also asked that since the guild battle competition had come to an end, what should he do with all these rewards? Putting the bot at a dead end. Chu Tiange menacingly asked the host if he wanted to hide all the money that he gave him for the resurrected players for an hour, because they were not used to their fullest. The main bot quickly understood the essence of the conversation and said that since the only survivors in these competitions were the players of the Emperor Dragon Palace team, then the entire reward, accordingly, belonged only to them. When leaving, the master thanked the bot, saying that he would gladly accept all the rewards and let him take as much as he needed to completely restore the arena. The lead NPC shouted words of gratitude and good wishes to the master until he turned around and was about to say something else. The young master sternly asked the bot who summoned the Black Dragon from the NPC. The chief was not particularly sure that the Ministry of Defense and the Ministry of Criminal Affairs were allowed to determine special bosses for system tasks, and asked why he was interested in this. The master told the story about the hidden mission and that he, of course, accepted it since he belongs to the bloodline of ancient dragons, but did not see any detailed instructions, so he wants to question the one who arranged all this, and at the same time find out what happened to the Black Dragon. The NPC lead said it would be on him and vowed to find out all the necessary information. The young master and his team finally returned to the Dragon Emperor's palace, where other players were already waiting and solemnly greeted them. The team brought a gigantic mountain of expensive rewards and gold with them to the guild, and one of the players said to quickly inform all players who are not online at the moment to log into the game to distribute it all evenly. Chu Tiange, after greeting the people from his headquarters, began to whistle loudly. The Divine Phoenix quickly responded to his call and learned that his master had called him to absorb the reward. The master approached the pile of gold and said that he could eat as much as he needed to quickly raise the level. Although the guardian beast was famous for its greed, even he was unable to take so many rewards at once. The master clarified that he was not asking him to take everything at once, but only as much as was needed to reliably protect their guild while he was not around. The Divine Phoenix replied that he would not be able to raise his level until the level of the guild, which was directly related to the master's level, was raised. Chu Tiange wondered where to put all the remaining rewards, since his level could not yet be temporarily increased, and they could not just lie here and accumulate. One of the players, who recently entered the game, saw heaps of awards in the palace nearby and asked in surprise what they were and where they came from. The characters also noticed that there was a whole mountain of all sorts of elevation materials and equipment, and it was all as if in a dream. The master stood with his friends and examined the whole pile of gold, offering to sell it all, since they could not use it themselves. Chu Tiange began to reason that their guild is located on the only route to the city of Chang'an, where there are always the most newcomers, and, accordingly, traffic every day is large, and the materials and equipment they have are very useful, so someone will definitely buy them. The master did not have time to think out his plan when various players crawled at his feet and begged to join him. Chu Tiange turned around at the noise and saw another crowd of crazed players rushing towards him with open arms, shouting all sorts of nonsense. The divine phoenix turned towards all these players and sneezed loudly, spewing out fiery breath. The master asked the guardian beast with a grin what this was doing. Phoenix bowed obediently and replied that he was allergic to dogs, especially licking dogs. Ursha, who was standing nearby, immediately reacted to the bird's speech and turned around in bewilderment. Chu Tiange called the strongest players of his team to quickly advance to new victories, solemnly raising his hand with a spear up. The young master's team reached the 30th level dungeon Devil's Hell and fought bravely against the powerful king of Purgatory. Chu Tiange dealt a crushing blow to the giant monster, and it was defeated at the same second, bursting from the inside. After the Dungeon King exploded, various rewards of different levels rained down in his place. The game's global announcement addressed Chu Tiange's team with congratulations for completing the Hell dungeon in just 14 minutes, with players leveling up one by one. Mao Yun exclaimed that the 30th level was completely justified, because his upgrade was instantaneous all the way to the 24th level. The World Congratulation announcement announced that Chu Tiange had reached the 30th level and opened the authority system in the countries. The master immediately opened a map of country authorities and began to quickly study the acquired skills and abilities. He noted with some annoyance in his eyes that these achievements were still too weak for him. The little raccoon reminded the young master that this was already the maximum level of the dungeon available in Chang'an City. Chu Tiange turned to the girl, saying that there are high-level dungeons near the city of Luoyang, because there are about 10 to 20,000 players there alone, and they can form the next task for the guild there. The third brother enthusiastically supported the boss's idea, saying that players will always get better with time, just like they once did. Chu Tiange expressed his approval of the plan and told everyone to disassemble the rewards in order to quickly go to Luoyang City. The master raised one of the bows and said that there were no archers among them, and he didn't need it, so it would be better to give it to the guild for someone. Third brother hesitantly asked the young master to pass the bow to him if possible. Chu Tiange remembered that his friend had a previous career as a marksman, but after one incident, he stopped using it. The third brother confirmed the boss's words, saying that after defeating the yin and yang void, he felt drawn to the game again and therefore wanted to try again. The master was pleased with his friend's decision and gladly gave him the bow, accepting words of gratitude. Newbie decided to intervene in the conversation between her friends and suggested continuing later, since she was already a little sleepy. Chu Tiange looked at the clock on the screen in surprise and did not even suspect that it was already so late, and in reality it was already deep night. The master decided that everyone should have a good rest and invited everyone to go out and meet tomorrow. The young master was already standing in the office and asking his uncle how things were going with financing, having learned that the current exchange rate had been stabilized for the most part. But the trade turnover began to grow day by day, and now up to 10 million coins could be sold every day in the game. The master said with a pleased look that now they can carry out their plan, and in the near future gather a group of players in the game and allow them to go offline to a specially prepared area with gaming booths for them. The butler said that he had already started preparing the site and the cabin, and currently 50 players could unhindered, but he did not have time to finish as he heard an alert sound on the tablet. Uncle Yinli looked at the screen and said that that player's IP Dark Sky had appeared again. The butler opened a detailed map with a tracking beacon and launched the download. The master reported that the first few pages on the forum were just completely covered with news about this and cries for them to finally fight. Uncle reported that this player is using an anti-tracking device, and he cannot determine its exact location. But roughly speaking, Dark Sky is located somewhere in this city, and in the game it is close to Luoyang City in Tang Country. The master immediately perked up, heard about the city of Luoyang, and said that this was a big coincidence, since his further path in the game lay right through it. The butler began to tell that this city is surrounded by dungeons from the 30th to the 60th level, and the importance of this guy is obviously determined, but one thing is not yet clear. He is a friend or an enemy to them. The master just grinned and said that it didn't matter at all, since he was going to make this city his own anyway. He took a fighting stance and loudly announced that if he couldn't convince this player, he would have to settle the dispute with his fists. Chu Tiange was already in the game, and the main bot introduced him to their chief military minister of Chang'an City. The young master politely extended his hand to the minister and introduced himself, seeing only his stern face. The minister did not reciprocate the master's feelings and immediately said that if he was the same Chu Tiange, Then, according to the Battle of the Guilds, after receiving the reward, he should not contact him with such a question. Chu Tianj once again became convinced that his pumped-up NPC friendliness skill does not work for everyone. The master immediately asked what he meant because the boss had caused such chaos in the arena, and he refused to continue the investigation. The minister replied that the master, as a player, did not need to know such things, and he was only here to tell him never to interfere in this matter again, and not to chat with him. He finished his speech and walked away, saying that he had better get it right. Chu Tiange was not going to give up so easily and told the minister that he had recently raised the 30th level, and he had not yet had time to look at the authority system in this city, which attracted the attention of him. Increasing prestige meant that he could improve the prestige of different locations in Chang'an, and for 10,000 gold, he could purchase 1 prestige point for 1 location, which meant that when a master raised his prestige to the maximum, he could become the owner of that place. After everything, the master began to press the buttons to increase his authority at breakneck speed. The world announcement announced that the player Chu Tiange had reached the maximum prestige level of the Chang'an City Observation Tower. The next thing was to congratulate the master on reaching the maximum level of prestige for the herbal shop. In just a few seconds, Chu Tiange was bombarded with dozens of congratulations for increasing the prestige of various locations. The head NPC shouted to the minister to hurry up and apologize, because when the master buys up all of Chang'an, he will have to pray and sleep on the street. Chu Tiange loudly announced to everyone with a wicked grin that it was too late. The world announcement congratulated player Chu Tiange for reaching the maximum level of authority in the city of Chang'an and unlocking the title of Lord of this city. The young master slowly walked towards the minister sitting on the ground. Maryun approached the master and gave him a stone to deal with the frightened minister. Chu Tiange took the stone and said, "Either he will throw the minister directly into the street, or they will talk calmly." The minister immediately grabbed the foreman and began shouting how he was wrong and asking for forgiveness from the president. The head bot quickly kicked the minister, reminding him that Chu Tiange was now the lord of the city. The minister tearfully begged for mercy and praised the new lord. The master said displeasedly that the situation turned out to be unpleasant anyway, because he had to buy up all of Chang'an, which he also had to fuss with for quite a long time, for some unfortunate conversation with him. The master, throwing away the stone, suggested that the minister quickly tell him what was happening with the Battle of the Guilds, and the main bot hurried him. The minister began to tell how, after they left, they came to the arena to check everything, and people from their department discovered that the subspace with the dragon was not destroyed from the inside, and on the field they found the blood of a young dragon, which made the black dragon ferocious and increased its damage. A second later, he continued that after his death, the black dragon gives away rare materials and a cursed dragon fang, but the soldiers did not find it anywhere or on anyone. The master wondered if one of the competitors might have stolen the fang. Chu Tiange asked the chief to find a list with all the participants and spectators and sort it, and he would look at it later. L approached the master and said that he was too impulsive and spent as much as 500 million for authority. But he only said that it was a trifle, and very soon everything would pay off. The young master showed the girl on the screen that all players will pay a certain tax for expenses on NPCs, and members of their guild can use this completely free of charge. He also explained to his friend that yesterday he was going to buy an authority, but had not exactly decided on the location. So it's good that he now bought everything at once, to which L expressed great joy that they no longer needed to spend money. The players at the gate of the Dragon Emperor's palace shouted to each other to quickly run to the master, since he now has everything for free. Many players stood at the guild gates and solemnly shouted his name, welcoming the new lord to the city. The little raccoon asked the master if what happened at the guild competitions was connected with the player who wanted to set him up. Chu Tiange thoughtfully said that he was not sure of anything for sure, but remembering the mysterious guild players of the Kingdom of Hades, he had some guesses. L was shaking at the thought that if the Black Dragon had not been defeated this time, they would all have remained locked there. Chu Tiange did not share her friend's fear, because he would not have been importing the dragon for so long if it had not been so evil, and suggested just waiting for the list to be sorted. The master and his assistant went out into the city and invited her to go shopping, because the whole city now belongs to them. El cheerfully noted that after the young master bought the city, it was transformed, just like for some kind of holiday. Unknown players on one of the streets of the city were arguing among themselves about payment for a task, when they suddenly noticed the lord. They talked about how good it was to be as rich as the master and to buy back anything, including an entire city. Suddenly the bots fell in a crowd right at the young master, offering him their expensive equipment, stones, and other attributes. The master thought with regret that he once had a bonus to the friendliness of NPCs, and now, because of his maximum authority, their enthusiasm is simply insane. The third brother suggested that the boss accept all the offers of these annoying bots, since every time they enter the city, they will not be able to move around calmly. The master quickly ran inside to the main bot and the third brother and Mao Yun tightly locked the gates of the building, listening to the screams of the bots about endless offers. The presenter has already provided the Lord with a list of participating teams with spectators so that suspicious players can be identified. Chu Tiange began to carefully look through all the teams and found the Kingdom of Hades, which is located in the city of Luoyang. Little Raccoon noted that all the participating teams were from the surrounding area of Chang'an City, except this one team from Luoyang, which was very strange. The young master quickly ordered the main bot to prepare for him all the available information about the Kingdom of Hades Guild in 3 minutes. Meanwhile, somewhere on the border of the city of Luoyang, a secret merchant was resting on one of the trees, quietly snoring. Suddenly, not far from this tree, in the thick of the forest, a powerful explosion occurred. From an unexpectedly loud sound, the mysterious merchant fell from the tree to the ground with a crash. He got up and tried to come to his senses in order to understand who it was that had been preventing him from sleeping early in the morning. The secret merchant went closer to the cliff to look at the clearing where the supposed explosion occurred. He began to carefully peer into what was happening, and noticed something already familiar to him. In the clearing, one of the Kingdom of Hades players was standing, surrounded by gold awards, and was doing something like exchanging energy with other players floating in the air. The secret merchant looked at the guys he knew through a telescope and realized that they had just gone through the dungeon, since there was such a good catch around them. While the merchant was watching everything that was happening, he noticed a guy running not far from these guys, deciding that he was a secret guide, and tried to understand where and why he was running. The unknown boy ran past the mysterious players with their ritual, and teased them, saying that they were too pathetic to catch up and destroy him. The players in the air, of course, heard the brave fellow and reacted. One of the players shouted to the others to immediately grab the guy, pointing his finger at him. Chu Tiange read the information provided to him about the Kingdom of Hades, which stated that the guild only had 200 players with equal strength in battle, which did not raise anything suspicious. The lead NPC quickly called the minister to the young master, saying that the city lord urgently needed some answers from him. The minister said that he had just checked everything, and this dragon fang is the same secret class item as his totem, and its specific purpose is known only to the secret guide from Luoyang. The master was confused by yet another mention of this city, and he decided to immediately go there today. Chu Tiange remembered that he had already reached level 30 and could improve his armor, as he did it every 10 levels. The young master arrived at the forge and was joyfully greeted by the gunsmith, asking how he could help, and the master inquired what materials were needed for level 30 equipment. Immediately, Chu Tiange took out the attribute, clarifying that it was an immortal level booster that he won in the guild competition. The gunsmith, opening his mouth, learned with genuine shock that it was a jade killin. He repeated over and over again that the master should definitely think about his decision, because this was an incredible jade killin, but he was adamant in his decision. Chu Tiange calmly said that he knew very well what kind of attribute was in his hands, and did not see anything special in it. The gunsmith recounted how his mentor said that this attribute could maximize compatibility between materials and greatly increase the chances of success and the likelihood of receiving additional items if successful, and also that it was a very strong material that was difficult to buy. He also added that usually only capital-level spellcasters are equipped with such jades and their entire set is level 60 and above, and the master asked what other materials he needed for improvement. The gunsmith insisted that the master think carefully again, because it could be sold in the capital. Mao Yun could not stand it and intervened, saying that the Lord himself had come to him for work, and he was talking so much, and the gunsmith quickly ran to the main hall. The gunsmith asked to give him a little time to take memorable photos of the jade, since he would never have the opportunity to see it again in his life. But the master only said that as long as he was here, this would always be possible. Chu Tiange clarified exactly what materials were needed for pumping, and learned that he would need 1 9th order gemstone of 7 colors. The gunsmith clarified that since the pumping will be done for the Lord, it will not be level 30, but straight 50, and although the chance of successful pumping is only 1%, with jade it increases to 100. Chu Tiange decided to ask him what he would say about the gem. The gunsmith explained that they are mined in the city mine, but there are only first-order precious stones there, and second-order stones are obtained from the 31st stone of the first order, and the master realized that he would have to work a lot and for a long time. A second later, he thought that he would not deal with boring prey, because all the power of the city was now in his hands. Chu Tiange walked towards the building with the main control panel of Chang'an City. The young master walked and thought that he was the lord of this city, and was not at all obliged to go down into the mine on his own. The master sat down on the majestic throne, and the system announced that the main control panel of each branch in Shannon had been successfully activated. Mao Yun asked the boss what he now plans to do next. The master, without any doubt, told his friend that he was going to change tasks in the city, and quickly pressed something on the control panel screens. The players of the city, seeing the changes, reacted sharply to such a quick change of tasks. One of the players shouted to the others that they were giving as much as 10 gold coins for the ore mining mission. The players were pleasantly surprised that they gave more coins for mining some ore than for monsters, and they rushed to complete the task. They began to work non-stop in the mine, extracting precious stones for the master. There was a huge crowd lined up at the young master's throne, shouting about the large number of gems of different levels and the need to accept them quickly. The master was noticeably pleased with the work done, because everything went according to his plan. The master came down the stairs and announced to everyone that now they would see how he would improve his equipment. The gunsmith broadcast live on camera ball, saying that now they will see 9th order gems and a jade keelan. The players watched the broadcast on the screen and heard the gunsmith thanking the Lord for giving him the opportunity to improve his equipment. The armorer walked into the main hall with the armor and said that he would stop talking nonsense and let everyone enjoy the process of updating their equipment. The main processor with blue lighting for equipment upgrades was activated immediately after launch. The material combination panel emitted sparkling discharges and lightning. The process of pumping up equipment has finally begun, directing a stream of powerful light to materials with existing armor. The equipment was undergoing its first changes in the light of the fiery radiance. The main processor released the last and most powerful stream of energy onto the equipment, which shook everything around. The third brother waited with bated breath for the end and quietly asked if they had succeeded. When the pumping was completed, a veil of thick smoke dissipated around the main processor, and there was nothing on the platform. The little raccoon noticed with horror that the equipment had disappeared from the platform. The gunsmith was also shocked and believed that the improvement had failed for some reason. At that moment, the room was blinded by a bright light, and everyone inside turned towards its source. A young gentleman slowly approached the players and the gunsmith, already in updated equipment, emitting powerful streams of light and sparkling lightning. Chu Tiange stood in front of everyone present in all his majestic beauty and incredible power emanating from every detail of the new armor. An ancient dragon spirit appeared behind the powerful master in a blue glow and roared loudly. The armorer shouted in shock that it had appeared, the hallmark of a jade keelan. Information about the distinctive feature was displayed on the system screen, where it was discussed in detail about its strength and damage caused with resistance to attacks. The young master was very pleased and noticed that the jade keelan was truly amazing and worthy of its rarity. Chu Tiange was completely ready and told his jubilant friends that now it was time for them to go to the mysterious city of Luyang. The master told his friends that he had previously studied the map and the city of Luyang is the closest to Chang'an, but getting to it on foot is too far and takes a long time. Chu Tiange decided that in order to avoid unplanned problems and conflicts, it would be better to use a camouflage appearance, and activated a second account. At that same second, a rapid transformation and change of appearance began. The master quickly opened the navigation map and began to look at possible routes and distances to the city they needed. He carefully studied all the routes and paths and came to the annoyed conclusion that it would take too long to get there, no matter which road he chose. Newbie said that nothing would help here anyway, and they would just need to activate the entrance to Chang'an to open teleportation to Luyang, and added that without this, they would just have to stick to their path, and they would soon get to the right place. Mao Yun, remembering the dog's past capabilities, suggested simply increasing Ursha in size and trying it. The guy did not have time to finish, as the pet itself attacked him with a menacing bark, as if expressing its displeasure. Chu Tiange said that it would not work, since this skill was only for combat and only lasted 90 seconds, and besides, it would be too easy to use. The young master added that relying on skills in such simple situations was not at all their style. Chu Tiange's team walked along the cliff and heard loud sounds of fighting nearby. Guessing that someone was fighting the bosses, the master immediately rushed forward, shouting to his friends to quickly catch up with him in order to check everything there. In the valley, a battle between a large armed army and a giant, angry polar bear in armor was in full swing. The commander-in-chief ordered all his subordinates to hold formation, since the boss had entered a quiet phase, and they simply could not let him slip away from them right now. He shouted encouragement to everyone that this was an incredibly rare wild polar bear that could only be encountered in rare events, and if they destroyed it, they would certainly become rich. The army of soldiers, as soon as they heard about the wealth, immediately rushed towards the boss for future rewards. Many players simultaneously began to attack the polar bear using several types of powers and skills, thereby greatly angering the already menacingly growling beast. A moment later, the same players were flying in different directions from the retaliatory powerful blows of an angry wild bear. The huge monster came out of its silent phase and mercilessly rushed straight at the players, viciously throwing them around and trampling them. The young master's team moved closer to the cliff for a better view, and watched as the wild rare bear powerfully defeated the army that so badly wanted to get the reward for it. They decided that it was time to intervene. Chu Tiange quickly formed a new plan in his head and suggested that everyone should not go on foot, but ride to Luyang on horseback while looking at the polar bear, which shocked the little raccoon. The third brother happily supported the boss's plan, but El thought it was a bad idea, since they were unlikely to be able to simply ride the formidable boss. The master cheerfully reminded his friends about his skill as the king of beasts, explaining that unlike the skill of the king of the hunt, which archers have, his skill implies, in addition to hunting, also taming animals. The third brother began to remember this skill, where a high probability of perfectly capturing a monster appears when it has low health, and a larger gap is created between the forces. The guy also remembered that this probability is very difficult to increase, and therefore few hunters use the skills of the king of beasts. Chu Tiange calmly walked towards the beast, finally saying that since no one had anything against it, he would happily go down to talk to the wild bear. A rare polar bear with eyes red from anger entered into bloodlust mode and destroyed everything and everyone in its path, powerfully waving its paws with sharp claws, making it clear to the commander-in-chief that their entire army would soon be defeated. At that moment, the young master ran headlong straight towards the enraged beast, and the player who noticed him was shocked with surprise. The master pushed off the ground with a sharp jump and flew straight towards the wild beast. The commander-in-chief, having come to his senses a little, decided to save the unfamiliar player from an unfortunate fate, and began to loudly shout to him to quickly get away from the ferocious monster, since he would not spare anyone. Chu Tiange was just above the head of the wild polar bear and prepared an engraved disc with inscriptions to attack. The master, taking advantage of the moment of surprise, launched the disc, activating it and releasing a magical web. The already enraged polar bear began to scream and struggle while Chu Tiange restrained him with the help of an engraving with inscriptions. At some point, the animal could no longer tolerate the abuse and, abruptly standing on its hind legs, growled menacingly, trying to free itself. Mao Yun and his third brother were already quickly running to help the young master, shouting that they had better destroy the monster because it had too much health to tame. The commander-in-chief, barely standing on his feet, said that this beast has 9 phases, one of which is fatal, and he doesn't even rearrange what it means to fight him in the bloodthirsty phase, not to mention the fact that this is a boss of the 25th level. Chu Tiange walked away from the polar bear for a while and slowly approached him, at the same time trying to somehow calm him down. The wild, embittered monster did not even think about calming down and growled menacingly. But the master did not give up and continued to talk about calm and peace. Chu Tiange decided to touch the beast imprisoned in a magical web, but it immediately tried to bite him, snapping its mouth angrily. The master tried again and came a little closer, extending his hand to the wild polar bear, managing to overcome the fury of the beast, and stroked it. The young master realized that he had defeated the bear and began to stroke it affectionately, speaking words of comfort to it, while the third brother once again admired his skills and abilities. Chu Tiange had already saddled the polar bear, having previously removed the web, and cheerfully turned to his surprised friends with a request to repeat to him everything they had said earlier, since he did not hear anything due to the loud roar of the beast. Newbie gushed that her boss was truly incredible because she had never seen him play with such skill or even just practice before. The master suggested not to shine his strength and skills and called everyone to join him, since it was already getting dark and they needed to get this bear onto the road, and judging by the way he was fighting now, the speed should be quite high. The commander-in-chief resentfully shouted after the master that he couldn't be so reckless, because this updated boss was discovered by his guild, and they had been going through fire and water for hundreds of years, fighting to defeat, and these simply ran away with the boss. A rare wild polar bear got angry at the player's idle chatter and was about to do something. A moment later, awards rained down from the sky directly on the commander-in-chief. There were so many rewards in the form of gold, equipment, armor, and other things that he was literally overwhelmed. Moving away from the place with the commander-in-chief, the master shouted that everything that falls from this boss is of a low level, and if they need it, they should just take everything they need for themselves. The commander-in-chief could no longer utter a word, since a moment later the gold completely hit him, and he was only able to express his consent with a gesture. The Dragon Emperor Palace team player sat comfortably on the roaring beast, and the master commanded to quickly run in the direction of Luyang City. All 5 players raced at breakneck speed while riding the speedy beast. The third brother suddenly felt a wave of nausea and dizziness. The young master only noticed how his friend quickly went offline. The third brother, already in his room, emptied the contents of his stomach directly into the trash can. He could barely stand on his feet and turned slightly pale, not expecting such great speed from this polar bear. A couple of minutes later, the third brother returned to his friends in the game on the back of a wild beast rushing at all speeds. The master began to ask why he had interrupted, and the third brother replied that he had to pass out because he had vomited. Approaching the city, the young gentleman suggested dismounting, since they were very close, and riding a bear would look too pretentious, and they did not need extra attention at all. A rare wild polar bear, having heard the master's wishes, immediately slowed down, digging its paws into the ground. Chu Tianj was the first to jump from the huge, nimble beast to the ground, and the rest of the team followed his example. The young master thanked the polar bear for the quick delivery and ordered him to return back. The players looked at the retreating beast, and the master invited everyone to go forward to look at the city of Luoyang. Chu Tiange suggested that the team split up and go to the nearest guild to search for evidence, and when they find the kingdom of Hades, immediately notify the others, and since he has increased NPC friendliness, he will go look for that secret quest guide. The young gentleman, walking down the street, thought that it was good to be in a different form, when an NPC did not rush at him with numerous offers, and, moreover, other players did not recognize him. The master stopped somewhere in the middle of the street and noticed a man in front of him, asking him how he could find the secret guide for the quest. The stranger replied that he was outside the city on the mountain, and he needed to be careful because the place was close to the portal, and if he accidentally stumbled upon the monsters, he would be cornered. Chu Tiange moved forward and entered one of the buildings on the mountain, where the guide was supposed to be. The master went inside and saw the building destroyed from the inside with complete disorder, thinking that something had definitely happened here. Not far from the mountain, in the thicket of the forest, the young master heard some loud sounds and screams. The master turned around at the strange sound and thought ambiguously that the situation was clearly getting worse. Chu Tiange, without hesitation, decided to change his appearance to his previous one in order to be able to reliably defend and, if necessary, attack. He walked towards the source of the sound and was suddenly thrown aside by some strong explosion. The secret guide once again teased the guild players of the Kingdom of Hades, shouting that they were too pathetic to catch him. The guide's words had already reached the player in charge of the entire team, and he immediately decided to act. He sent a huge magical grasping hand after the secret NPC, being able to control it from a distance. The magical hand quickly reached the running secret guide and grabbed it tightly, clenching it into a fist. The NPC began screaming to be released immediately, since he was just a simple bot, and they would definitely be punished for this. The secret merchant all this time watched the unfolding actions in the clearing, and thought why they needed to grab the usual secret quest guide. The leader of the guild held the secret bot in his hand, just as he holds the players from his team on energy connections, and said that he could do whatever he wanted, since he was not afraid of any pathetic punishments. He pulled out a cursed dragon fang from his sleeve and thanked the bot for the opportunity to use it for its intended purpose. Since he had already pumped up enough, there was no reason to leave him alive. And in the end, he added that a quick death was too boring, and he would check what this attribute is also capable. The secret guide loudly screamed for help and tried to escape from captivity, when suddenly he saw someone in the distance, and the main one turned to a mysterious merchant spying on them from the cliff. The frightened bot shouted in horror to the merchant for help and salvation in the name of all that is holy. The main one sent some players to the energy connection to look at the merchant, who was already quickly running away from his previous place with the thought that if the guide decided to die, then he should not drag him along with him. The guildmaster was already holding a sharp fang ready in the magical light for the secret guide. The cursed fang turned into a sharp blade under the influence of magic, and the player said that he might have left him alive and left him behind. But he already knows too much. The main one sharply launched a dagger directly at the secret bot suspended on the power grids for reprisals. The magic blade hit the secret guide's heart area, flying right through and making a huge hole there. The main quest guide, who died at the hands of the main quest, fell to the cold ground with a roar, giving up his last breath. The magic blade began to instantly disappear into the darkness after the work was completed. The guild chief was disappointed once again, saying that the testing of the weapon had failed again. He quickly typed someone on the system screen and shouted that this batch was not working again, and everything had disappeared, just like last time, asking the unknown people to at least once do everything normally and properly. The voice from the screen told him to watch his language and be more careful in his statements, since there was no rush and their people had already stolen the necessary samples, but only a little more time was needed for all this. The chief immediately perked up and became noticeably interested in what he heard, asking how they were able to get into the laboratory of Chu Tianja's assistant and steal the samples. The voice calmly replied that this did not concern him at all, since only one thing was required of him: to defeat the young master. The players sent to track down the secret merchant quickly found him, and surrounding him, pinned him in a corner. The mysterious merchant began to shout that they should not dare to approach him and do anything, because his elder brother Chu Tiange would not be happy about this at all. One of the players joked that if Chu Tiange was his older brother, then he was definitely his uncle. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a powerful golden-pointed spear flew out at breakneck speed. The weapon flew straight at the player who was making fun of the merchant and pierced his body, destroying him. From behind the hill, the young master slowly approached everyone present, picking up his incomparable weapon. The majestic and powerful Chu Tiange stood next to the destroyed player and said with a grin that an incredible coincidence had just happened, and his uncle had just passed away. The young master did not waste another second and rushed towards the still surprised other players of the Kingdom of Hades with lightning speed. The players quickly came to their senses and began shouting to each other to run away, pushing off powerfully into the jump. Chu Tiange also violently pushes his spear off the ground and flies towards the enemies. Chu Tiange flew higher than the player who had not managed to escape and already swung his weapon at him. With one powerful blow, the young master destroys the enemy player, throwing him far back. To everything that happened, the secret merchant quickly ran and shouted to the master to hurry up and quickly find the other NPC, whom these players had captured earlier in order to save him. The young master, following the instructions of the mysterious merchant, quickly ran forward with him to see what happened there. Chu Tiange came running and braked sharply exactly in the place where the main player was standing and controlling the other players. The head of the guild turned around at the noise and calmly said that he did not expect to see him here. Next, he seemed to give an explanation, saying that he didn't think at all that he couldn't find him. He just came to him himself, and that was his luck. The young master was serious and menacingly asked who was in front of him and whether he was involved in coming to the guild competition. The chief, having woken up for something in his sleeve, said that the master was even smarter than he could think since he found him so quickly. He pulled out a familiar attribute from his sleeve in a magical glow and shouted that he was sorry, since very soon Chu Tianju would have to pay dearly for his insatiable curiosity. The young master, of course, found out what he got, because it was a cursed dragon fang that so suddenly disappeared from the arena playing field. The main one threw the ancient attribute into the air, and it underwent some changes. A moment later, a powerful column of magical study flow appeared from the cursed fang directly at the main kingdom of Hades, shaking everything around. All the players, hovering in the clouds on the energy connection, began to shake and shudder to the beat of the main thing. The young master looked at everything that was happening in surprise and quickly asked the secret merchant what was happening here. The mysterious merchant began to tell that this is a secret class puppeteer deformer, where any player can enter into a contract with the main one and become his puppet, which in turn can give the boss a certain bonus to equipment. He continued to say that there is no limit to the number of puppets, and the attribute allows the puppeteer to extract other benefits from the puppets such as experience and level, which, although temporarily, significantly improves the boss's effectiveness in battle. While the main one was imbued with the power he needed from his puppets, he listened carefully to the merchant and said that he had no idea. He knew all this, but he was absolutely right. The players who had once become puppets for the boss were already at the end of their strength and capabilities. At that same second, something like a large magic ball formed around the main one and exploded sharply, shaking the air. The master stood in front of the master after completely improving his effectiveness in battle. He stood surrounded by several small magic balls, and the world announcement announced that the battle list of Huaxia district had been updated, and the first place was taken by Dark Sky with a combat strength of 40,000 points, and the second place was taken by Chu Tiange with a margin of 10,000. At the same moment, the young master realized who was in front of him. The player Dark Sky. The main one, surrounded by the light of electrified lightning, replied that the master had guessed right, and now, most likely, he was scared. Chu Tiange seemed to become even more confident in himself, and said that he was not afraid at all. But on the contrary, he was very happy that after such a long time of waiting, a worthy opponent had finally appeared. The master added that before he destroys him, he will definitely ask about all the strange things that have happened recently and rush to attack towards the enemy. The main one responded by sending his magic balls, filled with evil and magic, at the young master. The magic balls were not as simple as they seemed at first glance, and in flight they turned into huge evil hands. Several magical hands simultaneously flew towards the formidable Chu Tiange, who had placed a spear in front of him. The huge hands clenched into fists due to the master's tricks, and the master began to attack them all with fiery explosions. Chu Tiange sarcastically informed his vile opponent that in addition to increasing his combat strength by more than 10,000 points, he received not only this, but also something else. The chief told him not to rush to conclusions, because when he gets rid of his equipment and sends him back to the first level, then he will be happy to watch him go crazy. One of the magic fists flew too close to the young master, and he immediately fought back, bravely defending himself with a spear. The main one immediately comes up with a new plan of action and makes some movements with his hands, controlling the magic ones. The master had just begun to retaliate with his magical fists, when in a second, they all turned around and rushed back towards the owner, putting this Chu Tian at a dead end. All the magical hands flew to their owner, and he performed some rituals related to the further battle. A second later, the magical hands were already looking at the master, charged with new strength and power in the light of ball lightning and sparks. The chief of the kingdom of Hades, like a madman, cast some kind of spell on his hands and directed them towards the young master, summoning a breath of evil. All the magic fists on the field instantly connected and turned into one, depicting a powerful snake-like dragon, emitting evil and death, and rushed at breakneck speed towards the master. The young master said with a grin that his opponent was making him very upset, and called upon the hidden skill Taiku's dragon breath, filling everything around with fiery light and bright flashes of lightning. A majestic picture unfolded on the battlefield. The power and might of the two strongest players of the era met in the middle of the path with a powerful explosion, intertwining and blinding everything and everyone around. The strength of both did not yield to retreat and only acquired even greater severity. The chief of the kingdom of Hades was confident that the advantage was on his side and he would win very soon, since the master could not compete with him. The young master, in turn, knew for sure that he would never back down, no matter what the cost. The insatiable leader of the enemy guild literally drained all the life, not to mention energy, from his puppets, but did not stop. With all his vile and bloodthirsty appearance, he shouted to Chu Tianju that now he would know true strength and feel despair. Through the already directed magical sweat of black energy, more new hands are formed towards the master. The head of the enemy guild increases the available strength and applies a magic boost. The young master, it seems, for a moment can no longer restrain such a gust of black magic knocking him down, and can barely stay on his feet, trying with all his might to slow down. Chu Tianju has to defend herself powerfully and keep protection from the dark forces and the breath of evil breaking through from her in the face of a snake-like dragon. The young master gathers his courage and new strength and calmly decides to quickly deal with this smug guy. The master shouts loudly through the entire stream of endless attacks to the head that the time has come to show real power. On the battlefield, everything shakes and trembles from the majestic battle, throwing pieces of earth and stones in different directions. The Lord of the Dragon Emperor Palace finally summons the only holy level, the highest gift of heaven, and the second-level reflective fists of heaven, souls for the cooling deities. The chief notices how the red-hot blazing skies are at the mercy of fire and lightning, and with surprise calls this a form of celestial space. Thinking that the master was too weak to have such an ability, he decided that it was simply one of the methods of intimidation and lulation of vigilance to weaken his magical flow. Suddenly, from the hot skies, surrounded by thunderous lightning, a powerful, fiery stream of light suddenly descends to the ground. The master boldly takes upon himself all the energy that comes in to increase strength and acquire abilities. An explanation of the power appeared on the system screen as a super-powerful enhancement that strengthens both the team and one player individually, with an increase in damage resistance and critical hit damage, and also lowers all the attributes of the opponent. The majestic Chu Tiange from the fiery whirlpool is imbued with energy and is about to make the next blow. The master menacingly, moving his hand with a spear forward, aims at the enemy with the help of a gigantic flaming stream of power, blinding with its power. The energy of good meets the energy of evil and immediately explodes, with an advantage on the first side. The chief of the kingdom of Hades does not understand how this happened and refuses to believe in the superiority of the master. He continues to drain the life force from the puppets, turning them into mummies, and says that his fighting potential is higher in comparison with him, and he will not be defeated, because he trained long and hard. The young master only smiles at such a statement, already having a new plan in his head, and calls on his faithful assistant to fight. At the same moment, a menacingly barking dog appears on the battlefield from the system, ready to attack. On the order of the owner, Ursha quickly runs to the main enemy guild, showing him with all his appearance that he is doomed. The head of the kingdom of Ada simply becomes furious, shouting unflattering remarks and threats to the master. Ursha immediately rushes at the leader with lightning speed and sinks her sharp teeth into his hand. With red eyes from anger, the dog does not back down and imitates holding his hand in his teeth, growling menacingly and listening to the screams and cries of the enemy. After some time, Chu Tianj loudly orders Urshu to immediately move as far away as possible. A smart dog at all times carries in the direction of a brave and powerful owner. Chu Tiange, meanwhile, sends the breath of Taiku dragons towards the opponent, and the embittered monsters rush at breakneck speed to the main one to exact revenge. Another powerful nuclear explosion occurs, shaking the earth and breaking rocks nearby. The enemy guild leader cannot resist such a huge force and suddenly jumps back, flying far back. He's thrown back so powerfully that he is immediately slammed into a nearby rock with an imprint in it, and breaks the stones into small pieces. After such a powerful attack, All his puppets break the energy connection with the puppeteer, and unconscious, like empty bags, fly to the ground. The mysterious merchant never ceases to be amazed at the tenacity and strength of the young master. Admiring and impressed by him, he immediately goes closer to the epicenter of events, where the master stands next to his opponent, imprinted into the rock. The game's system screen displays a bar with the Dark Sky's health status, which is only 3%. Chu Tianj put the tip of a spear to the temple of the barely alive head, and threateningly asks him to tell him what they are trying to achieve and where they are putting all the captured NPC players. The entire wounded and half-dead player, not even having the strength and ability to get up, says that he is not finished yet, and expresses another portion of insults. He quickly pulls out from his sleeve something very similar to a teleport scroll, but engulfed in fiery light and lightning. Chu Tiange does not have time to say or do anything, and simply watches as the Dark Sky disappears from the battlefield, leaving a trail of fire behind it. The master did not at all expect that the Dark Sky would want to leave so easily, and silently looked at the place where the enemy had disappeared. The young master was still standing in bewilderment, trying to understand how his opponent decided to escape right during the battle, and with what help. The merchant began to say that he used the Thunder Talisman to self-destruct, which is the fastest way out of the battle, and if not enough blood has been collected, then you can spend it to resurrect in the chosen place, and this also happens without losing experience points. Chu Tiange cheerfully said that fighting is just bragging, but escaping is the real trick of an experienced player, and laughed loudly. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the bodies of destroyed players from the Kingdom of Hades Guild began to disappear one by one. The young master asks the merchant to wait a little. He and the merchant decided to walk across the field in search of at least one more player who had not disappeared. On the way, they just came across one guy who literally begged for help and the salvation of all of them by the incredible and divine Chu Tiange. The master asked him to stand up and calmly tell everything, and he began to say that for a very long time he and others had been suffering. Hundreds of players were locked inside. The alarmed and frightened guy added that they are all forced to be puppets for the boss and pump up for 18 hours every day, which is very exhausting. He had already begun to disappear, like the other players, and only finally managed to pray to God Chu Tiange again. The players' last words to the young master were about help and their salvation. After listening to all this, Chu Tiange came to the conclusion that they were forced to reconnect not of their own free will. Somewhere on the outskirts of the city stood a tall, slightly old and padded building, but still occupied by someone. Another man entered one of the rooms behind bars, somewhat similar to a prison cell, where there was only a bed and a gaming chair with a person. A stern man approached the player in the chair and then, with a sharp movement of his hand, pulled out the power cord. He grabbed the poor guy out of his chair and threw him to the floor, kicking him hard in the body and shouting that he thought too much of himself for daring to go offline without permission. While he was beating him, another man in a suit entered the cell and told the guy to stop, since they would need this unfortunate man again. A man in a suit approached the poor guy and began to menacingly ask how he dared to disobey the order and leave the network, unless, of course, he was going to do something to help Chu Tianju. The menacing man ordered the bouncer to throw the guy into the cage, and he obediently nodded. In one of the offices of the building stood, apparently, the boss and his butler, who expressed his opinion that he believed that this time he had done wrong with Chu Tiange, and in the opinion of the spiritual master, his operation was not ready yet, and it was time not that. The boss was angry with such a statement, and he began to shout to the butler that he was an ordinary servant, and did not dare tell him what to do and say such things. Besides, he was tired of hearing that it was not the time yet. The boss ordered the butler to tell everyone to get ready, because tomorrow they will have a deadly training, and asked him to get all the equipment from the warehouse while he went to Chu Tianju, and the servant nodded obediently. A businessman entered the main control room to find out how things were going. One of his subordinates told his boss that they had sustained a cyber attack and asked if his system should be attacked in response. The boss replied that he would come up with something, and let them continue to make sure that he didn't sniff out anything. Chu Tianj walked along the valley and thought for a long time about what had happened, guessing that something was clearly wrong here. The master decided to ask the secret merchant what he ended up doing there, unless he was waiting for him to sell something worthwhile, or he still wanted to meet those guys, to which the merchant replied that it was a long story, thanking him for the rescue. The secret merchant clarified that what he is selling is not just some little things. Chu Tiange also asked the merchant if he was familiar with the Dark Sky, to which he heard that they did not know each other and had just met. At that moment, Ursha suddenly ran up to the mysterious merchant and began to affectionately rub against his leg. The secret merchant immediately recognized the dog that hatched from the creature's egg, and said that although he grew up, he still became a divine beast, because it was not in vain that he risked his life to clone it. Chu Tianj opened his mouth in surprise, because he didn't even suspect that Ursha was cloned, and asked the merchant who he really was. The mysterious merchant, taking on a serious look, said that he would tell him everything as it is, since he asked. A pillar of fiery glow descended on the mysterious merchant, blinding the master. The secret merchant admitted that he was actually a treasure hunter. The master immediately gave the merchant a friendly kick in the ass for presenting himself so pretentiously and even temporarily blinding him. The merchant shouted offendedly that he, in fact, was also a famous character, and had the right to use special effects, and even though he was a master and a handsome man, he still had no right to belittle him. Chu Tiange just smiled cheerfully and tried to calm the merchant down by asking what he was doing. The merchant began to say that the equipment he sells comes at the risk of his life, since he stole them from the most difficult dungeons, especially Ursha's egg, and let him not think about it. That everything is so simple. Chu Tianju now understood how he knew so much about the equipment, and again asked what kind of relationship he had with the dark sky. The merchant also reminded the master that when he robbed him in the country of Song, he had nothing left, and he was forced to create copies, and just at that moment, he came across the dark sky with the ability of a puppeteer. The young lord asked if he went with him to see his ability. The merchant nodded and asked not to misunderstand him, since there is nothing special about accompanying the players, because it is a reasonable waste of resources. He concluded that in any case, this guy is obsessed with creating copies and looting dungeons, but he does not know what happened between him and that unfortunate NPC. At this time, his friends were already rushing towards the young master at full speed. The third brother apologized for being late and asked what happened here while they were gone. The master asked the secret merchant to tell them everything while he and the little raccoon went out to the butler on some business from the game. Chu Tiange asked his uncle if he was able to find the right IP address, and he replied that their last attack forced them to strengthen their defense again, and they are also fighting in 48 places at the same time, so it is still impossible to say with certainty where they are. The butler said with disappointment that it was his fault, as he was too careless, and therefore the enemy was better prepared. But he missed the chance. The young master asked his uncle not to blame himself, since he himself was to blame, because he could have predicted it. And the dark sky itself is not as simple as it seems. The little raccoon entered the room and anxiously asked what really happened in the forest, and what this dark sky did. The master said that there is one theory, and if you believe the words of that player, then dark sky has something to do with connecting and retaining hundreds of players. The girl was shocked by what she heard, and having come to her senses a little, suggested urgently reporting everything to the police. Chu Tiange agreed, but said that they should not rush since they would definitely be ready for this, and they could not lose someone, so they needed to find a way to provoke him in the game so that he would enter, and then fight as a distraction to win enough time. He continued to say that at the same time, Uncle Yin Li would figure out his IP and call the police, although it would be worth at least meeting with him first. The butler humbly accepted the order and said that he would prepare everything in the best possible way. The little raccoon decided to ask the young master if anything had happened to him in the game. After a brief silence, she added that the ranking table had been updated, and Dark Sky was 10,000 points ahead of him. Chu Tiange only cheerfully asked El not to mention this, since his power is great, but in battle he is worthless, and this is proven by the fact that Ursha could easily knock him down, and if not for his thunder talisman, he would have easily done it. The master and his assistant, who asked what they would do now, headed to the gaming capsule, and he said that first they would return him to first place in the table, which would take quite a lot of time. The friends were glad to see the young master and El back in the game. The master asked if the merchant had told them everything and if they were up to date. Newbie picked up the conversation and said that they had already learned about this impudent guy, how he kidnaps players and destroys NPCs. Chu Tiange nodded approvingly and said that he had already come up with a plan for further action. He also asked if they had found the location of the Hades Kingdom Guild, to which the third brother, opening the system screen, replied that they were in a valley near the city of Luoyang, and the area was easy to defend. The third brother also said that there are now more than 100 players there, but they are all low level. After reviewing all the available information to the end, they all went to the Luoyang City Guild Management Office. The master tried to open teleport portals to cities, but nothing worked. He said that when they were able to open them, all guild members would be able to move here from the same Chanan office, after which they would send everyone directly to the Hades Kingdom. The third brother asked if they would attack them, and the master nodded in the affirmative, clarifying that it would not be an easy attack. The young master said that Dark Sky is the head of the Hades Kingdom guilds, and during the attack on them, it is necessary to conduct a live broadcast, and also asked that they spread the information through all possible channels that he had defeated him. Mao Yun decided to inquire that when they captured the guild and warehouse, how would they divide their equipment? The young master clarified that whoever seizes the warehouse first will receive part of the wealth. Mao Yun heard everything he wanted and happily ran to tell everyone about it. The secret merchant doubted this plan and said that Dark Sky was unlikely to fall for it. The master said that he is wrong because the puppets are under his control and are his strength. And since he has already spent a lot of resources and needs time to recover from the so-called resources, that is, the people in the warehouse, he must react. The mysterious merchant thought about it because Dark Sky is capable of controlling hundreds of players at the same time. He clarified that if after the seizure of the warehouse it completely loses its power, then why publish anything? The master clarified that from their fight it became clear to him that he was overly arrogant and it would be good to use radical methods, but there was one but. The young master changed the topic, inviting the merchant to take care of business with him. The mysterious merchant, clutching his backpack tightly in fear, inquired about what business they were talking about and learned that they needed to find a way to prevent his escape. The master mysteriously said that since he was so educated, he should know how to cancel the effect of the thunderstorm talisman. The merchant began to hesitate and mumble, and the young master called him to follow him. Finally, Chu Tianj asked the merchant if he had something interesting for him. The merchant fell to the floor in grief, while the master examined the unusual crystal and the unknown diamond, and said that he really deserved his title for such unique things. And the merchant tried to explain that he wanted to sell this diamond. At this time, the third brother teleported to the guild from a mission. He quickly ran to the boss and shouted that they had surrounded the kingdom of Hades, and their broadcast of the attack was already being watched by more than 1 million viewers. The third brother added that their chairman offered them a deal for non-aggression, and the master immediately realized that they were playing for time and let them start and seize the warehouse. Finally, the master gave his friend a high-level great sword just in case. The sword was followed by a bunch of expensive equipment, and the third brother, being pleasantly shocked, did not know where to put everything. He asked if his boss needed anything and noticed a distressed merchant muttering something about ruin. Chu Tianj cheerfully told his friend to take everything, because now with the secret merchant they will not be left without equipment, especially since for all this he gave only a couple of 100 gold coins. The master quickly returned to their plan and repeated that the first priority was to capture the warehouse. The third brother thanked the boss for the explanation and said that he thought that he had made the merchant cry, but he simply cleared his shelves of goods. The master made more fun of the merchant, and the third brother returned back, telling the boss to expect good news. Having taken all the equipment given to him, he teleported back to Luoyang to his friends. Chu Tiange turned to the merchant again, saying that since they were friends, he should come to the Dragon Emperor's palace when something more interesting appeared. He also added that business comes first, and then the plan to prevent the escape of the Dark Sky, and as long as the merchant helps him, he is ready to pay whatever he wants. The mysterious merchant agreed and told him not to go back on his words later, since he would ask for a lot unreasonably. Finally, he invited the young master to take care of business and deal with Luoyang's copies. Meanwhile, a fierce battle against the guardian beast began at the gates of the Kingdom of Hades Guild. The little raccoon and the third brother powerfully attacked the three-headed monster in close combat. The monster was attacked from all sides, where crushing and destroying blows rained down one after another, until the monster was completely overcome by a fiery explosion with a bright flash. The third brother stood victoriously on the overthrown three-headed monster and shouted to the guild that they had an absolutely useless guardian beast, and they could open the gate on their own to stay alive, or be destroyed. But the gate would still be open. A huge armed army stood in front of the Kingdom of Hades pavilions while 2 players on the roof of the building were deciding whether to call the boss or go it alone. The interlocutor shouted to the player that there was nothing they could not cope with and let him discard these bad thoughts. He loudly ordered everyone to stay where they were as their boss didn't believe their base could handle this attack. The player did not have time to finish his speech when he heard a roar and turned around, looking straight at the blown-up part of the building and the people from the headquarters flying away from the roof. The Dragon Emperor Palace players powerfully attacked the Hades Kingdom Pavilion with all possible means and techniques, already destroying a decent portion. A broadcast of the attack was launched across the country, which could be watched directly from the street. One of the players recognized the Kingdom of Hades Guild and reported that they bombed their headquarters last week, and the second player asked why Dark Sky himself would not appear at the battle, unless of course he was afraid of Chu Tiange's incredible strength. There were more and more viewers at the main live broadcast screens, shouting the name of the Lord of Chang'an City. The enemy guild's pavilion was shattered into small pieces by the attacking players, who blew up everything in their path. The worried player still insisted that his stubborn interlocutor immediately call their boss, because they would not be able to withstand such a powerful army with their 15th level. The merchant and the master approached a valley where all the monsters were level 40, and the merchant warned that they were all very strong, and if he entered there, he would die, even if he was the greatest warrior. Anything could happen. The merchant took out something that looked like a compass to determine the future path. He took out a book and began to carefully read the spell. While looking for 100 dragons, looking at the mountains, you will come across trials. If there are 1,000 locks on the door, You will find a princess inside. The compass immediately activated, and the needle on the dial began to quickly change values, stopping at one of them. The travelers heard behind the cliffs in the thick of the forest the loud cawing of black ravens. The young master asked if the merchant was sure of his definition, and he replied that this little thing was not only for the sake of bringing good luck. The merchant, taking on the most serious look, said that the master can doubt any NPC but not him. The young master liked this answer and, showing a gesture of approval, called the merchant on the road. The world announcement announced that the player Chu Tiange had entered the level 40 dark forest with someone, and the countdown would end in 20 minutes. The mysterious merchant was angry with the system because it could not declare him properly. Suddenly, a voice announced that if the volume of the voice rose above 90 decibels, the players would be immediately imprisoned in a bone trap. A little ahead of the players, the bones of the skeleton began to crunch and come together. The master quickly grabbed the mysterious merchant and told him to hide behind him. Several skeletons were completely reunited and went on the attack with weapons against the master. While the merchant was screaming in fear, the master asked him to shut up and just hide as far as possible, saying that he would deal with them now. The army of the Walking Dead rushed to attack, and Chu Tiange and Ursh moved forward to meet them. There was a clash of worlds, and the young master attacked in his usual manner with a fiery zigzag, breaking the skeletons into pieces. Jumping above the entire army of the Walking Dead, the master swung his spear for the next crushing blow. Another batch of powerful blows flies at the skeletons, this time accompanied by an explosion that destroys the entire army at once. Chu Tiange exhaled loudly as he realized that these enhanced copies were not that difficult to deal with. The young master asked the merchant not to set off any more traps, since they already had little time to search for priority materials, and he agreed. Before he can walk even 2 meters, the mysterious merchant accidentally steps on a small spider, thereby destroying it. The world announcement announced that whoever destroys the spider will be automatically sent to the battlefield, and the corresponding activation symbol will light up under the master and merchant. Both partners at that same second were tightly entwined in a sticky but very strong web that emerged from the depths of the earth. While they were unsuccessfully trying to get out of the trap, giant bloodthirsty spiders were already approaching them. Monsters surrounded the master and merchant from all sides, angrily saying that they would simply eat them and they wouldn't even feel anything. One of his subordinates abruptly and without knocking entered the boss receiving the meal, alarmingly reporting that everything was very bad and their pavilion was attacked by the palace of the Dragon Emperor. The boss stopped chewing and froze for a minute in surprise, not believing his ears. The frightened subordinate also said that the situation was out of control, and they urgently needed his help. The boss, in a rage, threw the glass on the floor, breaking it to pieces, and yelled that no one dared to tell him what to do if he did not want to go to the next world. The guy said in horror that the enemy guild sent about 200 fighters at once, and their attack was so strong that the pavilion was barely holding on, and the army intended to capture their warehouse. The boss threateningly ordered to immediately release all the remaining players and move all the weapons to the warehouse, and he would deal with Chu Tiange himself. The subordinate shouted in panic that he couldn't take such a risk, because his puppeteer technique was at an intermediate stage, and it would be better to move all the materials from the warehouse and then do something. The boss, without hesitation, immediately gave the impudent servant a resounding slap in the face for his long tongue. He began to shout that if Chu Tiange was breathing down his back, then he would not wait for anything there, and added that since he failed to get rid of him last time, then this time he would definitely be finished. The boss walked away from the stunned servant, saying that he did not care who Chu Tiange was, a god or a lord, but he would finish him off. Meanwhile, Chu Tiange walked surrounded by spiders with Ursh dragging a secret merchant in a cocoon, and said that he activated 7 traps in 8 minutes, and he would never believe that this was a pure coincidence. The master commanded his pet to free the merchant from the cocoon. Ursha immediately rushed to chew through the dense cocoon, freeing the secret merchant from there. When the dog had already finished with the cocoon, the merchant stood up and, slowly coming to his senses, said that he was the best of the best and simply ignored some details. But otherwise, he could be trusted. Chu Tiange approached the divergence of paths on both sides of the forest and asked where they should go now, because they have no room for error due to the short amount of time. The mysterious merchant convinced the master not to worry and to trust him, because he was definitely better than his dog. The secret blacksmith again took out his compass with a book of spells and began to say, "While looking for 100 dragons, looking at the mountains, you will come across trials. If there are 1,000 locks on the door, you will find a princess inside." The compass blinked again, and the needle quickly jumped across the dial, determining the desired value. Finally, the compass stopped and the merchant indicated which direction they should move next in search of treasure. Chu Tiange could not stand it and snatched the book from the merchant, asking what it was all about. The master was surprised and dissatisfied, since the book turned out to be a cheap copy, costing only 5 bronze coins. The young master stepped forward a little, and said that after everything they had been through here, he could no longer trust him. The mysterious merchant suddenly jumped out in front of the master, blocking his path, and said that this time everything would be fine. Chu Tiange took a deep breath and nodded approvingly, warning that this was the last time. The master and merchant moved further and approached the next piles of skeleton bones. They came across just a giant dead boss in armor with a spear, who, according to the young master's observation, was now resting. Chu Tiange, without hesitation, decided that this was a great opportunity to destroy him, and rushed to attack, not listening to the merchant that this was a bad idea. The young master runs furiously towards the sleeping dead man, and at the same time summons the strength and superiority of the dragon. At the same moment, a powerful golden dragon appears, and the master feels a surge of additional energy and strength. The giant boss quickly reacts to the loud noise and angrily gets into a fighting stance to retaliate. The monster is preparing to attack, and you move towards the attacking Chu Tiange. The young master at the same second also summons the hidden skill of dragon-breathing Taika in the light of dazzling flashes. The master delivers a powerful blow to the dead man with his spear, which spreads with a bright explosion through the dark forest and throws the monster back. The walking dead man flies straight into the rock formation behind him and breaks it into several pieces. The giant boss quickly gets up and counterattacks, trying to devour the young master. The master does not retreat and makes another powerful blow to the monster's armor, leaving a trail of fire. He furiously calls upon the dragon's pursuing power and flies at breakneck speed straight into the dead man. A new series of crushing strikes occurs in the light of ball lightning, and the monster is about to respond. The dead man grabs his spear more tightly and with a menacing roar rushes at the majestic Chu Tiange. At the same time, the master summons the final crushing and destroying blow of the dragon's dissection. He easily swings a powerful spear straight at the giant boss's head. With one blow, the master runs a spear along the entire body, starting from the head, and with a fiery attack divides the dead man in half. The giant boss cannot withstand such strength and power, and explodes at the same second with a wild roar, leaving behind only a pile of bones. The world announcement congratulated the player Chu Tiange for completing the Dark Forest for the first time in 18 minutes, which once again surprised the secret merchant. The merchant quickly runs up to the master and shouts to quickly see the rewards, which must be very valuable. The merchant ran ahead of the young master to the rewards and began to shout loudly that there were only precious stones and equipment. For some time he continued to look at all the awards and suddenly froze at one interesting thing that caught his eye among everything. The merchant will pick up a familiar round attribute with a magical effect from the pile and tell the master that he has found what he needs. The butler, following the instructions of the young master, called a police patrol to the house and explained to them the entire current situation with the players. While he was telling them everything in detail, his mobile phone rang from his pocket. The phone continued to ring persistently, and Yin Li, apologizing to the police, stepped aside to talk. The butler quickly took out his phone and was amazed to see that it was not a call at all, but some kind of virus. The message from the burglars said that they were very sorry that they had to contact us in this way, but there was no other way out, and things were very bad. The butler dialed the indicated number and asked if he was one of the Dark Sky hackers, and the person on the other end agreed, saying that he would be brief, since there was very little time left. The stranger began to say that although things were bad, because he knew about their connections in the police and that they had launched an operation, he would like to suggest that they arrange some kind of peace negotiations first. Yin Li sternly replied that they had contacted the wrong person for this. The interlocutor began to explain that he had misunderstood him, and this time he really wanted to help. The master told the merchant that this time he did not let him down, and was able to find the necessary equipment, to which the merchant replied that the master should not think that he had gotten all the previous goods so easily, because he was really strong. The merchant recalled their previous agreement, according to which he had the right to ask for as much as he wanted. The young master cheerfully agreed and said that he always keeps his word, and besides, he wants to remain friends with him because in fact he deeply respects him. The merchant, without saying too much, said only the amount of 20 million. He also added that in fact, for his Ursh at an auction in the capital, they would give him much more than he sold it due to the established limit of 2 million. The master asked about 20 million and asked if he wanted anything else. The merchant only nodded negatively, and Chu Tiaju became interested in where the NPCs could spend so much money. The merchant replied that he couldn't speak for everyone, but personally it was for food and a place to stay. At some point the secret merchant could not resist and began to cry bitterly, saying only that he needed them very much. Chu Tiange did not question further, as he realized that he had pressed on the patient. At that same second, without further ado, the master poured out full bags of gold in front of the merchant. The merchant had already taken the coins and was walking away when the master finally said that it seemed that he was an NPC with a sad story, and since it was so important, he would not continue to question him and said goodbye. At the same moment, Chu Tiange heard the alert sound from the system and quickly opened the screen. The butler reported the plan with the police with one caveat, and the young master realized that he should not immediately destroy the dark sky, but drag out time a little, to which his uncle reported the lives of 300 people in his hands. Having finished his correspondence with his uncle, the master noticed a bundle of paper at his feet. He reached out to pick it up and decided that the secret merchant had dropped it when he was leaving in a hurry. Chu Tiange quickly unwrapped the package and saw in it an image of a merchant with an unfamiliar girl, but most likely very close to the merchant. A black armored van was dashing about the city along a certain route. Inside the van was a squad of armed special forces in full uniform. A notification with an unread message arrived on the butler's tablet, and he pressed the open button. The message spoke about the coordinates of the Dark Sky base camp in the west of the city in a poorly developed part, the residential territory of which was purchased by Zhao Group 6 months ago. But due to problems with payment, the territory was for some reason closed. The butler stared at the screen in surprise, not believing his eyes. Zhao Group again. Yin Li immediately remembered that he already had a bad feeling about this, but he was not sure. 2 guys were meeting on the territory of a dilapidated closed building. A detachment of armed special forces on the orders of the commander had already surrounded the desired building. Not far from the closed building in the park, a black police van was parked in hiding. The police captain, watching the game broadcast with the butler, asked him if the dark sky had appeared, to which Yin Li said that it would take some time to enter the game, but Chu Tiange would detain him there. The captain warned the butler that when Chu Tiange and Dark Sky clashed, they would surround the house, but it would be quite difficult for the young master to hold out. On the battlefield at the enemy guild gate, the people of the Kingdom of Hades launched a retaliatory attack with magic shots. Mao Yun ran to his friends to tell them how bad everything was, because part of the squad was damaged due to some kind of explosion and disappeared. Finally, Dark Sky appeared at the dilapidated gates of the pavilion, which could be recognized from afar by the players on energy connections hovering in the air. The butler immediately informed the surprised police captain that the Dark Sky player had arrived. There was a powerful explosion on the field, from which the players scattered in different directions. Dark Sky stood on the roof of the main tower and controlled the puppets, blasting everyone on the field with magic shots. Newbie, healing all the players she encountered, shouted to all the magicians to quickly unite and create a shield. The players heard the healer's order and immediately rushed to carry it out, creating protective shields. The magicians stood until the last, holding their shields, but the attack of the Dark Sky turned out to be much stronger. They scattered in different directions in the light of bright flashes from a series of powerful explosions. Mao Yun shouted to all the first-line players to quickly run to him, since the magicians were already creating a teleport for everyone to quickly leave the battlefield. Dark Sky, watching everything that was happening, jumped from the tower to the ground with a sharp push. The head of the guild of the Kingdom of Hades found himself next to the attacking players and shouted how dare they come here and run away so shamelessly, without worrying about their lives. The spectators looked at Dark Sky and were amazed by his appearance and specialization, and also concluded that no one had ever seen him before, and he would definitely defeat the Dragon Emperor Palace. One of the players looked for Chu Tiange and his friends among everyone, and asked if the Dark Sky had not been destroyed in the last battle. The little raccoon said that she needed some time to create such a large teleport and asked her friends to hold out as long as they could. Dark Sky asked with a grin why they were making such a fuss and noise without their beloved Chu Tiange, or if he was afraid of him. Just at that moment, a young gentleman was riding on a rare white bear and rushing to the battlefield. The polar bear did not lose pace and crashed into the Dark Sky at full speed, delivering a powerful blow. The head of the enemy guild flew far back from surprise in a strong blow. Just like in the previous battle, he was again slammed into the wall, breaking it and leaving a deep mark in it. Dark Sky stood up and quickly came to his senses, threateningly asking what it was just now. The powerful Chu Tiange stood in front of him and asked why he was looking for him. Because of this, he had to speed up and he could not even stop his beast in time, and that was the only reason he crashed into it. Dark Sky advised the master to be less self-confident, because he would now take everything that he had and show him what true strength was. Chu Tiange reminded him that he had already heard this last time, but in the end he lost, and even ran away, and all the players standing nearby laughed loudly. Dark Sky grinned and said that this time everything would be completely different, and dozens of players were already running behind him. The players approached the head of the Kingdom of Hades and awaited further action. The Dark Sky sent its energy connections to connect to all players at once. With the help of his manipulations, the recharge wires are successfully connected and activated. A moment later, all these players fly into the air, losing control of their bodies and minds. Dark Sky takes out the player's card and tells him that he won't need it anymore because after winning, he will become the strongest player in the Tang dynasty. Having completed his rant, he tears the card in half with a deft movement of his hand. The world announcement reports that the player list of Huaxia District has been updated and Dark Place is in first place with a total power of 60,000 points, and Chu Tiange is in second with 30. The third brother is perplexed and tries to understand how it is that their enemy has twice as many points. The other players were also outraged, speculating that this might be cheating. But in any case, fighting him would be very dangerous and life-threatening even for the most majestic god, Chu Tiange. The young master orders the little raccoon to quickly take everyone away through the teleporter. But she refuses and wants to stay here with him. Chu Tiange amiably tells the girl that he really appreciates her care and kindness, but he can handle all this just fine himself. Elle is still wary of everything, and the master shows her a message from the butler on the screen, where he asks her not to worry about anything and to let him figure it out on his own. The little raccoon begins to realize that they have some kind of plan and simply asks him to be careful. The assistant goes to the field to the teleport along with her friends and other players and moves home. Dark Sky notices the teleportation and summons a huge magical hand for the players, shouting that no one can escape from it that easily. Chu Tiange immediately blocks his friends, pushing off powerfully and flying towards the enemy player, and shouts that his opponent is only him. As he walked, the young master summoned a divine staff and was about to use the power of a lightning strike against the enemy. The Dark Sky meets the blow in time, crossing its magical arms over its head as protection. A moment later, the master with the power of fire flies towards the Dark Sky with magic fists. Their powerful forces meet and repel each other without causing significant damage to either player. After a short period of time, Dark Sky seems to gain the upper hand and unleashes a brutal attack on the master, hoping for a quick victory. At that same second, Chu Tiange's mighty spear flies out through a veil of thick smoke. The Dark Sky catches the weapon right in front of its eyes at the very last moment. The Dark Sky becomes enraged and, gathering all its strength, powerfully hits the young master with a magical fist, thereby sharply throwing him back. The master, having flown several meters and slowed down, digging his feet into the ground, stops to catch his breath. The Dark Sky arrogantly shouts to the master that if he naively thinks that he can defeat him with all this purchased equipment, then he is very mistaken. Chu Tiange quickly contacts Uncle Yin Li through the system and reports the opportunity to begin the task. The master replies to the enemy leader that he does not dare speak about gold like that, and he will have to prove the opposite today so that the enemy can see the power of his rich ancient equipment. About an hour ago, when a secret merchant found a familiar round attribute in a dark forest, the master approached him with interest. Chu Tiange, with obvious surprise, asked the mysterious merchant what he had found. The screen displayed information about the found attribute, which is the hidden material Rebirth of Immortal Jade, and increases the strength and skills of the master, and also, when participating in battle, blocks any attributes or objects of the opponent with the ability to be used 10 times. Chu Tiange was incredibly happy about this find, and did not skimp on kind compliments to the secret merchant, taking back all his negative statements about him and saying that he would not have said a word if he had warned him. But the merchant only modestly replied that he was a professional in your business. The master took out the Rebirth of Immortal Jade attribute from his armor in front of the enemy's eyes. Dark Sky shouted in rage that he didn't care about his equipment or attributes, so he could easily deal with him without them. At the same moment, after his words, he began to intensively pump energy out of the players through energy connections, thereby becoming stronger. Having drained enough energy to attack further, Dark Sky activates an ominous magical ball filled with hatred and bloodlust. A distraught player from the enemy guild looks smugly at the master and laughs loudly in his face. Information immediately appears on the system screen with a bar about the strength of the Dark Sky attack, which instantly fills from a minimum to the very end. Chu Tiange, smiling contentedly and holding the attribute, asks his opponent why he decided that his tricks could help defeat him, and added that he spent as much as 20 million on everything about everything, and now he will happily try out the purchases in action. The master activates the attribute, and it flies up, opening a hidden portal of rebirth. In front of the players, a real rebirth of the Immortal Jade takes place, forming a huge spiral in the sky. The Dark Sky looks at everything that is happening in bewilderment and does not yet know what the young master in the portal has prepared for him. The portal of rebirth begins to work like a whirlpool and sucks players into itself, whose energy connection with the puppeteer breaks due to the strong flow, and they fly upward. Players, one after another, quickly begin to fall into the portal, losing contact with the Dark Sky. A second later, the player himself began to be torn off the ground by the Dark Sky and pulled towards the funnel against his will. The master, with a serious look, invites his sworn enemy to move through the portal and play there. Chu Tiange pushes off on his own and flies into the whirlpool, while Dark Sky, who clearly did not expect this, is sucked into the portal against his will. A moment later, both players simultaneously land in the rebirth world. The Dark Sky looks around warily but does not recognize this place and with irritation merges where they ended up. Without waiting for an answer, the head of the Kingdom of Hades quickly takes out his Thunder Talisman for teleportation and tries to move, but is surprised to notice that for some reason nothing happens. Dark Sky tries to launch the amulet several more times, but it still does not work, and the player decides that there may have been a breakdown or some kind of system error. The young master explains that there is no mistake, and he shouldn't even try, since in this world none of the attributes work, and he can forget about them, like his past puppets. He continues to say that one activation of the Rebirth Jade costs 2 million gold, and he is not even sure if such a vile type was worth such an expense. The Dark Sky, having lost all its trump cards, stumbles and falls, shouting to the master and not coming to him. Nothing and no one can stop Chu Tianjia, and he flies headlong straight towards his frightened opponent. Approaching as close as possible to the enemy, the young master summons the wrath of the dragon, cutting through the ground, and swings his spear. A powerful nuclear explosion occurs, and the Dark Sky flies far back from the impact, practically unconscious. He slowly comes to his senses, but not completely, and tries with all his remaining strength to get back on his feet. The enemy player manages to get down on one knee, and the only thing he can squeeze out is the quiet word, "It hurts." Very angry, he yells at the top of his lungs that this is impossible and he shouldn't be here at all. The system notified that the desperation of objection was activated with an attack power equal to 150 points, which completely passed into the power of Chu Tianjia and increased his power by a given number of points. At this second, the Dark Sky appears on the screen about the strength of the attack with a decrease of 150 points. The player is very angry and wants payback, but does not understand how to do this, because his power has just simply gone to his opponent. Dark Sky screams and asks the young master what kind of attribute he is using for all this. Chu Tianjia did not even intend to respond to the vile enemy, and simply pushed off powerfully for the next jump with the words to continue the battle. The master is already swinging his spear towards the player, but he quickly unsticks himself to jump to dodge the blow. Dark Sky didn't even understand how he was trapped and still took the young master's powerful blow with double force. Both players landed, and the master, unlike Dark Sky, knew exactly what would happen next. The game system reported that Rebirth Despair had been activated again, and 50 points of magic resistance had been obtained and transferred to the player Chu Tianjia. Dark Sky, hearing about this, realized that there was nowhere to go, and the master cornered him, putting a sharp spear to his throat, and said that after using so many players as his dolls to raise the level, he was simply dangerous and harmful to this game. Meanwhile, the black police van remained in ambush awaiting further action. The butler explained to the captain that Dark Sky was imprisoned in the world of Rebirth and would not be able to get out of there on his own, and all this was still controlled by his young master. The police captain radioed his men to monitor all groups and begin to act. The Special Forces detachment, upon receiving orders, ran on the offensive to capture. 2 guys standing in the surrounded building heard some noise and rumble. Armed riot police rushed into the area, detaining people, shouting at everyone to get down on the ground and not move. A butler with a tablet led the group, saying that there were more people ahead and they should follow him. Yin Li found a ladder and quickly climbed it with a squad of special forces. The butler opened the map on the tablet again and looked at where they should go next. He told the squad that, judging by the map, they had come to just the right place. One of the special forces said that the door was locked and asked if he had a key. Suddenly, the butler heard someone's steps from the stairs and froze in anticipation. A guy appeared next to them, accompanied by a squad, and said that he would open the door, and all the guys were still in the game. The Special Forces guys, on the orders of Yin Li, quickly broke the poor fellow and led him to him. The butler opened a map on the tablet with some place and showed it to the guy, asking if Dark Sky with the hostages was here. One of the Special Forces commanded half of the military to go to Sector A, and the rest to go with him to Sector B, and warned them not to touch the hostages under any circumstances. The detachment of armed guys immediately split up and fled in different directions. The guy who was still being held by the guys from the squad addressed Yin Li by name, saying how long he had been waiting for him. The butler did not quite understand why he addressed him like that and frowned. Chu Tianjia and Dark Sky remained imprisoned in the world of Rebirth for now, continuing the battle. The master once again struck his opponent with a strong blow, powerfully throwing him to the ground. At the same moment, the young master opened a portal and they began to simultaneously move back to Luoyang. A second later, both players had already been teleported to the previous battlefield at the Hades Kingdom Guild Gate. Chu Tianjia received a message through the system from his uncle that they were done with everything. Dark Sky decided that now was the time to take revenge, and shouted about all the used attempts of the master and his turn to attack. He quickly restored his wires and began trying to make a connection. Dark Sky immediately realized that nothing was happening and turned around, noticing in horror that his people were missing. The master asked his opponent why they had been in the world of Rebirth for so long, and after a short pause, spoke about the affairs of the police and all the freed hostages, which surprised the enemy who did not believe in all this. Dark Sky couldn't believe it, convincing himself that it was some kind of joke as he quickly opened the system screen. The master immediately understood the cunning plan of his opponent, who was going to quickly leave the game. The dark sky didn't have time to press anything before it flew back with all its might, whistling. Chu Tiange, with one slight movement of his hand, slammed him into the wall of the main gate of the guild, breaking it. He asked Dark Sky if he was about to accidentally disconnect from the game, clarifying that this would not happen while they were in duel mode. The master also reminded that he had a gaming capsule with a connection, and until he disconnected, his people wouldn't be able to either. But this didn't seem to bother the cruel player at all, who said that these fools didn't interest him at all. At that same second, Dark Sky excitedly took out his thunder talisman and said that it seemed that the master had forgotten about their last battle. The young master watched with awe as to what this vile fellow would do now. There was a powerful bright flash of a magical explosion, which led to nothing. The dark sky did not move anywhere and remained motionless, destroyed by its own talisman. A moment later, his virtual soul began to slowly leave his body. He looked at everything that was happening with extreme surprise, as if from the outside, and asked what had just happened. Chu Tiange cheerfully told him that he had not forgotten anything at all, and should not think that he was smart about singing. Dark Sky did not understand what he was talking about, and tried to ask the master about any details. The young master said that he had bought the entire city with its surrounding territories, and the lives of the players under his control, without activating which no one would leave the game on their own. Dark Sky's soul was still ascending, and he was enraged by what he heard. He began to yell that since everything had already happened according to his plan, then he should let him out already. But the master only said that it was not time yet, and they would wait for the police. The butler informed the young master through the system that the hostages had been rescued and were in the dark sky room, to which the master expressed his approval. At this moment, the gaming booth of the former prisoner boss opened, and a special forces squad stood next to him. Dark Sky still could not believe that all this was happening to him, and looked at the squad in surprise. The special forces immediately grabbed and threw the vile man to the ground. The former boss yelled at them to let him go immediately, since they wouldn't catch him anyway, and they would regret everything they had done. A special forces detachment led Dark Sky and the guy out of the building. He saw a guy who once served him and began shouting insults, adding that after such a vile act with the organization, he was now definitely finished. Yin Li asked whether his sentence would be reduced, to which the captain replied, possibly yes, subject to certain conditions and rules and good cooperation. The guy thanked Yin Li for his concern, and said that he admits his guilt and is ready to suffer the well-deserved punishment for everything. While the guys were being led to the van, everyone heard a loud squeak coming simultaneously from both prisoners. The police captain, just in case, immediately shouted to everyone to disperse and let them go. The boss and his subordinate were struck by an electric current at the same moment. Sometime later, both bodies without signs of life fell to the cold ground with a roar. The police captain was completely confused by everything that had happened and looked ahead in bewilderment. The butler moved closer to the unconscious boys to examine them. Yin Li said that they were definitely electrocuted as there was no external damage. The butler, carefully examining the bodies, noticed a metal bracelet on the right leg of both of them. He called the police captain over to inspect the device to find out a little more about it. Meanwhile, the players were returning to the battlefield towards the Hades Kingdom Pavilion. The master ordered to clean up the battle site and divide everything found according to Mao Yun and the third brother's wishes. He said that they could cope without him while he and Elle were away on business. The young gentleman and his assistant were already waiting for the butler, and as soon as he entered, they began to ask how everything went. Uncle reported that all the hostages were rescued, but Dark Sky and his subordinate were destroyed by an electric current. He also took out a metal bracelet in the bag and said that he would clarify what it was. Yin Li told his surprised friends that although it was evidence, the police gave it to him for examination. A second later, the little raccoon stepped back in horror, looking at the metal bracelet. The young master immediately asked what was happening to her. The little raccoon grabbed her head and began to say that she had already seen him somewhere, but she wasn't exactly sure. The master and butler looked at each other mysteriously after such an unexpected statement. Uncle Yin Li asked where exactly she could see such a bracelet before. The girl desperately tried to remember, but could not, saying only that he was very familiar to her, but it was unclear where he came from. The butler, taking on a serious look, told the young master that everything was much more complicated than they thought. A few hours ago, the butler spoke with the detained subordinate of the Dark Boss. Yin Li asked the guy why he suddenly decided to help them and surrender, despite the great risk and threat to his own life. The guy began to say that at first he began to work with the Dark Sky for his victory over Chu Tiange, but the further their business progressed, the more terrible secrets he learned and could no longer hide it. The butler was still distrustful of the guy, and he asked him to discuss everything, since it was a long story. The uncle told the whole story to the young master and his faithful assistant. After a minute, he asked what their next plan of action would be. Chu Tiange began to think about how everything was connected, but he understood one thing. Their main goal was him. The master opened the map and offered to study the available evidence for now, and in relation to the game, he would try to expand his sphere of influence as much as possible. Frowning, the young master said that he was sure that there were many more such dark skies hidden in the game, and they were all waiting for him. The butler nodded approvingly and said that he would continue to work with the police, and would also help him somehow inside the game. The master offered to meet with the selected players next week, and the uncle replied that the game capsules would be delivered within a week. Chu Tiange was very happy about this news and began to expect the implementation of his insidious plan. Late at night, the butler was still awake, typing quickly on the computer. More and more folders were loading on the computer screen. Among a bunch of hundreds of files, the search system finally settled on a project called Phoenix. The butler was seriously thinking about something, remembering a recent incident. The guy then wanted to talk to him about something and asked for a minute. After a short silence, he asked about that very Phoenix project. Yinli immediately reacted harshly to the guy's words, grabbing him by the throat. He pressed him tightly against the concrete wall of the building for several minutes. The guy began to shout hoarsely that he had seen nothing but the name, and if it was important, he would remain silent. The butler, still holding the guy by the throat, said threateningly that no questions were allowed. Some time later, Yinli let go of the boy, and he fell to the floor with a roar. The butler emerged from his memories and decided to open the folder with the Phoenix project. While waiting for the opening to load, he plunged into even older memories. The butler stood in the office of the young master's father and asked how he could be of assistance. The head of the Chu Yi family handed Yinli a flash drive with Phoenix and asked him to protect it from strangers and not open it until absolutely necessary. The butler decided to find out what exactly was inside this project. The father of the family only assured him that there was nothing to worry about. He just needed to use it at the right time. After a short silence, he added that by doing so, he would protect the young master. The butler looked at the worried boss and also became a little worried. Meanwhile, in the Singularity organization, 6 men always stood in the main room. The elevator doors opened into the room with an unknown person surrounded by guards. All 6 bowed respectfully and greeted the formidable boss. A man in uniform approached one of those standing at the table and asked to explain what was going on here. The subordinate began to say that there was nothing to worry about, and explained the situation where Chu Tianj already owns many regions of the Tang country, and is trying to take over this entire country. Frowning, the boss asked if Dark Sky was now left without any shelter. The subordinate nodded in agreement and said that they also asked him to change the name of the guild, and immediately felt the boss's hand on his neck. The boss held his subordinate tightly and warned that if he did anything again without him, he should not expect any more help. The other subordinates looked at all this in silence, and one of them seemed to want to say something. A minute later, the man asked to tell his superiors that they could only hide all the information, but it would take a little time. The boss irritably replied that they should hurry up, since he is not the most patient person. Chu Tiange, looking at the monitor screen, thought that after defeating the Dark Sky, he received something else. A cursed dragonfang appeared on the system screen with a proposal to use it, and the master clicked Accept. Next on the screen was information about the revival of the dragon with a task and a reward for it. Finally, the master realized that this tooth was originally obtained after defeating the Black Dragon, and the task could have been activated even then. Chu Tiange became interested in the task in which it was necessary to activate the dragon vein in Luyang and clicked View. A navigation map was displayed on the screen indicating some specific locations. The master recognized here the stops of the multicolored dragon altar, where it was necessary to dig up this altar and activate it. Chu Tiange finished familiarizing himself with the task and called his friends forward. Mao Yun suggested that the boss build a guild building in Luyang, since next to it there are dungeons from the 30th to the 60th level, and soon new people will join them. The little raccoon supported this idea, saying that their people were there. Mao Yun clarified that the establishment of a new guild will require a lot of money. The master cheerfully said that money had never been a problem, and if everyone agreed, then a suitable place for the future guild could be chosen. The friends were exploring the area with players in several buildings. Chu Tiange, looking closely at the players, did not understand why there were so many clones here. Mao Yun noted that the monsters here are too weak to upgrade, and El suggested going to Chang'an. The master, breathing heavily, said that it was pointless to form a guild here. Suddenly he shouted to everyone that he had an idea for the horde and ran to the nearest high stone to announce it. Mao Yun asked in bewilderment what the boss was up to. Chu Tianj began to loudly urge all residents to listen to his very advantageous offer now. He started asking if they felt like it was becoming difficult for them to level up after leaving the village. The players took turns listing the shortcomings of the settlement and their unjustified expectations. The young master suggested that everyone move their guild buildings to Chang'an, since it is a great place for leveling up with strong monsters. Players began to be indignant that it was too expensive, and they did not have such funds. Moreover, they could barely support the existing guilds and somehow raise their levels. Chu Tiange said that if they took up his offer, he would cover all their expenses and provide a free portal to Chang'an. In addition, he said that everyone would receive 50 golden experience, and as a bonus, a 20% discount on purchases from NPC for a month. The players were dumbfounded by such a generous offer, and still did not believe what was happening. The master mentioned that all of Chang'an is at his disposal, and if anyone wants to go there, they should come forward to register. The players solemnly shouted the young master's name and ran towards him. Chu Tiange turned to his friends and asked them to step aside a little for their own safety. A second later, he summoned his trusty spear from his existing inventory to carry out the plan. The young gentleman powerfully pushed off the stone and flew closer to the buildings of the village. Chu Tiange, hovering above the rooftops of the buildings, immediately summoned hellfire. Directing his staff of fire, the master with a menacing look ordered everything here to burn. At that same second, all the guild buildings were engulfed in fire and they burst into flames, leaving behind only bare land. El admired the young master's strength, and Mao Yun, who knew that this was one of the most difficult techniques, asked where the boss learned this. The master clarified that this was not force, just another purchase from the merchant, and Mao was worried that they would not have enough money for everything. Chu Tiange immediately said that such an outcome is excluded, since he had foreseen everything long ago. Smiling insidiously, he added that when all the guilds in the area leave, then all the resources of Luoyang will remain with him. Mao, while in line, once admired the boss's intelligence and dexterity, and said that he would move everyone now. Just at this time, the third brother teleported to the rest of his friends. He informed his elder brother that they had begun digging the fourth altar, and he called for more players to speed up the process. Third brother warned that other players might rebel in Chang'an, but Newbie was confident that this would not happen since these people were of a lower level than the people of Chang'an. She also clarified that if they are pumped at the same time, they will not interfere with each other in any way, and in about a month they will be equal in strength. The master confirmed Newbie's words, saying that they are still not as universal as they are. Chu Tiange suggested everyone to quickly go towards the last altar. The team of friends only reached the place with the last altar by nightfall. The master opened the screen and said that, judging by the map, the altar was located directly under this guild, and he could not wait to quickly find out what kind of treasure the Dragon Clan had. Suddenly, the friends were interrupted by a man from the darkness, who said that he had not yet given his consent to all this. The head of this guild stood in front of the players and said that only his decision would determine their fate. Chu Tiange assured him that he would bear all the necessary expenses, and this could be confirmed by all the players in Chang'an. The head said that he knows about everything, but considers it offensive to other players. One of his guild headquarters told the boss that such a chance occurs once in a million. Without thinking twice, the head kicked the talkative player with all his might, who flew far back. The head was angry at this behavior of his subordinate and shouted at him not to talk nonsense. The head of the guild calmly informed the master that he was ready to move the guild for 2 million gold, and nothing else. Newbie intervened, saying that this was a very good proposal, but the head quickly interrupted her, insisting on his own. The head turned to the master that he was not here for anyone to belittle his dignity. The young master asked what skills the leader had, and he replied that he has a hidden class of professional guardian, and while he is online, no one dares to attack his guild. The head warned the master not to even try to demolish the guilds until he gives him 2 million, since he will not leave the game knowing that he is here. The third brother told the boss that he didn't understand where such arrogant players in the game came from, and offered to beat him up. Chu Tiange did not back down and offered the head another chance to think carefully about his decision. The head also did not back down and insisted on 2 million gold and not a drop less. The master asked everyone not to worry, and to follow him to check how things were going in the other 4 altars. The head grinned and said that the arrogant master would never take them just like that. After some time, the head lay down to rest calmly in one of the buildings of his guild. Suddenly, sand began to fall from the ceiling and a strange sound was heard. The head woke up and began to look around and listen in bewilderment. The master led the digging robots behind him and thanked them for their hard work. The head of the guild jumped out onto the balcony of the building and tried to understand what was happening there. He saw the young master surrounded by digging robots in front of him. The head immediately flew into a rage and began shouting to the master what he was doing. Chu Tiange suggested that he talk to the NPCs, who gave him permission to expand the territory of Luoyang for only 200,000 gold. The head was shocked by what he heard, and the master decided to clarify something else. The young master reminded that there are certain rules for guilds, and the third rule states that no guild can be founded in such a city. The head understood that he could not do anything, but he was still very angry. Throwing machines were already standing opposite the guild, and on command they fired projectiles. Huge cannonballs flew straight towards the guild and its head, who froze in place from what he saw. A second later, all the guild buildings were under fire and attacked by explosions. When the technique finished its work, the guild was no longer there, and in its place only ruins remained. Among the rubble lay the head of the former guild and said that he was wrong and he was sorry. The master asked him if he wanted to move to Chang'an, and he quickly agreed. The little raccoon asked the young master if he could just destroy all the guilds, then why transport the players? The master clarified that not all players had a choice where to line up and play, but he wouldn't work with such scoundrels. Let them just live. Chu Tiange suggested replacing the old walls of Luoyang with new ones, and El happily approved this idea. At the same second, gold coins fell into the bags in huge quantities. The master gave these bags to one player and asked them to divide everything among everyone and find an altar, to which the player shouted contentedly that he would do everything in the best possible way. Chu Tiange said that he was done with everything here and would return to Luyang, and El said that they would stay here for now to keep an eye on everything. The young gentleman was no longer in a hurry walking along one of the streets of the city of Luyang. A familiar player ran loudly and quickly towards the master. Having already approached Chu Tiange himself, the main NPC turned out to be familiar. Chu Tiange anxiously asked why he was not in Shannan and if anything had happened there, to which the bot replied that he had a lot of things to do and did not have time to answer all this. He came here with one sole purpose, to report important news to the master. The chief said that the kingdom nearby had collapsed, and he was collecting information about it, where it turned out that their pavilion and the Dragon Emperor Palace were built at the same time, but the name of the former was changed. After a short silence, he clarified that the first guild previously had a different name, Wave of Unity. The shocked Chu Tiange couldn't believe what he heard, and asked the bot for its name several times. The chief showed the master a paper with information that spoke of the robbery and attack of this guild on another, and the successful change of the name to the Kingdom of Hades.